Chapter 1. The Persuasion System and the Imperial Marriage with the Gu Clan's Princess. Brother, have you not always been unwilling to marry the princess of the Gu Clan? What has prompted this sudden change of heart? And what about your so-called gynophobia? Has it subsided? In the vast expanse of the great wilderness, the Chang'e Imperial Clan, the Yi family. At this moment, the atmosphere was jubilant, adorned with lanterns and vibrant red silks, an aura of endless festivity pervading the air, with celestial blessings swirling all around. Inside a room, a remarkably handsome youth, dressed in splendid new attire embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes, stood before a mirror, meticulously adjusting his garments. Beside him was a girl who bore a striking resemblance to him, her bright and sparkling eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at her brother. "What do you know?" Yi Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Though I am reluctant to wed, I must heed my parents' wishes as their only son. It is my duty to honor them. I am, after all, a dutiful son who listens to counsel." Upon hearing this, Yi Yao's gaze turned peculiar, her head filled with questions. A dutiful son who listens to counsel? Brother, could you please speak again with a clear conscience? Previously, her brother had adamantly refused the marriage alliance with the Gu clan, claiming to suffer from gynophobia. He had gone so far as to threaten to elope and even resort to self-harm to escape the union. Because of this matter, he frequently quarreled with their parents. Had it not been for their formidable power, they would have likely been driven to despair long ago. While her brother was not a rebellious son, the notion of him being a dutiful son was utterly misplaced. And now, he proclaimed himself a dutiful son who listens to counsel. This was simply preposterous. Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow at his sister's reaction. "What? You don't believe me?" Ye Yao nodded vigorously. "Fear not." Yi Changsheng patted his sister's shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "In due time, you shall come to believe it. All right, the wedding feast is about to commence. Let us go." With that, Yi Changsheng left the room, hands clasped behind his back, a cheerful expression on his face. Yi Yao stood alone, her mind in disarray. Watching the hurried figures outside, she couldn't help but doubt if her brother had taken leave of his senses. "What has become of your once unruly demeanor?" As he walked along the path, Yi Changsheng observed a system panel visible only to him, his heart brimming with excitement. Persuasion system. Parental suggestion: marry Gu Chang'e of the Gu clan. Difficulty: extremely easy. Danger level: none. Reward: ordinary gift pack. Gift pack levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, perfect, legendary, epic, mythical. An ordinary gift pack, I wonder what treasures it might yield. Yi Changsheng pondered with eager anticipation. In truth, he was a transmigrator, a reincarnated soul. Due to an unexpected turn of events, he found himself inexplicably transported to this vast and fantastical world, becoming the heir of the Yi clan. The Yi clan, a family of eternal life, possessing immense power and a rich, ancient heritage. His father was the clan's leader, a formidable figure with imperial cultivation, whose authority resonated throughout the ages, unmatched by any. His mother, a princess of the divine creation mountain and daughter of an emperor, not only held a prestigious status, but also boasted unparalleled talent, standing at the threshold of imperial power. At the time of his birth, the heavens and earth bore witness to extraordinary phenomena, shaking the very foundations of the universe. He was believed to possess an extraordinary divine body, destined to become an emperor. However, he ultimately manifested as a being incapable of cultivation, burdened with the Taiwan ancient body. This physique, originating from the distant primordial era, was not born of the world, but crafted by an immensely powerful being. When cultivated to the great completion stage, it rendered the flesh invincible, impervious to all forms of attack, and was famously deemed an invincible constitution. Yet, due to the Taiwan ancient Buddhist's overwhelming prowess, it was suppressed by the laws of the Great Tao following the primordial age. Coupled with the changes in the rules of heaven and earth, this once supreme constitution was reduced to a mockery. As a result, he became the laughingstock of the great wilderness, the subject of ridicule for many. Had it not been for the might of his parents, he would have likely been expelled from the Yi clan long ago. As for his reluctance to marry into the Gu clan, one could only attribute it to the melodramatic experiences of his past life, which had extinguished any hope he held for marriage, even leading to severe gynophobia in his psyche. Since his rebirth, he had not engaged with any female aside from his family, let alone consider matrimony. However, due to the bloodline of the Yi clan, only one male heir could be born per generation. Even though he was a being incapable of cultivation, the burden of continuing the family line fell squarely upon his shoulders. The Gu clan, also part of the Chang'e imperial clan, was far less powerful than the Yi clan. The marriage contract had been established long ago between the two families. His betrothed was none other than the Gu clan's princess, Chang'e. It was said that she possessed an innate divine body, favored by the heavens, with extraordinary talents. At a young age, she had broken through limitations to achieve the legendary 10 heavenly caverns. Her beauty was unparalleled, captivating all, making her the object of desire for countless men in the great wilderness. Yet, Yi Changsheng regarded her as poison. Initially, upon learning of his engagement, he vehemently resisted and refused. However, just a few days ago, he unexpectedly awakened a persuasion system. By adhering to suggestions, he could earn rewards. His first task was to marry into the Gu clan, which prompted his change in attitude. Even though he still harbored deep-seated resistance towards the idea, he endured it for the sake of the system's rewards. In the grand hall of the Yi clan, the venue was now teeming with guests. Powerful figures from all races within the great wilderness gathered, creating a magnificent spectacle filled with grandeur. Red silks adorned the surroundings, exuding joy as ethereal energies swirled and divine rhythms enveloped the space. The wedding's extravagance had reached an almost unparalleled level. At the center of the gathering stood an elegant and regal middle-aged couple, their smiles growing ever more pronounced as they surveyed the lively scene. Yet, thoughts of their son's previous demeanor filled them with concern. "My dear, are you certain everything is in order? Rest assured, I have instructed 3,000 guardians to seal off the entire Yi clan. If that boy dares to run away from the wedding, I shall break his legs. Even if he becomes a bedridden cripple, he must fulfill this marriage. That is good as long as he does not end up dead." At that moment, a voice from the crowd called out, "Yi Changsheng has arrived." All eyes turned in unison towards a single direction. This is the scion of the Yi clan? Indeed, he is quite the handsome figure. One wonders what the Gu clan is thinking, insisting on marrying their princess to such a wastrel. Is it so strange? The Gu and Yi clans have been friends for ages. The Gu clan owes its current status to the Yi clan. Surely, they cannot allow a mere marriage to sever their long-standing ties. The Taiwan ancient body, the invincible constitution of the primordial era. It is a pity he was born in an opportune time. I have heard that Yi Changsheng has been vehemently opposed to the marriage, frequently declaring his intent to call it off, even threatening self-harm. Yet today, why has he consented? Could it be the phenomenon of realization? The crowd buzzed with speculation. In a hidden corner, a handsome youth clenched his fists, his expression dark, filled with an overwhelming desire to dismantle Yi Changsheng piece by piece. "Xiao Chun, remember your purpose for entering the Yi clan. Do not let romantic entanglements hinder you. Once you achieve your cultivation, what woman will be out of your reach? Why suffer for an unrequited love?" A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, the youth took a deep breath. Casting one last glance at Yi Changsheng, he violently swiped his sleeve and turned to leave. Chapter 2. This is my daughter, Chu Zhetian. Gradually, Chu Zhetian regained consciousness, finding himself standing in the martial arena of the Qinglong Peak of the Taixu Sect, amidst the ceremony for the conferment of the chief. A memory from 80 years ago surged to the forefront of his mind. At that time, he had made a remarkable impression in the sect's grand competition 5 years prior. In just 3 short years since joining the sect, he had ascended from an ordinary novice to the pinnacle of acquired realm. It was precisely for this reason that he garnered the attention of the then sect master, Yueyue, who arranged for the betrothal of the Qinglong saintess. Ruyan, to himself, Su Hongtu, the then master of Qinglong Peak, and also his mentor, subsequently became his father-in-law. Thereafter, with the robust support of the sect, Chu Zhetian did not disappoint. in a span of 5 years. He broke through the most formidable barrier on his cultivation path, the innate realm. He transitioned from the pinnacle of acquired realm into the ranks of the innate just a month ago. He led the Qinglong army to eradicate the malignant presence of the Wanyao Villa, which had plagued the sect's territory for a century. He established remarkable achievements for the sect. Thus, following discussions among the high-ranking officials of numerous sects, he officially succeeded his senior brother, Zhang Beichun, as the new chief of Qinglong Peak. The conferment ceremony was set for today. Atop the lofty platform of the martial arena, Su Hongtu, the master of Qinglong Peak, sat in a position of authority. His demeanor imposing. Su Ruyan held the hand of her 4-year-old son, Chu Kongcheng, seated alongside the other 5 peak masters in 2 rows. Below, the vast assembly of higher-ups from Qinglong Peak, as well as inner and outer disciples, focused intently on the conferment ceremony. At this moment, Chu Zhetian was truly the center of attention, basking in unparalleled glory. However, just as he was offering incense to his ancestors, a figure suddenly appeared on the stage, leading a young girl. "Father, Mother told me to come to Taixu Sect to find someone named Chu Zhetian. He is my father." "Are you my father?" The little one tilted her head, asking timidly. Her delicate features were marred by dirt, and her clothes were tattered. It was unclear what hardships she had endured to arrive at Taixu Sect. Beside her was Zhang Beichun, the kind soul who had brought her to seek her father. "Chu Shiti, this little girl claims her father is Chu Zhetian. It can't possibly be you. Can it?" The gravity of the situation compelled him to hastily bring her over, hoping not to disrupt your conferment ceremony. "Right?" Zhang Beichun inquired with a smile, his tone tinged with a hint of apology. Yet, a glint of treachery flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Hongtu's expression darkened, his face turning ashen. Su Ruyan glared at Chu Zhetian, her gaze sharp and piercing. The other 5 peak masters, as well as the onlookers, cast skeptical glances at Chu Zhetian and the petite figure, the son-in-law of the peak master, the husband of the Qinglong saintess, actually had an illegitimate daughter? How scandalous! Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Zhetian displayed no signs of the anticipated panic or concealment. His focus remained solely on the little girl before him. Yeah. Chu Zhetian's voice trembled. At this moment, he finally confirmed that he had been reborn 80 years into the past. Today marked not only his conferment ceremony, but also his first encounter with his daughter. Yet in his previous life, he had failed to acknowledge her existence for the sake of everything he possessed now. Since the heavens had granted him a second chance, he vowed to repay his daughter's debt 1,000-fold in this life. "Are you my father?" The little girl tilted her head, her big eyes filled with uncertainty and hope, asking once more. Chu Zhetian crouched down, gazing at her cherubic face, wishing he could slap himself. How could he have been so cruel in his past life? In the next moment, he enveloped her tiny frame in his arms. Gently yet firmly, he held her close, feeling the slight tremor and warmth emanating from her small body. Chu Zhetian felt an overwhelming sense of peace and security. It was as though he had embraced the entire world. The greatest fortune in life is the chance to reclaim what was lost. "Yes, I am your father. My dear, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." The conqueror who had annihilated tens of thousands at Wanyao Villa now spoke with a quivering voice, tears brimming in his starry eyes. "Really?" The little one's voice wavered with uncertainty. Then she weakly lamented. "I can't breathe anymore." Upon hearing this, Chu Zhetian quickly released her. "I'm sorry, my dear. I was just too overjoyed." Yeye shook her head. "It's all right. Doesn't he blame you?" Sensing the tenderness and love in Chu Zhetian's gaze, the little one finally accepted that this was indeed her father. She clapped her tiny hands, bursting into a joyful bell-like laughter. "Oh, Yeye has finally found her father. Father! Father!" Chu Zhetian nodded earnestly. Yes, Yeye has found her father. He silently vowed. In this life, he would never lose her again. Just then, a cold voice pierced through the air. "Chu Zhetian, who is this little girl? You must give me an explanation." The voice belonged to Su Ruyan. Her exquisite face seemed to be shrouded in frost. Her gaze, fixed upon Chu Zhetian and Yeye, was sharp and frigid. Yeye recoiled, her laughter fading, her small hands gripping Chu Zhetian's garment tightly, a mere 6-year-old child. Thrust into an unfamiliar environment, would naturally feel an overwhelming sense of fear in the face of such a terrifying gaze. Chu Zhetian sensed the little one's anxiety, and a wave of anguish surged within him. He couldn't help but recall his previous life, when he had faced Ruyan's interrogation and had pushed this small frame away. He even commanded others to drag Yueyue away. Then, he desperately sought to placate Ruyan, insisting that he had no relation to Yueyue at all. He even claimed that the child was sent by those wicked forces to slander him. Now, he could hardly bear to think of how disappointed, frightened, and helpless that little girl must have felt. The so-called 3 years of raising Yueyue were merely a fade, orchestrated by Su Hongtu to showcase his generosity, compelling Chu Zhetian to serve him with unwavering loyalty. Subsequently, just as they had anticipated, Chu Zhetian became increasingly submissive to Ruyan and her father, feeling indebted to Ruyan. Even after growing into the Zhetian battle sovereign, he remained subservient, constantly seeking her approval. He was firmly under their psychological control. However, during those 3 years, Yueyue endured neglect and mistreatment at Qinglong Peak, especially from that little brat, Chu Zhetian, who took delight in bullying Yueyue. As her biological father, Chu Zhetian turned a blind eye. Time and again, he watched helplessly as his daughter was tormented, as her rightful cultivation resources were seized by Chu Zhetian, and as she sat on the ground weeping. Entirely unmoved. Looking back now, how despairing and helpless must a 6 or 7-year-old girl feel when she cannot rely even on her own father in such a strange environment. Yet this so-called 3 years of nurturing led Yueyue to endure the tribulations of the Heavenly Tribulation on his behalf. Chu Zhetian, you truly deserve death. How could you be worthy? Reflecting upon the scenes from his past life, Chu Zhetian felt as if his heart were being cleaved in two at this time, when confronted with Ruyan's formidable interrogation. He stood resolute, lifting his head high. His gaze met hers unflinchingly. Can't you see? This is my daughter, Chu Zhetian. Was he feeling guilty? Perhaps in his previous life. But in this life, that was not an option. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ruyan's expression contorted with rage. He admits it. How dare he? Even though she harbored no feelings for Chu Zhetian, she could not tolerate his betrayal. Chapter 3. Divorce? No. It is I who shall dismiss you. The scene erupted in an uproar. No one expected that Chu Zhetian would openly acknowledge this daughter. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face for Ruyan and even for Peak Master Su Hongtu. It would become the greatest scandal of the Taixu Sect. Chu Zhetian, say that again. What is the relationship between this little wildling and you? Ruyan pointed at Yueyue, her tone chilling. Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, a shadow darted towards her. The resounding sound of a heavy slap echoed throughout the entire martial arena. Ruyan was sent spinning through the air. Dare to insult my daughter. This slap is merely a warning. If you speak foully again, I won't hesitate to ensure it remains forever shut. Chu Zhetian's voice was fierce, his tall figure standing proud against the wind. Fierce, protective, assertive, and domineering. It was evident that he cared little for scandal or reputation. In this moment, his heart and eyes were solely focused on his precious daughter. Wah! Mother! How dare you hit my mother? The 4-year-old Chu Zhetian immediately burst into tears. The next moment, he turned to Yueyue. His young face contorted with resentment. It's all your fault. You wildling! How dare you steal my father? I'll kill you. With that, Chu Zhetian charged towards Yueyue, shoving her with all his might, having been raised in luxury and indulged in abundant cultivation resources. Even at the tender age of 4, his strength was formidable. Thud! The petite Yueyue was knocked to the ground with a heavy thud, even rolling a few times on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Chu Zhetian was filled with urgency, especially seeing the 6-year-old Yueyue standing next to the 4-year-old Chu Zhetian, appearing even shorter than him, stirred a deeper unease within him. Whoosh! In a surge of pain and fury, Chu Zhetian waved his sleeve, a gust of wind sending Chu Zhetian flying away. Wah! After landing, Chu Zhetian wept inconsolably, his cries piercing and jarring. This scene startled everyone present. Bang! Su Hongtu slammed his palm onto the armrest of the stone chair. Springing to his feet, Chu Zhetian, you possess an audacity beyond belief. For the sake of this wretched offspring, you not only struck my daughter, but also harmed my grandson. They are your wife and child. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Beichen hurried over to lift Chu Zhetian, his face etched with concern. Chang'e, do not cry, do not cry. Junior brother Chu, what are you doing? Chang'e is your son. The five peak masters on stage displayed expressions of shock. The crowd below erupted in chaos. That it was evident that junior brother Chu had wronged junior sister Ruyan. How could he still have the gall to strike? Even laid hands on his own son. Scoundrel! It was said that junior brother Chu was utterly devoted to junior sister Ruyan. Could those rumors be false? Upon witnessing Chu Zhetian's violent actions, the recently risen Yueyue was taken aback, hearing the accusations directed at her father. The little one lowered her head, feeling as if she had brought trouble upon him. Father, please do not hit anyone, all right? Yueyue is not hurt, and I do not want you to be scolded because of me. Chu Zhetian affectionately stroked her little head, but remained silent. That I am sorry, my dear, but this father cannot acquiesce to your request. To be scorned for your sake is inconsequential, even if I were to be pointed at by 1,000 fingers. What does it matter? At this moment, Su Ruyan, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, Chu Zhetian, how dare you strike me and our child? Not only have you been gallivanting outside behind my back, fathering this illegitimate child, but you also dare to strike us for her sake. Do you think you are worthy of me? Her voice was filled with resentment, rage, shock, and a hint of grievance. This lowborn, despite his decisiveness in battle, was like a lapdog before her, under the continuous brainwashing from her and her father. This commoner believed that marrying her was an immense fortune. Therefore, he had always cared for her and bowed to her whims. Today, in front of thousands, he dared to slap himself. This was something Su Ruyan simply could not accept. As her words fell, the crowd again began to denounce Chu Zhetian as if he were the most ungrateful man in the world. In the face of all the accusations, Chu Zhetian let out a cold laugh. Unburdened by guilt, his mother was encountered during a mission 7 years ago. That task was to eradicate a stronghold of the evil faction, the Dark Knight Palace. It was during that time that I fell victim to the enchanting demoness, Yueyue, who ensnared me with her dark poison and imprisoned me for 3 days and nights. Ye must have been conceived then. My daughter is already 6 years old, and we married 5 years ago. What have I done to wrong you? As he spoke, Chu Zhetian's gaze sharpened, scanning Su Ruyan and Zhang Beichen. Furthermore, who truly wronged whom? Brother Zhang, my discipline of my son is none of your concern. You act as if Chang'e is your own son. Zhang Beichen's heart sank, his eyes flickering as he instinctively set down Chu Zhetian. Su Ruyan, feeling the weight of Chu Zhetian's gaze, felt as though she were naked. Completely exposed, however, her long-formed sense of superiority quickly morphed into anger. Chu Zhetian, what have I ever done to wrong you? I do not disdain your lowly origins. I married you and bore you a son. What more do you want from me? Ha ha! Chu Zhetian laughed aloud, his laughter laced with mockery. You dare say you bore me a son? How audacious of you! He pointed at Chu Zhetian, who was casting resentful glances at him and Nia. Tell me, is this son truly my flesh and blood? Perhaps we should confirm this through a bloodline verification technique. The moment the words left his lips, Su Ruyan's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean? Chu Zhetian chuckled coldly. The literal meaning. Hearing their exchange, the crowd was filled with a sense of intrigue. The previous accusations against Chu Zhetian were quickly swept away. What was happening? Could it be that Su Ruyan had strayed? What a scandal! As the murmurs circulated, Su Ruyan's face flushed crimson. She had always been known as the ethereal Su Ruyan, breathtakingly beautiful and pristine. Yet now, many looked at her as if she were a harlot. Had Chu Zhetian truly uncovered something? If this matter was not handled properly today, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Chu Zhetian, in your desperation to cover up your own infidelities, you resort to such vile tactics to tarnish my name. What need is there for bloodline verification? This in itself is an affront. I, Su Ruyan, would rather die than endure such humiliation. Let's speak no more of the truth. We can part ways, a divorce. Su Ruyan's mind raced, and in a fleeting moment, she devised a counter-strategy. With a face full of indignation, she appeared as though she had suffered a grave insult and injustice. Her expression resolute, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. She strategically let 2 streams of tears fall. Yet deep within her gaze flickered a glimmer of triumph and derision. Ruyan was certain that this display would elicit sympathy from Chu Zhetian, compelling him to relent and beg for her forgiveness. Especially upon hearing the word divorce, he would likely be so frightened that he would kneel in supplication, desperately trying to win her back. For she knew how deeply Chu Zhetian loved her, how he could not bear to lose her. However, in the next moment, Ruyan's expression froze. Divorce? No. In truth, it is I who shall divorce you. Chu Zhetian's cold laughter rang out. He then summoned a surge of red energy and, astonishingly, inscribed a divorce decree in midair. You wish to divorce me? How dare you? Chu Zhetian. The voice, filled with disbelief and indignation, rang sharply. Chapter 4. You do not want it. But we do. Ruyan could hardly believe her ears. She only sought to force Chu Zhetian to capitulate by threatening divorce. Yet he not only refused to kneel and plead for her to stay, but publicly wrote a divorce decree. Was this truly the same Chu Zhetian who had cherished her like a precious gem for the past 5 years? Was this the obedient lapdog who had always bowed to her? At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, is Chu Zhetian serious? Chu Zhetian was the foremost among the young generation of Qinglong Peak, and indeed within our Taixu Sect, while Ruyan was a paragon of beauty. The two were a match made in heaven, but now they stood on the brink of enmity. For the sake of an unknown, illegitimate daughter, Chu Zhetian was willing to forsake his wife and child. Did this daughter truly hold such importance to him? Meanwhile, Su Hongtu, the father-in-law, wore a grim expression. Chu Zhetian, do you have any idea what you are doing? Have you lost your senses? He descended from the high platform, enunciating each syllable of Chu Zhetian's name with gravity. A formidable aura emanated from him, crashing towards Chu Zhetian. Chu Zhetian shielded Yueyue behind him, standing firm against the pressure. On the contrary, I have never felt more lucid than I do at this moment. Very well. It seems you have truly grown wings. Su Hongtu's eyes flashed with coldness, a hint of murderous intent evident. Chu Zhetian, do not forget who has bestowed everything upon you, should you dare to separate from my daughter. There will be no refuge for you on Qinglong Peak. That I will expel you from Qinglong Peak and strip you of all your cultivation. You must consider this carefully. All of this is my gift to you. Hearing these words, Chu Zhetian smirked mockingly that, everything is a gift from you. 5 years ago, before the sect's grand competition, I was merely an ordinary disciple, relying on the sect's uniform teachings and resources to reach the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. You, Su Hongtu, the exalted peak master, never particularly favored or taught me anything to as for the resources I enjoyed after the competition. They were allocated to Qinglong Peak by the sect under the direct order of the sect leader and subsequently passed on to me. Yet now, you claim it is all you're doing? How utterly ludicrous! Just then, a small figure stepped out from behind Chu Zhetian. Please, do not harm my father. It is all because of Yueyue, isn't it? If Yueyue leaves, you will not strip my father of his powers, right? Yueye's small face was streaked with tears, her expression filled with guilt and helplessness. Though only 6 years old, she was far more perceptive than her peers. She vaguely understood that her father was facing all of this because of her. She did not wish to burden him. Chu Zhetian's heart ached as he looked at the little figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Yeah, father is fine. It has nothing to do with you. He crouched down, hastily reassuring T that moment. A sly glimmer passed over Zhang Beichen's face as he feigned concern. Addressing Yueyue, is it? You are so small. Where will you go if you leave your father? Aren't you afraid of being captured by bad people outside? They say there are monsters out there that eat people. To ponder who would be the most delighted by the rift between Chu Zhetian and the Su family, it is undoubtedly Zhang Beichen. This turn of events would allow him to openly unite with Su Ruyan, and even reclaim the title of the chief of Qinglong Peak, seizing all that Chu Zhetian currently possesses. Fearing that Chu Zhetian might waver or relent, he deliberately sought to intimidate Yueyue, hoping to provoke her into tears and pleas, thereby deepening Chu Zhetian's attachment to his daughter. However, contrary to expectations, Yueyue did not succumb to tears. Although her large eyes were filled with helplessness and fear, she bravely shook her small head and declared, Yueyue is not afraid. Yueyue can do it. After Grandma was harmed by bad people on the road, it was Yueyue who came here by herself. Yueyue can manage on her own. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was moved. What a heartwarming little girl. Even the master of Chang'e, Peak, couldn't help but shake his head in sorrow, exclaiming how remarkably mature this child was at such a tender age. To think she would willingly leave Taixu Sect to ensure her father's cultivation was not destroyed. How could such a small child survive on her own out there? Chu Zhetian's throat tightened. His eyes misty. He held the little one tightly, unwilling to let her go. Yueyue, your father will never allow you to leave me again. Witnessing this scene, Chu Chang'e pouted. His eyes filled with resentment and jealousy towards Yueyue. Su Ruyan's expression was equally grim. Su Hongtu's voice cut through the tension, cold and menacing. Chu Zhetian, do you truly intend to perish alongside this little wildling? Without my daughter and the support of Qinglong Peak, what do you amount to? Once I expel you from the sect, you shall become a lost dog. As soon as he finished speaking, before Chu Zhetian could respond, a languid voice interjected, Su Peak Master, such words should not be uttered. If your Qinglong Peak no longer desires Chu Zhetian, then we Zhuke Peak shall gladly welcome him. It was none other than the master of Zhuke Peak, Yueyue, reclining casually on a stone chair. Despite being over 60, this powerful female cultivator bore no signs of age upon her stunning visage, only adding a touch of maturity and allure. Indeed, Su Peak Master, should you choose to expel Chu Zhetian from the sect, we Xiaoyueyue Peak will not hold back. Our Baihu Peak is also more than willing to accept him. Chu Zhetian, come to our Chang'e Peak. I can ensure your ascension to the position of chief there. Taixu Peak also welcomes Chu Zhetian. Haha, including the master of Zhuke Peak. The other 5 peak masters, Xiaoyueyue, Baihu, Chang'e, and Taixu, extended their olive branches to Chu Zhetian. Over the years, Qinglong Peak had undeniably become the foremost peak of Taixu Sect, not due to Su Hongtu's exceptional prowess, but because of the extraordinary talent that was Chu Zhetian. He was a prodigy possessing the 10,000 transformation spirit root, having entered the sect as an ordinary individual. And within less than a decade, he had reached the innate stage. Such a rare genius was a treasure in the eyes of the other peak masters. The only question they had was, how could such a boon be discarded? You all. Su Hongtu nearly exploded with fury at the reaction of the other 5 peak masters. The rebellious disciple I intend to expel from the sect, and you all are eagerly waiting to take him in. Are you? Su Ruyan's face also displayed a deep sense of unwillingness and indignation. She had not anticipated that the man she had disregarded for 5 years would be viewed as a gem by the other peak masters. In this moment, she found herself questioning her life choices, feeling a profound sense of loss at the thought of severing ties with Chu Zhetian. What is wrong with us? Su Peak Master, is it excessive for me to take in the discarded disciple you do not want? Yueyue inquired with a bright smile. Humph. As her words fell, Su Hongtu let out a cold snort, his aura surging with intensity as he suddenly directed a thunderous attack at Chu Zhetian. I shall render him useless. I want to see if you still want to cripple. Chapter 5. In this life, the opportunity is mine. Su Hongtu pressed forward with a commanding presence, his spiritual energy surging in his palms. A vicious mountain-crushing palm struck directly towards Chu Zhetian as a peak master. Su Hongtu's strength had reached the 7th level of the Hunyuan realm. In contrast, Chu Zhetian's strength was only at the 3rd level of the innate stage, a significant gap in cultivation. He was utterly defenseless. Yet, facing the oncoming attack, Chu Zhetian did not flinch or attempt to evade be rendered powerless. Perfect. In this new life, he was aware of an incredibly fortuitous opportunity within the sect, the Blood Prison Demon Cave. The treasures within could only be claimed by those who were crippled in his previous life. This opportunity was inadvertently obtained by Chang'e in this life. It would belong to him. Bang! But in the next moment, with a resounding crash of colliding energies, Su Hongtu was sent reeling backward. Accompanying him was the graceful figure of Yueyue, who had intercepted the attack. Master Yu, what do you mean by this? Su Hongtu demanded furiously. Yueyue raised her lips in a smirk, her tone languid as she replied, Su Peak Master, Chu Zhetian is not merely your disciple. He is a genius of the entire sect. You may expel him, but you have no right to cripple him, as she spoke. Yueyue chuckled lightly, teasing, all right? You may proceed with expelling him now. I am still waiting to take him in. Indeed, we are all eagerly awaiting to take him in. Huh. The other peak masters seemed to revel in the unfolding drama. Su Hongtu's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. After a moment, he coldly declared, Chu Zhetian's entire strength is derived from his training at Qinglong Peak. If he dares to sever ties with my daughter today, bringing shame upon Qinglong Peak, I will undoubtedly cripple his cultivation. This is a private matter between Qinglong Peak and my Su family. Even if the sect master returns, I will have my own explanation. With a sharp tone, he directed his ire at Yueyue and the other peak masters. Today, should anyone dare to interfere or claim Chu Zhetian, I will be at odds with them to the bitter end. All the thousands of cultivators of Qinglong Peak are present here today. I wish to see who dares. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yueyue and the other peak masters shifted. The matters of today concerned the honor of Su Hongtu and his daughter, and it appeared that the master of Qinglong Peak was truly enraged. At this moment, Chu Zhetian clasped his hands in gratitude towards Yueyue. Thank you, Master Yu, for your protection. I, Chu Zhetian, can handle this matter myself, so there is no need for you and the other peak masters to feel troubled. Yueyue's expression flickered at his words, and the other peak masters exchanged silent glances. At this juncture, Su Hongtu's voice turned harsh. Chu Zhetian, do not say I lack compassion for our master-disciple bond. Now, I shall present you with two choices. First, I expel you from Qinglong Peak and cripple your cultivation, ruining your bright future forever. Second, immediately eliminate this little wildling at your own hand to prove your loyalty to Maida. Upon hearing those words, Su Hongtu's countenance darkened, and he demanded fiercely. The others, upon hearing Chu Zhetian's statement, also sensed an ominous undertone. Chu Zhetian, Yueyue opened her mouth, casting a gentler gaze towards the master of Zhuke Peak. She remembered that in the previous life, Yueyue and a few of her direct disciples were among the very few in Taixu Sect who extended goodwill towards Ye. In fact, Yueyue, unable to bear Ye's mistreatment on Qinglong Peak, had even proposed to take her under her wing, chastising Chu Zhetian for his cold-heartedness. From time to time, she would treat Ye to delightful experiences and provide her with cultivation resources. Yet her own father had deemed Yueyue as meddlesome and harbored hostility towards her. After Su Hongtu ascended to the position of sect master, he even conspired against Yueyue, ultimately leading to her bitter departure from Taixu Sect, where she fell victim to attacks from demonic cultivators, resulting in her tragic demise. However, in this lifetime, it was still she who stepped forward to protect him. In a moment of introspection, Chu Zhetian felt a pang in his heart, haunted by the unbearable memories of the past. In his previous life, he had been blind to the truth, like a devoted dog, solely focused on pleasing Su Ruyan and her daughter. He had wronged too many people. With this thought, he offered Yueyue a complex smile. His tone tinged with self-deprecation as he asked, Master Yu, I wish to join Zhuke Peak. I only wonder, if I were to lose all my cultivation, would you still take in my daughter and me? Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Yueyue's face. Given her affection for this endearing little girl, it was certainly not an issue. But before she could finish speaking, Chu Zhetian, having received the answer he sought, nodded with a smile and said, Then I shall temporarily entrust my daughter to you, Master Yu. Daddy. Ye's large eyes filled with a trace of panic, as if she sensed something amiss. And why Ye is tired. Just sleep for a while. When you wake up, Daddy will be right by your side. Chu Zhetian smiled tenderly at his daughter, gently patting her small head. He did not wish for the little one to witness what was to unfold next. Ye blinked her large eyes a few times before succumbing to drowsiness and drifting into a deep sleep. After entrusting his daughter to Yueyue, Chu Zhetian turned his gaze towards Su Hongtu, the warmth in his eyes morphing into resolute madness. With a tearing sound, he ripped a piece of cloth from his sleeve and tossed it at Su Hongtu's feet. You! Su Hongtu's pupils constricted. Master Su, today I, Chu Zhetian, declare that our master-disciple bond has come to an end, and I sever all ties with you. Did you not claim that everything I possess is due to your generosity? Then I shall return all my cultivation to you. Let us clear the debts of gratitude." Chu Zhetian's words rang with an unwavering resolve, his voice echoing throughout the martial arena. "Let us clear the debts of gratitude. Then all that remains is enmity." With a thunderous sound, a series of muffled explosions emanated from within Chu Zhetian's body, as if something had shattered. "You severed your own meridians?" Su Hongtu exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. "What drives you to such extremes? You wretched beast, cease at once." His previous proposal had merely been a tactic to coerce Chu Zhetian. He had never anticipated that he would truly choose to cripple himself. After all, Qinglong Peak needed him, the sect's most talented disciple. In his view, this normally obedient son-in-law would surely bow his head in submission. Yet he could not have foreseen that Chu Zhetian would indeed go so far as to sever his own meridians. Su Ruyan was equally furious and bewildered. "Chu Zhetian, have you lost your senses? What are you thinking? I command you to stop." Chapter 6. To place oneself in a desperate situation for a chance of survival. Su Ruyan was thoroughly alarmed, even offering what she believed to be a concession. "Chu Zhetian, I can grant you another opportunity. If you explain the circumstances surrounding this illegitimate daughter, I can reconcile with you and allow you to remain by my side." Chu Zhetian laughed. "Reconcile? No need." With each explosive sound growing more intense, Su Ruyan shook her head repeatedly. She could not comprehend why Chu Zhetian had suddenly become so resolute to acknowledge this little wild child and sever their relationship. Was he truly willing to sacrifice everything? No need? Why? Su Ruyan ground her teeth in frustration. For reasons unknown, a sense of panic surged within her. Upon hearing her query, a mocking smile crept onto Chu Zhetian's lips. "You truly do not understand why. How laughable that I only discovered everything before my death in the previous life. Yet you, Su Ruyan, should have known all along." With a sudden spurt of reverse blood, Chu Zhetian collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet. Had his dantian shattered, severing his meridians and shattering his dantian. This was no mere loss of cultivation, but a complete destruction of his foundation. Chu Zhetian had truly gone mad. The other peak masters exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. Below the platform, chaos erupted. Su Hongtu and Su Ruyan were consumed by anguish, their bodies trembling with fury. Yet they were not mourning for Chu Zhetian. Rather, his self-inflicted loss of cultivation was a tremendous blow to them, and Qinglong Peak that it was akin to having a once docile guard dog suddenly turn rogue and decide to bite itself to death. Meanwhile, 4-year-old Chu Kongsheng observed Chu Zhetian's actions with a gleeful expression, seemingly devoid of any affection for his father. "Humph, serves you right, letting you hit me and my mother." Just then, a voice, both righteous and pained, rang out. "Junior brother Chu, what are you doing? Your actions not only chill the hearts of the master and Ruyan, but also betray the entire sect. Do you think your strength was solely the result of your own efforts? Was it not the vast resources of the sect that enabled your breakthrough to the innate stage? By throwing it all away, how can you justify this to the sect?" The speaker was Zhang Beichun, who stood with righteous indignation, addressing Chu Zhetian from the standpoint of the entire sect. Chu Zhetian glared at him, his eyes icy. In his previous life, he had been blinded, failing to see Zhang Beichun's true nature. Following Zhang Beichun's words, several peak masters began to criticize Chu Zhetian. Now that Chu Zhetian had lost all cultivation and destroyed his foundation, they no longer had any desire to recruit him. Only Yueyue exhibited a flicker of profound understanding. She discerned that in Chu Zhetian's gaze, there was not a trace of panic or confusion from losing his cultivation. Instead, there was only calmness and determination, as if everything were under his control at that moment. Su Hongtu's voice, laden with malice, resounded. "Zhang Beichun's words hold merit. Chu Zhetian, you are not only a traitor to Qinglong Peak, but also a sinner of the entire sect. Today, I shall execute you to cleanse the sect." As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged, preparing to strike down Chu Zhetian. Yueyue swiftly moved to stand in front of him. "Su Hongtu, you are being far too hasty. While the sect has expended resources to cultivate junior brother Chu, his contributions to the sect have more than compensated for this. Just this time, leading the army to annihilate the Wanyao mountain manor. He has plundered countless treasures for the sect. What he has wasted is his own cultivation. In my eyes, he has wronged no one. As she defended him, Chu Zhetian felt a wave of gratitude swell within him. Recalling Yueyue's tragic fate in the previous life, he felt an even deeper sense of sorrow and guilt. I end this life. He would protect her at all costs. You dare to shield this rebellious disciple? Su Hong to ground his teeth, questioning. Shielding is not the correct term. It is simply that Chu Zhetian has always been favored by the sect master, who is currently in seclusion, even if he has committed wrongs. We must await the sect master's return to determine how to deal with him. Yueyue stood her ground. Very well, I shall see if the sect master will also protect this wretched beast. Su Hong too ordered, bring Chu Zhetian down and imprison him in the cold wind prison. His eyes glinted with malice. The cold wind prison, a place of death within Qinglong Peak, was rife with chilling winds that eroded the very essence of those within. Even cultivators would suffer greatly, let alone Chu Zhetian, who had lost all cultivation. That Su Hong clearly intended to place Chu Zhetian in a situation of certain death. Wait, Yueyue raised her hand, retorting, Su Hong too. Since Chu Zhetian has severed ties with you, Qinglong Peak has no authority to deal with him. He has now joined Zhuke Peak and should naturally be taken back by me. Su Hong too's expression darkened, as though it could drip with water. Yueyue smiled sweetly, meeting his glare without the slightest intention of backing down. In that moment, the two peak masters appeared poised for a clash. Just then, Chu Zhetian's frail yet resolute voice cut through the tension. Thank you, Master Yu, for your kindness. However, I am willing to bear the weight of my sins and enter the blood prison of demons. Reflecting on his past life, upon entering the blood prison cave, Zhang Beichun acquired an extraordinary fortune that defied the heavens, leaving Chu Zhetian with no choice but to reject the kind intentions of Yueyue. Otherwise, he would have rendered his efforts futile. To enter that place in a crippled state would lead to the reconstruction of his physical form at that time. Notions of severing meridians and self-destruction of the Dantian would be insignificant. Chu Zhetian was well aware of this, and it was largely thanks to Zhang Beichun. In his previous life, after Zhang Beichun quelled the myriad demons Mountain Villa, he too was unwilling to be overshadowed. 3 months later, he led an army to assault a major stronghold of the Night Palace. In that battle, nearly 50,000 disciples of the Taixu Sect were almost entirely obliterated. Originally, Zhang Beichun should have been executed. However, under Chu Zhetian's plea, the then sect master, Yueyue, chose to strip him of his cultivation and cast him into the blood prison cave. Who would have anticipated that Zhang Beichun would turn misfortune into fortune? Inside, he absorbed the essence of the bloodline of an ancient god-demon, transforming his physical body into the giant spirit immortal body. From that moment on, Zhang Beichun's talent for cultivation surpassed even Chu Zhetian's. Yet he lacked the audacity to delve deeply into various forbidden zones in search of opportunities, which kept his strength inferior to Chu Zhetian's. Nevertheless, even during Chu Zhetian's tribulation, Zhang Beichun had reached the later stages of tribulation. Just a step away, and he too could shatter the void. This exemplifies how extraordinary that opportunity was. This opportunity shall be mine. Chu Zhetian mused inwardly to that moment, when he expressed his desire to enter the blood prison cave. Everyone was taken aback. You wish to enter the blood prison cave? Yueyue's expression shifted dramatically. Chu Zhetian, it seems you are aware that you have become a useless being, merely consuming resources. Waiting to die in the blood prison cave is quite suitable. Ruyan gritted her teeth, filled with resentment, yet mocking that a smirk of glee appeared on Zhang Beichun's face, seemingly afraid that Chu Zhetian might change his mind, hastily adding fuel to the fire. Junior brother Chu, you have squandered your cultivation, disappointing both our master and the sect master. It is only reasonable for you to enter the blood prison cave with your guilt-laden body. What manner of place is the blood prison cave? It is an existence 100-fold more terrifying than the cold wind prison. It is filled with bloodthirsty currents, housing the most notorious offenders of the sect throughout the ages. Within, one must endure the relentless onslaught of the bloodthirsty aura, suffering torment at every moment. Those lightly affected may suffer damaged meridians and diminished cultivation, while those severely affected may perish. their bones turned to dust. It can be said that the Blood Prison Cave is a forbidden ground that everyone in the Taixu Sect seeks to avoid. Now, there is someone who willingly wishes to enter. Moments later, two disciples from the punishment hall escorted Chu Zhetian away from the martial arts arena. Before departing, Chu Zhetian cast a meaningful glance back at Zhang Beichen. Zhang Beichen, I must express my gratitude. Were it not for you, how would I have known the secrets of the Blood Prison Cave? You are a remarkable individual. Yet, sensing Chu Zhetian's gaze, Zhang Beichen felt an inexplicable unease, as if something that rightfully belonged to him was about to be taken away. Damn it, why do I have this feeling? Chapter 7. The bloodlines of myriad races, merging into one half an hour later. In the sect's forbidden ground, Blood Mist Mountain, this place is perpetually shrouded in crimson mist, imbued with a faint scent of blood. I could see this moment. Two law enforcement disciples from the punishment hall led Chu Zhetian deep into Blood Mist Mountain. Before them stood a colossal cave enveloped in a blood-red light, resembling a massive maw poised to devour any who approach. Senior Brother Chu, forgive us. The two disciples from the punishment hall offered their apologies and forcefully pushed him inside. Stripped of all cultivation, Chu Zhetian was powerless to resist and was unceremoniously thrust into the cave. The instant he entered, an intense pain akin to flesh being torn apart surged through his body. Inside the cave, tangible bloodthirst swirled like blades, incessantly slicing at him. Splat! A piece of flesh was violently severed from Chu Zhetian's face. Splat! A chunk of flesh from his shoulder was also flung away. Splat! Splat! As the bloodthirsty currents continued their relentless assault on his body, Chu Zhetian's eyes began to shine ever brighter, as if infused with a perverse exhilaration and madness, defying the bloodthirsty currents. Chu Zhetian crawled deeper into the cave. By the time he reached the cave's end, his body was in a wretched state. Before him lay a massive blood-red vortex. What unspeakable terror resided within? None could say. All who accidentally entered had never emerged again. Yet, in this second life, Chu Zhetian was an exception. Those with cultivation would be reduced to a mere puddle of blood upon entry. But now, with only a broken body remaining, he would instead reap unexpected benefits. Come, as he contemplated seizing the opportunity that rightfully belonged to Zhang Beichen, a surge of delight welled up within Chu Zhetian. In the next moment, he summoned all his remaining strength and lunged forward. Instantly, he was enveloped by the blood-red vortex. Here lay a realm of blood. The sky was thick with crimson clouds. Below stretched an endless expanse of blood sea. Countless colossal corpses partially surfaced above the water. The air was saturated with a pungent scent of blood, and a terrifying pressure suffocated him. At that moment, a voice resonating like a great bell echoed throughout the realm. At last, a broken mortal has arrived in this god-burial blood domain. Let me see which divine demon-s bloodline is suitable for merging with you. A myriad transformation spirit root. The previously grand and indifferent voice abruptly took on a tone of surprise. He, a perfect specimen indeed. Possessing a myriad transformation spirit root enables the transformation of all energies of heaven and earth, as well as the merging of myriad races' bloodlines. Today, I shall fuse all the essence of the blood and flesh of the divine demons within this place into one, forging a transcendent body that surpasses all ages, the swallowing heaven sacred body. The swallowing heaven sacred body can consume heaven and earth, invulnerable to all poisons, imperishable through the ages, attaining mastery through slaughter. Guided by blood, once the sacred body is perfected, it can encompass the sun, moon, and mountains within. A mere finger can shatter stars. A single hand can obscure all realms. Boy, are you ready? Ha ha! The grand voice erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhetian was immediately filled with trepidation. The unknown entity within regarded him as a mere test subject. His experience differed fundamentally from Zhang Beichen's in the previous life. Zhang Beichen had merely integrated a single divine demon bloodline. Yet what I am about to merge is the bloodlines of myriad races, to overshadow all ages, the swallowing heaven sacred body. A mere finger can shatter stars. A single hand can obscure all realms. These few phrases ignited within Chu Zhetian an overwhelming sense of dominance that resonated with his very soul. Come, I shall wager everything. In the next moment, a pained expression suddenly crossed his face. From the boundless blood sea, strands of blood essence, like spider silk, began to extract and envelop him. The process of reconstructing his body commenced within the god-burial blood domain. Time became an inconsequential notion. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a single night passed in the blink of an eye. The following morning, at Taixu Peak, within the Peak Master's residence, Daddy, in her dreams, the little one, called out for her father, even while sleep-talking. Shortly after, the little girl gradually awakened. As she opened her big eyes, she sat up and began to survey her surroundings. She noticed that Xiaoyueyue had already instructed someone to change Chang'e into a clean outfit and had given her a bath. The little one, although slightly smaller due to malnutrition, appeared neat and adorable at this moment. However, after a few breaths, her delicate face was filled with disappointment and confusion. Daddy, where are you? You said I would see you when I wake up. Daddy is a liar. Woo-woo. Yueyue wants Daddy. Observing her unfamiliar surroundings, the little girl's sole thought was to find her father. Consequently, she took off running, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Xiaoyueyue was still within the sect's treasure vault, searching for treasures that could restore meridians and the Dantian, hoping to aid Chu Zhetian in rebuilding his foundation. Having never cared for a child before, she did not perceive any danger in placing Yueyue in her own Peak Master's residence. However, she overlooked the fact that children are lively beings, capable of moving about on their OWS for Chu Zhetian. The father, he had not anticipated that the process of forging the swallowing heaven-sacred body would take so long. He had not intended to deceive his daughter when he told her that she would see him upon waking, in his previous life, when Zhang Beichen had merely fused a single divine demon bloodline. He emerged from the blood prison cave after just 2 hours. Yet the process of merging the bloodlines of myriad races to create the swallowing heaven-sacred body was evidently much lengthier. After a while, Daddy, where are you? Woo-woo. Do you not want in anymore? At this moment, Yueyue had mindlessly run to the foot of Zhuke Peak. Not far away, she spotted several children playing. Nearby, 2 inner disciples around 18 or 19 years old were supervising them. One little boy noticed Yueyue and exclaimed, "Hey, look, there's a cute little girl over there. Let us call her over to play." Upon hearing this, a group of young children turned to look. ISNT that the little wild seed, a childish voice, laced with deep resentment, rang out. The speaker was none other than the 4-year-old Chu Zhetian. "Come on, let us go teach her a lesson." Without hesitation, he marched directly towards Yueyue, followed closely by a gaggle of children, as the grandson of the Green Dragon Peak Master. Despite being only 4 years old, Chu Zhetian had already established himself as the leader among these children. "Wild Seed, what are you doing?" Upon the arrival of Chu Zhetian, he pointed an accusatory finger at Yueye's nose and began to berate her. Yueyue, confronted by the fierce demeanor of the group of children, instinctively took a few steps back. "I am not a wild seed. Yueyue is searching for her father." The moment those words escaped her lips, Chu Zhetian delivered a punch directly to Yueye's face, sending her tumbling to the ground. Beneath her petite nose, 2 streams of blood immediately began to flow. "You are nothing but a wild seed. Trying to compete with me for my father, are you? I'll kill you." With that, Chu Zhetian delivered another vicious kick to Yueye's face. Several other children, eager to curry favor with Chu Zhetian, joined in the fray. In an instant, their fists and feet rained down upon Yueye's small frame. Nearby, 2 inner disciples, aged 18 or 19, observed the scene with cold indifference. To them, it was clear that Chu Zhetian would never return. In the eyes of anyone, the choice between the fatherless Yueyue and the precious grandson of the Qinglong Peak Master was obvious. Yueyue, unable to locate her father, wept uncontrollably. Yet, in the face of the assault, she did not cry. Instead, she tightly hugged her head, curling her body into a ball, gritting her teeth in silence. Her experiences from childhood had accustomed her to such beatings and scoldings. She knew that curling up would lessen the pain. "Little wild seed, you are nothing but a forsaken child without parents." Chu Zhetian continued to beat her while cursing. "Yueyue has a father," the stubborn little girl retorted. "My mother told me that Chu Zhetian is going to die. I do not want such a father. You can have him, but aren't you looking for your father?" Then I'll kill you and send you down to accompany him." Chu Kongsheng spat venomously. Clearly, under Su Ruyan's subtle influence, he had never regarded Chu Zhetian as anything significant. Upon hearing these words, who had been silently enduring the blows, suddenly erupted. Boom! That petite frame radiated a terrifying power. Chu Kongsheng and the other children were instantly tossed aside by this force, each of them falling and crying out in shock. "You are talking nonsense. Father will not die." Yueyue rose to her feet. And around her small body, dark mists began to swirl. Her once pure and clear eyes transformed into a deep, unsettling black, exuding an aura of malevolence. Chapter 8. My father will not die. Oh, you dare to fight back. Little wild seed, your father is destined to die. He has entered the blood prison abyss. He surely cannot survive. Chu Kongsheng, rising from the ground, shouted with pure malice. You are lying. Father will not die. He will not die. Yueyue seemed to be provoked, completely losing her reason. In the next instant, like a small leopard, she charged at Chu Kongsheng. With a resounding thud, Chu Kongsheng, who was half a head taller than Yueyue, was directly knocked back several dozen meters. Wow, he exclaimed, landing and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wow. Mother, save me. The little wild seed wants to kill me. Ugh. This time, Chu Kongsheng began to wail in distress. The other children, witnessing Yueye's frenzy, scattered in fear. Demon seed. This little brat is actually a demon seed. The two previously indifferent disciples finally changed their expressions dramatically. Swiftly, one of them, a youth in a blue robe, rushed forward and struck Yueyue with a palm. The small figure was immediately sent flying. Upon landing, Yueye's 7 orifices bled profusely, her breath becoming weak. Father, my father will not die. The blue-robed youth snorted coldly. Demon seeds cannot be allowed to live. Quickly, report to the punishment hall. Chu Zhetian felt as if he were engulfed in extreme agony. A vast amount of pure and terrifying essence of flesh and blood ruthlessly ground his body to pieces, only to reassemble it. After an unknown period, a remarkably perfect body finally took shape. Muscles rippled like those carved by a sword or chisel, imbued with explosive power. His skin glimmered with a metallic sheen at first glance. This body appeared to be the most perfect weapon of human form in existence. Ha! It worked! I actually succeeded, he exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, this is a flawless creation, worthy of becoming the master of this god-burying blood domain. A grand voice echoed, filled with excitement. Thank you, Senior. How can I repay this life-giving grace? Chu Zhetian, feeling the terrifying power within his new body akin to that of a mighty dragon, could not help but express his gratitude. Repay. I have not seen the outside world in ages. You are still too weak now. Should you grow strong enough in the future to release me from this god-burying blood domain, then it would be worth my assistance to you. The grand voice replied with a tone of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhetian's expression shifted. May I ask what kind of formidable being you are? What is this god-burying blood domain? Upon this inquiry, the other party fell silent for a moment before responding, as if burdened with weariness. You may refer to me as the World Slayer. World Slayer? Chu Zhetian murmured, feeling as if those two words carried a destructive intent capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. This is an ancient battlefield, a place where gods have fallen. I have been trapped here for an unknown length of time. Well, the devouring heaven's sacred body has been completed. You may leave now. Furthermore, this god-burying blood domain shall become a part of your body, inscribed upon your forehead, transforming into a blood Yueyue in the future. You may engage in more slaughter. The blood eye can absorb the essence of flesh and blood from fresh corpses, continuously strengthening your body. Very well. I shall now enter a deep slumber. The grand voice gradually faded away. Senior? Chu Zhetian called out several times, but received no response. In the next moment, he felt a blur before his eyes, and he returned to the blood prison abyss. However, at this point, the chaotic blood energy within the cave had dissipated. The essence of blood energy was in essence transformed from the essence of flesh and blood, which had now been completely absorbed by the devouring heaven's sacred body. Exiting the cave, Chu Zhetian glanced at the position of his son, and his expression changed dramatically. Is it already the Chun hour? This is bad. How long have I been inside? I promised the little one that I would be awake to see her father, and my daughter must be worried. In this rebirth, Chu Zhetian held his daughter above all else. Realizing he may have broken his promise, he hurriedly left without taking the time to fully appreciate the changes in his body and the blood I formed from the god-burying blood domain. He raced towards the direction of Zhuke Peak. Shortly after his departure, several figures arrived at the scene. They were none other than the current leader of the Taixu Sect, Yueyue, along with the 7 esteemed elders of the sect. Upon seeing the disappearance of the blood prison abyss, their pupils constricted and their expressions changed dramatically. The blood prison abyss is gone, and the blood-colored vortex within it has vanished. What has transpired here? Who is responsible for this? The core leaders of the sect exchanged bewildered glances. Moments later, they summoned an enforcer responsible for guarding the blood mist mountain and inquired meticulously. What? The one previously imprisoned here was that Chu Zhetian boy. Yueyue exclaimed in shock upon hearing the news. He had not anticipated that such a troublesome incident would occur during his seclusion. The genius he had favored had actually turned against the Qinglong Peak Master, abandoned his cultivation, and entered the blood prison abyss. The current sect leader was a plump old man with a round figure, exuding an amiable and kind demeanor. However, the occasional glimmer in his small eyes revealed that he was far from simple. That's enough. You may leave. Remember, the matter of the blood prison abyss's disappearance must remain confidential. With a wave of his hand, Yueyue dismissed the enforcer. At this moment, the expression of the second esteemed elder, Su Bei Wang, shifted unpredictably. What is that fool Su Hongtu doing? It's just a bastard daughter. Yet he has forced that boy Zhetian to abandon his cultivation. He was not only an esteemed elder of the sect, but also an ancestor of the Su clan. Among the Taixu Sect, it was actually this fiery-tempered elder who held the most regard for Chu Zhetian. The decision to have Su Ruyan marry Chu Zhetian was, in fact, Su Bei Wang's idea. Otherwise, the sect leader Yueyue would not have interfered and meddled in their affairs. Sect leader, Bei Wang, this is not the time for such discussions. It is important to note that our ancestral teachings mention that if anyone can cause the blood prison abyss to vanish, that individual is either a great disaster star for the Taixu Sect or someone capable of leading the Taixu Sect to soar to greatness and stand tall across the entire Chang'e continent. Just 2 days ago, I conducted a divination regarding the sect's future. During that divination, I witnessed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The one speaking was the eldest esteemed elder. By Chang'e, his tall and slender frame, along with his solemn expression, indicated the utmost gravity of the situation, that a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chang'e, are you implying that Chu Zhetian is the disaster star of the sect? The fourth esteemed elder, Ji Inlian, exclaimed in shock. The other esteemed elder's expressions also shifted dramatically. If he were indeed a disaster star, he must be eliminated at once. Chapter 9. Who would dare protect this little demon seed? In that moment, a murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the esteemed elders. They would not allow someone who could bring disaster upon the sect to continue to exist. However, the second esteemed elder, Su Bei Wang, snorted coldly. Whoever claims that a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood signifies disaster must surely be a harbinger of calamity themselves. The truth that a general success is built upon the graves of countless warriors. Do you not comprehend it? If we are to sustain the Taixu Sect upon the vast expanse of the Chang'e continent, it is undoubtedly through unending slaughter and conquest. Old Bai, what you see is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could very well be that of our enemies. Yueyue nodded in agreement. The second supreme elder speaks wisely. Whether Chu Zhetian is a harbinger of disaster or an imperial star remains uncertain. If we were to extinguish him outright, we might inadvertently bury the bright future of our sect. Su Bei Wang chimed in. Indeed, we must not only refrain from extinguishing him, but we must also spare no effort in nurturing his potential. This young lad possesses remarkable prowess. Having eradicated the blood prison abyss, the other supreme elders exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. The first supreme elder, by Chang'e, coldly remarked, Bei Wang, it is far too early to draw conclusions. We must first encounter Chu Zhetian. If he truly is a calamity for our sect, he must not be permitted to remain. Su Bei Wang, brimming with indignation, retorted. In my view, Zhetian is destined to elevate our sect to new heights. At that moment, the sect master, Yueyue, intervened to mediate. Elders, let us cease this dispute for now. In summary, we shall retain Chu Zhetian for the time being, should we observe any unfavorable signs. We can act decisively. Come, let us meet the young man. Upon hearing this, Su Bei Wang secretly scoffed. This old fellow, Yueyue, is adept at muddying the waters. Extinguish? Nonsense. Zhetian, with both his character and talent, is undeniably exceptional. If one day Zhetian were to rebel against heaven and earth, it would be the heavens that lack compassion. I cannot fathom the heinous deeds that my unworthy grandson, Su Hong II, and great-granddaughter committed to provoke Zhetian into renouncing his cultivation and severing ties with them. Once I ascertain the truth, I shall break their legs. Meanwhile, the first and fourth supreme elders exchange glances, both perceiving the dark shadows lurking in each other's eyes. Chu Zhetian, the imperial star of the Taixu Sect? If that were indeed the case, he would become their stumbling block. This child cannot be allowed to remain. A demonic seed. Truly, it is a blight that must be eradicated. Our Taixu Sect, as a righteous sect, cannot allow such a seed to survive. She is still so young. Surely we need not resort to execution. Alas, it is quite pitiful that a crowd gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. There lay Yueyue on the ground, surrounded by wisps of dark energy. Though her eyes had regained clarity, she struggled to lift her small head, gazing at the crowd, pointing and whispering about her small face awash with confusion and helplessness. Truly, a demonic seed, and within her lies the night demon seed of the Dark Night Palace. A middle-aged man with a stern face scrutinized Yueyue and spoke. He is Xiao Zheng, the head of the punishment hall of the Taixu Sect, given the matter concerns Chu Kong-chung. Su Hong II and his daughter have also arrived at this moment. Chu Kong-chung had already been taken to the sect's divine herb hall for treatment. Yet Yueyue, bleeding from her 7 orifices, remained sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Only thanks to a kind-hearted disciple from Zhuke Peak, who had fed her a nourishing pill, did her condition stabilize. Little Shitsi, you did well. Demonic seeds deserve extermination, especially since it dared to harm my granddaughter. It is a pity that this demonic seed was not obliterated in a single blow. Su Hong too patted the shoulder of a young man in green robes. Little Shitsi, the young man in green, immediately admitted fault. Peak Master, it is indeed my oversight. I did not exert my full strength. It is not your fault. Allow me to witness the obliteration of this demonic seed with mine own eyes. Su Hong too waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Su Ruyan, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, that wretched offspring of Chu Zhetian has given birth to a demonic seed. He Shu, what are we waiting for? Let this wild child accompany her father to the underworld. Due to the incident involving Chu Zhetian, Su Ruyan harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yueyue. Had it not been for this little wild child, how could Chu Zhetian have suddenly gone mad and turned against them without a care? Now, she would likely still be a loyal follower beneath Su Ruyan's skirts. He Xiaoyueyue nodded. A demonic seed must not be allowed to remain. To appear within our Taixu Sect warrants but one fate: death. In the next moment, he gestured towards a disciple of the punishment hall. Dispose of her. Remember to incinerate the body thoroughly to avoid tainting the sacred grounds of our sect. Once the most beloved disciple of this punishment hall master perished at the hands of a demonic cultivator. Thus, his deep-seated hatred for evil made him eager to eliminate Yueyue, this demonic seed. Even if she was but a child. Yes, hall master, the disciple readily agreed and advanced towards Yueyue with his sword. Hold on. Just then, a tall young man with an ancient demeanor stepped forward, blocking Yueyue's path. His name was Chang'e, the chief disciple of Zhuke Peak, under the tutelage of Yueyue. Hall master, this young girl was brought back to Zhuke Peak by my master. Even if she is a demonic seed, should we not wait for my master to arrive and discuss her fate before proceeding? Chang'e argued passionately. He glanced back at Yueyue, his eyes filled with compassion. Humph, what is there to discuss? As the head of the punishment hall, upon discovering a demonic seed, I have both the duty and the authority to deal with it directly. I shall report to your master in due course. He Zhang retorted coldly, as if devoid of compassion. However, Zhang sought to contest further. There is nothing to contest. Step aside. Otherwise, you too will be dealt with as a co-conspirator with evil. He Zhang bellowed angrily, his attitude reaching an extreme. Zhang face flushed crimson, yet he remained steadfast in front of you. No, you cannot kill this child. Until my master returns, no one is allowed to harm her. She is still so young. Even with the demonic seed within her, she poses no immediate threat. How can you bear to harm such a small girl? This chief disciple of Zhetian, though somewhat simple-minded, was fiercely stubborn. When Lu brought Yueyue back to Zhetian yesterday, he had instructed his direct disciples to protect this little one at all costs. Zhang held this in his heart. Thus, at this moment, even in the face of the punishment hall master and the leader of Qinglong Peak, he showed no signs of retreat. Indeed, hall master this young girl is so very small. She can be restrained for the time being without the need for execution. Hall master, she is now one of ours from Zhutian Peak and should be dealt with by our peak master. She is still a child. I implore hall master to show mercy. Observing Zhang's fervent defense, the previously silent disciples of Zhutian Peak began to speak up in her favor. Initially, they had not understood the situation, only knowing that Yueyue was a demonic seed. So even if they felt sympathy, they hesitated to obstruct the punishment hall's enforcement. However, upon hearing Zhang mention that Yueyue was brought back by the peak master, they all rallied to her defense. Insolence. Zhang, I suspect you are also complicit. At this moment, before Zhang could respond, Su Hong too roared with fury. A heavy accusation was laid upon him. I am not. Zhang retorted defiantly. Then begone. Su Hong too commanded. No. Until my master returns, no one is to harm her. Zhang stood firmly before Yueyue, refusing to budge an inch. Bang! However, before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying backwards. Upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. How dare you obstruct the enforcement of the punishment hall? This is merely a warning. Should you dare to act recklessly again, you shall face death without mercy. Su Hong too wiped his hands clean. In recent years, as the foremost peak master within the sect, he had clearly grown accustomed to his tyrannical ways. Hall master, you may now proceed with enforcement. I shall see who dares to protect this demonic seed. Zhang shouted urgently, attempting to rise once more to intervene. Yet the sudden movement agitated his injuries, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing in defeat. Su Hongtu's single strike had left him grievously wounded. Meanwhile, Ye felt certain that death was imminent. Her large eyes, filled not only with despair, but also with profound sorrow, wandered as she murmured to herself, Father, where are you? Mother does not love Yueyue, and now even father has forsaken me. Why does everyone despise Yueyue? If I die now, I shall no longer be hated. With those words, the little one closed her eyes, crystalline tears streaming from the corners. Witnessing this scene, the enforcers seemed to falter, shaking their heads as one said, Little girl, do not fear. My sword is swift, and it will not hurt. He slightly lifted the tip of his sword, ready to strike down to that moment. A cruel glint flashed across the faces of Su Hongtu and his daughter, eagerly anticipating the demise of this fragile life. He Zhetian, the head of the punishment hall, bore a cold expression. Zhang's tiger-like eyes were filled with tears, helpless and resentful that a group of disciples from the Zhutian Peak turned their heads away. Unwilling to watch, the onlookers, however, remained indifferent, some even reveling in the spectacle. Suddenly, a stone flew through the air with remarkable speed, striking the sword with tremendous force, as it carried no trace of spiritual energy. Merely propelled by physical strength, both Su Hongtu and Zhetian, who had reached the realm of Hunyuan, were caught off guard. With a clang of metal clashing, the sword was sent flying, and the enforcer's palm was torn by the terrifying recoil. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Hearing the commotion, lifted her small head to look back. Father! In the next moment, her previously dim eyes sparkled with light. Stop! Whoever dares to harm my daughter, I, Chu Zhetian, shall ensure they are ground to dust." A roar filled with overwhelming fury echoed as Chu Zhetian charged forward, forcefully clearing a path through the obstructing disciples. In the blink of an eye, he reached his daughter's side. "Yeah, father is late." Chu Zhetian carefully cradled his daughter, his heart aching at the sight of the blood on her small face, tears of guilt and sorrow streaming down his cheeks. The little girl nestled in his arms beamed with a radiant smile, even revealing two sweet dimples in that moment. Despite her grave injuries and being regarded as an outcast, it seemed inconsequential to the child. Being reunited with her father was the greatest joy in the world. "Father, as long as he is okay, just a little pain." "Father, you came? I thought you had abandoned me." With great effort, she reached out her tiny hand to wipe away the tears on Chu Zhetian's face. "Father, do not cry." Chu Zhetian nodded, forcing a smile. "Silly girl, how could your father ever forsake you? Even if I were to renounce the entire world, I would never abandon my precious all right. My dear, with father here, no one can harm you." Saying this, he attempted to channel his spiritual energy to heal wounds, only to suddenly realize that he had lost all his cultivation. The appearance of Chu Zhetian left everyone in shock. Isn't that senior brother Chu? Wasn't he cast into the blood abyss, doomed to die? He has emerged, and he seems to have recovered. Zhang Dalai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chu Zhetian arrive. Unable to maintain his strength any longer, he fainted from his severe injuries. "Chu Zhetian, you are not dead?" Su Ruyan exclaimed in disbelief. Chu Zhetian did not even glance in her direction, instead surveying the surroundings coldly, demanding, "Who harmed my daughter?" Ignoring her, Su Ruyan felt a surge of humiliation and anger, gritting her teeth. "What if I did? Your daughter is a demon seed. She deserves to be slain." Demon seed. At the mention of these words, Chu Zhetian's heart sank. He looked down at his daughter, noting the faint black mist swirling around her body. He had long suspected that a demon seed had been planted within However, in his previous life, this matter was not discovered until 3 years after she arrived at the Taixu Sect. Chu Zhetian had hoped to help her dispel it within that time frame. But unexpectedly, this lifetime had brought forth changes, and the demon seed had revealed itself prematurely. "Chu Zhetian, you are a sinner of the sect. Before the sect master could pass judgment on your actions, you brazenly fled the blood abyss. I have yet to hold you accountable, yet you dare to confront others?" He Xiaoyueyue, as the head of the punishment hall, spoke with righteous indignation, his tone harsh and indifferent. Chu Zhetian snorted coldly, scanning the area once more. "I shall ask one more time, who dealt such grievous harm to my daughter? Dare to step forward?" At this moment, the young man in the green shirt, Xiaoyueyue, finally emerged. "Senior brother Chu, I apologize. It was my hand that struck, for the demon seed must be eradicated." Though he feigned remorse, his tone and expression dripped with mockery. Internally, he felt emboldened. "Let us see if I can still call you senior brother Chu. I've nearly beaten your daughter to death. What can you do about it? You have lost all your cultivation. Your dantian shattered. Do you plan to kill me with mere physical strength?" Once Xiaoyueyue had bowed to Chu Zhetian, now he could taunt and humiliate the sect's top talent. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. As his words fell, except for a group of Zhuge-peak disciples, the others revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Everyone's eyes. The now castrated Chu Zhetian was nothing but a powerless husk. Anyone could trample upon him. Xiaoyueyue had reached the 9th level of the Zhuotian realm. This world classified strength from low to high as body refinement, Zhuotian, postnatal, innate, Han Yuan, Dan formation, Golden Dan, Yuan infant, Cave void, harmonization, Earth immortal, Luce immortal, Great ascension. In tribulation, in total, there were 14 major realms, each divided into 9 tiers. Though Xiaoyueyue's 9th level of Zhuotian was not particularly exceptional, it should easily overpower Chu Zhetian, who had been reduced to mere physical strength. However, what followed was a scene that left everyone astounded. Chu Zhetian suddenly struck, grabbing Xiaoyueyue's hand that had aimed to harm him. The terrifying strength of his physique erupted in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. Xiaoyueyue's right arm was twisted and broken. My arm. Bastard, I will kill you. Xiaoyueyue wailed, striking toward Chu Zhetian with his left hand. All the power of the 9th level of Zhetian was unleashed. However, Chu Zhetian firmly grasped his left wrist, overpowering him with sheer physical strength. Crack, crack, crack. Thus, Xiaoyueyue's left arm met the same fate, leaving it dangling like a limp noodle. Crack, crack. Chu Zhetian then delivered 2 brutal kicks to Xiaoyueyue's knees, causing his legs to bend backward at unnatural angles, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Apologize to my daughter. Chu Zhetian gripped Xiaoyueyue's hair, forcing him to bow in submission, his voice chillingly cold. Ancestor, save me. Chu Zhetian, you devil. You and your daughter are both demons. Xiaoyueyue's features twisted in agony, his mouth issuing continuous cries of curses. Watching this unfold, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts pounding in fear. How could this be? Wasn't T's senior brother Chu supposed to have lost all his cultivation? There had been no trace of spiritual energy when he struck to overpower someone at the 9th level of Zhetian with mere physical strength. How ruthless at that moment. Observing Xiaoyueyue kneeling in defeat, quickly raised her small hand to cover her eyes, yet the fingers parted slightly. Unable to resist the temptation to sneak a glance, he must be in so much pain. Even more than I am. Though Yueyue appeared small and fragile, her experiences had forged a resilient spirit. Thus, she was not frightened by the scene. Watching her father administer justice to the vile person who had coldly observed her suffering and had insulted her during her moment of weakness, she felt an unexpected joy. However, his cries were truly unbearable. Your screams are too horrific. You frightened my daughter. Crack. The next moment, as if resonating with his daughter's sentiments, Chu Zhetian ruthlessly shattered Xiaoyueyue's jaw. The latter could only open his mouth wide, emitting a silent wail. Chu Zhetian, how dare you? At this juncture, Su Hongde gazed at the pitiful state of Xiaoyueyue, his face ashen. Taixu, the head of the punishment hall, was equally furious. Chu Zhetian, you, a sinner bearing the weight of your crimes, have abandoned the blood abyss and now dare to harm your fellow sect members. This is unforgivable. Do you think I would hesitate to execute you on the spot? Su Hongde scoffed coldly. What more is there to discuss? Such behavior warrants immediate execution. Even the sect master would have no grounds to object. With that, Su Hongde charged at Chu Zhetian, his murderous intent unmistakably real. He truly desires to eliminate Chu Zhetian, not merely because the latter has betrayed him, nor out of a sense of justice for the little stone, but rather due to his covetousness for the myriad spiritual roots possessed by Chu Zhetian. In his eyes, even if this rebellious disciple were to recover from his injuries, his meridians are irrevocably severed, and his dantian shattered. Yet, his myriad spiritual roots remain intact. Extinguish his life and extract those roots would be the final value this wretched being holds for himself. Chu Zhetian steadies his mind, bracing himself for a desperate battle. He is uncertain whether the freshly manifested heavenly devouring sacred body can withstand the might of a Hunyuan realm expert. However, passivity has never been his style. If all else fails, he will reveal that secret to temporarily safeguard himself and his daughter, buying time until the sect master emerges. Alternatively, he could seize the moment to enhance his strength. Having lived a second life, he possesses far too much knowledge, much of which can serve as life-saving trump cards in negotiations, of course. He will not divulge them lightly unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, a flying sword suddenly materializes, carrying with it a terrifying wave of spiritual power. Hurtling towards Su Hongde. Su Hongde's expression shifts dramatically as he swiftly draws his sword in defense. Clang. The flying sword is deflected, landing in the hands of an extraordinarily graceful woman. Su Hongde's offensive momentum falters. Su Hongde, as a grown man, why do you stoop so low? Do you delight in creating chaos while I am absent? The woman, not the peak master of Zhuke Peak. Yueyue, who else could she be? Yueyue, you are indeed a persistent specter. Chu Zhetian has fled the blood-prisoned demonic cavern, harming his fellow disciples, while his daughter is nothing but a demonic seed. Today he must perish. Hall master he. Neither Chu Zhetian nor this little demon seed can be spared today. I shall assist you in repelling Yueyue, allowing you to enforce the law unimpeded. Su Hongde, you are truly a man of duality. Yet, I reiterate, before the sect master emerges, No one has the authority to deal with Chu Zhetian. He Xiaoyueyue observes the two with flickering eyes. Ultimately, he colludes with Su Hongtu to confront Yueyue. Yueyue remains unfazed. Clang, 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 boom, boom. In an instant, 3 Hunyuan realm experts engage in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, atop a mountain at the foot of Zhuke Peak, the Grand Supreme Elder by Chang'e narrows his eyes as he gazes below. His voice I see wide T.O. emerge and employ such ruthless tactics against a fellow disciple. Is this not a harbinger of disaster? Without ruthless measures, how can one lead the sect through perilous paths? The second Supreme Elder Su Beiwang retorts sharply. He harms his fellow disciples for the sake of a demonic seed. By Changqing's tone is heavy in his eyes. That is not a demonic seed, but his daughter, that I believe he is a man of deep feelings. Such an affectionate individual, if the sect treats him sincerely, will surely reciprocate in kind. Su Beiwang firmly defends Chu Zhetian. You are grasping at straws. The Grand Supreme Elder retorts angrily. The other Supreme Elders are not surprised by Su Beiwang's stance. He has always been like this. Previously, he regarded Chu Zhetian as a once-in-a-millennium genius of Taixu Sect. Now, he is convinced that the latter is a star capable of elevating the sect to new heights. Hence his unwavering support. At this moment, Su Beiwang's expression sharpens. He can no longer afford to argue with the Grand Supreme Elder. This is bad. Xiaoyueyue is on the verge of collapsing. My unworthy grandson is shamelessly ganging up on her. With that, he rushes forward, followed closely by Yueyue. By Changqing and the other Supreme Elders remain still, recognizing that Su Beiwang and the sect master are clearly there to assist Chu Zhetian, rendering their presence unnecessary. Boom! After exchanging several blows, Yueyue is inadvertently kicked in the abdomen by Su Hongtu. She stumbles, letting out a muffled groan, a faint, unhealthy flush appearing on her stunning face, indicating she has sustained injuries. Witnessing this, Chu Zhetian feels a mix of emotions, both touched and anxious that he wishes to aid Yueyue, yet fears leaving his daughter unprotected. Uncle Master, Father, what shall we do? Uncle Master cannot fend them off alone. Can you not stop them? Yueyue bites her finger, anxiously watching Yueyue. All right, Chu Zhetian nods, then solemnly declares, Home Master I am willing to be confined in the Punishment Hall's prison along with my daughter. I implore you to cease hostilities. It is too late. Your daughter is a demonic seed, and you are guilty of harming your fellow disciples. Today, it must end with your deaths. Xiaoyueyue's voice is harsh. You beast, once we deal with Yueyue, your time will come. Su Hongtu's murderous intent is palpable. He then coldly gazes at Yueyue. Peak Master, today you will not protect anyone. If you continue to meddle, do not blame me for being merciless. Humph, your bravado in ganging up on me is laughable. Yueyue retorts disdainfully. At this moment, Su Ruyan seizes the opportunity to approach Chu Zhetian and Yueyue. Her once breathtakingly beautiful visage is now marred by a sinister, cold smile. Chu Zhetian, do you now realize? Abandon me, and you become a stray dog, you treacherous cur who betrays your master. Today, I shall personally slay you and this wild seed. Chapter 12. Father will take you away from here. Reflecting on yesterday, when Chu Zhetian publicly issued her a divorce decree and struck her, Su Ruyan feels an overwhelming urge to flay this man alive. With Yueyue restrained, she senses her opportunity has arrived. With her peak cultivation at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, she is more than capable of overpowering Chu Zhetian. Is that so? Who will kill whom, I wonder? Chu Zhetian's heart stirs as he sees this woman targeting him, but he glances at Yueyue, who is holding her own against two opponents. The Su Ruyan, gritting her teeth, spits out. Chu Zhetian, do not put on a brave front here. Once again, kneel and plead with me, and I may intercede to grant you and your daughter a few more days to live. Otherwise, I shall execute you both on the spot. As her words fall, Chu Zhetian's expression fluctuates, as if genuinely contemplating, if I kneel, will you truly allow my daughter to live a few more days? Upon hearing his question, Su Ruyan laughs. A triumphant and mocking smile spreads across her face, a wave of satisfaction and revenge swelling within her. Previously, Chu Zhetian's resolute demeanor has only fueled her resentment. She cannot bear the thought of a man who had been subservient to her for 5 years suddenly breaking free from her control. If this dog were to kneel before her publicly, it would afford her a sense of vindication. Indeed, kneel, and you shall enjoy a few more days of bliss with your daughter. Do you not care for this little wild seed? Su Ruyan taunts, her tone laced with seduction, that I hope you will keep your word. Chu Zhetian nods, taking 2 steps forward until he stands before Su Ruyan. Father, no. Yeah, desperate to prevent her father from suffering humiliation. Tears welling in her eyes. Kneel. You have done so before, have you not? Su Ruyan's face reveals a familiar haughty expression, now tinged with an uncontainable excitement and delight. Yet, just as this excitement and delight begin to bloom, an unexpected turn occurs. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Chu Zhetian suddenly strikes out, his fist, imbued with terrifying physical power, crashes into Su Ruyan's chest in that instant. Her right side nearly explodes. PFF, she is sent flying backward, spewing a mouthful of blood into the air. Unperturbed, Chu Zhetian transforms into a blur, pursuing the airborne Su Ruyan. As she lands, he swiftly extends his right hand, seizing her by the nape of her neck, lifting her effortlessly. Clang! Simultaneously, he draws the sword hanging at her waist, placing it against her delicate, pale neck. The sequence of actions, from the punch to the pursuit, the grip on her neck, to drawing the sword, transpires in the blink of an eye. Swift, decisive, and ruthless. Neither Su Ruyan nor the onlookers can react in time. Do not move. One twitch, and I shall snap your neck and sever your throat. In the next moment, Chu Zhetian's icy voice resonates in Su Ruyan's ear. PFF, Su Ruyan coughs up another mouthful of blood. The combination of her internal injuries and the cold, sharp blade at her neck renders her paralyzed with fear. She feels an undeniable, palpable killing intent emanating from Chu Zhetian. She realizes that if she dares to act recklessly, this man, who once showered her with affection, would now not hesitate to take her life. Chu Zhetian, you despicable scoundrel. You deceived me. Su Ruyan grits her teeth, tears shimmering in her eyes. She is astonished, enraged, and feels a tinge of grievance. How could this man treat her in such a manner now? Chu Zhetian snorts coldly, offering no response, merely holding her captive as he retreats to Ye's side. Despicable! Can your father-daughter duo be any more despicable? Moreover, having lived 2 lives, Chu Zhetian has long since navigated countless schemes and survived perilous situations. How can a person with such pure intentions possibly survive in the realm of cultivation? What does it matter to employ certain measures for self-preservation? Am I to be driven to my demise while maintaining the fade of a gallant gentleman? Is that not sheer foolishness? At this moment, the onlookers finally regained their senses, each one rendered utterly astounded once more. The sounds of sharp intakes of breath echoed repeatedly. Hiss! Not only did Chu Zhetian incapacitate the small stone, but he also subdued senior sister Su Yan. She is at the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level. When he made his move just now, there was still no fluctuation of spiritual energy. Just how terrifying is his physical strength? TCH, merely a sneak attack. Let me see you attempt a sneak attack on me. Chu Zhetian's previous series of moves was incredibly impressive, wasn't it? Chu Zhetian truly deserves to be hailed as the foremost genius of our sect. Even with his cultivation completely lost, he remains this formidable. Su Hongtu, who was previously restraining Xiaoyueyue, noticed the unexpected turn of events, and his fury surged to a breaking point. Consequently, his assault faltered, and he roared in anger. Su Yan, Chu Zhetian, release my daughter. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are ground to dust. Chu Zhetian let out a cold laugh and brazenly held Su Yan captive as he retreated to Yueyue's side. Cease at once. Otherwise, I shall snap Su Yan's neck. As he spoke, he turned to glance at Yueyue and quietly inquired, Yueyue, can you still stand up and walk with your father? Originally sitting on the ground. Yueyue gritted her teeth and stood up resolutely, nodding her little head. You can do it. Good. Then stick close to your father. I will take you away from here, on the other side. Su Bei Wang and Yueyue Han, who were hurrying over, slowed their pace upon witnessing this scene from afar. It seems there's no need to rush over now, Yueyue Han remarked with a smile. Su Bei Wang, who already held Chu Zhetian in high regard, displayed an even greater look of admiration on his face. It was as if the one being injured and held captive by Chu Zhetian was not his great-granddaughter. Ha ha, this child Zhetian has indeed not disappointed me. Even in such circumstances, he can think of a way to break the deadlock. Yueyue nodded, his tone turning serious. This child possesses a calm disposition, ruthless methods, and decisive actions. I question whether I could have accomplished the series of moves he just executed to subdue Su Yin if I were in his position. At this point, Yueyue furrowed his brow. This young man does not resemble a brash novice with less than 10 years of cultivation. Instead, he seems more akin to a desperate outlaw who has long walked the edge of life and death, having experienced countless battles. Su Bei Wang nodded in agreement. This only serves to highlight that he is a natural-born powerhouse. Only with such indomitable strength can he lead the sect to rise. As he spoke, the second elder sighed and shook his head wryly. Let us not linger any longer. If we delay further, this young man may truly end up killing my wayward great-granddaughter. Chapter 13. What nonsense are you spouting? I will count to 3. If you and Hall Master he do not cease your actions, I shall first sever one of Su Yan's ears. Chu Zhetian once again shouted coldly. He then glanced at Xiaoyueyue. Uncle Yu, you should also stop. I suspect that Peak Master Su will not trouble me any further at this point. You little beast, you are indeed ruthless. Su Hongtu gritted his teeth in fury, but ultimately retreated. Upon seeing this, He Shojing engaged in one last exchange with Xiaoyueyue before also halting his movements. Xiaoyueyue finally caught her breath, only to let out a muffled groan, blood suddenly spilling from the corner of her mouth. She had taken on 2 opponents and had evidently sustained significant internal injuries. While she had previously managed to suppress her condition, with her heart now easing, she immediately felt a sweetness in her throat. Wiping the blood from her lips, the beautiful Peak Master gazed at Chu Zhetian with a hint of admiration. Chu Zhetian, you played that quite well. Chu Zhetian chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly. I had no other choice. I shall forever remember Uncle Yu's kindness and will repay it in the future. The next moment, he scanned the surroundings. That I kindly request all fellow disciples to clear a path for us. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to make your senior sister, Su Yin, spill blood. The disciples of Zhuke Peak, upon hearing this, hurriedly made way. The disciples of Qinglong Peak, as well as those from the Punishment Hall and other onlookers, cast their gazes towards Su Hongtu and He Shojing. Su Hongtu's expression was dark. Remaining silent, He Shojing glanced at him, then waved his hand helplessly. Everyone, step aside. As the crowd parted, Chu Zhetian firmly gripped Su Yan's neck with one hand while brandishing his sword in threat, continuously retreating. Meanwhile, Yueyue grasped tightly to her father's clothing, following closely behind him with each step. Chu Zhetian, are you still a man? If you have the ability, let me go, and we shall fight fairly. Su Yin scolded in rage. Chu Zhetian was unfazed by her crude provocation, retreating while sneering. Am I not a man? Haven't you ever tested that? You bastard! Su Yan's face flushed crimson, whether from injury or indignation. Just then, a voice filled with authority suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. Everyone, cease your movements. Following the sound, 2 figures rapidly approached. The speaker was none other than the sect leader. Yueyue Han.it is the sect leader and the elder. Chu Zhetian is finished. If the sect leader and the elder disregard senior sister Su Yan's life, it seems Chu Zhetian will not be able to leave unscathed. Indeed, if Chu Zhetian has betrayed the sect and fled the blood-prison demonic cave while continuously injuring fellow disciples, the sect leader and elder are sure to be enraged. Well, you know, in my view, the sect leader and elder will support Chu Zhetian. Exactly. If it were another elder arriving, Chu Zhetian might be in danger. But the second elder, well, even with his cultivation lost, Chu Zhetian is still so formidable. If he were to regain his strength in the future, who could contend with him? Given the temperament of the second elder, he would undoubtedly place even greater importance on Chu Zhetian. Do not think that just because he has only injured the second elder's great-granddaughter, he would not protect him even if he killed his own son. In that moment, the crowd erupted in discussion, each holding their own opinions. Swish, swish. In the next moment, the sect leader and the second elder arrived. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, elder. numerous disciples, including Su Hongtu, the two peak masters, and He Xiaojing from the punishment hall. All respectfully bowed. Chu Zhetian, upon seeing these two figures, displayed a complex expression in his eyes. The next moment, he also released Su Yin. "Greetings, sect leader." "Greetings, elder," he called out in a deep voice. He harbored immensely complicated feelings toward these two, as well as absolute trust. With their arrival, he no longer needed to hold Su Yin hostage to, "I have met the sect leader." Su Hongtu has failed in his duties, allowing this rebellious disciple to provoke the sect leader into prematurely emerging from seclusion. The sect leader may do as he pleases with this little beast. Hongtu will not intervene to shield him. Su Hongtu's eyes flickered several times before he proclaimed with righteous indignation. He Xiaojing similarly clasped his hands. "I greet the sect leader. My incompetence has allowed this rogue to act so audaciously." As these words fell, an incredibly furious voice suddenly rang out. "What rebellious disciple? What rogue? What nonsense are you spouting?" The speaker was none other than the second elder. Su Bei Wang, the robust and fiery elder, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Hongtu, demanding, "Su Hongtu, I ask you, who permitted you to force Zhetian to abandon his cultivation without permission?" "I." Su Hongtu's voice faltered. Then he furiously retorted, "It was this rebellious disciple who first betrayed the sect and annulled Su Yan's engagement, and I merely—" His words were abruptly interrupted. "Nonsense! I am fully aware of the events that transpired." "What do you mean by betraying the sect?" "Chu Zhetian is a genius of Taixu Sect, not merely a possession of your Qinglong peak. Just because he calls you master, does that make him your Su Hongtu's personal property? If Zhetian does not wish to remain at your Qinglong peak, then where he chooses to go is his freedom. He only needs to await the sect leader's return to approve it. As for annulling your daughter's engagement, that is merely a personal affair. What right do you have to compel him to abandon his cultivation and ruin the legacy of our sect's prodigy?" With these words, the second elder's stance became unmistakable. Upon arriving, he did not question Chu Zhetian, but instead reprimanded the Qinglong peak master. Su Hongtu, do you understand your wrongdoing?" At this moment, Yueyue Han also casually inquired. His tone, though light, held an undeniable authority. The eyes of all present widened in shock. Not only did the second elder express discontent, but even the sect leader did as well. Meanwhile, Chu Zhetian appeared to have anticipated this outcome. He understood that these two held him in high regard, particularly the second elder. He would never forget the prior lifetime when the elder, along with sect leader Yu and the other four elders, fell in that great battle. Nor could he forget how the elder protected him in his final moments, urging him to flee swiftly, whether due to the righteousness of the sect or personal sentiment. Su Bei Wang was one of the individuals Chu Zhetian felt the deepest gratitude towards. In this life, he vowed never to allow that tragedy to repeat itself. "This time, it is my turn to protect you." "Elder, have you perhaps misunderstood? Clearly, it is Chu Zhetian who has wronged me, wronged my father, and wronged Qinglong Peak. I implore you to make a just decision for me." At that moment, the ever-arrogant Su Yan, witnessing her ancestor defend Chu Zhetian, seemed discontented. Su Bei Wang, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and looked at his great-granddaughter with an expressionless face. "Make a decision for you. What do you wish for me to do? Is there something you need me to take charge of?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruyan did not detect the underlying tension in the other's words. She merely assumed that her great-grandfather was coming to her aid. "Great-grandfather, Chu Zhetian is despicable and shameless. Behind my back, he seeks out other women and even fathered a bastard child. Now he dares to express his indifference towards me." Su Ruyan lamented with a countenance filled with righteous indignation, as though she bore an immense grievance. However, before she could finish her tirade, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Su Bei Wang, whose temper was already exceedingly volatile, could no longer contain himself. This slap did not strike Su Ruyan, but rather Su Hongtu. The master of Qinglong Peak staggered from the impact of great-grandfather. Su Ruyan exclaimed in a state of bewilderment, her face a mask of disbelief. Su Bei Wang ignored his great-granddaughter and unleashed a torrent of fury upon Su Hongtu. "It is the father's failure to educate the daughter. Su Hongtu, how have you raised your daughter? Ah, is Zhetian not good to your daughter? Why does this ungrateful girl display Such a lack of decorum. In this world, is there a man superior to Zhetian? Su Hongtu clenched his teeth, refusing to respond, though he had always looked down upon Chu Zhetian as a son-in-law, viewing him merely as a tool for his own benefit. He was well aware of the truth regarding how this rebellious disciple treated his daughter, Taixu Ruyan, however, was indignant. He treats me well. He clearly, slap. Another resounding blow struck Su Hongtu's face. Clearly what? I have heard of Zhetian's actions. Is it not true that he fathered a daughter with another woman? What of it? Do not mention that it occurred before your marriage, even if it happened afterward. What then? In the Datsong Empire, and throughout the entire Kanglan continent, what powerful man does not have multiple wives and concubines? It is precisely because Zhetian has spoiled you that you believe he should cherish you alone. I, for one, have 8 partners. Who among you dares to question that? Su Bei Wang bellowed. Yet Su Ruyan's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. Enough. Do you dare to retort and provoke your great-grandfather's ire? Seeing his daughter attempt to speak further, Su Hongtu immediately covered his face and shouted angrily, prompting her to obediently fall silent. At that moment, all present were left in stunned silence. The gaze directed at Su Taishang was imbued with a peculiar shade, as if he were a lion fiercely defending his pride. Yet the object of his protectiveness was not his great-granddaughter, but rather his son-in-law. Taishang, Chu Zhetian began, his tone complex, wishing to convey that such actions were unnecessary. He had already severed ties with Su Ruyan and held no expectations for her to regret or reflect upon her choices. What, Taishang? Am I no longer your great-grandfather? Su Bei Wang retorted. His temper flaring at the formality, great-grandfather, Chu Zhetian sincerely called out. Indeed, even if I have severed ties with the Su family, I willingly embrace this title of great-grandfather. That is more like it. Upon hearing these words, a grin spread across Su Bei Wang's face. In the next moment, he turned his gentle gaze towards the child behind Chu Zhetian. This, yeah. She is truly adorable. This, Chu Zhetian urged Yueyue. Call great-grandfather, great-grandfather. The little one peeked out from behind her father, her small head bobbing as she spoke. The child was no fool. She could easily discern that this elderly gentleman favored her father. Thus, her address was particularly sweet. Yet Su Bei Wang, with his imposing figure and eyes wide as copper bells, appeared somewhat intimidating. Good child, good child. Su Bei Wang beamed, the utterance of great-grandfather filling him with a sweetness akin to honey. In the next moment, he produced an emerald-green bracelet from his spatial artifact. Good child, come. Great-grandfather has a special gift for you. Ye blinked her big eyes and looked up at her father. Take it. Thank you, great-grandfather. Chu Zhetian smiled. Only then did Ye cautiously approach, allowing Su Bei Wang to slip the bracelet on her right wrist. Remarkably, the bracelet automatically shrank a size, fitting snugly against Ye's wrist. Thank you, great-grandfather, the little one chirped, shaking her wrist with glee. Witnessing this scene, Su Ruyan's teeth ground in frustration. This was her great-grandfather, yet he treated this little bastard with more affection than he ever showed her. If she was not mistaken, that bracelet was a coveted Earth-grade protective artifact. The being bracelet. In her childhood, she had asked Su Bei Wang for it, but he had never obliged. Now, he bestowed it upon this little illegitimate child? Su Hongtu's expression darkened as well. Just then, Su Bei Wang coldly scoffed at him. Su Hongtu, who are you grimacing at? Do you not know to present a gift to the child upon their first meeting? Furthermore, does Zhetian's previous spatial artifact not reside with you? Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu's face twitched in disbelief as he stared at his own ancestor. Yet the next moment, sensing the murderous intent in Su Bei Wang's gaze, he obediently retrieved the mustard seed bag that belonged to Chu Zhetian from his spatial artifact, as well as a porcelain vial. This contains a Ji Yuan Dan, which can help children refine their physical constitution and lay a solid foundation for cultivation. Su Hongtu huffed, filled with rage as he tossed the mustard seed bag and the vial to Chu Zhetian. Thank you, Master Su. Chu Zhetian accepted them without hesitation, a cheerful expression on his face. At this moment, Su Hongtu's demeanor was akin to one who had just swallowed a fly. Not only had he failed to eliminate Chu Zhetian and this little bastard, but he had also returned the items he had confiscated, even parting with a vial of pills. He, as the esteemed peak master, had been publicly slapped by Su Bei Wang several times, thoroughly humiliating him. In an instant, Su Hongtu's heart brimmed with resentment and bitterness, even harboring a growing animosity towards Su Bei Wang. Taishang, this child is a demonic seed. Just then a low voice interjected. The punishment hall master, He Shoujing, cupped his hands towards Su Bei Wang, mustering the courage to offer a reminder. What demonic seed? Since this child is Zhetian's daughter, she is naturally a member of our Taixu Sect. The young girl was merely harmed by the Dark Night Palace, which implanted a demonic seed within her. Is it possible that our Taixu Sect cannot resolve even a single demonic seed? Su Bei Wang retorted sharply. Hearing this, He Shoujing's gaze involuntarily flicked towards Yueyue, who simply shook his head in response. Indeed, He Shoujing had no choice but to relent, but then he changed his tone. However, Chu Zhetian has harmed her fellow disciples. Harmed whom? Are you referring to her? Or him? Su Bei Wang glared, pointing at Su Ruyan and the unconscious Xiaoyueyue. Yueyue cleared his throat and said calmly, Hall Master, Su Ruyan is unharmed. Let's set this matter aside for now. As for the Xiaoyueyue, I had previously covertly instructed Chu Zhetian to deal with him. This individual has committed numerous transgressions, even taking advantage of Su Peak Master's favored status to misappropriate resources allocated to Chu Zhetian by the sect. He should have been executed long ago. That Chu Zhetian sparing his life is already a display of mercy. That not so. Su Peak Master, you should have some knowledge of this matter. Or perhaps you can investigate the accounts of Qinglong Peak. At this point, Yueyue turned to Su Hongtu, casually inquiring. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu jolted, nearly having a heart attack, reporting to the sect master. I had already begun investigating Xiaoyueyue. However, I had not yet taken action. I did not expect the sect master to be so astute. Since it is your arrangement, then Chu Zhetian's actions against Xiaoyueyue are indeed justified. Su Hongtu bowed respectfully, promptly ordering his subordinates to drag the barely conscious Xiaoyueyue away. As for whether Yueyue had covertly instructed Chu Zhetian, the answer was, of course, noted. As for whether Xiaoyueyue had embezzled resources allocated to Chu Zhetian, or if he had indeed committed such acts, it was likely only the parties involved truly knew. However, one thing was certain. Su Hongtu would not dare allow the sect master to investigate the accounts of Qinglong Peak. Therefore, the matter of Chu Zhetian's actions against Xiaoyueyue could only, and must, remain unresolved. Seeing this, He Shoujing, the punishment hall master, chose not to say anything further. It was a pity for Xiaoyueyue, who had played the role of a dog for the peak master's granddaughter, aiding and bullying, only to ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences. Subsequently, the onlookers dispersed. Zhetian, come with me. There are matters I and several elders need to discuss with you in detail at this moment. Yueyue beckoned to Chu Zhetian. Not worry. There is no need to be anxious. Su Bei Wang patted him on the shoulder. Chu Zhetian nodded, temporarily entrusting his daughter to Yu Zhaolu before following the two. However, as they passed by the Su father and daughter, Su Bei Wang snorted. Sect master, you take Zhetian ahead. With that, he approached the two individuals. Grandfather, great-grandfather. Despite harboring resentment in their hearts, the Su father and daughter still addressed him with utmost respect. Su Bei Wang cast a glance at the departing Chu Zhetian and spoke in a grave tone. Listen well, both of you. I do not care what methods you employ. You must restore Zhetian to us. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the father and daughter shifted unpredictably. Grandfather, why do you show such favoritism towards Chu Zhetian? He is merely an outsider. We are the true heirs of the Su lineage. Su Ruyan remarked, still somewhat indignant. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was directly interrupted by Su Bei Wang. What outsider? Zhetian is the very embodiment of our Su lineage, as well as the fortune of the entire Taixu Sect. Grandfather, he has already severed ties with our sect and has completely distanced himself from Ruyan. Given the circumstances, how can we possibly restore him? Su Hongtu, suppressing his inner turmoil, inquired. Hearing this, Su Bei Wang scolded sharply. Your eldest daughter has been dismissed, but what of the second daughter? Let me remind you, the Su lineage does not consist solely of you. Su Hongtu M.Y. young and beautiful great-granddaughter is not the only daughter you have. If Zhetian cannot be restored, your position as the master of Qinglong Peak will come to an end. You and your family ought to tread carefully. With that, Su Beiwang shot a cold glance at the two before sweeping away in a huff. Once their ancestor had departed, Su Hongtu's expression fluctuated between dark and light, particularly unsettled by the implication that his role as master Qinglong Peak was at stake. Damn it, how could our esteemed elder be so partial to Chu Zhetian? Su Ruyan's face was equally frigid, brimming with resentment. What does our ancestor mean by this? Chu Zhetian has severed ties with me, yet he seems intent on promoting my sister Su Ruyan. An unsettling feeling surged within her. After a while, in the Zhongzhu's residence at the Liaotide Hall, this was a secret chamber for discussions, surrounded by barriers to ensure no eavesdropping. For over 2 millennia, all significant matters concerning the rise and fall of the sect have been deliberated within these walls. Present were not only the sect leader, Yueyue, and the second elder, Su Beiwang, but also 6 other esteemed elders ate tea that moment. The first elder, by Chang'e, spoke forthrightly. Chu Zhetian, you know very well why you have been brought here. Speak, what transpired in the blood prison? Chu Zhetian had anticipated this inquiry and had prepared his response. The next moment he solemnly declared, esteemed first elder, I am equally in the dark about the blood prison. Upon entering with my broken body, I was relentlessly tormented by the blood mist within, even suffering grave injuries that brought me to the brink of death. Then, I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found the blood prison had vanished. To my astonishment, my physical form was unscathed, even stronger than before that my previously severed meridians and shattered dantian had returned to their prime. Upon hearing this, the core members of the sect exchanged glances, their expressions rife with skepticism. Chu Zhetian, are you speaking the truth? It was the fourth elder, Ji Yinlian, who inquired. She appeared to be a beautiful woman in her 40s, yet her true age surpassed a century. In addition to her status as an elder, she was also the companion of Bai Chang'e. Every word is true. Chu Zhetian affirmed with certainty. Indeed, the circumstances you describe have occurred once before in our sect's history. A millennium ago, a remarkably talented predecessor was imprisoned in the blood prison for a grave mistake. Within, his body underwent the refinement of blood mist, transforming him into a blood body. From that moment, he was reborn, achieving unprecedented speed in his cultivation that he subsequently led the Taixu Sect to unprecedented heights. The sect leader, Xiaoyueyue, remarked with a smile. The other elders also displayed expressions of delight. The second elder laughed heartily. Excellent. I suspected your physical strength had grown immensely, and it seems you have indeed forged a blood body. You are destined to become the Taixu Sect's unparalleled star, leading our sect to resurgence. Chu Zhetian feigned surprise. A blood body. Yet within he remained unfazed, even harboring disdain that I, in this world, beyond the ordinary mortal body, various extraordinary physiques existed. According to their potential and power, they were categorized from lowest to highest as spirit body, profound body, earth body, heaven body, immortal body, divine body, and saint body. What was a heaven body? In Chu Zhetian's eyes, the giant spirit body of Zhang Beichen from his past life was mere trash. He had been gifted with a saint body forged by the god of slaughter from the burial god blood domain. Each time he thought of this, his spirit surged with excitement. He secretly mused, Zhang Beichen, a great man. It is worth noting that throughout the recorded history of cultivation in Kanglan continent spanning tens of thousands of years, the most powerful physique documented was merely the divine body. Furthermore, only 3 individuals possessed it, the most recent of which was 2,000 years ago, the founding emperor of the Song dynasty, Emperor Cang'e. At that time, the Jin dynasty was yet to decline, filled with experts and formidable beings. However, Emperor Cang'e, with his ancient divine body, dominated the era and single-handedly overturned the dynasty, establishing his own era. This attests to the terrifying nature of the divine body. The power of a saint body is beyond imagination, existing only in ancient legends. Now, he possessed such a legendary saint body. If Emperor Cang'e could dominate his era, then I, Chu Zhetian, shall be invincible in this world, standing atop the pinnacle. At this moment, the sect leader, Su Beiwang, and the other 4 elders regarded Chu Zhetian's attainment of the blood body with delight and hope. However, the first elder and the 4th elder exchanged a glance. Their expressions inscrutable that a trace of malice flickered in their eyes. Could it be that Chu Zhetian would indeed become an obstacle to their plans? To hastily determine him as a star rather than a calamity seemed rather rash. The next moment, the first elder, by Chang'e, spoke coldly. Indeed, I believe this child may not be speaking the whole truth. To be on the safe side, we should conduct a soul search. That way, we will uncover precisely what transpired in the blood prison. Yueyue concurred as soon as these words were spoken. Especially upon hearing the term soul search, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Chu Zhetian's countenance was shrouded in gloom. Chapter 16. Slapping the 2 elders. A soul search is an exceedingly vile method, a torment and interrogation of the spirit. The one subjected to a soul search will have all their secrets laid bare before others, a profound humiliation in itself. The process is excruciatingly painful, stemming directly from the soul. Many cannot endure a soul search, resulting in various aftereffects, even leading to mental deficiencies. Chu Zhetian, confident in the resilience of his mind, was nonetheless aware that his rebirth had left him with many unspeakable secrets. He could not allow others to pry into his past. It was utter nonsense. Before Chu Zhetian could voice his refusal, Su Beiwang had already turned hostile. The sect leader, Yueyue, frowned tightly. A soul search is a bit excessive. Not in the slightest, Bai Chang'e retorted sternly. You must understand, since Chu Zhetian was able to cause the blood prison to vanish, if he is not a star, then he must be a calamity. Understanding this is crucial to the survival of our sect. Moreover, I must confess, I have just performed a divination. At this point, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Chu Zhetian, and the omens indicate that this child is indeed a calamity. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the other elders changed. Their gazes toward Chu Zhetian now held a note of caution and sharpness. Yueyue then bowed to Yueyue. Thus, sect leader, conducting a soul search on Chu Zhetian now, also offers him a final chance. Upon saying this, she exchanged glances with the first elder, both seeing the same ruthless intent in each other's eyes. Through the soul search, Yueyue would naturally seize the opportunity to strike at Chu Zhetian, ensuring the elimination of this uncertain factor that might obstruct their plans. At this moment, Chu Zhetian's gaze toward the 1st and 4th elders grew cold. In his memory, a year hence, the 1st and 4th elders would conspire with the Night Palace to instigate a rebellion, leading to a great calamity for the sect. In this life, were these 2 old foxes already targeting him? Did they feel threatened by his potential as a star? What irony, to present me with a final opportunity. What if I refuse? Chu Zhetian fixed his gaze on Bai Chang'e and coldly asked, what if I refuse? If you refuse, it will only confirm your guilt. You may be hiding some insidious scheme that caused the blood prison to disappear, possibly concealing a shocking conspiracy, Bai Chang'e declared with chilling severity. The other elders exchanged cautious glances, not voicing any dissent. The sect leader, Yueyue, was visibly torn, as if weighing something in his mind. Old Bai, what nonsense are you spouting? The refusal of Zhetian to probe souls only signifies that he is indeed a harbinger of disaster, harboring malevolent intentions. One must understand that a careless soul search could inflict harm upon the 3 souls and 7 spirits, potentially rendering a person utterly foolish. Should Zhetian not reject such a notion, were I in his position, I too would refuse. Am I then to be accused of harboring sinister motives? Only Su Beiwang, with a flushed face and a raised voice, voiced his opposition, even positioning himself squarely in front of Chu Zhetian, turning against others to protect him. You are not the same. You have not caused the blood abyss to vanish. My divination has not predicted that you are a harbinger of disaster. Beiwang, I am aware that you hold Chu Zhetian in high regard. However, when it concerns the survival of our sect, you must not allow emotions to cloud your judgment, Bai Chang'e declared with righteous fervor. As his words hung in the air, Chu Zhetian laughed, his tone laced with profound sarcasm. What a grand matter concerning the fate of the sect. Oh, great elder, your stance from the lofty perch of righteousness truly renders one unable to gaze directly upon you. You repeatedly assert that I am a disaster for the sect. May I inquire, Is your divination accurate? Upon hearing this, Bai Changqing's countenance turned a deep shade of anger. Chu Zhetian, how dare you question my divination skills? Chu Zhetian let out a cold chuckle, fully aware that this old man sought to drive him to despair today, and thus he no longer held back. Why should I not question? If the great elder's divinations were indeed accurate, then how did the moon elder meet his demise at the hands of the Night Palace 2 decades ago? At this declaration, Yueyue's expression darkened, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. The moon elder was none other than his father. The faces of the other elders also shifted. Bai Changqing's expression faltered, his face clouded with frost. That instance was my miscalculation, and what of the battle at Guyan City 10 years ago? Did my Taixu Sect not suffer the losses of 80,000 disciples in a single night? Was that also a miscalculation on the part of the great elder? 5 years prior, the 8 elders met their tragic end in the northern frontier. What the great elder's divination then? 3 years ago, the Wanyao mountain manor obliterated over 30 of our sect strongholds. Did the great elder not foresee this? Now, suddenly, you declare that I am a disaster, rather than an emperor star capable of leading our sect to greatness. Chu Zhetian enumerated each point, and with every word, Bai Changqing's expression darkened further. The sect master and the other elders' expressions also shifted in tandem. You raise valid points. Old Bai, cease invoking your divination to justify your stance. Su Beiwang's face bore the marks of sorrow as he scolded Bai Changqing. Bai Changqing took a deep breath, his gaze towards Chu Zhetian, now filled with cold malice. Chu Zhetian, what you speak of are merely the few instances in which I have erred. In my lifetime of over 100 years, the instances of my divinations being accurate are countless. You think that with this pitiful argument, you can obscure the truth of your being a disaster? Chu Zhetian responded with a mocking tone, glancing suddenly at the 4th elder, Yueyue. Yes, that's so. I wonder if the great elder has ever divined that the descendants of the Bai clan, your lineage, are actually not related by blood to you. At that moment, Yueye's expression changed dramatically. Chu Zhetian, what nonsense are you spouting? She was the only companion of Bai Changqing, and the assertion that his descendants bore no blood relation to him implied that she had deceived him for decades. Bai Changqing trembled all over. What do you mean? Having said this, his gaze instinctively turned towards Yueyue. Changqing, do not heed his ramblings. Chu Zhetian laughed coldly. The current master of the White Tiger Peak, Bai Pengju, should logically be your biological grandson. Should he not? Am I speaking falsely? Why not have Bai Peak Master undergo a bloodline test with the great elder? Chu Zhetian, you are outrageous. Yueyue reprimanded angrily, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of insecurity. Meanwhile, Bai Changqing's gaze turned razor-sharp as he scrutinized his partner of over 80 years. The next moment, his voice, laced with bone-chilling coldness, fell upon Chu Zhetian. You speak such unfounded slanders and offend the elder. What punishment do you deserve? I am more aware than anyone whether my descendants share my bloodline. As for the sect master, Su Beiwang, and the other elders present, their expressions appeared somewhat awkward. Ahem! Zhetian refrained from speaking so recklessly. Yueyue coughed lightly, his face stern as he admonished, we cannot allow this topic to continue. However, Chu Zhetian remained undeterred. Sect master, I, Chu Zhetian, stand by my word. Whether I am a disaster or an emperor star should not be determined by vague prophecies, but rather by my actions. Upon hearing this, Su Beiwang nodded in approval. Well said. Yet what followed from the young man caused the second elder's expression to shift dramatically. I, Chu Zhetian, vow here to annihilate the Night Palace within 3 months, to completely eradicate the greatest threat and poison within our sect's sphere of influence. Otherwise, I shall consider myself a disaster and submit to punishment. Each word from Chu Zhetian resonated with conviction. Zhetian, do not make reckless vows. The Night Palace is not so easily eradicated. Su Beiwang's face twitched as he hastily intervened. Yet, Chu Zhetian declared resolutely, as an emperor star, if I cannot even achieve this, how can I lead Taixu Sect to stand firm on the entire Tsanglan continent? He voluntarily established this military order not only to navigate the immediate crisis, but also to assist Yueyue in eliminating the demonic seed within her. Thus, the Night Palace must be destroyed. With the memories of his past life and the formidable, swallowing heaven-sacred body he now possessed, he was confident he could reach the nascent soul stage in a short time. Setting a 3-month timeline was also a strategy to stabilize the Great Elder and Fourth Elder, thereby granting himself a bit more time. Excellent. If you can indeed eradicate the Night Palace within 3 months, I shall acknowledge you as an Emperor Star. Otherwise, at this moment, Bai Chongqing spoke harshly, his gaze towards Chu Zhetian gleaming with cold malice. Yan's eyes, too, were filled with fury and a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 17. Ruyan was nearly incensed. After establishing the military order to eliminate the Night Palace within 3 months, Chu Zhetian had successfully navigated this interrogation crisis. Once the other elders departed, he was retained by Sect Master Yueyue. At this moment, within the Sect Master's estate, Chu Zhetian found himself in the exclusive cultivation chamber of the Sect Master. The chamber was directly connected to the sect's spiritual vein, filling the space with dense spiritual mist. Even a single breath invigorated him. Spiritual energy transformed into mist. How delightful! It is only from the Sect Master that I can reap such benefits. I have coveted this exclusive cultivation chamber since my past life. This time, the Sect Master actually acquiesced. Chu Zhetian felt a surge of satisfaction. He recalled the various spiritual jades, elixirs, and rare treasures that the Second Elder had forcefully bestowed upon him, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, drawing upon the memories of his past life, Chu Zhetian prepared to cultivate the extreme Tao true scripture. In this world, martial arts are categorized into 7 grades: Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Xian, Shun, and Sheng. Each grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The speed of cultivation varies drastically across different techniques. Presently, the most superior technique within Taixu Sect is merely the middle grade D-level Taixu Ju. Yet, the Chu Zhetian of this life, armed with memories of a previous existence, possessed a divine grade upper tier extreme Tao true scripture. This was obtained from his perilous excursion into the great wilderness domain. That it was after this venture that he learned of Yueyue's departure from Taixu Sect. In the excitement of acquiring the treasure, and having previously shown no concern for a daughter, he had never inquired about the matter. He had not considered how a girl of less than 10 years old would survive after leaving him. Later, he would come to know that Yueyue had been found to have a demonic seed within her. Initially slated for execution, she was secretly sent away by a few of Munjiao Lu's direct disciples, thus preserving her life. In his past life, he truly did not deserve the title of father. He had even felt relief at Yueyue's departure, thinking that her demonic seed would implicate him. He had been indifferent, even cold toward Munjiao Lu and her disciples. In this life, I will repay all my debts to everyone 100-fold. I will use my strength to shield them from harm. As he pondered these thoughts, Chu Zhetian felt a wave of guilt wash over him, stinging his heart and leaving him breathless. After a considerable effort to steady his emotions, he began to focus on his cultivation. With a whoosh as he initiated his technique, the spiritual energy within the chamber surged into his body like rivers flowing into the it, even formed swirling vortices around him. What a terrifying speed at which I am refining the spiritual energy. This phenomenon is not merely due to the extreme Tao true scripture. When I practiced this technique in my past life, I did not experience such results. It is the swallowing heaven sacred body. Chu Zhetian quickly realized the reason, that he gained a deeper appreciation for the extraordinary nature of the swallowing heaven sacred body. Swallowing heaven transforms the earth. In this life, my path is as boundless as the heavens. Chu Zhetian's heart soared with joy, brimming with ambition. As he continued, his once dry meridians and dantian were replenished with pure spiritual power. His realm ascended in a straight line, in the span of merely a single incense stick's time. He crossed into the Zhetian realm. Then, Zhetian, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. The swallowing heaven sacred body voraciously absorbed spiritual energy, as if it were a ravenous beast. Meanwhile, on Qinglong Peak, within the Peak Master's residence, upon his return, Su Hongtu wore a dark expression and retreated into seclusion without uttering a word. Zhang Beichen approached, sensing the ominous atmosphere. and dared not inquire further. Once Su Hongta departed, he tentatively asked Su Ruyan, junior sister, what transpired? That little wildling dared to harm Chang'e. Surely he was dealt with. Su Ruyan shook her head and proceeded to recount the series of events. After hearing her, Zhang Beiqian was left in shock. A flicker of malice and resentment flashed deep in his eyes. Chu Zhetian had emerged unscathed from the blood abyss, and he had fully recovered. Most infuriating of all, he enjoyed the protection and favoritism of the second supreme elder and the sect master. At this moment, Su Ruyan shifted her tone, saying, "Enough of him, senior brother. I have now reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Only a step away from breaking through to the innate stage. Would you assist me?" "Of course, no problem," Zhang Beiqian readily agreed. Moments later, the two arrived at Su Ruyan's exclusive celestial abode, where they sat cross-legged, palms facing each other. Following Su Ruyan's instructions, Zhang Beiqian mobilized his internal spiritual energy and infused it into Su Ruyan through their palms that Su Ruyan, lowering her guard, willingly drew in his spiritual energy. However, the next moment, she let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. "Junior sister, what is wrong?" Zhang Beiqian's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed in alarm. Su Ruyan felt as though she might explode. "Your spiritual energy repels mine. It cannot be utilized. Why is this the case? Chu Zhetian has always assisted me in this manner. Why can you not, senior brother?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Beiqian felt a flicker of displeasure. "What do you mean I cannot? How could a man be deemed incapable?" Sensing Su Ruyan's subtle blame and doubt, Zhang Beiqian began to ponder the reason. After a pause, he said with a serious expression, "It must be due to Chu Zhetian's ever-changing spiritual root. With such a root, his spiritual energy can meld with others, allowing it to enter your body without being repelled by your own spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Su Ruyan's eyes flickered with realization. Does this mean that only he can assist me in this manner? This thought flooded her mind with memories of past training sessions with Chu Zhetian. Everyone knew that he had spent 5 years overcoming one of the most daunting thresholds on the path of cultivation, the innate stage. Such speed was indeed remarkable. However, what others did not know was that during their 5 years of marriage, whenever she practiced, Chu Zhetian had expended his own spiritual energy to assist her, often to the point of being drained by her. When it was his turn to cultivate, he had to invest significant time replenishing his energy. Yet at this moment, reflecting on the past, Su Ruyan felt no gratitude. Instead, her hatred for Chu Zhetian deepened. "Chu Zhetian, a grassroots individual like you, able to accompany me and assist me, is your fortune. How dare you cast me aside? You have caused me to lose my support, halting my cultivation." In her frustration, Su Ruyan lamented, "Senior brother, how wonderful it would be if you too possessed an ever-changing spiritual root." Hearing this, Zhang Beiqian's expression shifted, and he subtly hinted, "Actually, I could have one as well." Su Ruyan paused momentarily, then grasped his meaning. "Senior brother, are you suggesting that?" Zhang Beiqian's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 18. Trouble at Qinglong Peak that noon. Zhang Beiqian, who was already plotting to seize Chu Zhetian's spiritual root, arrived at Baihu Peak in a courtyard. He sat opposite another young man. The table before them was laden with various delicacies and fruits. The young man had a sinister visage, with an eye patch over his left eye. His name was Bai Yifei, the chief disciple of Baihu Peak and the eldest son of Bai Pengju. "The Peak Master, I wonder what brings you here today, Zhang Shidi. Surely, it is not merely for a drink." Bai Yifei inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he set down his wine cup. Zhang Beiqian pondered for a few seconds before retorting. "Bai Xiaoyueyue, you must have heard about my junior brother Chu's situation, have you not?" Chu Zhetian. Bai Yifei spat the name with gritted teeth, his right eye flashing with venomous hatred. It was 5 years ago during the sect competition that he lost his left eye, a result of Chu Zhetian's actions. In that match, having already been defeated by Chu Zhetian, he, consumed by jealousy and resentment, launched a surprise attack after his opponent had relented. Consequently, Chu Zhetian retaliated with a swift strike, blinding his left eye. For 5 years, Bai Yifei had not a single day free from thoughts of vengeance. "Speak plainly. No need for circumlocution," Bai Yifei coldly demanded. Zhang Beiqian sighed, a sincere expression crossing his face. By Xiaoyueyue, please do not take offense that I am here to propose that you extend an apology to my junior brother. I can mediate to ensure that hostilities are resolved. What do you say? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yifei smashed the stone table before him with a single blow, exuding a menacing aura. Zhang Beichun, what do you mean by this? Are you here to humiliate me? Bai Yifei's voice turned icy, his single eye brimming with murderous intent. Zhang Beichun earnestly explained, By Xiaoyueyue, do not misunderstand. I'm looking out for your interests. You must understand how favored Chu Zhetian is by the sect master and the second supreme elder. He emerged from the blood abyss unscathed, undoubtedly having gained immense fortune, that he is already the foremost genius of our sect, and he will only soar to greater heights. Bai Yifei's voice turned cold. And what of it? Once Chu Zhetian rises, it matters little to us that we merely need to acknowledge our own inferiority and bow our heads. However, you have enmity with Chu Zhetian from 5 years ago, during the sect competition. Thus, now would be the wisest time to resolve your grievances. Then, seemingly casually, Zhang Beichun added, After all, you cannot just kill him before he has truly risen to power. Can you? Upon hearing this, a glint of sharpness flashed in Bai Yifei's right eye. He sneered, Zhang Beichun, do not play games with me. You wish to use me to kill Chu Zhetian? Zhang Beichun neither confirmed nor denied, saying, I am considering your interests as well. Are you not afraid that once Chu Zhetian rises, he will not spare you? Do you not wish for him to be eliminated? Bai Yifei's hatred flared in his solitary eye as he stated emphatically, Of course, I do. He then fixed a piercing gaze on Zhang Beichun. I can be used by you, but what benefits can you offer me? Zhang Beichun chuckled softly, a knowing smile spreading across his face. By Xiaoyueyue, you must have heard that Chu Zhetian has a daughter? That little girl resembles a porcelain doll. She is also a demon seed, and once Chu Zhetian is gone, you can dote on her as you please. Zhang Beichun was somewhat aware of Bai Yifei's proclivities. Upon hearing this, Bai Yifei's single eye gleamed with wicked intent. However, he soon shook his head. What else? Zhang Beichun's expression faltered, his eyes turning cold. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke in a low tone. Besides that, a dead Chu Zhetian would be the greatest benefit, would it not? At that time, how about we split the spiritual roots within him equally? Upon hearing this, Bai Yifei erupted in laughter. Finally, he mockingly retorted, The ever-changing spiritual root is a celestial grade root, divided in two. Even if successfully refined, it would merely become 2 earthly grade roots that I killed him. So why should I share? With that, Bai Yifei pointed toward the courtyard's exit. I will assist you in killing Chu Zhetian. Now you may leave. Zhang Beichun fixed a deep gaze on Bai Yifei, then nodded, Very well. I wish Bai Xiaoyueyue swift success. He turned it apart, and in that instant, a sinister expression crossed his face. Blind one, do you truly think you can monopolize the ever-changing spiritual root? We shall see. Half an hour later, upon returning to Qinglong Peak, Zhang Beichun sensed something amiss. Strange, why does it feel as though the spiritual energy of Qinglong Peak is less dense than before? Indeed, it seems to have diminished to a level similar to that of other peaks. My cultivation speed feels as though it has slowed. Along the way, Zhang Beichun overheard various disciples of Qinglong Peak whispering amongst themselves. His expression sharpened as a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to hasten towards the back mountain of Qinglong Peak. There lay a secret tied closely to Chu Zhetian. Upon arrival, he found Su Hongtu and Su Ruyan already present. Master, junior sister, what is happening? Is it possible that the ever-changing gathering spirit array has malfunctioned? Zhang Beichun inquired, his brow furrowed. Su Hongtu's face was grave as he nodded. It is time to inject the ever-changing essence. For the past 5 years, Qinglong Peak has managed to become the foremost peak. All thanks to Chu Zhetian. Not only is he the sect's greatest genius, but the ever-changing gathering spirit array was also constructed upon a standard gathering array, drawing upon the essence of his ever-changing spiritual root. The effects of this phenomenon are akin to the wondrous transformation of the myriad spiritual roots of Chu Zhetian. Not only does it have the capacity to gather spiritual energy, but it can also transmute other forms of qi, such as yin qi, yang qi, the 5 elemental energies, and malevolent qi, among others. It is precisely for this reason that all disciples of Qinglong Peak have experienced a cultivation speed 2 to 3 times faster than those from other peaks, thereby augmenting the overall strength of the peak. Consequently, Su Hongtu has ascended to the position of the first peak master. However, the primordial essence of myriad transformations within the myriad transformation gathering array has been nearly depleted. To make matters worse, Chu Zhetian, the benefactor, has already defected from Qinglong Peak. In an instant, Su Hongtu felt a profound sense of impending regression. Su Ruyan, too, wore a face of frustration, her tone riddled with conflict. The primordial essence must be extracted from Chu Zhetian's body and injected into the myriad transformation gathering array every 6 months. Darn it, how could I have forgotten? I should have ensured that scoundrel injected the primordial essence before severing ties with him. Su Ruyan muttered through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu cast a peculiar glance at his daughter, inwardly chastising her for her foolishness. Wasn't it Chu Zhetian who unilaterally severed ties with us? Do you think you can dictate the terms? Furthermore, what use would it be to have him inject it even once? What about 6 months from now? My daughter, what do you think we should do now? The next moment, Su Hongtu fixed his gaze upon his eldest daughter, his voice heavy with gravity. There was an implicit suggestion in his gaze. Su Ruyan's expression shifted, as if she had grasped the underlying meaning. Father, what do you mean? Are you truly suggesting that I should go and win back that scoundrel? Chapter 19. Zhang Beichun, stunned, what else could we do? Do you not wish to break through to the innate realm? Or do you want the entire Qinglong Peak to suffer in cultivation speed? Or perhaps you wish for your father, the master of Qinglong Peak, to be unable to maintain his position? Su Hongtu admonished sternly. He was exceedingly utilitarian and selfish. To maintain his current standing and influence within the sect, he would spare no expense. Upon hearing her father's words, Su Ruyan's countenance became a tempest of emotions. Although she recognized the myriad losses she would incur from losing Chu Zhetian, the thought of actively seeking to win him back was repugnant to her proud nature. Do not forget what your great-grandfather once said. If you refuse, shall I send your sister instead? Su Hongtu added, observing her reaction. I could see that moment. Su Ruyan's expression darkened. The memory of her younger sister's flirtatious antics before Chu Zhetian over the past 5 years ignited a surge of anger within her. Su Ruyan's resolve began to waver. Primarily, she did not wish for her sister Su Ruyan to seek out Chu Zhetian. Master, Chu Zhetian has gone mad. He is willing to self-destruct to sever ties with Ruyan. Even if my junior sister would seek him out, it would likely be futile. At this juncture, Zhang Beichun interjected, frowning deeply. He was adamantly opposed to having Su Ruyan reconcile with Chu Zhetian. What are you afraid of? That scoundrel is merely acting on impulse. Over the past 5 years, everyone has witnessed how much he cared for Ruyan. How could he simply stop loving her? As he spoke, Su Hongtu suddenly recalled something, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized both his daughter and his beloved disciple. Unless Chang'e truly isn't his child? Upon uttering these words, Su Ruyan and Zhang Beichun's expressions flickered. Su Hongtu, realizing the implications, understood that Chu Zhetian's claims were indeed true. In a fit of rage, Su Hongtu delivered a resounding slap to both Su Ruyan and Zhang Beichun. You two fools. How could you lack such discernment? I am aware that you both share a secret, but to think that Chang'e is also Beichun's. If he is indeed Beichun's, that is one matter, but for Chu Zhetian to discover it. No wonder that scoundrel has been so resolute. Su Ruyan bit her lip, stating, I do not know how that scoundrel found out. Regardless, it has come to this, and it seems impossible to win him back now. Su Hongtu furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. Finally, he spoke in a heartfelt tone. Daughter, how can you know it is impossible without trying? If you merely lower your stance a little and offer Chu Zhetian a way out, perhaps he will willingly return to you to worst. You can set aside the issue of after sensing the ethereally thin spiritual energy within the secret chamber. Chu Zhetian immediately rose to depart. Shortly after his exit, Su Beiwang and Yu Shuihan appeared at the entrance of the chamber. Upon detecting the changes in the spiritual energy, both displayed expressions of profound astonishment. Hiss, where has all the spiritual energy in this chamber gone? Could it be that the rascal Zhetian has drained it all? Standing at the door of the chamber, their faces were painted with shock. After a brief silence, Xiaoyueyue forced a bitter smile and remarked. It seems there can be no other explanation. As he spoke, disbelief flickered across his face. But how could this be possible? The speed at which one person refines spiritual energy cannot possibly be this terrifying. If this is the case, how astonishing must Zhetian's cultivation speed be? The blood-evil celestial body is indeed so extraordinary. If Chu Zhetian were to hear these words at this moment, he would surely scoff. What is the blood-evil celestial body worth? The swallowing celestial body is the one with such remarkable effects, isn't it? After the initial shock, Su Beiwang's face transformed into one of sheer delight. Excellent! How wonderful! I was worried that this lad, in his early cultivation, might be disheartened, so I kept my distance earlier, refraining from inquiring about his progress. Now it seems this young man is making leaps and bounds. Previously, I thought his claim of annihilating the Night Palace within 3 months was sheer fantasy. But now, I find myself somewhat hopeful. Xiaoyueyue nodded in appreciation, then shifted his tone, saying, however, Taixu, let us refrain from probing further. We must not let this matter reach the ears of a third party. If Zhetian truly possesses such extraordinary talent, it could spell danger should it fall into the hands of internal traitors or hostile forces. A genius is most vulnerable to premature demise. Chapter 20. How did this woman end up here? After departing from the sect leader's residence, Chu Zhetian swiftly returned to Chang'e Peak, under the guidance of a steward from the General Affairs Hall. He arrived at the residence arranged for him by Xiaoyueyue. This place, known as Qingyuan Residence, is one of the most spiritually enriched paradises on Chang'e Peak. As he approached the door, he heard the joyous laughter of his daughter from within. Indeed, his daughter seems to be far happier in this life at Chang'e Peak. The next moment, he pushed open the door and was met with a scene that rendered him somewhat speechless. There, under the playful guidance of Zhang Dalai, the chief disciple, 2 boys and a girl were engaged in a game of eagle catches chicks, with Yueyue playing the role of the eagle. The little one was thoroughly enjoying herself, and it seemed her injuries from the previous day had healed completely. Meanwhile, the adults were being chased around by this tiny creature, making a cacophony of excited sounds. The scene was both childish and heartwarming. Chu Zhetian recognized all 3 individuals, Zhang Wenxuan, Tang Yitai, and Miao Yumeng. How delightful it is that you are all still alive. All 3 were direct disciples of Xiaoyueyue, and in a sense his elder brother and sister now. In his previous life, Chu Zhetian held no fondness for them, and even perceived their kindness towards Yueyue as meddlesome, akin to Xiaoyueyue herself. Yet upon seeing them again in this life, his gaze was filled with warmth and gratitude. Looking at them, he felt as if he were crossing the boundaries of time. In his past life, they had all met tragic ends, falling victim to Su Ruyan, Zhang Beichun, and others, according to those treacherous individuals. It was because they encountered Yueyue, who had already succumbed to demonic cultivation in a certain secret realm. Not only did they refrain from harming her, but they also continued to protect her. Subsequently, due to their association with a demonic cultivator, they clashed with Su Ruyan and others, leading to their instant execution. In my previous life, I owe you all an apology to in this life. Let me be your little junior brother and protect you for all eternity. Chu Zhetian felt a lump in his throat as he gazed at them, silently clenching his fists. Daddy, at that moment, who was busy catching chickens, turned her head and spotted her father. Her big eyes instantly lit up, and she scampered over. Daddy, you're back. Yueyue miss you so much. Why do you always run off and make it so Yueyue can't see you? The little one wrapped her small arms around her father's leg, tilting her head up and innocently inquiring. Daddy misses my precious too. This time I won't run off, Chu Zhetian replied, pinching his daughter's cheek with a mix of apology and affection. Haha. Yueyue is playing a game with the uncles. Daddy, do you want to join? Yueyue nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right. Chu Zhetian thought of the ridiculously childish scene from earlier and immediately broke into a sweat. However, upon seeing his daughter's expectant gaze, he quickly relented. Just then, a somewhat sarcastic voice rang out. Oh ho, is this not the chief disciple of Qinglong Peak, the #1 talent of Taixu Sect? How have you fallen to our Chang'e Peak? Following the voice, a young man with an average build, dressed in black attire, approached with his arms crossed. He was Tang Yitai, ranking 3rd among Xiaoyueyue's direct disciples. Greetings, 3rd senior brother. In response to the provocation, Chu Zhetian merely clasped his hands and earnestly addressed him. Huh, why aren't you angry? That's boring. Tang Yitai was momentarily taken aback, and then pouted. Since when has the illustrious Chu Zhetian become so easy to bully? Hey, let me hear you call me sister. Immediately after, a petite girl with a delicate doll-like face, chewing on a piece of jerky, approached. Her name was Xiaoyueyue, the fourth disciple of Yueyue. Little sister, Chu Zhetian continued to greet her with a smile. What little sister? I am not small at all. Xiaoyueyue pouted, her chest puffed out in indignation. Tea must be said. Although she appeared to be a lowly, her proportions were indeed impressive. As she spoke, this little sister pulled the jerky from her mouth and offered it to Chu Zhetian. Junior brother, would you like some jerky? No thanks. Chu Zhetian awkwardly waved his hand at the saliva-covered jerky. Then how about some candy? Xiaoyueyue exclaimed, placing the jerky back in her mouth before producing a piece of candy from her pocket. I don't want candy either. Chu Zhetian waved his hand again, feeling somewhat exasperated. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyueyue immediately pouted. Then, as if performing a magic trick, she produced a spiritual fruit. How about a spiritual fruit? All right, thank you, senior sister. Chu Zhetian, now drenched in sweat, had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, he couldn't be sure what else this little sister might conjure up. Judging by her tenacity, if she failed to feed him today, she likely wouldn't let the matter rest. The next moment, he turned his gaze toward another tall young man. Second senior brother. This individual, clad in white garments, resembled a refined gentleman, though a hint of lewdness lingered in his brows. Zhang Wenxuan, the second disciple of Yueyue. It was said that his father was one of the wealthiest merchants in Qinglu County. Perhaps due to his family's influence, this fellow had no serious flaws, except for his penchant for lechery. Hello, Chu Zhetian, just for calling me second senior brother. When you have the chance to descend the mountain, I'll take you to the 100 Flowers Pavilion in the county to drink. Hee, here's a little welcome gift. Zhang Wenxuan grinned, throwing an arm around Chu Zhetian's shoulder. As he spoke, he directly pulled out a handful of silver notes and spiritual stones from his storage pouch. Stuffing them into Chu Zhetian's arms, Chu Zhetian was left sweating profusely at this display. Second senior brother is truly generous beyond measure. Ahem. At that moment, Zhang Yueyue approached and cleared his throat. Chu Zhetian, please do not take offense. These three are just like this, never serious. How could I take offense? Thank you very much for yesterday. Senior brother, how is your injury? Remembering how Zhang Yueyue had risked his life to protect Ye the day prior, Chu Zhetian expressed heartfelt gratitude. If it weren't for this esteemed senior brother, by the time he arrived, might have we are all fellow disciples. There's no need for thanks. I'm tough as nails. And Master has given me several spiritual pills, so I'm fully healed. Zhang Yueyue waved his hand, displaying a straightforward demeanor. Just then, a charming young woman, who had been observing them from the sidelines, approached. She was stunningly beautiful, her figure enchanting, and her smile radiant. Chu Zhetian, how have you been? She greeted cheerfully. Upon seeing this woman, Chu Zhetian instinctively furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain and coldness flashing in his eyes. Her name was Murongling, one of the direct disciples of the White Tiger Peak. Chu Zhetian instinctively harbored animosity towards those from White Tiger Peak. This was not solely due to their usual arrogance, but also because of the unresolvable hatred he bore towards Bai Fei, the chief senior brother of White Tiger Peak. This enmity did not stem from the sect competition 5 years prior, but from his previous life. Bai Fei had once captured Ye and subjected her to various torments, nearly leading to irreversible consequences. After the truth came to light, his father, the master of White Tiger Peak, had also shielded him. In this life, even if the events have yet to unfold, Chu Zhetian intends to settle accounts with these individuals one by one. Moreover, the current Murongling herself bore a grudge against Chu Zhetian. This woman had once inflicted upon Chu Zhetian an indelible humiliation. How could she possibly be here? Chu Zhetian mused darkly. The combination of new grievances and old resentments caused a dangerous glint to flash in his eyes as he beheld Murongling. Chapter 21, I am curious to see what she intends to do at IT, was during the initial 6 months of Chu Zhetian's tenure at the Taixu Sect, when he was still a mere youth of 18 or 19. One day, While on duty, he was tasked with guarding the door for an outer sect elder. Murong Ling arrived to discuss a matter with him, but the elder was in the midst of his afternoon rest and had instructed Chu Zhetian that no one was to disturb him without his express permission. Consequently, Chu Zhetian obstructed Murong Ling's entry. To his astonishment, she struck him with a palm, inflicting severe injuries, and forcefully entered. When the outer sect elder emerged and learned of the situation, he dared not offend Murong Ling, the favored disciple of the White Tiger Peak Master, and instead rebuked Chu Zhetian for his lack of discernment. Furthermore, he permitted Murong Ling to deal with Chu Zhetian as she pleased. Thus, Murong Ling placed a collar around Chu Zhetian's neck, riding her horse and dragging him along as a means of venting her frustration and amusement. She paraded him around the entire outer sect area, dragging him for no less than 100 miles. That day, Chu Zhetian endured unimaginable humiliation, tortured to the brink of death, his flesh worn away to reveal his bones. It took him over half a year to regain the ability to move. This incident illustrated that Murong Ling truly possessed a visage as beautiful as a peach blossom, yet a heart as venomous as a viper. Undoubtedly, she had bullied countless lowly disciples, leaving them unaware that the outer sect disciple she had nearly tormented to death had later become the sect's foremost genius. Even 5 years prior, during the grand sect competition, she had lost to Chu Zhetian as sword and had looked at him with a pitiful expression, and now she approached him with the same beaming smile. If one were unaware of her true nature, one might mistake her for a delicate beauty. Chu Zhetian, I am unworthy of your attention. It seems I am not well acquainted with Miss Murong. Chu Zhetian replied, reluctant to engage with her, his expression devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, Murong Ling pouted, a look of innocent grievance adorning her exquisitely beautiful face. Ahem, Linger, Chu Zhetian is simply shy that he will warm up to you in time, chimed in second senior brother Zhang Wenxuan, who coughed lightly, attempting to ease the tension. As he spoke, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Murong Ling's slender waist. Chu Zhetian raised an eyebrow at this sight and inquired, Second senior brother, what is your relationship with her? Zhang Wenxuan laughed heartily, a self-satisfied expression gracing his face as he declared, Linger and I became partners just yesterday. Although Murong Ling's beauty did not surpass Ruyan's, she was still a rare gem and held the esteemed title of the White Tiger Peak Master's favored disciple. Zhang Wenxuan had pursued her relentlessly, and finally, through his unwavering efforts, she had coyly accepted him yesterday. Thus, today, second senior brother radiated joy and pride. Partners, the folks from White Tiger Peak have always looked down upon us from Vermilion Bird Peak. Murong Ling had always regarded second senior brother with disdain, and her sudden acceptance raised suspicions of hidden motives. Little junior sister, are you not concerned about this? Murmured a voice from the side. Chu Zhetian, wanting to save face for Zhang Wenxuan, managed a forced smile towards Murong Ling and clasped his hands, saying congratulations to second senior brother and Miss Murong. However, upon finishing his words, a flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. According to his knowledge, in his previous life, Murong Ling had not ended up with Zhang Wenxuan, but had instead cultivated a relationship with her senior brother. By Yifei, it seemed that due to his rebirth, certain events had diverged from their original course. If this Murong Ling was not genuinely accepting of second senior brother, what was her purpose in appearing here? Could it possibly be because of me? Chu Zhetian's mind raced with various speculations. That moment, Yueyue glanced between Murong Ling and her father, her clever little mind seemingly realizing that her father was reluctant to engage with that woman. Thus, she tugged at Chu Zhetian's hand and said cheerfully, Daddy, didn't you say you would play with Yueyue? Chu Zhetian affectionately kissed his daughter, feeling grateful that this little one had come to his rescue. All right, Daddy will play with you, Ha ha. Just then, Murong Ling shot a glance at Chu Zhetian, a flicker of malice flashing across her face. You wretched creature, just wait. Soon, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. If I kill you, Bai Shixiang has promised me a treasure of the earth level. I cannot let him down. Subsequently, a childish scene unfolded once more. However, compared to before, another adult was now being chased around by Yueyue. After playing for a while, the group settled in the courtyard for a chat. At this juncture, Murong Ling produced a flask of wine and several cups from her mustard seed bag. Wenxuan, What is the point of idle chatter? Chu Zhetian joining our Vermilion Bird Peak is a joyous occasion. How about we have a few drinks to celebrate? She smiled sweetly, resembling an educated and refined young lady, in stark contrast to the viperous woman who had once tormented Chu Zhetian to near death. Ling is right. Chu Zhetian, shall we drink a few cups? Zhang Wenxuan eagerly agreed, nodding in affirmation while looking at Chu Zhetian. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Zhetian subtly nodded in agreement, his gaze lingering on the wine flask in Murong Ling's hand. You wish for me to drink? I am quite curious about your intentions. Oh, is that the revered Sanlu brew? Exclaimed third senior brother Tang Yitai, his eyes lighting up. Sanlu brew was one of the finest spiritual wines crafted by the sect's Taixu winery, requiring thousands of spiritual jade or sect contributions for exchange. Most individuals would hesitate to indulge. I want to drink too. I have jerky to pair with it. Miao Yumeng produced a packet of jerky from somewhere on her person, placing it on the stone table and grinning. Senior brother, your injury has just healed. Perhaps you should abstain from drinking. How could I not drink on our first gathering with Chu Zhetian? My injury has healed perfectly. There is no issue. Zhang Dalei chuckled innocently. I still have several flasks of Sanlu brew in my mustard seed bag. I assure you, you will drink to your heart's content. Murong Ling replied with a beaming smile. As she spoke, she filled the cups of all 5 individuals, displaying an air of grace befitting a sister-in-law. 3 senior brothers and little junior sister. Please wait a moment. I must first raise a toast in respect. Just then, Chu Zhetian intercepted Zhang Dalei and the others. Internally, he had begun to harbor doubts regarding Murong Ling until he could ascertain her intentions. He dared not allow Zhang Dalei and the others to consume her wine indiscriminately. Having experienced countless deceptions and near-death encounters in his previous life, he had long since honed his skills in poison detection. Moreover, according to the words of the slaughtering god within the god burial blood domain, the swallowing heaven's sacred body was impervious to all poisons. Thus, he resolved to first sample the wine himself. With that, Chu Zhetian lifted the cup to his nose and inhaled deeply. Indeed, this is Sanlu brew. What an exquisite wine! The next moment, he feigned enjoyment, taking a deep whiff before downing the entire cup. Yet, deep within his gaze, a cold light flickered. Fengxian-san? As expected, this woman harbors malicious intentions. Chapter 22. Did Chu Zhetian lose control after drinking? Upon the first sip, Chu Zhetian sensed the toxins wafting from the wine infiltrating his body through his nasal passages. Fengxian-san was a particularly insidious poison. Colorless and tasteless, it was nearly impossible to guard against. Once poisoned, an individual would become utterly weakened, falling into a deep slumber, rendering them helpless as prey. However, astonishingly, as the toxin entered Chu Zhetian's body, it was immediately neutralized and even transformed into a minuscule amount of energy. The swallowing heaven's sacred body not only rendered him immune to all poisons, but it could also convert toxins. While the energy gained was negligible for physical enhancement, it effectively neutralized the poison. This could be considered a hidden ability of the swallowing heaven sacred body, truly befitting of its name. Chu Zhetian mused inwardly. Although Fengxian-san was indeed treacherous, it would not inflict direct harm. After slumbering, one would naturally awaken. Thus, Chu Zhetian did not prevent Zhang Dalei and the others from drinking. Subsequently, the group began to revel in their libations. The little girl sat beside her father, munching on the jerky provided by her little uncle Miao Yumeng while feeding her father wine. Daddy, drink, as she held the wine cup to his lips. Chu Zhetian promptly opened his mouth. After drinking, he affectionately kissed the back of Ye's hand, eliciting a peal of joyous laughter from the little one as she displayed her delightful dimples. Yeah, your third uncle also wants you to feed him, Tang Yitai said enviously, playfully coaxing Ye. Uncle, drink. The little one was unreserved, promptly offering him a cup. In no time, several cups had been downed. It was uncertain whether it was the potency of the Sanlu brew or some other factor. But everyone began to show signs of intoxication. Chu Zhetian, how does this wine taste? At this moment, Murong Ling poured more wine for Chu Zhetian while smilingly inquiring. What a beauty she was! Chu Zhetian downed his drink in one gulp, smacked his lips as if his words were becoming increasingly incoherent. Observing this, a flicker of malice flashed in Murong Ling's eyes. Beauty? Soon, I shall make you truly beautiful. Chu Zhetian, you have no idea how captivating the girls in 100 Flowers Pavilion are. What joy is there in merely drinking? It would be far sweeter to have those girls feed us mouth to mouth. I must bring you to indulge in such pleasures. Burp Zhang, Wenxuan spoke without restraint. Chu Zhetian swayed slightly, as if on the verge of drunkenness, mumbling a vague warning. Second senior brother, tread carefully. Sister Murong is still present. Zhang Wenxuan, you incorrigible flirt. Murong Ling exclaimed, opening his mouth, that I shall let you taste whether my wine is sweeter or that of those flirtatious vixens. At that moment, Murong Ling glared at Zhang Wenxuan, pinching his mouth open. The next instant, she poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, leaving the second senior brother looking utterly dazed, witnessing this display of affection. Tang Yitai and Miao Yumeng exchanged disapproving hisses on the surface. Murong Ling appeared bashful, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. However, to execute her forthcoming plan, she had no choice but to allow Zhang Wenxuan to indulge himself. Before feeding him the wine, she had secretly held the antidote to the Fengxian San in her mouth. For what lay ahead, she required a witness and, more crucially, a weapon. To borrow a knife to slay someone would be ideal. Thus, Zhang Wenxuan must awaken at the opportune moment. Chu Zhetian, it is said you are the foremost genius of our sect. How unfortunate that you have come to our Zhuke Peak, where everyone is in a state of disarray. Our master pays no heed to our cultivation. Tang Yitai teased, shaking his head while draping an arm around Chu Zhetian's shoulders. Zhetian, care for some jerky? Miao Yumeng chimed in, offering a piece of jerky from her mouth to Chu Zhetian. Thud! Just then, Zhang Dali attempted to interject, but before he could, he collapsed. Thud! 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 Soon after, Miao Yumeng and the others also fell to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Chu Zhetian, too, slumped over the stone table, appearing utterly unconscious. Yet only he knew that he remained more alert than anyone else. At this moment, witnessing the others fall, a triumphant expression graced Murong Ling's face. Father, Shibua, what has happened to you? Yeye's voice, laced with concern, rang out. It's nothing. They are merely drunk, Murong Ling replied with a smile. Yeye looked at her, blinking her large eyes, innocently questioning, Shibua Mu, why are you not drunk? Because Shibua Mu drank less, Murong Ling explained unfazed. Oh. Yeye nodded, not pondering further. She approached her drunken father, tugging at his arm with all her might, feigning to pull him up to carry him back indoors. Father and Shibua cannot sleep outdoors, can they? I'll take care of my Shibua first. Tea that moment. Chu Zhetian mumbled hazily, oh. Yeye acknowledged, then pulled Miao Yumeng up from the ground, hoisting her onto her back and dragging her inside. Despite her small stature, the little girl possessed considerable strength. The next scene was rather incongruous. A group of adults lay thoroughly intoxicated, while a small girl busied herself cleaning up the aftermath. Her petite figure seemed to embody immense strength, managing to carry and drag several Shibua into the house. Her delicate face flushed crimson time and again. Splendid work. After you finish with your master Shibua, take a break. Shibua Mu can help your father, Murong Ling called from inside. Estimating the timing was just right, in the next instant, she turned to Chu Zhetian, a chilling, murderous intent surfacing on her face. With a swift motion, she tore her clothing, revealing the undergarment beneath. The sight of her alluring curves and fair skin was laid bare to the air. Murong Ling uttered a sharp cry, her voice laden with indignation. Murong Ling, what are you doing? Chu Zhetian raised his head, feigning drunkenness as he asked. What am I doing? You shameless wretch, after drinking, you dare to lay your hands on me. How shall I face others or confront your second senior brother in the future? Oh, Zhang Wenxuan, come out. Look at the mischief your Zhetian has caused. Murong Ling, one hand covering her chest, pointed accusingly at Chu Zhetian, her face etched with fury. Her delicate features were clouded with rage, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she had genuinely suffered an affront. Clop, clop, clop. Following her cries, a flurry of disheveled footsteps approached. Just awakened from the effects of the antidote, Zhang Wenxuan emerged, still somewhat dazed. What is going on? Linger, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing Murong Ling's disheveled state, Zhang Wenxuan's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her exposed skin. Ling had only just submitted to him yesterday, and he had yet to savor the experience. Chu Zhetian, this brute was drunk, and in my kindness I sought to assist him indoors, yet he took advantage of his inebriation to attempt something vile. Zhang Wenxuan, you must kill him, Ling shouted, pointing at Chu Zhetian. Utterly incensed. Chapter 23. You are quite the performer, aren't you? What do you mean? Chu Zhetian violated you. It must be a misunderstanding. One's character is revealed in their drinking. Just look at how Chu Zhetian behaves when intoxicated. His character is certainly beyond reproach. Zhang Wenxuan struggled to divert his gaze from Ling's exposed skin. Hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed Ling's face. She had anticipated Zhang Wenxuan would fly into a rage for the sake of his beloved. He had pursued her for so long, and in her eyes, Zhang Wenxuan was merely her devoted admirer. Having suffered such indignities, one would expect a devoted admirer to rush forth, ready to tear Chu Zhetian apart, especially in his drunken state when his mind was still hazy. Under her guidance and provocation, he should have fought Chu Zhetian with fervor, perhaps even killed him in a fit of rage. Yet, she was taken aback by Zhang Wenxuan's calm demeanor. Misunderstanding? I am in this state, and you still insist it's a misunderstanding. If you do not kill him today, I shall have no face left to live. Ling clutched her chest, her expression one of despair and fury. Surely not, surely not. Nothing has transpired yet, right? It must be a misunderstanding, Zhang Wenxuan insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. Ling's face flushed crimson with anger. In the next moment, she nodded furiously, declaring, Fine. If you will not help me, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Today, I must cleanse the humiliation he has brought upon me with the blood of this scoundrel, Chu Zhetian. With that, she prepared to attack Chu Zhetian to fulfill the task assigned by Senior Brother Bai and secure that Earth-tier magical artifact. If she could not use a knife to slay him, she would have to do it herself. Fortunately, Zhang Wenxuan, despite being a fool, would at least serve as a witness. However, just as she took a step forward, Zhang Wenxuan seized her from behind at Linger. Do not act impulsively. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Chu Zhetian, you must run. Quickly flee, the second senior brother urged, trying to restrain Ling while calling out to Chu Zhetian in a panic. Now the entire Taixu Sect was aware that Chu Zhetian had previously crippled his own cultivation. Even if he had emerged alive from the blood abyss, his strength surely had not recovered. That it was likely that he would be cut down by Ling in an instant. Yet Chu Zhetian remained steadfast, not moving an inch. Seeing Zhang Wenxuan's unwavering trust and protection, a flicker of emotion and gratitude crossed his starry eyes. However, the next moment, when he looked at Ling, his gaze was filled with derision and coldness. Ling, quite the performer, aren't you? You've truly gone to great lengths to kill me. How could he not see through Ling's scheme? She sought to rationalize his death while avoiding punishment from the punishment hall and the higher-ups of other sects. Thus orchestrating this charade that in her drunken state, she claimed he had assaulted her, and in a fit of rage, she sought to kill him to preserve her own innocence. How justifiable that seemed. What performance. I know not what you speak of. Ling's eyes flickered momentarily before she continued to shout in feigned outrage. Zhang Wenxuan, you scoundrel. Not only do you refuse to stand up for me, but you also protect this brute. Get away from me. As her words fell, a surge of immense power erupted from her. As a direct disciple of the White Tiger Peak, Ling's strength had reached the 8th layer of postnatal cultivation. In contrast, Zhang Wenxuan, who resided in the Idle Peak and relished in indulgence, possessed only the peak of the 9th layer of Zhoutian. Given this disparity in strength, it was clear that even if they were to become intimate, Zhang Wenxuan would certainly be in the submissive position. Thus, when confronted with Ling's explosive strength, Zhang Wenxuan was utterly defenseless, and he was sent flying. Bang! After hitting the ground, Zhang Wenxuan, whose mind was already hazy, rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness once more. Second senior brother, Chu Zhetian's expression tightened momentarily. However, upon realizing that Zhang Wenxuan had merely fainted, he sighed in relief. In the next instant, he cast a cold gaze towards Murong Ling. Why do you seek to kill me? Who sent you? Murong Ling scoffed disdainfully. Isn't it obvious why I would want to kill you? It is, of course, for the sake of my own reputation. Hearing this, Chu Zhetian chuckled derisively. Yet, before he could utter a word, another chilling female voice, dripping with disdain, suddenly resonated. Chu Zhetian, I never imagined you could become so pitiful. Just a few days apart, and you've already become so enamored with women. It's truly disgusting. Following the sound, he was taken aback to see Su Ruyan had arrived, her exquisite face adorned not only with contempt but also with a hint of fury. This wretched man, having just parted ways with her, was already so impatiently coveting other women. It was utterly outrageous. If it weren't for the fact that this despicable man still held some value, she would have certainly turned and left. Chu Zhetian, upon spotting her, paused momentarily, yet had little desire to engage Su Ruyan. Noticing his mere fleeting glance, turned away in disdain, her teeth gritted in anger. Chu Zhetian, I am speaking to you. Do you not owe me an explanation? This time, Chu Zhetian regarded her with an expression of utter incredulity, studying her for several seconds. How dare she demand an explanation from him so readily? Was this woman somewhat unhinged? Not only had nothing transpired between him and Murong Ling, but even if it had, what business was it of Su Ruyan's? Murong Ling also cast a sidelong glance at Su Ruyan, feeling a flicker of joy at her presence. With her around, she would have yet another witness to her claims. All she could hope for was that the other party would not meddle further. That it was rumored that the daughter of the Qinglong Peak Master had just been discarded by Chu Zhetian. She would hardly be inclined to assist him. Chu Zhetian, prepare to meet your demise. The insult you have inflicted upon me can only be washed away with your blood, Murong Ling declared, her voice filled with wrath, as a formidable aura began to emanate from her. Just then, a small figure dashed forward, arms outstretched to shield Chu Zhetian. Do not harm my father. You saw everything. You are lying. You tore your own clothes. You are framing my father. The little girl's face was flushed with indignation as she glared fiercely at Murong Ling. Her aura was somewhat unstable, suggesting that every time her father's safety was at stake. This little one risked losing herself to madness. It was evident how deeply Yueyue cared for her father. You little brat, at such a tender age, you dare to twist the truth for your father? And to top it off, you are a demonic spawn. Allowing you to exist in this world is a calamity. Murong Ling's expression turned ruthless as she spoke, raising her hand to strike Yueyue. Her energy surged forth, manifesting as a deadly palm strike aimed directly at the child's head, clearly intending to silence her. Yueyue, merely a child, would undoubtedly be annihilated in an instant by an opponent of such formidable strength. However, at that moment, a tall and imposing figure swiftly stepped in front of Yueyue. With a resounding thud, the palm strike collided violently with Chu Zhetian's thigh. Yet the bronze-like figure remained steadfast, unmoving as though merely brushed by a gentle breeze. Witnessing this, Murong Ling's expression shifted in shock. Chu Zhetian had withstood her strike unscathed. You dared to attempt to kill my daughter. The next instant, a voice laden with boundless murderous intent echoed, causing the air within the courtyard to feel as if it were about to solidify. Father, are you all right? Upon seeing her father block the attack, Yueyue cried out in alarm. Chu Zhetian turned, the fury on his face replaced by a smile. That I am fine, dear. Now, take your second master into the house and keep your distance while I deal with the bad guys. Though he longed to shelter his daughter from harm, Chu Zhetian also wished for her to witness the harsh realities of this world. Yueyue nodded eagerly, her anticipation evident. Yes, beat the bad guys. Clearly, the trials and tribulations she had faced in childhood had forged a resilience within her that belied her delicate appearance. Murong Ling's voice rang out, brimming with confidence. What? You, a mere husk of your former self, stripped of all but a fragment of physical strength, think you can still threaten me? With a clang, she conjured a pair of dual blades. Their tips pointed menacingly at Chu Zhetian. I wish to see if you can withstand my blades after enduring my palm strike. You scoundrel, your daughter is a demonic spawn as well. Both of you deserve to perish. A cold, cruel smile curved at the corners of Chu Zhetian's mouth. Very well. Then you may die. At that moment, Su Ruyan, with her own agenda, interjected Chu Zhetian. Do you think you are still that innate master? Do you truly believe you can face me head-on? Her tone was laced with arrogance. If you wish to save yourself and your daughter, agree to return with me. I can overlook past grievances and even help you fend off Ling. What do you say? Chu Zhetian, however, did not even glance in her direction. With a firm stamp of his foot, a long sword materialized in his hand, and he charged towards Ling. This sword, named Lies in the Void, had been personally bestowed upon him by the Moon Sect Master after he vanquished the thousands of demons at the Myriad Demon Mountain Villa. It was a premium grade weapon of the Xian tier. The hilt measured a foot in length, adorned with beast engravings, while the blade itself was 4 fingers wide. The sword lacked the lightness typical of ordinary longswords, instead exuding a heavy and imposing aura, precisely to Chu Zhetian's taste. After the second Grandmaster had forced Su Hongtu to return his mustard seed bag, this sword had naturally found its way back to him. Seeking death, Ling exclaimed, rushing to meet him with her blades. You foolish man! Meanwhile, Su Ruyan, infuriated by Chu Zhetian's disregard for her, stomped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth in anger. Clang! In the next moment, the clash of metal resounded. To her astonishment, Ling let out a muffled groan and staggered back 2 steps. In contrast, Chu Zhetian not only remained unfazed but surged forward once more, completely unaffected by the residual force of the attack. How is this possible? You clearly lack any spiritual energy. How can your strength be so formidable? Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Zhetian remained silent, focusing solely on his offensive against her. Her assessment was correct. He had indeed refrained from channeling any spiritual energy. He sought to ascertain the extent of his raw physical prowess. As it turned out, overpowering a postnatal 8th-tier opponent was well within his capabilities. Facing Ling, Chu Zhetian felt no pressure whatsoever. Clang, clang, clang. He relentlessly attacked, forcing Ling into a position of passive defense. The ferocity of his strikes left her struggling to breathe. After several exchanges, her hands were left bruised, blood trickling from her palms. Clang! Another devastating horizontal slash sent Ling's blades flying from her grasp. Her once delicate and beautiful face was now contorted with fear and shock. Chu Zhetian, cease this. It's a misunderstanding. Let me explain. At this juncture, even if she found it hard to believe, she realized she was no match for Chu Zhetian. Even stripped of his cultivation, his sheer physical strength was enough to crush her. Very well. Then tell me, who sent you? Chu Zhetian halted momentarily, his voice cold as he pressed for answers. He understood that Ling could not have acted out of mere whim. There had to be someone orchestrating her actions. Upon hearing his inquiry, Ling's gaze flickered. In no one. I merely became incensed by your poor attitude upon our first meeting, which led to my ill intent. Although I declared my intent to kill you, I only meant to teach you a lesson. But now I realize my error. I wish to apologize. Chu Zhetian scoffed at her words. Oh, you think I would believe such nonsense? You refuse to speak? Then save your breath for the king of hell. Even as death loomed, she remained unrepentant. Moreover, she harbored malicious intent towards him and sought to kill Yueyue. Such a person could not be spared. At that moment, Chu Zhetian turned to Yueyue. Darling, remember this, when facing an enemy, never show mercy. Yueyue nodded, albeit somewhat confused. Yueyue remembers. The next second, Chu Zhetian swung his sword towards Ling's throat. Ling's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily dodged, the tip of the sword narrowly grazing her neck. Yet before she could catch her breath, a sound of explosive force erupted. Chu Zhetian followed up with a powerful punch that struck her squarely in the chest. Compared to his previous surprise attack on Su Ruyan, Chu Zhetian's physical prowess had ascended to a new level. The force behind this punch was equivalent to 100,000 pounds. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by a thunderous collision and the unmistakable sound of shattering ribs. Ling was sent flying. Upon hitting the ground, she coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of her internal organs. With a swift movement, Chu Zhetian appeared beside Ling. In a single, forceful step, he stomped heavily on her chest. A gasp escaped Ling's lips as she felt her very organs shatter within her. Spare me, Chu Zhetian, You cannot kill me. Terror filled Ling's eyes as she summoned her last vestiges of strength to plead for mercy. You can kill me. Why should I not be able to kill you? Chu Zhetian retorted with a cold sneer, then leaned down, his voice low as he inquired, Do you remember the outer sect disciple you dragged along on horseback 7 years ago, nearly to the brink of death? At these words, Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of recognition igniting within her, as if some long-buried memory had resurfaced just before her demise. Yes, at you. Chu Zhetian nodded, his voice chillingly resolute. Indeed, it is I. With that, he pressed the tip of his sword against her heart. Fear not. I am far more merciful than you. I shall grant you a swift end. Upon hearing this, Ling's face contorted with boundless fear and resentment. No, I was wrong. At that very moment, a voice filled with urgency rang out, piercing the tension. Chu Zhetian, halt! Yet with a cruel thrust, the sword pierced Ling's heart. Indifferent to her pleas and the urgent command, her eyes widened in shock, brimming with resentment and disbelief, before she succumbed to eternal silence. That moment. Though frightened, steadfastly observed the scene, clenching her tiny fist to quell her inner turmoil. Father has killed. Yet, the little one understood that her father had vanquished a villain, thus refraining from crying out to disturb him. Meanwhile, Ruyan stood frozen, her expression one of sheer terror. Did Chu Zhetian truly just slay Ling? To crush a practitioner of the 8th stage of postnatal mastery purely through physical prowess? Previously, when she had been abducted by Chu Zhetian, she believed him merely to be relying on a surprise attack. Now, however, Ruyan, do you think I require your assistance? Chu Zhetian turned to her, finally uttering a word. Yet, this remark left her blushing with indignation. Just then, a voice filled with venomous rage erupted, laden with profound fury and malice. Chu Zhetian, how dare you slay my junior sister? Chapter 25. Those who have harmed Yueyue must die. A one-eyed youth appeared just before Ling's demise, striving to prevent Chu Zhetian from committing murder. It was none other than Bai Yifei, the chief of the White Tiger Peak. Nevertheless, Chu Zhetian, undeterred, plunged his sword into Ling's heart right before Bai Yifei's eyes, witnessing the lifeless form of his junior sister lying there. Bai Yifei was consumed by an overwhelming rage. Yet facing Bai Yifei's accusatory glare, Chu Zhetian merely chuckled coldly. What is there for me to fear? At that moment, a hidden eye manifested upon Chu Zhetian's forehead. Invisible to others, the pupil of this eye glowed a deep crimson, swirling with a sanguine vortex. It was the blood wheel I formed from the god burial blood domain, a trickle of vital essence wafted from Ling's corpse. Being drawn into the blood wheel eye, bringing a wave of warmth surging through Chu Zhetian's body, granting him a subtle enhancement. Indeed, through slaughter, one could fortify their physical form. Chu Zhetian mused inwardly, relishing the sensation of being nourished and empowered. I have commanded you to cease. Do you not hear me? Bai Yifei's voice was frigid, his gaze rife with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhetian laughed, a derisive, scornful laughter. You think I will stop just because you say so? What do you think you are? At this juncture, Chu Zhetian's tone sharpened further, if I'm not mistaken. It was you who instructed Ling to come after me, yes? You sent someone to kill me. And now you question me for my actions? How ludicrous! It is said that enemies meet with a fiery gaze. Bai Yifei harbors a deep-seated hatred for me, and I, in turn, am filled with murderous intent towards him. This vile creature, twisted and malevolent, had previously captured Yueyue and imprisoned her in his underground chamber in the White Tiger Peak, seeking vengeance against me. Fortunately, as her father, I did not entirely forsake my daughter. It was only on the 3rd day of her disappearance that I began to search for her. By the time I located the underground chamber, she had already been tortured to the brink of ruin. In fact, Bai Yifei was on the verge of committing the final atrocity against her. Had I arrived just a moment later, Yueyue would have fallen victim to this beast, thus upon encountering Bai Yifei in this life. Boundless bloodlust surged within me. Chu Zhetian, you harbored ill intentions towards my junior sister, and when your schemes failed, you resorted to violence. Today, I shall rend you to pieces to set the record straight. Bai Yifei's single eye glinted with deep-seated malice as he faced Chu Zhetian. He cast a glance towards Ye, a cruel and sinister expression crossing his face. Before I kill you, I will first sever your limbs and then, before your eyes, turn your daughter into a meat paste. I shall make you aware of the consequences of slaying my junior sister. His final words erupted into a maniacal laugh. In response, Chu Zhetian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Then you shall join her in death. Bai Yifei erupted into a more frenzied laugh. You think you can challenge me? In the next instant, an immense force radiated from him. Innate? Su Ruyan gasped in shock. Chu Zhetian narrowed his eyes. Bai Yifei had broken through to the innate realm. He pondered if his physical strength could withstand an innate opponent. If not, he could always resort to using spiritual energy. It was not a concern. However, at that moment, Bai Yifei believed that having attained the first stage of innate mastery, he could dictate life and death over Chu Zhetian. Indeed, I have broken through to the innate realm. The prowess of an innate master cannot be compared to that of someone at the 8th or even the pinnacle of the 9th stage of postnatal mastery. Chu Zhetian, you dog, presume that your meager physical strength can harm my junior sister. But before an innate master, you are merely a jest. Be wise and kneel to end your life. Perhaps I might consider sparing this little brat, keeping her as a pet. The Su Ruyan's gaze flickered as she urgently implored Chu Zhetian. Chu Zhetian, I shall grant you one more chance. If you agree to return with me to the Azure Dragon Peak, I can temporarily stall Bai Yifei. He dares not kill me, providing you with a chance to escape with your daughter. Chu Zhetian frowned inwardly. This woman had emerged again. Moreover, she sought to leverage the situation to threaten him into returning to Azure Dragon Peak. How laughable! A wave of disgust surged within him. Could you kindly leave? Chu Zhetian spat irritably. In the next moment, he charged directly towards Bai Yifei. The latter, taken aback, displayed an expression of fury and surprise, seemingly unprepared for Chu Zhetian's boldness. You seek death. Bai Yifei brandished his sword in retaliation. The overwhelming aura of an innate master enveloped the area. Su Ruyan's face flushed with a myriad of emotions, alternating between red and white. This man, who had once bowed to her every whim, now dared to tell her to leave. She had lowered herself to mend their relationship, yet this ungrateful man remained obstinate. Shouldn't he be groveling back to her, begging for her forgiveness? Why did he instead command her to leave? On what grounds? Chu Zhetian, may you perish. At that moment, Su Ruyan longed to flay Chu Zhetian alive, to excavate his heart and discern its true nature, whether black or white. Die. Be torn to shreds by Bai Yifei. Su Ruyan cursed vehemently in her heart. After all, according to their plans, should Chu Zhetian perish, she could still seize his multifaceted spiritual root. However, disappointment was destined to greet her. She was once again left in shock. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of swords rang out as the 3-foot azure blade in Bai Yifei's hand met Chu Zhetian's weapon. For a moment, they fought fiercely, neither yielding an inch, even relying solely on physical prowess. Chu Zhetian did not find himself at a disadvantage. How is this possible? This detestable man's physical prowess is astonishing beyond measure. What has he endured in the blood-prisoned demonic cave? Su Ruyan's eyes widened, her heart awash with an indescribable mix of emotions. She felt as if she were a mere jester in this unfolding drama. It turned out that Chu Zhetian required no assistance. Not when facing Muron Ling, nor when confronting the innate Bai Yifei. Father, go for it. Yueyue cheered, her tiny fists raised in support, embodying her father's cheerleader. Meanwhile, Bai Yifei was utterly stunned. Chu Zhetian, what nefarious technique have you mastered? How could your physical prowess be so exaggerated? Hearing this, Chu Zhetian scoffed dismissively. Deal with you. I need no dark arts. You are not worthy. As he spoke, a frown etched itself upon his heart. It appeared that the initial physical strength of the celestial body was comparable to that of a first-tier innate powerhouse. Though it was already an extraordinary feat, vanquishing Bai Yifei still posed significant difficulty. Perhaps a slight revelation of power would suffice. In the next moment, Chu Zhetian's aura surged dramatically. A wave of spiritual energy manifested suddenly around him, catching Bai Yifei utterly off guard. An opponent who had been evenly matched with him now unleashed an attack that escalated from 100,000 pounds to a staggering 150,000 pounds. Anyone would struggle to react to such a sudden shift. And even if one could respond, how could they possibly defend against it? Thus, the equilibrium of battle was shattered in an instant, with a sharp sound akin to a blade piercing flesh. Chu Zhetian swept aside by Yifei's weapon with a single stroke. Following this, he pressed the attack, mercilessly cleaving into the opponent's left arm. In an instant, an arm was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Bai Yifei staggered back 3 steps, his face blanching in disbelief. How could this be? Were you not supposed to be devoid of power? How do you still possess the strength of a postnatal first tier? Bai Yifei questioned, his voice trembling. Meanwhile, Su Ruyan's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression one of shock that a postnatal first tier. Just yesterday, he had been stripped of his powers, and today he was at postnatal first tier. How could this be? Just how monstrous was he? Indeed, Chu Zhetian had suppressed his own cultivation to the level of postnatal first tier, thus shattering the balance of the battle and grievously wounding Bai Yifei. Meanwhile, who had been anxiously fretting over her father, revealed a jubilant smile. Father is amazing. Go, Daddy. The little one, unaware of the distinctions between innate and postnatal, only knew that her father had triumphed. Excellent. Daddy listens to his precious one. Chu Zhetian nodded at Yueyue with a smile. But turning his face, an endless killing intent emerged. With his daughter urging him on, he could not let Bai Yifei escape. Cease this, you dare, at that moment. A furious voice resonated from over 1,000 meters away. Chu Zhetian's gaze sharpened as he turned toward the source of the voice. A spiritual crane was rapidly approaching, upon which sat a man, Bai Yifei's father. The master of Baihu Peak, Bai Pengdu, Bai Yifei, seeing his father as a beacon of hope, shouted desperately, "Father, save me!" Enduring the pain of his severed arm, he attempted to rush toward Bai Pengdu. Yet, with a chilling laugh, Chu Zhetian advanced once more, showing no signs of restraint in light of the arrival of the master of Baihu Peak. Having lost an arm, Bai Yifei, now at the brink of defeat, barely raised his sword in defense. Chu Zhetian easily swept it aside, and then his left leg, akin to a battle axe, struck violently upon Bai Yifei's body. With an explosive force of 200,000 pounds, he sent his opponent flying. Crack! Just as Bai Yifei hit the ground, a foot came crashing down upon his back. The impact shattered his spine. He let out a wretched scream, writhing in agony beneath Chu Zhetian's foot, unable to escape. Swoosh! At that moment, Bai Pengdu had arrived. Before the spiritual crane had even landed, he leapt down into the courtyard. Chu Zhetian, you seek death. Bai Pengdu's eyes blazed with fury as he beheld his son's dire state. Su Ruyan, standing nearby, was also taken aback by Chu Zhetian's ruthlessness. She could hardly believe that even with the master of Baihu Peak present, Chu Zhetian would still show such mercilessness toward Bai Yifei. Meanwhile, seeing the newcomer, cleverly dashed behind her father. The little one understood that she was her father's Achilles' heel and must not fall into the hands of outsiders, lest she bring trouble upon him. Father, save me! Bai Yifei lay there, a pitiful sight, desperately extending his right arm. He cried out for help. Release my son, or I shall have you torn to shreds. Bai Pengdu roared with a chilling intensity. Your son just said the same thing. Chu Zhetian retorted with a cold snort, raising his sword to cleave at Bai Yifei's neck. Cease this! How dare you! Bai Pengdu's eyes widened with rage, his voice rising in a furious roar. Chu Zhetian, stop! Su Ruyan's expression turned horrified, urgently calling for him to halt. If Bai Yifei were to perish, all hope for resolution would vanish. But in the next instant, the sword of ruptured air descended without hesitation. A fine head rolled away, blood gushing forth. Yifei! At this moment, Bai Pengdu's eyes threatened to burst with fury. A mournful wail escaped his lips, akin to a man mourning the loss of his kin. Su Ruyan trembled, her lips quivering as she gazed at Chu Zhetian, as though gazing upon a complete madman. He is killed. Chu Zhetian has slain him. Murong Ling met her end at his sword. And now Bai Yifei has been executed before the master of Baihu Peak. How could he dare? At that moment, Chu Zhetian felt a surge of warmth flowing into his body, further fortifying his physical form. It was a portion of the blood and flesh essence from Bai Yifei's corpse, automatically absorbed by the blood wheel. Chu Zhetian, I have arrived to stop you. Do you still dare to ignore me and slay my son? Bai Pengzhu's presence radiated an overwhelming aura of rage. His teeth clenched as he growled. The grief of losing a beloved son threatened to drive him to madness. Chu Zhetian secretly chuckled. Killing the young had summoned the elder. Eliminate the elder, and the patriarch shall follow. Was it not evident that Bai Pengzhu had long been aware of his sons' and disciples' endeavors to trouble him at Zhuge Peak? Even if he were not the mastermind, he had certainly turned a blind eye, allowing their misdeeds to persist. Now, with his son defeated and dead, he revealed this pitiful state. Why had he not acted sooner? Moreover, considering the various indulgences Bai Pengzhu had afforded his son, how could Chu Zhetian not contemplate ending this Baihu peak master with a single strike? If the son was such a beast, what could be said of the father? In his previous life, when he arrived at that underground chamber, it was not merely Yueyue who bore the scars. There were over a dozen other young girls as well. One could only imagine the atrocities Bai Yifei had committed against innocent children. Would Bai Pengzhu, as a father, truly be oblivious to all this? In his previous life, it was precisely due to the forceful protection from Bai Pengzhu and his wife, Zhong Wanlin, that Bai Yifei's heinous acts against Yueyue had been glossed over, merely resulting in a month of symbolic contemplation that, of course, there was also Chu Zhetian's failure to fight for Yueye's justice in that lifetime. But this time, it would be entirely different. He was determined to make them all pay the price they deserved. Master Bai, may I pose a question? If someone were to turn your son into minced meat, how would you respond? Facing the seething Bai Pengzhu, Chu Zhetian asked without yielding an inch that I would have him torn to shreds and their bones ground to dust. Bai Pengzhu replied with a chilling intensity, his eyes aflame. Then it is settled. Bai Yifei not only threatened to tear me to pieces, but also vowed to reduce my daughter to minced meat. My slaying of him is thus entirely justified. Are we to allow your son to harm others while forbidding retaliation? Chu Zhetian spoke with an expressionless demeanor. You seek death, Zhetian. Bai Pengzhu was already at the brink of fury. As his words fell, he brandished his blade and charged toward Chu Zhetian. The murderous intent emanating from his eyes was palpable, as if it could be physically grasped. The overwhelming pressure of six-tier Hunyuan powerhouse surged to the heavens. Yeah, go inside. Chu Zhetian's pupils constricted slightly at the sight that a hint of caution flickered across his face, accompanied by an intense battle fervor. The Hunyuan powerhouse. Was it? He was eager to test whether he could contend with such an opponent in a full-scale battle. Clang! Yet, at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, intercepting Bai Pengzhu's blade on Chu Zhetian's behalf. It was none other than the master of Zhuge Peak, Xiaoyueyue, as he beheld the unparalleled grace of her timely arrival. Chu Zhetian wondered if she had been secretly observing from the shadows. Previously, when Murong Ling and Bai Yifei posed no threat to him, Xiaoyueyue had refrained from intervening. But now, faced with Bai Pengzhu, a Hunyuan expert, she had rushed to his aid out of concern for his safety. This realization stirred a warmth and gratitude within Chu Zhetian's heart. Compared to Su Hongtu, his former master, Xiaoyueyue had truly made him feel the weight of a mentor's care and concern. Xiaoyueyue, get out of my way. Today, I shall slay Chu Zhetian to avenge my son. Whoever obstructs me shall meet the same fate. Bai Pengzhu bellowed at Xiaoyueyue, his fury palpable. Lose a son is a tragedy. But you have more than one child. Besides, it was Bai Yifei and Murong Ling who first sought to harm Chu Zhetian, that he merely retaliated in self-defense. It is not his fault that if blame is to be placed, it must lie with your son's inadequacies, Xiaoyueyue casually advised, rolling her eyes. Yet, to Bai Pengzhu, her words were infuriating. Very well. I shall see if you can protect Chu Zhetian today. Bai Pengzhu's tone was ominous. Let us see. Then, if you succeed in killing my newly accepted disciple here at Zhuge Peak, I shall be utterly humiliated, Xiaoyueyue replied with a nonchalant smirk that on the exquisite visage of Xiaoyueyue. A familiar languor lingered, as if she were utterly indifferent. Yet, when she took action, there was no hesitation. Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! In an instant, two formidable figures from the mixed origin realm engaged in a fierce battle. The confrontation escalated to a fever pitch from the very outset. The death of his son had driven Bai Pengzhu to the brink of madness, and he fought without mercy, embodying a life-or-death struggle. Both Chu Zhetian and Su Ruyan could only watch in horror. With another violent clash, Bai Pengju and Yu Chaolu were sent flying back simultaneously. Pooh! Pooh! In the next moment, both powerful beings spat out mouthfuls of reverse blood, clearly having suffered grievous injuries. Yu Chaolu, do you insist on protecting Chu Zhetian? Bai Pengju spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he inquired, as long as I am here, you cannot kill him, Yu Chaolu replied with a smile, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Very well. Today, we shall determine life or death. Chu Zhetian, I will kill you, Bai Pengju declared fiercely, clearly intent on a fight to the finish. Meanwhile, as Yu Chaolu observed the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth, Chu Zhetian felt a sharp pang in his heart. Both she and Bai Pengju possessed the strength of the sixth layer of mixed origin that if they truly unleashed their fury, none could ascertain who would emerge alive. And it was entirely possible they could perish together. How could Chu Zhetian allow Yu Chaolu to jeopardize her life for him? After a moment of contemplation, he raised his voice, Bai Pengju, in 7 days, I am willing to engage you in a battle of the void. The instant these words left his lips, the expressions of Bai Pengju, Yu Chaolu, and Su Ruyan all changed dramatically. A battle of the void? Zhetian, do not act recklessly. Even Yu Chaolu, who usually appeared unconcerned, now bore a grave expression as she sternly admonished Chu Zhetian. Su Ruyan's face also reflected her shock. Chu Zhetian, do you truly wish for your own demise? This scoundrel still needs to serve as the host for the Qi gathering array of Qinglong Peak. Why must you repeatedly seek your end? Upon hearing this, a cruel and mocking smile crept across Bai Pengju's face. Are you certain you wish to engage me in a battle of the void? Before Chu Zhetian could respond, Yu Chaolu urged urgently, Zhetian, do not act impulsively. Do you understand what a battle of the void entails? Master, I am fully aware, Chu Zhetian replied, his gaze resolute and his tone steady. The next moment he spoke with a solemnity that resonated. I, Chu Zhetian, proclaim to heaven and convey to the grand ancestor of the Taixu, due to the enmity I share with Bai Pengju, we shall not rest until one of us is dead. This is a personal grievance, and to avoid harming the interests of our sect, I am willing to engage in a battle of the void in 7 days hence. Let this resolve our animosity, as his declaration echoed. A palpable ripple coursed through the heavens and the earth. With a fierce aura, Chu Zhetian turned to Bai Pengju and asked Bai Pengju, do you dare to accept? Bai Pengju's grin widened malevolently. You fool! I know not from whence you draw your courage to challenge me in a battle of the void. However, since you seek your own demise, I accept, with those final words. The heavens and the earth quaked once more, signifying that the battle of the void had received the acknowledgement and sanction of the celestial laws. Furthermore, there would be no turning back at this juncture. Yu Chaolu cast a deep glance at Chu Zhetian and chose to remain silent. Su Ruyan shook her head, internally cursing his recklessness. The battle of the void represents the most brutal form of duel within the Taixu Sect. When two individuals harbor irreconcilable enmity and wish to avoid punishment from their sect, they may initiate a battle of the void. Once both parties agree, they will engage in a one-on-one death match within a specified time frame. No outsider, not even the sect leader, has the authority to interfere. Otherwise, both challengers will face obliteration by the will of heaven, in other words, by challenging Bai Pengju to a battle of the void. Chu Zhetian would have to confront the master of Baihu Peak alone in 7 days in 01. Not even his most ardent supporter would be allowed to intervene. To others, this was undoubtedly an act of self-destruction. Chu Zhetian, prepare to meet your end in 7 days. At that time, I shall make you suffer 1,000 cuts in vengeance for Yi Fei and Ling Er, Bai Pengju declared ominously, pointing at Chu Zhetian. With the battle of the void established, he saw no need to continue his conflict with Yu Chaolu. Have someone assist Bai Pengju in transporting the bodies of his son and beloved disciple back to Baihu Peak. Yu Chaolu commanded, and own need for that. Bai Pengju snorted coldly. He gathered the remains of Bai Yi Fei and Murong Ling, placing them upon the back of a spiritual crane, after casting one last venomous glare at Chu Zhetian. He took to the skies. Chu Zhetian watched as Bai Pengju departed, his expression inscrutable, devoid of any trace of joy or sorrow. It seemed he harbored no concern or panic. He believed he could achieve the innate realm within a single day. 7 days should suffice to prepare for a confrontation with a mixed-origin powerhouse. Chu Zhetian, come here. I have something to discuss with you. A clear and icy voice rang out as Ruyan approached him. Her expression complex. Yueyue glanced at the two before taking the small hand of Yueyue and entering the house. What is it? Speak, Chu Zhetian said, his brow furrowed and his tone tinged with impatience. What is with your attitude towards me now? Just because you have a daughter out of wedlock, you treat me with such disdain. Have you transferred all your affection for me and our son to your daughter? After 5 years of marital bond, you can be so heartless? Ruyan bit her lip, her tone laced with a hint of grievance and indignation. Why had this man suddenly changed so drastically? For 5 years, he had loved her deeply. How could he now claim indifference? What had instigated such a transformation in this scoundrel? Upon hearing her words, Chu Zhetian let out a scoff, his tone icy and hard. Heartless? Ruyan, there are matters I do not wish to expose, so it would be wise for you not to humiliate yourself. Ruyan's expression faltered, her eyes flickering with a hint of guilt. I do not know what you are talking about, that a day of marriage is worth 100 days of kindness. Not create a scene. As long as you return with me, I will overlook your past with other women. I could even act as your daughter's godmother, treating her as my own and caring for her well. For 5 years, Ruyan had always held herself above Chu Zhetian, and now she made such a concession, as if it were a monumental sacrifice. In her mind, the living Chu Zhetian was of the utmost benefit to her. Now that she was here, she decided to test the waters and see if she could entice this loyal dog back to her. You want me to return, but surely not out of any sense of marital kindness? Chu Zhetian retorted mockingly, then feigned realization. Oh, I see. You need my mixed origin roots to infuse the chi gathering array. Taixu, your cultivation is also stuck at the peak of the acquired 9th layer, and you require my assistance to advance. In an instant, Ruyan appeared as if her secrets had been laid bare. Her exquisite face flushing crimson. What about me? Get out of my sight at once. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to add another victim to my tally today. With that, he turned and strode into the house. He could never forget the resentment and contempt on her face when she had betrayed him during his tribulation in his past life. He could also not forget the scene of her and her daughter trying to force him and Yueyue to their deaths. Every time he recalled the moments when he had been utterly devoted to her, he felt nothing but revulsion and regret. The former version of himself had been foolish, but to return to her now would be nothing short of degrading. Ruyan stood there, watching Chu Zhetian's resolute figure retreat, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. It was as though something precious was truly slipping away. Yet soon after, a deep resentment surfaced on her face. Chu Zhetian, you are but a commoner, and I did not despise your humble origins when I wed you. How dare you treat me this way now? Were it not for my desire to help Brother Bachin and my father acquire your mixed origin roots, do you think I would endure the revulsion in my heart to feign civility with you? I shall eagerly await to see how you meet your end in 7 days. As the narrative continued, Chu Zhetian entered the room, finding Yueyue checking on the condition of Chang'e and his companions. Concerned, extended her small hand, mimicking an examination of the elder's breaths. This sight evoked a mix of amusement and exasperation in Chu Zhetian, as though Chang'e and the others were on the brink of death. Rest assured, Master, they merely ingested the seal of immortality powder and will recover after several hours of rest. Second senior brother has only been knocked unconscious. He assured Yueyue, noticing her worry. The seal of immortality powder, Yueyue exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She was uncertain of the poison affecting her disciples, yet Chu Zhetian had identified it with remarkable accuracy. Moreover, this young man appeared unaffected by the toxin. In a fleeting moment, she increasingly sensed that Chu Zhetian was anything but ordinary. It appeared that the sect leader and the second elder held him in such high regard for reasons beyond mere personal sentiment. However, given her disposition, she refrained from inquiring further. Just then, a sudden groan escaped her lips, and a look of anguish marred her exquisite countenance, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The fierce clash with Bai Pengju had escalated to a life-and-death struggle, inflicting significant harm upon her. Master, Chu Zhetian's expression tightened as he hastily supported her. In that instant, he was enveloped by a fragrant breeze, a delicate and weakened form leaning against him. Yet he dared not entertain any impure thoughts. His heart was filled solely with gratitude, guilt, and concern. This new and beautiful master had sustained injuries multiple times while coming to his aid. A debt of gratitude heavier than mountains. In this lifetime, he vowed to never fail her and to ensure her safety. Master Ancestor, how do you fare? Yueyue called out anxiously from his side, upon seeing the blood at Xiaoyue's lips. The little one was evidently alarmed, tears welling in her eyes, and her voice taking on a tremulous tone. Fear not. Master Ancestor is fine, Xiaoyue reassured as she gently patted the child's head. Subsequently, sensing her reliance on Chu Zhetian, she hastily distanced herself and endeavored to stand upright. A flicker of something unusual crossed her beautiful eyes. You entertain yourself for now. Father will assist your master to rest. Chu Zhetian thought little of it. After instructing his daughter, he helped Xiaoyueyue into the inner chamber. I am quite well. I merely need to take some healing elixir and rest for a while. You should go and accompany the child. Xiaoyueyue gestured dismissively upon entering, feigning languor in her tone, though her voice conveyed a hint of weakness. Master, allow me to examine your injuries, Chu Zhetian said earnestly. His heart stirred. Previously, he had been able to use his spiritual energy to aid Su Ruyan's cultivation, which also had certain healing properties that Su Ruyan, in her desire to possess him entirely, even forbade him from sharing this matter with others, thus making him her exclusive tool. Now, with the transformation of his myriad roots into the ultimate form of the devouring sacred body, his spiritual energy could still harmonize with all things and should not clash with anyone else's. The effectiveness of assisting cultivation and healing should remain intact. Before Xiaoyueyue could respond, Chu Zhetian placed his hand upon her back, pressing against the two sides of her soul gates. Pure spiritual energy surged into her body through the acupoints. In the next moment, Xiaoyueyue felt a refreshing stream coursing through her meridians, enveloping her in unparalleled comfort. Involuntarily, she let out a delicate moan that could lead to misunderstandings. Realizing the impropriety of her sound, she quickly clenched her teeth and sealed her lips. Curse be it! How could I produce such an embarrassing noise? If Zhetian were to misinterpret it, he might think I'm seducing him. After all, I am his master, like tea that moment. Chu Zhetian, too, was rendered somewhat flustered by Xiaoyueyue's soft exclamation. Although she was ostensibly his master now, she remained an unparalleled beauty. For a powerful female cultivator, her age of over 60 was hard. The moonlit morning dew nodded faintly, and then she did not linger any longer. After instructing the other disciples to carry away Zhang Dali and his companions, this enchanting peak master departed as well, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor. The unusual circumstances of the moment made her feel somewhat awkward in the presence of Chu Zhetian. Upon leaving the Qingyuan manor, moonlit morning dew cast her gaze towards the direction of Qinglong Peak, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Su Ruyan, oh Su Ruyan, how could you fail to cherish such a man? I wonder if you are now filled with regret. The astute and perceptive moonlit morning dew could not help but recall how frequently Chu Zhetian had expended his own spiritual energy to assist Su Ruyan in her cultivation. In her mind, the eldest daughter of the Qinglong Peak Master had mediocre talent for cultivation. She had only reached the 6th level of the Zhetian realm before marrying Chu Zhetian. Yet in the 5 years since their union, she had soared to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the acquired realm, merely a step away from the innate stage. It now seemed clear that it was not Su Ruyan's sudden enlightenment, but rather Chu Zhetian's merit, such a rare treasure of a man, and Su Ruyan had let him slip away. How delightful it is indeed. Meanwhile, Su Ruyan had just returned to Qinglong Peak, inside the Peak Master's residence. She coldly stated, Father, Chu Zhetian refuses to come back. She then recounted all that had transpired to Su Hongtu. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu's expression fluctuated between dark and light. What did you say? In just one day, that wretch's strength has already returned to the acquired realm, and he is killed by Yifei. Furthermore, he has proposed a battle for the return to the abyss. This wretch seems to have truly gone mad. He continued in a somber tone, It appears we can only wait 7 days to seize that wretch's corpse. Now, I fear that Bai Pengju may also covet this Wanhua spiritual root. Su Ruyan frowned slightly at his words. Just as she was about to speak, a clear and melodious voice suddenly chimed in. "Father, what are you discussing?" Following the sound, a young woman entered. She possessed an exquisitely beautiful face, with features resembling Su Ruyan's by 70%. However, her aura was entirely different, exuding a playful and enchanting charm. It was none other than Su Hongtu's youngest daughter, Su Ruyan. "Is that Ruyan? You have emerged from seclusion? How did it go? Did you succeed in your breakthrough?" Su Hongtu asked with a smile, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he looked at his daughter. Su Ruyan felt a sense of perplexity. The relationship between the sisters was not particularly warm. Previously, Su Ruyan had secluded herself to break through to the innate realm. Su Ruyan did not wish for this little vixen to succeed and outshine her. In the next moment, Su Ruyan's expression fell as she shrugged her shoulders, saying no. Hearing this, Su Hongtu nodded expressionlessly and reassured her. "It's all right. The innate realm is indeed one of the most challenging bottlenecks to overcome. You are still young. No need to rush." Meanwhile, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in Su Ruyan's eyes. Just then, Su Ruyan adjusted her emotions and asked again, "Father, what were you discussing just now? By the way, where is my brother-in-law? Has he not returned from leading the army against the Wan Yaoshan Manor?" Upon hearing the little girl's inquiry about Chu Zhetian's whereabouts, Su Ruyan's countenance instantly turned frosty. Did this little vixen have such an infatuation with Chu Zhetian? Since their marriage, it was not she, the legitimate wife, nor Su Hongtu, the father-in-law, who had treated Chu Zhetian the best, but rather her sister, Su Ruyan. Whether it was due to a lifelong habit of competing for everything with her sister or genuine feelings for Chu Zhetian, Su Ruyan had always behaved exceptionally close to him, almost proactively so. This thought made Su Ruyan feel a wave of discomfort. That moment, Su Hongtu looked at his youngest daughter with a sudden realization. A phrase spoken by his great-grandfather floated in his mind. "Your eldest daughter has been dismissed, but you still have a second daughter, right?" Although Chu Zhetian was dead, he could still seize his spiritual root. However, refining the spiritual root carried a certain risk of failure or degradation in quality. It would be best to lure that wretch back, whether for my own use or to kill him and seize the spiritual root. It would be far more convenient than the current situation. It would be a pity to let it fall into someone else's hands, allowing a cooked duck to fly away, even if he were to be slaughtered by Pengjiu in 7 days. Prior to that, he must infuse the Wanhua Gathering Spirit Array with the Wanhua Original Essence once more. With this thought, Su Hongtu cleared his throat. "Ahem, Ruyan, your brother-in-law and your sister have had a bit of a disagreement, and he is currently residing at Zhuke Peak. Why don't you go and bring him back tonight?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruyan was taken aback for a moment, and then her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, Su Ruyan's expression darkened. Was her father suggesting that her sister go to reconcile with Chu Zhetian? And tonight? What was he planning? Chapter 30. The Fate of Yueyue's Mother in the Qingyuan Manor. After seeing moonlit morning dew off, Chu Zhetian turned and embraced his daughter. Since his rebirth, he had first entered the blood prison abyss and then had been summoned by the sect master and several elders for inquiries. Until now, he had not had the chance to dote on his daughter properly. He had countless words to share with Yueyue, wishing he could hold his precious child for 12 hours a day. "Daddy," Yueyue said softly, gazing up at Chu Zhetian, her little voice filled with affection and reliance, her cheeks adorned with 2 small dimples, her big eyes sparkling with adoration. Chu Zhetian felt his heart melting in that moment. As their gazes met, a sense of profound connection surged between them. "Darling, let Daddy take a good look at you." Chu Zhetian kissed his daughter on the cheek and then sat down with the little one in his arms. He gazed at her small face, remembering the dirt and dust that had clung to her upon their first meeting. He could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. What kind of trials must this little child have endured to find her way to the Taixu Sect? How he regretted abandoning her in his previous life. Allowing the M upon hearing the mention of the tragic fate of the old woman, Yueyue was already weeping inconsolably. In truth, the old crone had not been kind to Yueyue, often resorting to slaps and scolding. Yet, she had been a companion throughout Yueyue's formative years, and thus their bond was undeniably profound. Ultimately, the old woman had exerted her utmost efforts to protect Yueyue, whether out of a newfound sense of conscience or under the command of Yilongmei. Chu Zhetian hastily consoled his daughter while secretly pondering the matter. Why Yueyue? Why did you choose to keep your daughter away from you since childhood, allowing her to live with the old crone? And why such indifference towards the child? Is there some hidden reason, or is it something else altogether? In his previous life, he had remained indifferent to all of this. His mind solely focused on winning Su Ruyan's favor. He had even gone to great lengths to distance himself from Yueyue to avoid suspicion, never inquiring about Yueyue's circumstances. He could not recall seeing that woman again. During the previous life's assault by the Dark Knight Palace on the Taixu Sect, she had not made an appearance either. Perhaps it was his apathy, or perhaps she was no longer alive. The sudden call for Yueyue to find him in the Taixu Sect. Could it be that the woman encountered some crisis? Yueyue, in this life, I shall find you and unravel the truth. Whether in life or death, I must see you. No matter the circumstances, you are the child's biological mother. I was entirely devoted to Su Ruyan and her child. There is no reason for me to neglect my daughter's own mother. Chu Zhetian mused that, of course, all of this hinges on having the strength to do so. Reborn, he faced an incredibly challenging beginning. Looming just ahead was the battle of the returning ruins in 7 days. And further still was his promise to annihilate the Dark Knight Palace within 3 months. Even farther in the distance lay the calamity that the Taixu Sect was about to confront. In this life, I shall not allow the sect leader and the second elder to meet a tragic end. Moreover, what weighed most heavily on Chu Zhetian's mind was the demonic seed within his daughter. From his experiences in his past life, he understood a thing or two about this demonic seed. It is an evil essence planted by malevolent cultivators within a new life form to survive their impending doom. Essentially, it is a fragment of soul power that gradually devours the host's own soul. Once the host soul is weakened to a certain extent and loses its resistance to foreign souls, the malevolent cultivator can seize control of the host, thereby achieving a new lease on life. That if the issue of the demonic seed is not resolved promptly, it is uncertain whether the Taixu Sect can allow Yueyue to continue living. The damage inflicted by the demonic seed alone on Yueye's soul is something Chu Zhetian cannot bear. In his previous life, he was unaware of how Yueyue ultimately escaped her fate of being taken over. However, in this life, he must eradicate all potential threats to his daughter to plant a demonic seed. The cultivator must at least be at the nascent soul stage. In other words, if Chu Zhetian wishes to resolve the issue of the demonic seed in his daughter swiftly, he may soon face a formidable nascent soul expert. Chapter 31. The consequences of angering the honest man Taixu Sect. Behind a mountain of a sect, in a serene and spiritually rich courtyard known as Chang'e Courtyard, 2 figures sat opposite each other in the reception hall. They were the Grand Elder by Chang'e and the 4th Elder At this moment, the atmosphere between them was rather tense. After Chu Zhetian exposed the scandal between them yesterday, Yueyue found herself at a loss on how to face Bai Chang'e. Meanwhile, Bai Chang'e had no desire to see her either, had it not been for the trouble stirred up by Chu Zhetian. They would not have met alone in the near future. In truth, Bai Chang'e had long been aware of Yueyue's infidelity. This was precisely why, in his previous life, he had temporarily supported Su Hongtu in ascending to the position of sect leader instead of backing his own by clan descendants after colluding with the Dark Knight Palace to overthrow the sect. However, being so blatantly exposed by Chu Zhetian was something he could not accept. Within, a surge of resentment towards this purported sect prodigy welled up. Chu Zhetian actually killed Bai Yifei, if memory serves. Bai Yifei had already broken through to the innate stage, had he not? How did Chu Zhetian accomplish such a feat? Yueyue's voice broke the silence, laden with astonishment. Following this, Bai Chang'e coldly replied, "This matter is absolutely true. Chu Zhetian has just lost all his cultivation. After emerging from the Blood Abyss Devil Cave, he has only been training for a day and is already capable of slaying an innate strongman. It seems the fortune he has obtained is truly extraordinary. If he grows any stronger, our plans may become exceedingly difficult to realize." Although the two were currently at odds, the gravity of their larger scheme compelled them to convene and discuss. Yueyue lowered her voice to ask, "What shall we do then?" Noticing her gesture mimicking a throat-cutting motion, the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows upon the wall, rendering the scene almost sinister. No need to rush. If he can perish at the hands of my useless grandson in 7 days during the returning ruins battle, that would be splendid. If not, we shall devise another plan. Regardless, we must prepare for both contingencies. It seems our plans need to be expedited. I've sensed various ominous signs in my recent divinations. By Chang'e concluded, his tone growing icy. Very well. I shall contact the Dark Knight Palace immediately and urge them to send people over to discuss matters. Moments later, a spirit pigeon soared from Chang'e courtyard into the night. That evening, Ye had already been lulled to sleep by Chu Zhetian. Earlier in the evening, Zhang Dalai and the others had come over once more. The previous morning's meal had been tainted by Murong Ling's drug, causing them to be incapacitated before they could truly enjoy themselves. Thus, they had gathered again for a hearty feast that evening. During their revelry, they recounted the incident of Murong Ling attempting to poison them in a bid to kill Chu Zhetian, and all four were filled with indignation. Especially Zhang Wenxuan, who felt that his own lust had provided Murong Ling the opportunity to nearly endanger Chu Zhetian. As for the death of their adversary, he felt no sorrow nor regret, let alone blame Chu Zhetian. With a mere phrase of fleeting romance, the matter was brushed aside. Instead, he produced a generous amount of silver notes and spirit stones to atone for his oversight, leaving Chu Zhetian to suspect whether his second senior brother truly relished this propensity for resolving matters with money. In contrast to the deaths of Murong Ling and Bai Yifei, these senior brothers and sisters appeared far more preoccupied with the impending returning ruins battle in 7 days. They feared that their Chu Zhetian might not stand a chance against Bai Pengju, and they were not the only ones worried. The second elder Su Beiwang also visited that night, providing Chu Zhetian with various cultivation resources as well as a piece of high-grade earth-tier soft armor made of earth dragon gold silk. Given his disposition and protective nature, had it not been for Chu Zhetian's repeated assurances that he could slay Bai Pengju in 7 days, the second elder would have sought to incapacitate him beforehand. At this moment, Chu Zhetian sat cross-legged in the courtyard, beginning to cultivate the extreme Tao, true scripture. As his techniques circulated the surrounding spiritual energy, including Yin energy, 5 elemental energy, and even the residual death energy and resentment from Murong Ling and Bai Yifei's demise, were absorbed and refined by Chu Zhetian as though he were an insatiable beast devouring all energy within reach. After half an hour, Chu Zhetian's Qi refining stage once again broke through. Ascending from the 3rd level of innate to the 4th level of innate, this precise moment, a vacuum formed near Qingyuan Mansion, as the spiritual energies of heaven and earth and various other energies were nearly depleted by Chu Zhetian, causing the energies in other regions to converge towards him. Just then, Chu Zhetian uttered a soft hum and opened his eyes wide. Has someone else arrived? He turned his gaze toward a particular direction, and after a few breaths, a figure vaulted over the wall. Upon seeing this individual, Chu Zhetian froze momentarily, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What brings you here? He inquired, frowning at brother-in-law. I missed you and came to see you. What kind of attitude is that? The visitor was a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, Su Ruyan's younger sister, Su Ruyan. She approached Chu Zhetian gracefully, her figure swaying softly, clad in a white gauzy dress, illuminated by the moonlight, making her appear almost ethereal. As she spoke, her stunningly beautiful face bore an expression of grievance and melancholy, evoking a sense of pity. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, seemed to convey an unspoken affection. Ahem, I am no longer your brother-in-law. Chu Zhetian coughed a few times, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Her forwardness had always left him at a loss. Hearing his words, Su Ruyan continued to approach, gracefully kneeling before him. If I don't call you brother-in-law, what should I call you then? Chu Ge, she inquired with a charming smile. You may call me Chu Ge now, pray tell. What is it that you seek from me? If you intend to persuade me to return to Qinglong Peak, I suggest you refrain from doing so. Chu Zhetian replied coolly. Su Ruyan let out a disdainful sound, pouting slightly. That's not at all. Why would I urge you to go back and reconcile with that wretched Su Ruyan? I'm quite pleased that you have divorced her. As she spoke, she unexpectedly reclined, resting her head upon Chu Zhetian's thigh. Her beautiful eyes fixated intently on him. Chu Zhetian's body stiffened immediately, feeling that her actions were rather too intimate. Chu Zhetian, you heartless scoundrel! Do not move. If you dare to remove my head, I shall bite you to death." Perhaps sensing Chu Zhetian's discomfort, Su Ruyan chided and threatened him, even grinding her silver teeth in a demonstrative manner. "Do you realize you are playing with fire?" Chu Zhetian lowered his gaze, admiring her exquisite visage, her delicate skin, and her alluring, lustrous lips, causing his heart to race. Once upon a time, he had been like a loyal hound, entirely devoted to Su Ruyan. Faced with Su Ruyun's advances and provocations, he felt only embarrassment and guilt. Yet now his mindset had shifted. He suddenly recognized that the girl before him was indeed breathtakingly enchanting, akin to a beguiling little demoness. "Indeed, I am playing with fire. After all, you are merely a coward, too afraid to act against me. You have severed ties with Su Ruyan, yet you remain so timid. If you have the guts, then consume me." Su Ruyan lifted her chin, her tone laced with disdain and provocation. With the motion of raising her chin, her crimson lips appeared even more tempting. Chu Zhetian snorted coldly, recalling the humiliating moments he had endured in Su Ruyan's presence, and his anger flared. "A coward? Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of provoking a righteous man." Chapter 32. Unable to bear seeing my sister while meanwhile, the contest between Chu Zhetian and Su Ruyan was about to reach a climax. On the other side, within the Qinglong Peak's lord's abode, "Father, have you truly sent Ruyan to seek out Chu Zhetian?" Su Ruyan asked her father, her delicate brows furrowed in concern. "What else can be done? We must strive to have Chu Zhetian reactivate the Wanhua gathering spirit array and infuse it with the Wanhua essence within 7 days. If you cannot persuade him, I shall have your sister try." Su Hongtu replied nonchalantly. He was exceedingly pragmatic. As long as the goal was achieved, he cared not for the methods employed. Hearing this, Su Ruyan gritted her teeth and inquired, "And if Ruyan fails, will you then send my few little concubines?" Su Hongtu's voice faltered for a moment. Then he huffed, impudent. He then changed his tone. "Your sister volunteered for this. I did not force her." Su Ruyan ground her teeth in frustration, muttering, "Of course I know you did not compel her." As she spoke, her mind involuntarily conjured images of her sister's flirtatious antics and bold provocations toward Chu Zhetian. Previously, Su Ruyan had not felt this strongly. Yet now, recalling it ignited her fury, especially considering that the man who had once been wholly devoted to her might now be courting her sister. She seethed, gnashing her teeth. That devoted fool should have belonged to her. She would rather see him perish than witness his betrayal. Junior sister, Ruyan, is also making a sacrifice for all of Qinglong Peak. "Do not overthink it. Besides, you still have me," Zhang Beichun, who was present, interjected, attempting to console her. However, Su Ruyan brusquely shrugged off his hand, coldly retorting, "What sacrifice? If she truly wishes to sacrifice, she must possess the ability to do so. That wretched man Chu Zhetian only has eyes for me. Even if Su Ruyan were stripped bare, he would likely show no interest. Sending her to win him back is merely inviting humiliation." At her words, Su Hongtu's expression darkened, and he let out a cold huff without replying. Meanwhile, Zhang Beichun silently furrowed his brow, feeling an immense displeasure. He had assumed that now that Chu Zhetian had severed ties with Su Ruyan, he could openly enjoy romantic moments with her, even seeking to compensate for the regrets of their past clandestine encounters. Yet, the reality was starkly different. In recent days, the time Su Ruyan spent with him had diminished. And when they were together, she appeared distracted, lacking any desire for intimacy. What is wrong with junior sister Ruyan? Chu Zhetian has discarded you, yet how can you still believe that he harbors feelings solely for you? You previously held him in contempt, yet now you cannot seem to let go. As these thoughts crossed his mind, an urgent sense of dread welled up within Zhang Beichun. 7 days. In 7 days, Chu Zhetian would perish. By then, Su Ruyan would only have eyes for me. Just as Zhang Beichun was lost in his thoughts, Su Ruyan suddenly had a realization. Wait, now that Chu Zhetian has severed ties with me, could he be assisting Su Ruyan in her cultivation, perhaps even aiding her breakthrough? The notion sent waves of anxiety through Su Ruyan. If that little vixen surpassed her in strength, would she not be flaunting her superiority? I have actually broken through. Su Ruyan's voice quivered with disbelief at that moment. A soft sound emanated from within her. The barrier between the acquired and innate realm shattered. Her stunningly beautiful face flushed with a radiant hue. Her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chu Zhetian, filled with a mix of satisfaction and ecstatic gratitude. I could see this moment. Chu Zhetian's own eyes glimmered with surprise. Boom! It felt as though a thunderclap erupted within him. The barrier separating the innate realm from the mixed primordial realm also vanished without a trace. Indeed, the entire process not only allowed Su Ruyan to break through her bottleneck, but he himself was the greatest beneficiary. Throughout this exchange, Chu Zhetian's realm also soared. From the 4th level of the innate realm, he ascended rapidly to the pinnacle of the 9th level. Finally, as they both reached the summit of the clouds, they broke through simultaneously. Su Ruyan entered the innate realm, while Chu Zhetian advanced triumphantly to the mixed primordial realm. This heavenly devouring sacred body possessed immeasurable utility, capable of devouring the latent yin within her and fusing it with his own latent yang, creating the purest essence of life to nourish both parties. Su Ruyan had never achieved such effects when she had previously treated him perfunctorily. This indicated that the heavenly devouring sacred body inherently bore the capacity to balance yin and yang. The realization of such an effect made Chu Zhetian suspect that it was also related to Su Ruyan's untainted state. Her latent yin had never been depleted, and coupled with years of cultivation, it was naturally abundant. Reflecting on this seemed rather ironic. The seemingly alluring and extravagant Su Ruyan possessed a body that was pure and pristine. In contrast, Su Ruyan, who appeared aloof and proud like a celestial being, had been engaging in secret liaisons with Zhang Beichun behind his back. Indeed, one must not judge matters solely by their appearance. At this moment, Chu Zhetian's thoughts were profoundly clear, recalling how he had once been akin to a devoted dog. Unwaveringly loyal to Su Ruyan, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. In his previous life, he had been invincible, dominating the world as the revered battle sovereign, yet he had remained steadfastly devoted to Su Ruyan, unaware of how many beautiful women he had turned down. Naturally, if Su Ruyan had reciprocated his affections, it would have been worth it. Yet the loyalty he had offered was met with betrayal and resentment. Reflecting on this was nothing short of tragic and laughable. In this life, he would not be so foolish that a true man, born of heaven and earth, should possess boundless ambition and a free-spirited nature. Why allow a single woman to manipulate him? At this juncture, Su Ruyan lay atop Chu Zhetian, drawing circles on his chest with her fingered brother-in-law. How did you manage to do this? I cannot tell if I have gained or lost. Prior to this, Su Ruyan had never imagined that the bottleneck which had constrained her for 2 years would be shattered through her deeper interaction with Chu Zhetian. The sensation was utterly delightful. Chu Zhetian chuckled, caressing Su Ruyan's hair, and teasingly remarked, "Isn't it a mutually beneficial arrangement?" He then playfully teased, "Little demoness, ever since I married your sister, you have been incessantly tempting me. Have you finally achieved your goal?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruyan shot him a glare, her complexion still flushed. "Wretched man, do not think you can take advantage of me. I do not genuinely like you. I merely seek to retaliate against my sister. Ever since we were young, anything she possessed that I coveted, I would snatch away." Chu Zhetian shrugged indifferently at her words. "Then should you not be targeting Zhang Beichun? Why do you keep tempting me?" Su Ruyan pinched Chu Zhetian, huffing, "Did I not say that I seize whatever I desire? But Zhang Beichun, I have no interest in him." Chu Zhetian responded with a bemused "oh," and then swiftly rolled over, pinning Su Ruyan beneath him. "Little demoness, shall we retaliate against your sister once more? What do you think?" Chapter 33. Was it Chu Zhetian who helped you break through? In the latter half of the night, Su Ruyan, who was diligently cultivating within her cave abode, grew increasingly agitated and opened her eyes. "That I cannot break through. I simply cannot." She wore a look of frustration and defeat. "When will I finally step into the innate realm?" Without Chu Zhetian's assistance, and with the Wanhua gathering spirit array rendered ineffective, Su Ruyan felt as if her cultivation bore no fruit whatsoever. Forget it, that little vixen Su Ruyan was also stuck for 2 years. Right? I'll take it slow. Su Ruyan consoled herself with a thought. In truth, she was well aware that her sister's talent for cultivation surpassed her own by more than just a small margin. In the past, Su Ruyan's realm had considerably distanced her from Su Ruyan. 5 years ago, her sister had already attained the 3rd level of postnatal cultivation, while Su Ruyan was still at the 6th level of a Zhoutian. It was only through the selfless assistance of Chu Zhetian over the past 5 years that Su Ruyan had managed to catch up to her sister's level. Now, having lost Chu Zhetian's support, it was only natural that her sister could not break through to the innate level, leaving Su Ruyan equally stymied. With this reflection, Su Ruyan felt a great deal better. By the way, has that little brat returned yet? With this thought in mind, Su Ruyan rose from her cave dwelling and made her way to her sister's residence. Moments later, Su Ruyan stood at the entrance of Ruyan Pavilion, waiting for nearly the duration of an incense stick, until she finally spotted a figure approaching. The way the figure walked, with legs slightly apart, appeared somewhat peculiar, causing Su Ruyan to fail to recognize her at first. After all, Su Ruyan typically moved with a graceful sway. As the figure drew nearer, Su Ruyan could finally discern that it was indeed her beloved sister. "Ruyan, why have you only just returned?" Su Ruyan scrutinized her sister, frowning as she inquired, "Do you think convincing Chu Zhetian was an easy task?" "I nearly didn't make it back tonight," Su Ruyan replied with a pout, her tone lacking in warmth. "So, did you manage to persuade him?" "What happened to your legs?" Su Ruyan asked, her expression one of confusion, her gaze sharp as she studied her sister. Being a woman herself, a troubling suspicion began to surface in her mind. Could it be? No, it was impossible. That scoundrel, Chu Zhetian, surely had feelings only for her. "What business is it of yours? Step aside. I need to go back and sleep." "I'm utterly exhausted," Su Ruyan retorted, shoving Su Ruyan aside. Su Ruyan instinctively resisted, only to find her sister's grip entirely overpowering her. "Yueyue broken through," she gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment and uncertainty. "Indeed, and it was brother-in-law who assisted me in my breakthrough, you know. Sister, I really owe you my gratitude. If you hadn't forced him to sever ties with you, I wouldn't have had this opportunity," Su Ruyan said, her face lighting up with laughter. The sight was infuriating to Su Ruyan. Upon hearing this, Su Ruyan's body trembled with rage, her mind racing with a singular thought. Chu Zhetian had helped her sister achieve her breakthrough to innate level. That scoundrel had aided another woman in her ascension. How could he betray her like this? If he still belonged to her, then this innate master would have never been within Su Ruyan's reach. "Chu Zhetian, you heartless wretch! You must give me an explanation." At that moment, Su Ruyan was consumed by a tempest of anger and jealousy. In the next instant, she stormed away from Qinglong Peak, heading straight for Zhuge Peak to confront Chu Zhetian directly. Meanwhile, after Su Ruyan departed, Chu Zhetian tidied up and rose from the bed. Despite the intense exertion he had just undergone, he appeared vibrant and full of energy. After further refining his yin and yang energies, he found himself advancing yet again, achieving a small breakthrough to the 2nd level of Hunyuan. When a cultivator reaches the innate realm, they gain the ability to refine and manipulate innate energy, unlocking their body's inherent potential. Upon reaching the Hunyuan realm, the spiritual energy within can merge with the innate energy in the Dantian, significantly enhancing the cultivator's strength. Now, as I embody the reformed saint body capable of devouring the heavens, the innate energy within me is exponentially more potent than that of an ordinary person, he mused. Thus, even among those at the Hunyuan level, my combat prowess far exceeds that of the average practitioner. A confident smile graced his lips as he contemplated. Dealing with the master of the White Tiger Peak won't require a full 7 days. After taking a moment to relish his newfound strength, he stealthily made his way to his daughter Yueye's room. Having just engaged in such strenuous activities with Su Ruyan, he feared he might wake the little one. However, upon entering, he discovered his daughter sleeping soundly. The little girl, who had been anxious for days, found solace in her father's return, especially since he had lulled her to sleep the previous night. Lying on her side, a glistening trail of drool adorned her cherubic face, exuding an adorable charm. "Daddy," she murmured softly in her sleep. Chu Zhetian's gaze filled with boundless tenderness as he carefully wiped the drool from her mouth and placed a gentle kiss on her small face. The little one smacked her lips a few times, rolled over, and drifted back into a deep slumber. In this second life, while I strive to protect Ye, I have inadvertently angered many. I have even become a thorn in the side of some who wish to see me eliminated. This could indirectly bring disaster upon Yueyue. I must find a way to ensure my precious one is utterly safe, Chu Zhetian thought to himself. During the day, both Ling and Bai Yifei had exhibited murderous intent towards Yueyue, causing a profound sense of crisis to swell within Chu Zhetian. By the way, I remember there exists a spiritual object that could provide Yueyue with an added layer of protection. However, the location of that object harbors dangers that could threaten even a golden core cultivator. With my current strength, I cannot recklessly venture forth. The imperative remains to elevate my abilities as swiftly as possible. Noticing his daughter sleeping peacefully, Chu Zhetian prepared to leave and dedicate himself to further cultivation. However, before he could step out of Yueye's room, a voice filled with fury rang out. Chu Zhetian, come out here! Crash! The sound of the wooden door being violently kicked open followed. Startled, Chu Zhetian glanced back to find that his daughter remained undisturbed. Allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, Ruyan, what do you want? He muttered under his breath, his face hardening as he stepped outside. Upon exiting, he found Ruyan standing in the courtyard, her almond-shaped eyes glaring daggers at him, her exquisitely beautiful face shrouded in palpable resentment. Chu Zhetian, she spat his name through gritted teeth as if it were a curse. However, before she could utter another word, Chu Zhetian swiftly closed the distance between them, his hands gripping her slender neck like the grasp of death itself, silencing her voice. Be quiet. If you wake my daughter, I will kill you. His cold and domineering tone, suffused with palpable murderous intent, sent a shiver down Ruyan's spine. She gazed at the man before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Where had the man who once cherished and adored her gone? Speak your piece, but do it quickly. With that, Chu Zhetian nonchalantly released Ruyan from his grasp, allowing her to stand on her oak that moment. The woman who had intended to confront him with righteous indignation felt her own bravado falter. Having been treated like a mere chicken, her confidence had waned. Yet, accustomed to a position of superiority, she quickly regained her composure and adopted an aggressive demeanor. Chu Zhetian, as long as you accompany me back to Qinglong Peak, I shall grant you any request that I ask that agreeable. With these words, Ruyan stepped forward, taking hold of Chu Zhetian's hand, her entire form pressing into his embrace. She even gently slid down the fabric of her right sleeve, revealing a glimpse of her shoulder and collarbone. Her radiant skin shimmered enticingly under the moonlight. The implication was unmistakable. Upon witnessing her actions, a flicker of disdain crossed Chu Zhetian's face as he forcefully pushed her away. Are you not merely seeking my assistance to transcend the innate level? What is this, a proposal to barter your body with me? Ruyan, do you realize how you currently appear? Like a courtesan. Save your fleeting beauty for Zhang Beichen's admiration. Depart, otherwise I shall be compelled to eliminate you. With that, he brusquely shoved the woman aside and strode away. Ruyan's countenance instantly turned the shade of a pig's liver. This scoundrel who once succumbed to her charms without resistance, now rejected her advances. The very word depart shattered her defenses. Her eyes glinted with resentment as she glared at Chu Zhetian, yearning to flay him alive to vent her pent-up fury. Chu Zhetian, you shall inevitably regret this, sooner or later. Ruyan gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with malice. Ultimately, she left Zhuge Peak in a daze, having arrived with fierce determination only to discover she was no match for this man. The crucial point was that she sensed he would indeed act ruthlessly against her. Not even her beauty could sway him. Neither force nor allure had any effect, leaving her with nothing but humiliation and a fruitless return. Meanwhile, Chu Zhetian returned to his quarters, his expression marred by disdain and disgust. He could hardly fathom that the usually haughty Ruyan would resort to such seductive tactics. This revelation utterly upended his perception of her. How absurd, this so-called proud goddess, this aloof saint. It was merely her prior disdain for me. When the stakes are high enough, this woman likely possesses no boundaries. How could I have been so bewitched by such a woman? This night, some revel in joy, while others are engulfed in sorrow, and some are heartbroken beyond measure. At Baihu Peak, Within the mourning hall, two coffins lay side by side, that a graceful and dignified woman guarded the stone coffin on the left. Her expression a mixture of grief and fury. She was Zhong Wanlin, the legitimate wife of Bai Pengju and the mother of Bai Yifei, in addition, several of Bai Pengju's concubines, along with their children, grandchildren, and close disciples, surrounded her in vigil. Bai Pengju stood beside Zhong Wanlin, his voice low as he offered comfort. Rest assured, after 7 days, I shall behead that wretch to avenge our son. Zhong Wanlin. Her eyes reddened, nodded. At that time, you must make him suffer 1,000 tortures. He must not die swiftly. As she spoke, a deep-seated malice gleamed in her eyes. Rest assured, Bai Pengju affirmed, then shifted his tone. By the way, Chu Zhetian possesses a strand of Wan Hua spiritual root within him. When he falls by my hand, I shall extract this root for Tianming's use, providing some solace to Yifei's spirit in the afterlife. At this juncture, his gaze fell upon a youth kneeling in vigil for Bai Yifei. He was Bai Tianming, their grandson and Bai Yifei's son. Indeed, Zhong Wanlin nodded, then cautioned. The sect leader and the second elder hold Chu Zhetian in high regard, likely due to that Wan Hua spiritual root. If you slay Chu Zhetian during the Guei-Su battle, others will not interfere. However, if you attempt to extract the spiritual root, the sect leader and the second elder may intervene. The master of Qinglong Peak, Su Hongtu, might also interject. At this point, the beautiful woman suggested, perhaps you should consult grandfather and grandmother, seeking their counsel. They're the sect's elders. Their support would ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Bai Pengju, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. You are correct, my dear. I shall pay a visit to grandfather and grandmother. Having made his decision, Bai Pengju tidied himself and proceeded to Chang'e courtyard. Moments later, at Chang'e courtyard, a figure shrouded in a black robe sat opposite Bai Chang'e and Jianlian. Only a few hours had passed since the spirit dove departed, yet Dark Knight Palace had already dispatched a messenger. Do you intend to initiate the plan early? A gravelly voice resonated, laced with a chilling undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. This individual was the chief of the Dark Knight Palace's great witches, Night Demon, possessing unparalleled strength at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Indeed, my recent divinations have revealed ominous signs. If we delay, unforeseen changes may arise. Bai Changqing's expression grew solemn. The Night Demon nodded. We are prepared to act at any time. When do you wish to commence? 1 month hence. Let us execute the plan. Bai Changqing had already formulated this plan, articulating it directly. Upon hearing this, the Night Demon opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment, his ears twitched. Bai Changqing and Jianlian's expressions also stiffened to ensure the confidentiality of their conversation. Bai Changqing had previously set up formations around them to prevent eavesdropping. Yet now, they felt someone had breached the formation's barrier. Who dares? Seeking death, the Night Demon asked coldly, then swiftly darted from the room. Bai Changqing and Jianlian followed closely behind. The next instant, upon seeing the visitor outside, their brows furrowed in unison. The Night Demon did not conceal his murderous intent as he confronted none other than Bai Pengju. The Master of Baihu Peak, Chapter 35. The Poisonous Hand of Chu Zhetian. Grandfather, grandmother, Bai Pengju instinctively greeted Bai Changqing and Jianlian upon entering the courtyard. However, his expression soon froze. He beheld the figure cloaked in black. Disbelief etched upon his face. The Dark Knight Palace, the Great Witch. Why would such a terrifying evil cultivator appear at my grandfather's residence? Before he could ponder further, whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the sound of rushing wind erupted. Suddenly, the atmosphere was thick with killing intent. The Night Demon charged toward Bai Pengju with lethal intent. Stop! He is my family's grandson. One of us. Jianlian's face paled as she urgently intervened. Upon hearing this, the Night Demon turned, a sinister smile forming. One of us? Was he part of the plan? Jianlian's expression stiffened. The members of the plan were all individuals who had fallen from grace in Taixu Sect. As the master of Baihu Peak, Bai Pengju did not belong to that group. Although he was Bai Changqing and Jianlian's grandson, they could not be certain he would be swayed. After all, their plan must remain airtight. No. Then he must die. Can you guarantee that he did not overhear our conversation? Furthermore, he has seen me here. He cannot be allowed to live. The night demon's tone turned frigid, his bloodlust intensifying. Yinglian, for the sake of the grand plan. At this moment, Bai Changqing regarded Bai Pengju with an expression as though he were looking at a corpse, cold and devoid of compassion. His words dripped with ruthlessness. As he spoke, Ji Yinglian's complexion fluctuated between shades of despair. Ultimately, she closed her eyes. The night demon's cruel grin widened as he transformed into a shadow, charging toward Bai Pengju. "No, grandmother! Save me!" Bai Pengju screamed in despair, his gaze filled with indignation and fury as he looked upon his grandparents. Mere breaths later, the master of Baihu Peak collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, as if death had claimed him unwillingly. The following day, news spread like wildfire throughout the Taixu Sect. "Have you heard? Brother Chu killed by Yifei and has challenged a master of Baihu Peak to the Yueyue battle." "The Yueyue battle? Is he seeking death?" The master of Bai Peak is a Huanyuan level expert, while Chu Zhetian only recently broke through to the innate stage. Chu Zhetian has stirred up quite a commotion these past few days. Discussions abounded among the sect members, reaching even the outer disciples and kitchen servants, all aware of the impending clash between Chu Zhetian and the master of Bai Peak. The majority, Chu Zhetian appeared utterly reckless. Yet, as one storm subsided, another arose. Just when everyone believed that the master of Baihu Peak would take vengeance on Chu Zhetian in 7 days, a sudden and dreadful piece of news struck Baihu Peak once more. That very morning, at the foot of Baihu Peak, a gardener was tending to the flowers. Suddenly, he stumbled over something soft and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to curse, he turned to see what had tripped him, only to emit a piercing scream that echoed through the air. Moments later, Bai Pengju's wife, Zhong Wanlin, along with others from Baihu Peak, rushed to the scene. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. The body was none other than Bai Pengju. His form was cloaked in darkness, his eyes wide open with rage. The manner of his death was utterly horrific, as though he had been overtaken by boundless terror and resentment. "My husband!" Zhong Wanlin collapsed to the ground, lying over Bai Pengju's corpse, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. "Father! Master!" The Peak Master, along with others, expressed their anguish, as if their hearts were being torn apart. A somber atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. It must be Chu Zhetian. He must have been the one behind this. Fearing death at the hands of his master in the impending battle of the return to the ruins, he resorted to vile means to covertly harm his master. At this moment, however, Chu Zhetian had arrived at the Lord's residence. After a day of accumulation, the spiritual mist in the exclusive training chamber of Yueyue should have mostly recovered. It is undeniable that the speed of cultivation within was significantly faster than that in the outside world. To say the least, he needed to elevate his strength as quickly as possible to contend with the golden core cultivators. Only then could he obtain that spiritual object, securing a genuine life-preserving trump card for Yueyue. I pay my respects to the Lord. Upon his arrival, he found Yueyue already seated, seemingly waiting for him. Chu Zhetian hurriedly bowed in greeting. You have come?" Yueyue nodded lightly, his seemingly gentle face betraying no emotion. He then shifted his tone. "Zhetian, I am aware of the events from yesterday, that I do not blame you for killing Murong Ling and Bai Yifei, and I have already discreetly informed the punishment hall not to hold you accountable. After all, they both sought their own demise. However, I cannot concur with your proposal for the battle of the return to the ruins with Bai Pengju. Nevertheless, the die has been cast. As the Lord, I shall not speak further. Go and cultivate. Whether you live or die will depend on your own efforts. In the battle of the return to the ruins, others must not interfere. Even if he wished to protect Chu Zhetian, he would be powerless. Moreover, his status as the Lord differed from that of the two elders, Su Bewang, in this matter, he could not express a clear stance. The only thing he could do was to allow Chu Zhetian to continue his cultivation here. The outcome was beyond his control. "Yes, thank you, Lord." Chu Zhetian nodded in understanding, expressing his heartfelt gratitude at that moment. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, a group of people rushed to the Lord's residence. Leading the pack was none other than Yishojing. The head of the punishment hall. "I have seen the Lord." After bowing to Yueyue, Yishojing solemnly reported, "Lord Bai Pengju, The peak master of the White Tiger Peak has died. Upon hearing this, Yueyue's small eyes, which had always seemed barely open, widened in shock. What? Bai Fengzhu is dead. Chu Zhetian's expression also changed. Filled with disbelief, he Xiaoyueyue nodded, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Chu Zhetian. Now, Chu Zhetian was a prime suspect. Thus, my subordinate must take him away for questioning, and I hope the Lord will hand him over to me. With these words, Yueyue's expression turned stern. Meanwhile, Chu Zhetian's face darkened like water, sensing the scent of a conspiracy. Yesterday, he had just proposed the battle of the return to the ruins to Bai Pengzhu, and today the latter was dead. Lord, at this moment, he Xiaoyueyue spoke again, casting a questioning glance at Yueyue. After a moment's contemplation, Yueyue ultimately nodded. The deceased was a peak master. This matter is of great significance. Even if he were to favor Chu Zhetian, he could not blindly protect him in such circumstances. Furthermore, this incident indeed bore an air of suspicion. Zhetian, you shall accompany home master He for a while. Cooperate with the investigation to clear your name. I will personally follow up on this matter. As long as you are innocent, no one can wrong you, Yueyue stated. Chu Zhetian nodded. Yes, Lord. Chapter 36. The malicious woman today, the entire Taixu Sect was steeped in anxiety. Bai Pengzhu, what a status he held. He was one of the peak masters of the Six Peaks, an absolute high-ranking member of the sect. The mysterious death of such an individual, if left uninvestigated, would render Taixu Sect a laughingstock. In an instant, all members of the sect were fixated on this matter. Thus, Chu Zhetian, already thrust into the limelight due to the battle of the return to the ruins, found himself further ensnared in the flames of scrutiny. In order to provide an explanation to the White Tiger Peak and the entire sect, the investigation and interrogation regarding this matter were conducted in a semi-public manner. That morning, Punishment Hall, the Hall of Conscience. He Xiaoyueyue, the hall master, sat in a solemn manner at the high seat. The Lord Yueyue, along with Grand Elder Bai Chang'e, Second Elder Su Beiwang, and Fourth Elder Jinlian, personally oversaw the proceedings. Meanwhile, Chu Zhetian stood at the foot of the hall as the primary suspect. Beside him lay the body of Bai Pengzhu that a crowd of individuals, qualified or deemed necessary to be present, surrounded the hall. Among them were Bai Pengzhu's wife, Zhongwanlin, and several members of the White Tiger Peak, all of whom glared at Chu Zhetian with red-rimmed eyes, as if they had already condemned him as the murderer, eager to devour him alive. Notably, Yueyue had also been summoned by the order of the Punishment Hall. Accompanying the members of Zhuge Peak to AT this moment, she was being held by Zhang Dalai, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at her father. Zhetian, what on earth happened? Speak clearly. With our ancestor here, no one can wrong you. Second Elder Su Beiwang shot a glance at the others. Speaking with indignation, he had come specifically to oversee the proceedings, intending to support Chu Zhetian, fearing any unjust treatment. Beiwang, the deceased, is a peak master. This is a matter of great importance. Whether Chu Zhetian is wronged or not will only be determined after the investigation. Bai Chang'e retorted sharply. The coldness in his and Ji Yinlian's gazes conveyed a hint of disdain, as if they regarded Chu Zhetian as the one who had slain their own grandson. But who the true murderer was, they likely knew better than anyone else. Humph, Su Beiwang let out a cold snort. Intending to argue further with Bai Chang'e at this moment, Chu Zhetian smiled faintly. Ancestor, it is of no concern. The innocent will clear themselves. Just then, a voice filled with intense hatred rang out. You are the murderer, yet you speak of innocence? Throughout the Taixu Sect, aside from you, this scoundrel, who else would dare to harm my husband's life at this moment? The speaker was none other than Zhongwanlin. Having first lost her beloved son and now her husband, her hatred for Chu Zhetian had reached a boiling point. Madam Bai, without evidence, do not slander others. Moon Chaolu immediately scoffed, asking with a sneer. And what do you say? This scoundrel just recently proposed the battle of the return to the ruins with my husband, and Pengzhu met with foul play shortly thereafter. What kind of coincidence is this? Moreover, upon investigation, my husband was poisoned with the bone-eating powder from the Dark Knight Palace before his death. It just so happens that the only connection to the Dark Knight Palace in Taixu Sect is Chu Zhetian. Isn't his daughter a product of the Dark Knight Palace's breeding? This scoundrel, Chu Zhetian, must have colluded with the Dark Knight Palace long ago, which is how he obtained the bone-eating powder. Zhong Wanlin's words were sharp, and the suspicion she raised pointed directly at Chu Zhetian. Zhong Wanlin, you speak of unfounded accusations, the second elder retorted angrily. His fiery temper could not tolerate such slander against Chu Zhetian. Bei Wang, mind your identity. We are merely here to oversee the investigation. The truth will be determined by Shoujing. You cannot silence the deceased family from presenting their doubts. Bai Chongqing warned coldly, casting a stern glance at Su Beiwang. At this moment, He Shoujing cleared his throat and spoke. Based on various bodily characteristics, it has been determined that Bai Fengzhu was murdered last night during the Yin hour. He was likely poisoned first before being killed. To obscure the process of the crime, the murderer inflicted various injuries upon him, making it impossible to discern which of these wounds was the fatal one. As he spoke, He Shoujing's gaze turned serious as he fixed it upon Chu Zhetian. Chu Zhetian, I ask you, where were you during the Yin hour last night? What were you doing, and who were you with? The Yin hour. Last night, Su Ruyan had indeed come to find him, seemingly during that hour. Thus, upon hearing this inquiry, Chu Zhetian's gaze instinctively shifted toward a certain direction in the hall. There sat Su Hongtu, Su Ruyan, and Zhang Beichan, all of whom were qualified to be present at as for Su Ruyan. She was currently in seclusion, having just broken through, and was not informed of the situation. Sensing Chu Zhetian's gaze, Su Ruyan scoffed. A look of resentment and mockery crossed her face. Chu Zhetian, do you now realize you need me? Regretting, are you? I will deliberately watch you take the blame. Su Ruyan thought maliciously. She then feigned a look of confusion. Why are you looking at me? You wouldn't be hoping that I would provide you with an alibi, would you? Ha! Don't be deluded. I, Su Ruyan, conduct myself with integrity. I would never help you fabricate a false testimony. We have already severed our marital ties. Why would I entangle with you in the dead of night? She believed that Chu Zhetian's gaze was a plea for her assistance in providing an alibi. Remembering the grievances and insults she had suffered at his hands the previous night, Su Ruyan's hatred for him deepened. How could she possibly help Chu Zhetian? Not only would she not assist him, but she would also seek to avenge herself by watching him suffer injustice. Yet, Chu Zhetian merely chuckled coldly. You think too much. He looked at Su Ruyan. It was merely a reflex. After all, she had been trying to disgust him with her beauty at that moment, but he had never thought of asking her for help in proving his alibi. Is that so? That is because you are aware it is but a delusion. Su Ruyan spat bitterly. Not bothering with her further, Chu Zhetian turned his gaze towards He Shoujing and replied, at the hour of the tiger last night, I was sound asleep. Who can testify to that? He Shoujing asked in a grave tone. Chu Zhetian paused for 2 seconds before shaking his head. No one can provide proof. However, during that time, there were not less than 80,000, if not 100,000, members of our sect asleep, correct? You are not like the others. You have a direct conflict with Master Bai, the grudge of slaying a son, the battle of the Yueyue. Each of these could serve as motive for your murder, He Shoujing stated solemnly. Chu Zhetian, do not attempt to quibble here. The murderer is you. You despicable wretch, return the lives of my son and husband. Zhong Wanlin's voice, filled with venomous hatred, rang out once more. You fear that during the battle of Yueyue, you may perish at the hands of my master. Thus, you conspired against him beforehand. Return my father's life. Chu Zhetian, you vile cultivator in league with the Night Palace. Your daughter is a demon spawn, and you collude with the Night Palace, Sect Master, Supreme Elder, Home Master He. What further deliberation is needed? Execute him on the spot. The members of Baihu Peak seethed with rage, vocally condemning him. In contrast, Yu Chaolu and several direct disciples voiced their indignation in support of Chu Zhetian. Instantly, a cacophony erupted between the two factions within the Grand Hall. Enough! Silence! At this moment, He Shoujing slammed the table, his voice cold and commanding. In the next moment, he surveyed the entire assembly, stating, the law enforcement hall will investigate this matter thoroughly. If there is evidence proving Chu Zhetian to be the murderer, he shall naturally face justice. Until then, no one is permitted to interfere. Though he harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil, particularly for the demonic cultivators of the Night Palace, as the Hall Master of Discipline, he ultimately maintained a sense of impartiality. Without concrete evidence, he could not rashly condemn Chu Zhetian simply due to the instigations of the Baihu Peak members. Zhong Wanlin scoffed coldly, venomously suggesting, "Isn't it merely evidence? I have a splendid idea. If only Fourth Supreme Elder would perform a soul search on Chu Zhetian, wouldn't the truth be laid bare?" This woman glared at Chu Zhetian with sinister intent. A cold smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Her gaze turned towards Ye, and that demon-spawned daughter of his must be searched too. Upon the conclusion of her words, shock rippled through the entire assembly. Chapter 37. A frenzied method of exoneration. Following the previous incidents involving by Chang'e and Jianlian, there arose yet another proposal to conduct a soul search on Chu Zhetian. This time, even Ye was implicated. Such a heinous method of soul searching might be something Chu Zhetian could endure with his resilient willpower, but Ye was merely a 6-year-old child. Should she undergo a soul search, she would undoubtedly be rendered an imbecile. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Zhong Wanlin's proposal, Chu Zhetian's previously calm demeanor instantaneously turned frigid. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent, locking onto the woman with a dangerously cold gaze as he asked in a chilling tone, "Do you not seek to clear your name? A soul search would be the best course of action. Are you afraid? What secrets are you hesitant to reveal?" Zhong Wanlin pressed on aggressively. "And what does that have to do with my 6-year-old daughter?" Chu Zhetian replied coldly, "Who knows if she is truly 6 years old? The methods of demonic cultivators are varied and unpredictable. There are even rumored techniques that can reverse aging. Perhaps this little wretch appears as a child, but her soul could belong to an ancient fiend who has lived for centuries." Zhong Wanlin retorted with a mocking smile. The other members of Baihu Peak chimed in. "Indeed, she is a spy for the Night Palace. Being a demon spawn herself, a soul search is imperative. Afraid, it signifies that both of you are the murderers." Chu Zhetian's gaze intensified as he fixed his eyes on Zhong Wanlin, the dangerous light within them growing ever more prominent. "You are courting death." Zhong Wanlin, upon hearing this, merely laughed derisively. "What? Is it not enough that you, the scoundrel, have slain my husband? Do you now wish to kill me as well? I am more convinced than ever that you are the murderer. A soul search? It must be done. I shall ensure your daughter becomes an imbecile. I shall make you experience the anguish of losing loved ones." The woman spoke with a madness that seemed to consume her, her expression rife with venomous rage. Chu Zhetian regarded her, his eyes equally fierce. "Since you have proposed such a vile method as a soul search, very well. I too have a means to exonerate myself." "Oh." Xiaoyueyue raised an eyebrow at this. "The reason you are suspected, at its core, is due to the belief that you cannot rival Bai Pengju, and thus fear perishing at his hands during the upcoming battle of Yueyue. Correct?" Chu Zhetian queried coldly. Zhong Wanlin sneered. "Is that not the case?" Chu Zhetian chuckled darkly. "Then what if my strength surpasses that of Bai Pengju? Would I still need to conspire against him?" Upon the utterance of these words, everyone was left speechless. Zhong Wanlin quickly retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you claiming your strength exceeds that of my husband?" "Utterly ridiculous," Xiaoyueyue interjected objectively. "If your strength indeed surpasses that of Master Bai, then logically there would be no need to resort to such underhanded methods against him. In other words, if I can prove my strength is greater than Bai Pengju's, would that not absolve my suspicions?" Chu Zhetian pressed further. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueyue exchanged glances with Yueyue and the 3 Supreme Elders. Finally, he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, if that is the case, it becomes quite manageable to this." Chu Zhetian's heart surged with resolution. Meanwhile, a stir arose in the crowd. "What does he mean? Master Bai is dead. How can he prove it? Does he intend to fight against a dead man?" Bai Pengju was a 6-layer Hunyuan expert, and even at his peak, Chu Zhetian was merely at the innate stage that claim superiority over Bai Pengju was laughable. Just then, a high-pitched, icy voice resonated. "I, Chu Zhetian, appeal to the heavens and report to the primordial ancestor. Due to an irreconcilable enmity with Zhong Wanlin, I seek eternal vengeance. This is a personal grievance, and to avoid harming the interests of the sect, I am willing to engage in the battle of Yueyue immediately to settle this grudge. Zhong Wanlin, will you accept?" As he concluded, Chu Zhetian's gaze turned sharp, resembling 2 swords aimed directly at her. With this proclamation, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence, whether among the sect's higher-ups or the audience. Whether they were adversaries of Chu Zhetian or supporters, all displayed expressions of uncertainty. What? Another battle of Yueyue. This time the target is Lady Bai. Her strength is said to surpass that of Master Bai. Reaching the 7th layer of Hunan.is, Chu Zhetian truly attempting to prove himself stronger than Master Bai in this manner, and immediately at that. After the initial shock, Zhong Wanlin's face twisted into a sinister grin. Do you think you can intimidate me? Preposterous. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. I will personally tear you limb from limb to avenge my son and husband. This woman, upon regaining her composure, appeared more delighted than alarmed. She yearned to personally flay Chu Zhetian alive, channeling her pent-up fury. To her astonishment, this scoundrel had delivered himself right to her doorstep. With Zhong Wanlin's acceptance, a tremor rippled through the heave. Su Hongtu spoke harshly. Last night, that young girl Su Ruyan did not utter a word to Chu Zhetian regarding his return to Qinglong Peak. However, she told Su Hongtu that she had exhausted her breath in vain, unable to sway the other party. Thus, Su Hongtu realized that it was no longer possible to continue utilizing Chu Zhetian. This very moment, he secretly wished for this wretched beast to perish on the spot. Chu Zhetian, had you flattered me last night, today you would not have to worry about lacking witnesses. Everything is a consequence of your own actions. Su Ruyan harbored a quiet glee. Chu Zhetian, a year from today shall mark your death anniversary. After your demise, Ruyan shall finally sever all lingering thoughts. Die. Zhang Beichen was filled with unrestrained resentment. Let the battle commence. At this moment, Yu Shuihan, in his capacity as the sect leader, became the temporary host and spoke in a calm tone. The Battle of Yueyue has commenced, and no one can intervene. It can only conclude with at least one party meeting their demise. With a swift motion, Zhong Wanlin transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Chu Zhetian. The overwhelming aura of the 7th level of Hunyuan, intertwined with a dreadful killing intent, instantaneously enveloped the entire hall. It was evident that this woman harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chu Zhetian, eager to slice him into pieces in vengeance for her son and husband. Yet, Chu Zhetian did not falter, rushing forward with equal fervor. His eyes also brimmed with a fierce killing intent. This woman, driven to madness by her son's violent ways, loathed him to the core. She was even vile enough to desire to extract the soul of Yueyue. She must not be spared. Kill. Chapter 38. The slap in the face arrives. Swiftly Zhong Wanlin charged forward with her blade, and Chu Zhetian met her with his sword. An intense killing intent filled the entire hall. Both bore the intent to kill. Clang. In the next instant, blade met sword. Accompanied by a deafening clash, sparks flew as the terrifying spiritual energy surged outward in all directions. Both Zhong Wanlin and Chu Zhetian retreated a step. Zhong Wanlin's pupils constricted, a profound shock washing over her face. The ease she had before engaging in battle was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Chu Zhetian remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated everything. Indeed, Zhong Wanlin at the 7th level of Hunyuan was far from comparable to Bai Yifei of the innate realm, relying on my formidable physical strength, combined with the 2nd level of Huanyuan's Qi refinement stage, along with the cultivation of the extreme Tao, true scripture, and the swallowing heavenly sacred body. My spiritual energy is pure and more substantial than that of ordinary cultivators. Only when these 3 aspects coalesce can I stand equally against Zhong Wanlin, a formidable warrior at the 7th level of Hunyuan. Chu Zhetian mused. S1 ascends in strength. The disparities between each minor realm become increasingly pronounced. Chu Zhetian's Qi refinement strength lagged behind Zhong Wanlin by a full 5 minor realms. Yet his formidable physique, coupled with the superior quality of his spiritual energy, allowed him to maintain a balance in combat. However, though he could not overpower her, it ignited the flames of battle within him. His eyes seemed to blaze with 2 flickering flames. With a firm stomp, he charged once more towards Zhong Wanlin. Is my raw strength on par? Then this woman is destined to lose. Yet, after her shock, Zhong Wanlin was equally filled with confidence. You wretched dog, is this the source of your arrogance? If this is all you possess, Then today you shall undoubtedly meet your end. Clang, clang, clang. Subsequently, the two engaged fiercely, seemingly locked in a deadly struggle. This scene left all spectators wide-eyed. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Chu Zhetian finally revealed his realm. What? Second level of Hunyuan. Chu Zhetian can truly withstand Zhong Wanlin in direct confrontation without faltering. How is this possible? Just 2 days ago, he had lost all his cultivation, and now he has reached the second level of Hunyuan. Such a rate of cultivation is beyond terrifying. The hall erupted with exclamations. Good! What a remarkable lad! Su Beiwei slapped his thigh, unable to conceal his joy. Zhetian, you have truly not disappointed me. Achieving the second level of Hunyuan in just 2 days, no wonder the spiritual mist in my cultivation chamber was completely absorbed. This is the potential of the Emperor's Star. A smile crept onto Yu Xuan's face, her already slanted eyes narrowing even further got on the Zhuke peak. Yu Xiaolu's lips curled upwards as she finally released the nails embedded in her palm. Zhang Dazhong and the others exchanged glances, filled with both surprise and profound shock. The little shitty is so formidable. He is truly a monster. Miao Yumming bit into a spiritual fruit, exclaiming in muffled awe. Father, go for it. Only lacking any concept of strength, was tense, clenching her small fists as she noticed her father had not directly slain that old woman, wearing a serious expression akin to a small adult. In contrast, on the White Tiger Peak, expressions shifted erratically. By Chang'e and Ji Yinlian, the two high elders wore inexplicably somber faces at this moment. The Su family father and daughter, along with Zhang Beichen, were equally astonished to an extreme. How is this possible? The second level of Hunyuan. How could he have attained the second level of Hunyuan? Chu Zhetian, how on earth did you accomplish this? Su Ruyan shook her head repeatedly. All traces of her earlier schadenfreude and resentment vanished. Her gaze toward Chu Zhetian was laden with a myriad of complex emotions. Shock, doubt, regret, and disbelief. This loathsome man, after leaving her, not only failed to be crippled, but instead grew stronger. He destroyed his foundation, yet was able to rise from the dead. Could it be that for the past 5 years, he had merely been slowed in his progress due to aiding her cultivation? After parting ways with her, he soared to new heights. No. Why? By what right? Junior sister, do not worry. Chu Zhetian cannot possibly win. White Madam has been at the Hunyuan realm for countless years, her strength already solidified. Moreover, at her age, in terms of combat experience and all other aspects, she far surpasses Chu Zhetian. In a situation where their strengths are comparable, the outcome will undoubtedly favor White Madam. Zhang Beichen coldly analyzed. Su Hongtan nodded in agreement, firmly believing in this. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After yet another clash of blades, Chu Zhetian skillfully caught Zhong Wanlin off guard, exposing a significant opening. Following this, with a thunderous impact, he delivered a heavy kick to her abdomen. Zhong Wanlin let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps. Upon regaining her footing, a crimson stain promptly oozed from the corner of her mouth. What? The previously confident Zhang Beichen was now wide-eyed, his face alternating between red and white. As if he had been soundly slapped across the face, Su Hongtu's expression darkened ominously. The slap in the face arrived with such swiftness. The expressions of the White Tiger Peak members grew grave to the utmost degree. Meanwhile, on Zhuke Peak, a wave of cheers erupted. Father is so impressive. Yia clapped her small hands, shouting encouragement for her father in the arena. Having successfully landed a blow, Chu Zhetian seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. Zhong Wanlin, an experienced fighter. What a joke. In my 2 lifetimes, I've been invincible, battling countless foes. How many times have I danced on the edge of life and death, gaining profound insights through combat? In a situation where raw strength is equal, who dares to challenge me? Mastering the sword technique. At this moment, Zhong Wanlin's expression was one of sheer terror. Since engaging with Chu Zhetian, her confidence had been utterly shattered. She felt as though every strike from Chu Zhetian eluded her grasp, as if he could make subtle changes at any moment, altering the tide of battle. This level of mastery in swordsmanship had evidently reached the realm of intricacy. In the Kanglan continent, the mastery of weaponry is generally categorized into 5 realms: minor achievement, major achievement, intricacy, unity, and insight. Zhong Wanlin hailed from another sect in Qinglu County, the Taixu Sect. Thus, she had been steeped in the art of the blade since childhood. After over 60 years, her swordsmanship had merely reached the stage of major achievement. Yet unexpectedly, the young Chu Zhetian had reached the level of intricacy. Setting aside raw strength, this directly overshadowed her in combat skill. Intricacy? Hearing this, Chu Zhetian merely scoffed. His swordsmanship had already attained the highest realm. Insight in his previous life, he simply did not wish to reveal it. Against this woman before him, achieving intricacy was more than sufficient. Before Zhong Wanlin could catch her breath, Chu Zhetian's assault arrived in the blink of an eye. She hastily gathered her wits and raised her blade to counter. Simultaneously, a glint of malice flashed in her eyes as she infused her spiritual energy into a wooden token she wore close to her person. This token was a killing artifact known as Shadow Kill, a precious gift from her father, the master of the Taixu Sect, when she married into the Taixu Sect. Clang. Once again, after another clash, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A humanoid specter suddenly appeared before Zhong Wanlin. This specter was an elder. The aged figure emanated an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. With hair and beard all disheveled, he wielded a blade, transforming into a streak of blade light that slashed towards Chu Zhetian. The power of this strike had evidently reached the level of a full-force attack from a core formation expert. Not good. Both Su Beiwei and Yu Shuihan, as well as Yu Zhaolu and the others, all turned pale. Meanwhile, the members of the White Tiger Peak, including by Chang'e and Ji Inlian, wore expressions of eager anticipation and sinister smiles. Chapter 39. It was not I who killed the White Peak Master, but White Madam. Faced with a strike comparable to that of a powerful Jidan warrior, Chu Zhetian stood his ground, his expression unwavering. He was adorned in the exquisite De Long Jin Si Liao, a gift from the Second Supreme Elder. However, this high-grade armor could only withstand 5 attacks from a practitioner of the Hunyuan realm. Against an assault at the Jidan level, it would shatter instantaneously. Nevertheless, he had a hidden card up his sleeve. Having traversed the brink of death countless times in his previous life, he had long mastered the art of preparation, leaving no stone unturned. Crack. The human-shaped pendant hanging from Chu Zhetian's neck was instantly shattered by his own force. Immediately after, a similar human-like phantom appeared before him, an uncanny replica of himself. Puff! In the next moment, a blade of light struck this identical phantom, causing both to dissipate simultaneously. That a magical artifact. Apologies, but I possess one as well. Chu Zhetian spoke coldly. As he uttered these words, his gaze instinctively turned toward a particular direction. There sat Yueyue. Brat. Thankfully you know how to utilize it. At least my feelings weren't wasted. Yueyue sighed with relief, a smile gracing her stunning face as she nodded at him. The pendant he had just shattered was the scapegoat Yutong gifted by this beautiful mentor, capable of withstanding a single attack from a Jidan warrior or below. Following this, Chu Zhetian unleashed a tempest of attacks once more. Already at a disadvantage, Zhong Wanlin, having revealed her trump card without achieving any tangible results, found her spirit waning and her fighting intent dissipating. In contrast, Chu Zhetian grew increasingly fierce, as if possessed by the spirit of a sword god. After 10 exchanges, puff, the left a gaping wound on Zhong Wanlin's back, deep enough to see bone. After 30 exchanges, Zhong Wanlin's right arm was severed at the elbow, blood gushing forth. Puff! A blade of light then ruthlessly pierced through her abdomen. Zhong Wanlin let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground, gravely injured. No! Grandmother! Mother! Master! Madam! A chorus of anguish cries erupted from the direction of Baihu Peak. Stop! You dare kill my grandmother! A youth of barely over a decade surged forward, his eyes burning with fury. He was Bai Yifei's son, Bai Pengjiu, and Zhong Wanlin's grandson, Bai Tianming. The others from Baihu Peak, upon witnessing this, swiftly FO at present, the Taixu Sect is not yet one of the 4 great sacred lands of the Ditsang dynasty, as it was in the past under the leadership of Chu Zhetian. Among the 3 sects and 2 schools, the Taixu Sect stands as the most feeble. For centuries, the Taixu Sect, being adjacent to the Taixu Sect's territory, has been embroiled in constant friction and mutual slaughter. It was not until over 50 years ago that the two sects formed a marital alliance, which brought about a temporary peace. That time, Xiaoyueyue married his eldest daughter, Yueyue, to the eldest son of the Taixu Sect's leader. In return, the leader of the Taixu Sect gave his daughter, Zhongwanlin, to Bai Pengju, the eldest grandson of the Taixu Sect's grand elder. However, now Zhongwanlin has perished within the Taixu Sect. This incident is bound to stir up trouble. The hot-tempered Su Bei Wang snorted coldly and declared, "Since Zhongwanlin has married into our Taixu Sect, this matter falls within our internal affairs, and there is no need to report to the Taixu Sect." Yueyue furrowed his brows and replied, nonchalantly, "I shall compose a letter to explain the situation to the leader of the Taixu Sect." He then shifted his tone, surveying the assembly, and continued, "Now, regarding the matter of clearing Chu Zhetian of suspicion, does anyone have any objections? If not, there is another issue to address that we, the cultivators, regard strength as paramount. Since Chu Zhetian has attained the power of the Hunyuan realm, coupled with his previous remarkable contributions to our sect, I hereby appoint him as a provisional elder of the sect, granting him a place in the Council of Elders. He shall henceforth have the right to partake in discussions and decisions regarding significant matters of the sect." Enjoying the privileges of an elder, the hall erupted in astonishment in the wake of the turmoil surrounding the death of the Baihu Peak Master. Chu Zhetian, once a suspect, had not only emerged unscathed, but had also turned misfortune into fortune. All eyes turned to Chu Zhetian, each expression revealing a unique sentiment: wonder, envy, admiration, and congratulations at a provisional elder in his 20s. Such a feat was unprecedented in the Taixu Sect. Meanwhile, Su Ruyan's expression was particularly intriguing. The man she had always looked down upon, whom she considered a mere grassroots figure, had suddenly ascended to the ranks of the sect's high echelons, in terms of both strength and status. He had reached the same height as her father. In that moment, Su Ruyan's heart was filled with the tumult of emotions that if this man still wished to cherish her as he once did, showering her with affection, what would her situation be? With that thought, her resentment towards Chu Zhetian deepened. How could this scoundrel suddenly stop loving her? His honor, his everything, should rightfully include her share. Moments later, Yueyue dismissed the others, retaining only those belonging to the Council of Elders for an urgent sect meeting. Within the Grand Hall, only some core high-ranking members of the sect remained. Chu Zhetian, as a new member of the council, was also present. Subsequently, Yueyue exhibited the authority and gravitas befitting the sect leader, solemnly issuing a series of commands. The death of the Baihu Peak Master must not be glossed over. The punishment hall must investigate thoroughly, ensuring the culprit is apprehended within 20 days. Furthermore, the Insight Institute must collaborate with the punishment hall to conduct a comprehensive search throughout the sect, rooting out any potential spies from the Dark Knight Palace hidden within our ranks. "Understood, sect leader, we shall obey," replied Heaoyu Zheng, and the elder of the Insight Institute promptly. Yueyue's demeanor grew increasingly grim and serious. "I fear that the death of the Bai Peak Master may signal the Dark Knight Palace's implementation of some nefarious plot. Thus, we must remain vigilant. I order the War Council to mobilize 100,000 troops from each peak within 3 days to safeguard our various branches from any actions taken by the Dark Knight Palace. Each peak must cooperate." As his words echoed, the head of the War Council and 5 peak masters, including Yu Zhaolu and Su Hongtu, promptly stood to accept their orders. Thereafter, Yueyue issued several more commands, among which was the reappointment of Bai Pengkun, Bai Pengju's younger brother, as the acting master of Baihu Peak. Throughout this meeting, Chu Zhetian refrained from voicing any opinions. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he occasionally glanced at Bai Changqing and Jin Lian, the 2 grand elders. While others remained oblivious, Chu Zhetian was acutely aware of who the true internal traitor was. The sect leader had spoken correctly. The death of Bai Pengju might indeed be a certain signal. Could it be that, due to his reincarnation, certain events had altered? Might the Dark Knight Palace's actions be hastened? Contemplating this possibility, a tightening sensation gripped Chu Zhetian's heart. An overwhelming urgency seemed to press upon him. That very night, in a secret chamber of Chang'e courtyard, Bai Changqing and Jianlian sat across from each other, engaged in a game of go to tea that moment. Bai Changqing focused intently on a white stone, a sinister glimmer flashing across his brow. This piece seemed to be slipping beyond their control. Jianlian nodded, saying, "Such a piece cannot be allowed to remain." Upon uttering this, they exchanged a glance, both perceiving the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Chu Zhetian, the Emperor Star of the Taixu Sect? They could no longer afford to doubt him. Having emerged from the blood abyss in merely 2 days, he had advanced from being utterly bereft of power to the Hunyuan second level. Moreover, he possessed the ability to slay those at the Hunyuan 7th level. Such a rapid cultivation speed was truly alarming. His capacity for slaying opponents beyond his level could only be deemed monstrous. Across the entire Cang'e continent, he was likely a rarity. How long would it take him to reach the Golden Core stage, and even the Yuanying stage? Would he gain the strength to alter the situation before their plans could be set in motion? They could not permit such a scenario to unfold, that he must die. But not within the sect. The sudden death of Bai Pengju had already raised Yueyue Han's suspicions. Bai Changqing pondered for a few seconds before speaking, then devise a way to transfer him away from the sect, ensuring he meets his end elsewhere. Ideally, we should contact the Dark Knight Palace to have them take action, Jianlian replied in a chilling tone. Indeed, to eliminate him, we need at least a Golden Core expert, and it must be done swiftly. His strength is increasing at an alarming rate. If we delay any longer, he may become completely uncontrollable. As Bai Changqing spoke, his eyes narrowed into slits. Should we not expedite the implementation of our plan? Jianlian raised an eyebrow, her expression filled with concern that it cannot be advanced further. The plan originally scheduled for a year from now has already been moved up by a month, reaching its limit. Any further acceleration would hinder our preparations. Bai Changqing shook his head, a fierce glint in his eyes. As long as we eliminate this unpredictable factor, we shall be invulnerable. Chapter 41. Little Yueyue, who adores her father meanwhile, at the Taixu Sect, the atmosphere was one of fury. Wanlin, my daughter, a towering man, standing at 9 feet, with an incredibly robust physique, glared at the jade tablet in his hand, letting out a furious growl. This man was Zhongquang Xiao, the leader of the Taixu Sect, and an 8th-level Golden Core expert. The incident occurred in the morning, and the message sent by Yueyue Han had reached him by nightfall. Upon receiving the devastating news of his daughter's demise, Zhongquang Xiao was consumed by an overwhelming rage, a terrifying malice surging through him. The death of Zhong Wanlin represented far more than the loss of a daughter. It felt like a provocation against the Taixu Sect. How dare you? Taixu Sect, do you think my Taixu Sect is without defenders? Another man, gritting his teeth, interjected. His name was Zhong Wanhai, Zhong Wanlin's elder brother and the eldest son of Zhongquang Xiao. Also serving as the Grand Elder of the Taixu Sect, a 4th-level Golden Core expert, as the 4th-ranked power among the 3 sects and 2 schools in Qinglu County. The Taixu Sect, while not overwhelmingly strong, was slightly superior to the Taixu Sect. Within their ranks, they've boasted 4 ancestors at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Golden Core. In contrast, the Taixu Sect had only Bai Changqing, who had reached the 9th level of Golden Core. Additionally, there were the 2nd Elder Su Bei Wang and 4th Elder Jianlian, both at the 9th level of Golden Core. In terms of a number of Golden Core and Foundation Establishment experts, the Taixu Sect outnumbered the Taixu Sect significantly. Thus, the Taixu Sect had always held a dominant position over the Taixu Sect. Now that his daughter had died within the Taixu Sect, Zhongquang Xiao would not let the matter rest. Wanhai, I command you to set out for the Taixu Sect immediately and retrieve your sister's body. Furthermore, you must ensure that Yueyue Han hands over the murderer. Whoever killed Wanlin, I shall grind them to dust. At Zhuke Peak, the usually easygoing Yu Zhaolu, who seldom concerned herself with sect matters, nonetheless organized a celebratory feast for Chu Zhetian, honoring him for his elevation to provisional elder. The guests, including Zhangde Lei and others, drank to excess, while the little one, Yueyue, dipped her chopsticks into the food, licking them before becoming a little dazed. Like a koala, she clung to Chu Zhetian, nearly melting his heart as the doting father allowed her to indulge in her antics. The celebration continued well into the night. When they returned to Qingyuan Mansion, the sky had turned completely dark. After placing the little one on the bed and tucking her in, Chu Zhetian planted a kiss on her delicate face before stepping into the courtyard. At that moment, his eyes shone with clarity. Despite having consumed an entire afternoon's worth of alcohol, he felt no inebriation, maintaining a keen awareness. For Chu Zhetian understood that while the Taixu Sect appeared tranquil, it was, in truth, fraught with peril, and no one could predict when calamity might strike. In his past life, Bai Pengju had not yet perished at this juncture. It appears that my rebirth has caused many events to deviate from their original trajectories. In other words, the impending calamity of the sect may occur sooner than anticipated, possibly even within a year. Moreover, my exposed strength may have instigated a sense of crisis in certain individuals, prompting them to act at any moment. I must hasten to grow stronger and acquire the power to contend with those of the nascent soul stage. Additionally, I must procure that spiritual artifact capable of preserving Yueye's life at the earliest opportunity. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Zhetian sat cross-legged in the courtyard and began his cultivation, the heavenly swallowing sacred body ravenously absorbing all the energy from the heavens and earth. However, after an indeterminate period, a rustling sound echoed within the room. "Daddy, Daddy." In a fleeting moment, a diminutive figure emerged, calling out in a sweet, childish voice. Upon exiting, Yueyue approached Chu Zhetian, her adorable little face inching closer, with a few blinks of her big eyes. She curiously examined her father. "Is Daddy cultivating?" The little one pondered. Immediately after, she mimicked Chu Zhetian's posture, sitting cross-legged beside him with a semblance of seriousness amidst her childlike demeanor. That moment, Chu Zhetian opened his eyes, a tender smile gracing his face. What are you doing?" As he gazed at his daughter, his heart swelled with warmth, the urgency within him seemingly alleviated. "I'm cultivating," the little one replied earnestly, shaking her head. Chu Zhetian, both speechless and affectionate, gently ruffled her hair. "Do you wish to cultivate as well, my dear?" Yueyue nodded vigorously. "Yes. Yueyue wants to be as powerful as Daddy, so that she can help Daddy defeat the bad guys in the future." Chu Zhetian embraced her, reminding her, "But cultivation is arduous and demanding. Are you not afraid?" "Yueyue is not afraid. Yueyue can endure hardship," the little one asserted, shaking her head and raising her tiny fist in determination. "Very well. Then I shall teach my precious one," Chu Zhetian said, feeling a sense of gratification. He had originally intended to teach his daughter the ways of cultivation, but thought it prudent to proceed with caution. After all, Yueyue had only just reunited with him a few days prior and had yet to fully experience paternal love. If he were to pressure her into cultivating at this moment, it might evoke resistance in her, potentially causing her to feel fear or distance towards him as her father. Yet now, the little one had voluntarily expressed her desire to cultivate. Then I cannot be blamed as her father. Although he felt immense affection for his daughter, Chu Zhetian understood the harsh realities of this world. She must learn to grow independently. Yueyue was still quite young. The focus should be on establishing a solid foundation through body refinement and nurturing. The methods of energy cultivation could wait. In my previous life, I acquired a set of 36 body techniques specifically designed for young children to build a foundation. After some contemplation, Chu Zhetian had preliminarily devised a plan for his daughter's upbringing. Thus, under the moonlight, the two figures, one large and one small, engage in an array of peculiar and profound movements within the courtyard. In the following days, aside from guiding Yueyue, Chu Zhetian devoted himself to relentless cultivation. The entire Taixu Sect was also stirred into action. The Punishment Hall collaborated with the Insight Institute to conduct thorough investigations throughout the sect. Meanwhile, various peaks were gathering experts and disciples. Preparing to head to the subordinate sect branches. 3 days later, Chu Zhetian arrived at the sect master's residence, proceeding to his designated cultivation chamber. "As usual, sect master, I've come to disturb you again." Chu Zhetian greeted with a smile. "Enough with the pleasantries. Hurry and get to your cultivation." Yueyue waved his hand, chuckling in exasperation. Chu Zhetian nodded, observing the other party hesitating to speak. Ultimately, however, he swallowed the words he wished to express. He wanted to caution Yueyue about being wary of by Chang'e and Ji Inlian. Yet upon reflection, he chose to remain silent. Maintaining the current situation might allow them to strike later, perhaps even a year from now. As it had in his previous life, in that case, he would still have time to grow stronger. However, if he were to warn the sect master now, it might provoke them into immediate action. If that were to happen, the situation would spiral out of control. It would be better to wait until he possessed the strength to change everything before issuing any warnings. Perhaps by then, he could take the initiative and eliminate traitors, extinguishing the threat of the Dark Knight Palace and preemptively quelling this sect calamity. But voicing his concerns now might yield counterproductive results. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Zhetian quietly entered the cultivation chamber. Over the course of 3 days, his strength had ascended from the 2nd level of Hunyuan to the 8th level. Such a rate of cultivation could only be described as extraordinary. After all, as one's realm increased, the difficulty of each breakthrough multiplied exponentially. It was impossible to replicate the rapid advancements of the first day. Today, he estimated he could reach the 9th level of Hunyuan, or even the pinnacle of the 9th level. Meanwhile, outside, not long after Chu Zhetian entered the cultivation chamber, an errand runner from the External Affairs Hall rushed in, his face etched with urgency and anger. "Sect Master, this is bad. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhong has arrived." Chapter 42. Xiaoyueyue takes the blame upon hearing this. Yueyue's expression shifted. "The Heavenly Sword Sect has sent someone? Where are they?" "At the Taixu Hall. They even brought a coffin, demanding that our Taixu Sect provide an explanation," the errand runner reported hastily, swallowing hard. "What is all this commotion about?" "I informed the Heavenly Sword Sect of Zhong Wanlin's demise. Naturally, they would come to collect the body. Come, let us see for ourselves." Yueyue maintained an air of composure, reprimanding his subordinate before making his way to the Taixu Hall. After a while, when Yueyue arrived, he was confronted with a scene that filled him with both shock and fury. At the entrance of the Taixu Hall, he saw individuals carrying 2 guards of the Taixu Hall, rushing them off for treatment. The people from the Heavenly Sword Sect had clearly taken action. Yueyue's expression darkened as he hastened his steps. Upon entering the hall, the first sight that met his eyes was a massive coffin, prominently placed in the center. The Taixu Hall, the most solemn and sacred place of the Taixu Sect, akin to the imperial court of the Great Song Dynasty, now bore witness to the audacity of having a coffin displayed within its confines. As if disregarding the Taixu Sect entirely, standing beside the coffin were 3 figures. The leader appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, wielding a long knife and exuding a dense, powerful aura. He did not attempt to conceal his formidable strength, which was at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. This was none other than the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhong Wanlin's elder brother, Zhong Wanhai. Flanking him were 2 elderly men clad in splendid attire, both emanating the aura of nascent soul experts. Inside the hall, several high-ranking members of the Taixu Sect, having rushed over upon hearing the news, displayed expressions of indignation, though they managed to contain themselves. "Elder Wanhai, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Yueyue forced a smile, suppressing his inner fury. Zhong Wanhai turned around, sneering. "Sect Master, you finally show yourself. I may be well, but my sister is dead." He coldly demanded, "Where's my sister's body?" Yueyue waved his hand, instructing, "Go, bring Zhong Wanlin's body here." "Wait," Zhong Wanhai shouted, his teeth gritting. "Who killed my sister? Bring the murderer to me as well. I want to tear him to pieces and bury him with my sister." Upon hearing this, Yueyue's smile vanished instantly. "Elder Wanhai, this may pose a challenge. I have made it abundantly clear in the communication jade slip. Your sister perished in the battle at the ruins, and neither side is permitted to pursue the matter." At this statement, Zhong Wanhai erupted with rage. "Yueyue, you speak nonsense. Why should our Heavenly Sword Sect adhere to the so-called rules of the ruins battle? I ask you plainly, will you hand over the person responsible?" With this declaration, the high-ranking members of the Taixu Sect could no longer contain their fury. It was one thing to have injured 2 guards of the Taixu Hall, but now they insulted their sect master. "Outrageous! Zhong Wanhai, do you truly believe we would not dare to take action against you? Do you think the Taixu Sect is without defenders? Speak another word and do not blame us for disregarding the principles of hospitality." Yueyue took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anger. and gestured to the others to calm down. The cultivation world was inherently one of the survival of the fittest, where strength reigned supreme. A sect leader from a smaller faction must bow to a more formidable force. While the Heavenly Sword Sect could not be said to completely overpower the Taixu Sect, their overall strength was significantly greater. Moreover, the Taixu Sect was indeed in the wrong. Yueyue did not wish to tear their relationship apart and provoke unnecessary conflict. Thus, for the greater good, he had to swallow his pride. Elder Wanlin was killed in a fair duel due to personal grievances. Her death was not something the Taixu Sect desired. However, this is fundamentally an internal conflict within our sect that I hope you will refrain from unreasonable demands. I absolutely cannot hand over anyone. Yueyue made his stance clear, evidently determined to protect Chu Zhetian at all costs. Upon hearing this, a sinister expression crossed Zhong Wanhai's face. Very well. It seems the Taixu Sect is intent on going to war with the Heavenly Sword Sect. As soon as these words were uttered, both Yueyue and the high-ranking members of the Taixu Sect present froze in their expressions. A war. At this moment, an elder accompanying Zhong Wanhai spoke coldly. Master Yu, do not forget, your daughter is also in our Tiandao sect. What does this mean? Yueyue's body trembled. Zhong Wanhai sneered, since my sister died at your Taixu Sect due to personal grievances. Your daughter can also die in my Tiandao sect for the same reason. Zhong Wanhai, my daughter is your wife. Yueyue's complexion changed. However, Zhong Wanhai burst into laughter, mocking, I have many wives? What does it matter if one dies? He then domineeringly declared, I will say it again, hand over the murderer. Otherwise, I will return and kill you, Xiaoyueyue, and then we will fully declare war on the Taixu Sect. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. The murderer is me. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed. Accompanying this icy voice, everyone in the Taixu Hall turned to the entrance. Zhong Wanhai turned his head, and a sinister killing intent appeared on his face. However, the next moment, when he recognized the figure approaching, surprise washed over him, followed by intense desire and covetousness. Before him stood an enchanting beauty with a stunningly beautiful face and a slender, graceful figure, exuding an air of languid charm. Zhong Wanhai assessed her, licking his lips and stroking his chin. So it is my sister-in-law. It has been years since we last met, and Sister Xiaoyueyue has become even more alluring. You Xiaoyueyue, what brings you here? Yueyue immediately furrowed his brows and whispered sharply, Isn't Tiandao Sect seeking the murderer? Here I am. Xiaoyueyue cast a cold glance at her sect master. Just then, Bai Punquin, who was temporarily acting as the master of the White Tiger Peak, casually remarked, The murderer is clearly Chu Zhetian. When did it become you? Master Yu? Chu Zhetian. Zhong Wanhai repeated the name coldly. Xiaoyueyue, with a blank expression, stated, Chu Zhetian is my disciple. Whatever he has done, I, as his master, shall bear the responsibility. Isn't Tiandao Sect seeking an explanation? Then take me as the murderer and take me back. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu, also present, displayed an uncomfortable expression. A fellow master. He believed he could never go to such lengths for his disciple. Nonsense. Stand down. The death of Zhong Wanlin is an internal matter of our Taixu Sect. There is no need to sacrifice you for the sake of an explanation to Tiandao Sect. Always composed and seemingly affable, Yueyue's tone turned stern as he scolded Xiaoyueyue. What? Are you not afraid that Tiandao Sect will fully declare war on the Taixu Sect? Shouldn't you, as the sect master, consider the entire sect? Xiaoyueyue scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm. Then I have no need for your assistance. Yueyue's face darkened. Hearing this, Xiaoyueyue let out a disdainful laugh. Assist you? I am merely helping my sister. At that moment, Zhong Wanhai's mocking voice interrupted their argument. Enough. Master Yu, if the Taixu Sect does not wish to hand over that murderer, Chu Zhetian, it is fine. Since Sister Xiaoyueyue has volunteered to take the blame for her disciple, why not fulfill her wish? Hand her over to my Tiandao Sect. This matter will then be settled. As he spoke, Zhong Wanhai's gaze roamed over Xiaoyueyue with unrestrained desire. Smirking as he added, But rest assured, I will not treat her as I would a murderer. I will take her as my 10th concubine and pamper her well. Ha! With these words, the high-ranking members of the Taixu Sect displayed their anger. while Master Yu's round face appeared as if it could drip with fury. Zhongwanhai, you may leave. If Taixu Sect wishes to go to war, then the Taixu Sect will oblige. Chapter 43. In 20 days. We shall attack Taixu Sect. Zhongwanhai ceased his laughter. Yueyue, are you certain? You believe your Taixu Sect can contend with us, Taixu Sect? Are you not afraid of becoming a historical sinner for the Taixu Sect? Ruining a 1,000-year legacy in your hands? Your youngest daughter is still unmarried. I would not mind her age. I could marry her, and the two sisters could keep each other company. Wouldn't that be good? His words dripped with menace. In no need. Yueyue's face was as cold as ice as he directly refused. Yet, Yu Chaolu's voice interrupted him. All right, I accept. With that, the seemingly carefree and indifferent beauty peak master cast a mocking glance at Yueyue. Master Yu, since you were able to send your eldest daughter away for the sake of the sect back then, what is the big deal about sending your youngest daughter now? Why feign concern for me here? For the greater good, for the Taixu Sect, this small sacrifice is nothing. Is it? Upon hearing this, Yueyue's somewhat plump figure trembled slightly, his expression exceedingly complex. Sister Xiaoyueyue, you must not have longed for me all along. Right? If so, then come with me. At this moment, Zhongwanhai's triumphant laughter echoed once more. He even reached out to pinch Yu Chaolu's delicate chin, that a charming smile blossomed on Yu Chaolu's face, as if she were genuinely pleased and expectant. Yet a flicker of resoluteness glimmered in her eyes. Are you in such a hurry? In 20 days, it will be an auspicious day. How about I bring my dowry to find you then? Oh, Zhongwanhai raised an eyebrow at this. Just then, two disciples carried an ice coffin to the entrance of the Taixu Hall. It was Zhongwanlin's corpse, arriving. All right, I shall wait for you for 20 days. You had best not go back on your word or pull any tricks. Otherwise, the strong of Taixu Sect will certainly flatten your Taixu Sect. We shall take our leave in the secret training chamber. As Chu Zhetian once again breathed and absorbed, the spiritual energy here instantly dissipated. It was all consumed. As my realm rises, the speed at which I refine spiritual energy also accelerates. Initially, it took nearly a day and a night to exhaust the spiritual mist here, but now it requires less than half a day. The swallowing celestial body is indeed formidable. As my strength increases, the rate of refining spiritual energy becomes increasingly terrifying. However, the current issue is a lack of nourishment. My training speed has slowed in recent days, partly due to my rising realm, but the insufficient supply of spiritual energy is also a significant hindrance. In a day, I can only train earnestly for less than half a day at my current realm. I can still advance one level a day. However, moving forward, it may be difficult to achieve even that. Reaching the nascent soul stage may take at least several months. What if something unforeseen occurs in the meantime? How will I cope? Yet, the current conditions of the Taixu Sect are limited to this. Chu Zhetian frowned inwardly, feeling an even greater sense of urgency. He had now reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan 9th level. He was just a step away from entering the Golden Core realm. However, that step requires a certain accumulation that he must gather enough spiritual power in his dantian, then compress and liquefy it to form a true liquid dantian to break through. At the current pace, this process of accumulating spiritual power will take at least 4 to 5 more days. Moments later, as Chu Zhetian was about to leave the sect master's residence, a steward from the sect's administrative hall approached him. Elder Chu, you have emerged from seclusion? The steward asked politely. Now, Chu Zhetian was a preparatory elder and had entered the discussion hall. His status and position were naturally remarkable. Yes. What is it? Chu Zhetian nodded and inquired. Puzzled, the sect master has issued an order that if Elder Chu has emerged from seclusion, you are to proceed to the council hall to participate in the discussion. The steward conveyed. All right, I understand. I will go now. Chu Zhetian's expression sharpened. The sect master intends to convene a meeting. Could it be that something has happened? When Chu Zhetian arrived at the council hall, he found it already filled with people. The peak masters, hall masters, elders, and protectors were all present. Except for the 7 supreme elders and sect master Yueyue, nearly everyone in the sect was in attendance. Upon entering, Chu Zhetian felt countless gazes fixated on him, many of which bore unfriendly expressions, as if he were a criminal. Zhetian, Come sit here and tea that moment. Yu Chaolu's expression flickered for a moment, and she smiled as she waved him over. Chu Zhetian nodded and was about to approach his beautiful master. However, at that moment, a sarcastic, cold laugh rang out. Master Yu, are you still entangling with this jinx? If it weren't for him, why would you humiliate yourself to become someone else's concubine? The speaker was by Punkoan, who was temporarily acting as the master of the White Tiger Peak. He was a cousin of Bai Pengjiu, and being from the same Bai lineage, he naturally harbored deep-seated animosity towards Chu Zhetian. At this moment, he did not hold back in his mockery. What do you mean by becoming someone else's concubine? What nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing the words, Chu Zhetian's face instantly flushed with anger. He then turned to Yu Chaolu and inquired, Master, what has transpired? At that moment, even if he were to be oblivious, he realized that something unusual had occurred during his recent cultivation. It's nothing. Pay no heed to what that by fellow says. Come, sit down, Yu Chaolu replied with a smile. Her exquisite visage betrayed no sign of distress, as if nothing had happened at all. However, Chu Zhetian was far from convinced. He fixed his gaze on Bai Punkoan, determined to unearth the truth. Master Bai, tell me, what exactly has happened? Bai Punkoan snorted coldly. What has happened? You might as well ask your master, if it weren't for your troublemaking. Why would my Taixu Sect endure such humiliation? Hearing this, Chu Zhetian's brow furrowed deeply. Ultimately, it was Xuanwu Peak's master, who had a good rapport with Yu Chaolu, that recounted the events to Chu Zhetian. Upon concluding, Chu Zhetian's countenance turned grim, his fists clenched tightly. Tiandao Sect. Zhong Wanhai. So it was the people from Tiandao Sect who came earlier. The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. Yu Chaolu had even offered to marry Zhong Wanhai as a concubine, all to shield him from blame and prevent a war between Tiandao Sect and Taixu Sect. A surge of fury ignited within Chu Zhetian, followed by an overwhelming sense of shame and guilt. Yu Chaolu, now his master, had suffered indignity. How could he, as her disciple, face the world? Master, I am truly sorry. He approached Yu Chaolu, taking a deep breath, yet before he could finish, she interrupted him. With a light laugh, her tone remained languid and casual. What is there to be sorry about? I have long grown weary of this Taixu Sect. I merely seized this opportunity to extricate myself from here. To be honest, I have been enamored with the Grand Elder of Tiandao Sect for quite some time and willingly consented to be his concubine. You should congratulate me upon hearing this. Chu Zhetian's expression froze, a forced smile creeping onto his lips. Yes, that's so. Despite her nonchalance, even with a radiant smile, he did not believe a single word. How could Chu Zhetian be unaware that his beautiful master spoke thus only to alleviate his guilt? Thinking of how she had endured such humiliation just to comfort him, forcing a smile in his presence, a heart-wrenching pain and guilt surged within him. She claimed to have had a fondness for that Grand Elder of Tiandao Sect. Yet he vaguely recalled that in her previous life, she had visited Tiandao Sect, but not out of affection. Upon her return, she bore wounds all over her body, cradling the ashes of her sister. Yu Chaoxia. In this life, was it because he had killed Zhong Wanlin that his master had to endure such disgrace? If that were the case, he would annihilate the entire Tiandao Sect, erasing this humiliation once and for all. In 20 days, I shall advance to the Yuaning stage. I will storm into Tiandao Sect. Chu Zhetian silently vowed, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, cold light. Chapter 44. Yu Chaolu's request. After a moment, the sect leader, Yu Xuan, finally arrived. To the instant he appeared, everyone beheld the fury and severity etched upon his face. Once silence enveloped the crowd. The leader of Taixu Sect spoke heavily. Ladies and gentlemen, calamity has struck. I have just received news that our affiliated Jinhong City was stealthily attacked by the Dark Knight Palace last night. The defending disciples have suffered countless casualties, and the guarding elders have perished in a catastrophic battle. The city is now a scene of devastation, with thousands of souls turned into offerings for those fiends. As his words settled, the hall erupted in uproar. Faces transformed in shock. What could be worse than a roof leaking during a rainstorm, with the pressure from Tiandao Sect looming over them? Now the Dark Knight Palace had come to wreak havoc. At this moment, Xiaoyueyue quelled the discussions and, with a stern tone, declared, Jinhong City lies within the heart of our sect's territory. Should this small city fall into the hands of the Dark Knight Palace, it would be akin to a dagger plunged into our sect's very heart. Thus, we must reclaim Jinhong City and vanquish the intruding fiends. An elder rose to inquire, Sect leader, how many foes did the Dark Knight Palace send, and what is their strength? Xiaoyueyue replied gravely, according to the intelligence from the Warfare's Hall, the leader of the enemy is a formidable figure at the 3rd level of Hunyuan. In addition, there are 8 innate experts, dozens of postnatal masters, and several hundred malevolent disciples of the Zhetian realm. As he spoke, he surveyed the assembly. To ensure our success, we will require at least 2 Hunyuan experts to lead our forces in reclaiming Jinhong City. Who is willing to go? As his words fell, the hall buzzed with discussion. Sect leader, I volunteer. I shall go to Jinhong City and slay the wretches of the Dark Knight Palace. My sword has not tasted blood in a long time. In an instant, many eager volunteers emerged within the discussion hall. Seeing this, Yueyue's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. Just as he raised his hand to signal for silence, another voice rose, Sect leader. Some have just been appointed as provisional elders and have yet to achieve any merit. Coupled with their youth, they may struggle to command respect. That I suggest we let Elder Chu lead the expedition. The speaker was none other than Bai Punkuan, the acting master of White Tiger Peak. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueyue hesitated for a moment before glancing at Chu Zhetian. Chu Zhetian exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Punkuan before standing up and clasping his hands. Sect leader, Master Bai speaks wisely. I am willing to go to Jinhong City to eradicate the evil cultivators of the Dark Knight Palace and reclaim our city, to honor those fallen comrades. He was troubled by the constraints of sect resources that limited his cultivation speed. This was indeed an opportunity. Moreover, this mission involved slaying enemies, and through bloodshed, he could grow stronger. Furthermore, regarding Jinhong City, the life-saving talisman he sought for Yueyue was located in the mountains nearby. There existed a secret realm known as the Golden Cicada Secret Realm, which not only harbored an opportunity for one to break through to the Yuaning realm, but also contained a pair of life-linked golden cicada goo. This goo could bind the life essence of 2 individuals, unless one perished utterly. As long as one remained alive, the other would be spared from death. That if he could obtain this life-linked golden cicada goo, he and Yueyue could be bound in life. Chu Zhetian thought to himself, resolute about heading to Jinhong City. Excellent. Since you possess such courage, I eagerly await your triumphant return, Xiaoyueyue said approvingly. While you are away, I shall bring your daughter to the sect leader's residence and personally look after her. Focus on your mission and carry it out without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhetian felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. His greatest concern had always been Yueyue. The sect leader's words struck a chord in his heart. Then I, as your master, shall lead the Zhuge army alongside Zhetian to the expedition. Let this be my final contribution to the sect before marrying into Taixu Sect. This moment. Yuchalu also rose, speaking nonchalantly. Her words settled. Xiaoyueyue regarded her, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Eventually, he nodded. Very well. You shall assume command of this mission, with Zhetian assisting you. Exercise caution in all matters. Zhuge Peak, the master's residence. Upon returning, Yuchalu, for reasons unknown, dismissed everyone else from the residence at this moment. Chu Zhetian, who had accompanied her, mentally prepared himself. He had much to discuss with his beautiful master, especially concerning her impending marriage to Taixu Sect. Master. But as he began, 2 delicate fingers halted him. Do not speak. Come with me. In the next moment, Yuchalu grasped Chu Zhetian's hand and led him towards her chamber. Master, what is this? Chu Zhetian was momentarily taken aback, halting in his tracks. From a distance, he could already detect a captivating fragrance wafting from her boudoir. In an instant, an odd sensation stirred within him. Feeling somewhat inappropriate, I have encountered some difficulties in my cultivation. Could you assist me, as you did last time? Yuchalu glanced back at him. Her tone languid, a hint of frailty seemed to grace her stunning face. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhetian's expression shifted, and he no longer dared to delay. He wished he could slap himself. Hastily, he followed Xiaoyueyue into the room. It was that his master had encountered a mishap in her cultivation. How foolish of him to harbor such thoughts upon entering the room, following Xiaoyueyue's indication. He took a seat next to her on the bed. Master, where did you go awry? Suppressing his inappropriate thoughts, Chu Zhetian inquired with concern. At this moment, Xiaoyueyue gazed at Chu Zhetian, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her lips. As if intrigued, Chu Zhetian, perhaps it would be best if you refrain from calling me master. Since your arrival at Chang'e Peak, I have imparted nothing to you. Your current strength surpasses mine. Moreover, you have yet to partake in the master-apprentice ceremony. Thus, calling me master seems rather absurd. Continuing, she regarded Chu Zhetian with a languid gaze. Furthermore, I will soon marry into Taixu Sect, and it will be impossible for me to be your master henceforth. Chu Zhetian immediately responded earnestly, Master, rest assured, I will never allow you to marry into Taixu Sect and endure such a shameful fate. Giggling at the words, Xiaoyueyue immediately let out a delicate laugh. Then, with a teasing expression, remarked, How do you know this is a profound humiliation for me? Did I not tell you that it was my choice? As she spoke, she suddenly extended a slender jade finger to lift Chu Zhetian's chin, asking, Are you so anxious that you might be jealous? Chu Zhetian's face instantly flushed crimson, and he hastily denied, Disciple dares not, master is jesting. Humph, from this moment forth, I am no longer your master, Xiaoyueyue lightly huffed. Tilting Chu Zhetian's chin to force him to meet her gaze in the next breath, her tone draped with allure, she inquired, Am I beautiful? Beautiful? Chu Zhetian's throat bobbed as he spoke earnestly. However, he quickly diverted his gaze. Master, where exactly have you gone awry? Allow me to assist you. Xiaoyueyue chuckled softly, a playful smile gracing her features. Remember the last time I drained your spiritual energy? It allowed me to break through a small realm. Tell me, if we were to cultivate together, would it not benefit me even more? As she spoke, her delicate hand caressed, her eyes like silken threads gazing at him. She asked, Zhetian, would you be willing to help me? In that moment, Chu Zhetian was struck by a tremendous shock. The soft temptation that danced before him made his blood feel as though it were boiling. Chapter 45. Master, do not do this. What a uniquely enchanting and exceptionally special being she was, her allure undeniably lethal. Moreover, Chu Zhetian harbored a complex array of feelings towards her. Huffing, Chu Zhetian's breaths quickened, gazing at Xiaoyueyue's seductive eyes. He swallowed hard. The thread of restraint within him threatened to snap. Yet in the next instant, he caught a glimpse of determination in her gaze. That was this very determination that jolted him back to clarity. With a swift motion, Chu Zhetian grasped Xiaoyueyue's wrist, pulling her delicate hand away. Disciple cannot. Yet Xiaoyueyue was relentless. Humph! What master? Did I not say, I am no longer your master? Why must a grown man be so hesitant? Do you enjoy being passive? Very well. I shall indulge you. With that, she even attempted to push Chu Zhetian onto the bed. Chu Zhetian bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain composed. Master, he grasped Xiaoyueyue's shoulders, his expression grave and serious as he exclaimed. Then, shifting his tone, he continued, I know what you are thinking. You do not wish to give that Zhongwanhai the upper hand, so before marrying into the Taixu Sect, you would rather relinquish your innocence to me, correct? At these words, Xiaoyueyue's body stiffened. The allure that had adorned her face faltered momentarily. However, she quickly scoffed, her tone brazen. Do not flatter yourself. I said it was my choice to marry Zhongwanhai as a concubine. As for you, Xiaoyueyue, am inherently unrestrained. I not have the right to indulge in your tender youth. Moreover, cultivating together would greatly benefit me. Why should I not seize the opportunity? As she spoke, a hint of wistfulness colored her inquiry. You little rascal, do you think I am too old? Chu Zhetian hastily shook his head. Master is in her prime. It's just, then cease your prattling. Lie down obediently. Xiaoyueyue commanded sharply, her tone reminiscent of a queen's decree. Under such severity, the temptation only intensified, but Chu Zhetian swiftly evaded, leaping off the bed. Master, I apologize. The disciple finds it hard to comply. His expression remains solemn and resolute. You truly need not demean yourself in this manner. I swear, Within 20 days, I shall resolve this crisis for you. At that time, I will accompany you to the Taixu Sect, as long as you do not wish it. I guarantee no one can force you to do anything. Otherwise, do not speak of Zhongwan Hai. Even the entire Taixu Sect, I shall trample it down, ensuring everyone knows that my master, Chu Zhetian's master, is not to be disrespected. I implore you to trust me. As these words fell, the expressions on Yu Chaolu's face shifted continuously. This disciple shall take his leave for now, before she could utter another word. Chu Zhetian fled the room in a manner akin to escape. Yu Chaolu watched his flustered retreat, bursting into laughter. Little rascal, am I truly that intimidating? Do you fear I might devour you? You ran swiftly. Or else just wait and see how I would teach you. As she spoke, a charming blush graced her exquisite features, as if she could weep. In that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, reflecting on her previous flirtations and madness. Yu Chaolu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It had taken immense courage for her to decide to give herself to Chu Zhetian before marrying into the Taixu Sect. This insufferable rascal was able to maintain his composure. Humph! How utterly insulting to her allure. After departing from the Peak Master's residence, Chu Zhetian's feelings remained tumultuous. To speak truthfully, his beautiful master was indeed an unparalleled enchantress. Had he not caught that fleeting determination in her eyes, he might have succumbed entirely. Finally managing to suppress the tumult within, he arrived at Miao Yuming's abode. And her little master had always gotten along splendidly. Thus, every day before heading to the sect for training, Chu Zhetian would bring Ye to be temporarily cared for by her. Pushing the door open, he found Miao Yuming lazily reclining on the grass. Munching on a vibrant cucumber, it seemed that every time he encountered this little sister, she was never without something in her mouth. Meanwhile, Yueyue was in the yard, practicing various peculiar movements, diligently honing her physique with the 36 techniques. Although her actions appeared somewhat clumsy and adorable, her expression was one of utmost seriousness. Her small nose glistened with beads of sweat, clearly exhausted. Yet she persevered, gritting her teeth to continue to eat that moment. Chu Zhetian observed his daughter, and his expression shifted. What is Ye doing? From a distance, he noticed she was surrounded by a faint shimmering of multicolored light, appearing exceedingly strange. Could this be the Lingxi immortal body? Chu Zhetian's heart trembled. Little master, why are you not cultivating? Come and train alongside Ye. If we all grow stronger, we can help Father defeat the bad guys. At this, he seized a brief moment to catch her breath and, with an air of maturity, urged Miao Yuming. Miao Yuming rolled her eyes upon hearing this. So our cultivation is solely for the purpose of aiding your father, is it? Very well, I shall accompany you. She lazily rose, took another bite of cucumber, and mumbled indistinctly, truly defeated by this little one. At such a young age, she trains so diligently. Must it be so competitive? I never imagined that one day I would be urged by a 6-year-old. Why are you glowing? You look like you're surrounded by a rainbow. At that moment, Miao Yuming also noticed Ye's peculiarity, her cherubic face filled with astonishment. What glow? I'm not a firefly. Oblivious to her own brilliance, asked with a puzzled expression. Then, blinking her big eyes, she added, Little master, are you trying to slack off? Is that why you're changing the subject? Miao Yuming was left speechless. Oh, so, in this little girl's eyes, I'm just that lazy. At this moment, Ye shook her little head about to say something, but suddenly spotted Chu Zhetian. Daddy, the little one's eyes lit up, and she joyfully leaped into her father's arms. This ungrateful little girl. Miao Yuming muttered with a hint of jealousy. Chu Zhetian scooped Ye into his arms, his gaze filled with affection and surprise. My precious, you are actually the Lingxi immortal body. Though he maintained an outward calm, internally he was in a state of ecstatic astonishment. The Lingxi immortal body is an exceedingly rare constitution, a type of immortal body. Its potential and talent rank just below that of divine and sacred bodies. In his previous life, Chu Zhetian had come across an ancient tome in the depths of the god and demon ancient domain, which detailed the existence of the Lingxi immortal body. This constitution not only possessed formidable cultivation talent, but also harbored a hidden trait. Fortune, Each Lingxi immortal body is considered a child of destiny. They are naturally favored by the heavens, often stumbling into fortuitous opportunities or transforming peril into safety. Yueyue is actually a Lingxi body, truly a little fortune child. By the way, he recalled that in his previous life, Ye occasionally unearthed treasures within the sect. Once, while digging for sweet potatoes, she even unearthed a celestial herb. Clearly, this was due to her Lingxi immortal body. Yet in his former life, every time she found something good, it was snatched away by that little brat, Chu Zhetian. As her father, he had been neglectful. Reflecting on these memories, Chu Zhetian couldn't help but feel the urge to slap himself. "Little master, why is your face so red? Hee, are you shy upon seeing the little sister?" At that moment, Xiaoyueyue playfully teased while carrying a cucumber. Her doll-like face was brimming with mischief. Chu Zhetian, drenched in sweat, replied, "I was running a bit hastily on the way." He certainly could not disclose to Xiaoyueyue that he was lured by his master, could he? "Oh, is that so? Do you want to eat a cucumber?" Xiaoyueyue nodded and then handed the cucumber in her hand to Chu Zhetian. Each time they met, this little junior sister exuded an exceptionally unique warmth. Chapter 46. Night Cold Charm. It is you. Subsequently, Chu Zhetian and the father-daughter duo of Ye enjoyed a complimentary lunch at Xiaoyueyue's place. However, it was Chu Zhetian who took on the role of the cook, as Xiaoyueyue did not know how to prepare food. "Junior sister, my master and I will be heading to Jinhong City in the next few days. During this time, the sect leader will take care of Ye at the sect leader's residence. If you and a few senior brothers have some free time, could you spend some time with my daughter during the day? I fear Ye may not adapt well there. After all, she is most familiar with you." During the meal, Chu Zhetian somewhat awkwardly expressed a rather impertinent request. Upon hearing this, Ye's little face instantly dimmed. "Is Daddy going to leave me again?" However, the little one, being sensible, did not cry or make a fuss. Instead, her big eyes fixed intently on her father, seemingly trying to imprint his image in her memory. Xiaoyueyue patted her chest, assuring, "Don't worry. Leave it to your junior sister. If I don't see this little girl for a day, I would miss her terribly." Then she skillfully shifted the topic, asking, "So, when are you departing?" "Perhaps we will leave this afternoon. Jinhong City has been occupied by the dark forces of the Night Palace. Every moment counts, and we cannot afford to delay." Chu Zhetian replied solemnly, "Oh, then you and your master must exercise extra caution. Once we finish eating, I will give you something." Xiaoyueyue nodded, playfully smiling to ease the atmosphere of parting. Meanwhile, Ye's little face was filled with reluctance, tugging at one's heartstrings. Witnessing his daughter's expression, Chu Zhetian profoundly felt the weight of emotional ties. He nearly contemplated bringing the little one along. Yet, considering the perilous and uncertain journey ahead, along with his need to delve deep into the golden cicada's secret realm, he could only steel his heart. "My dear, wait for Daddy to return. Once I obtain the golden cicada's soul talisman, I will be connected to you for life," Chu Zhetian silently vowed, his gaze resolute. After finishing the meal, he expected Xiaoyueyue to present him with some protective treasures. Instead, she handed him a bag brimming with jerky. With a wry smile, Chu Zhetian accepted it and began preparing for his departure from the sect. Simultaneously, Yueyue was not idle either. In a short span, she summoned 5,000 Zhuge troops. Time was of the essence. That very evening, under Yueyue's command, and with Chu Zhetian as her deputy, the Zhuge Peak army set off towards Jinhong City. Accompanying them was Zhang Daily, the chief disciple of Zhuge Peak. Meanwhile, at Chang'e courtyard, Chu Zhetian had fallen into a trap. He had already headed toward Jinhong City. Bai Changqing's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Excellent." Ji Yinlian's eyes shimmered with a glint of triumph. "As for Yueyue, if she remains oblivious, she shall perish in Jinhong City. It would simply be her fate." After exchanging glances, the two simultaneously broke into a chilling grin, which gradually intensified. Chu Zhetian's journey to Jinhong City was undoubtedly a march towards death. As a formidable army of cultivators, Zhuge Peak's 5,000 troops marched 800 miles through the night. The journey was uneventful. The following morning, a towering city wall, standing 100 meters high, emerged into view. In the realm of cultivation, Even though Jinhong City was merely a small city, it remained extraordinarily grand and magnificent. Yueyue, riding a fiery red unicorn spirit beast, gazed intently towards the city. Moments later, she issued a command. Halt the march and rest here. At that moment, Chu Zhetian's expression shifted. Thanks to the sensitivity of his blood wheel, to the essence of flesh and blood. He sensed a trace of blood energy lingering in the air, even from 20 miles away from Jinhong City. The essence was being absorbed into his blood wheel. Subsequently, a continuous flow of heat surged within him, gradually enhancing his physical form to a minuscule extent that it seemed that the situation in Jinhong City was indeed dire. Here, even the blood wheel, I could absorb threads of blood essence. The dark forces of the Night Palace were truly steeped in sin. Chu Zhetian mused. Simultaneously, he pondered. If Jinhong City were to be strewn with corpses, how much blood essence could his blood wheel absorb once he penetrated the city? The thought ignited a bloodthirsty desire within him, causing him to gaze expectantly at the small city. Daily, Zhetian, as we advance, have you noticed anything amiss? Yueyue summoned the two disciples, her expression grave. However, when her gaze fell upon Chu Zhetian, an unusual glimmer flickered in her eyes. Chu Zhetian, feeling slightly awkward before the beautiful master, couldn't help but recall their encounter from the previous day, stirring ripples within him. Indeed, I have noticed something. Zhang Daily, with his innocent demeanor, spoke up. Normally, Jinhong City should be under the control of the Night Palace, and there should be sentries along the way. Yet, we have ventured this far without encountering any personnel from the Night Palace. Chu Zhetian nodded in agreement. There is certainly something amiss. Could it be that the dark forces of the Night Palace are facing some trouble? At that moment, a scout disciple returned with a report. Reporting to the commander, we have discovered numerous corpses of Night Palace's practitioners within a radius of several dozen miles from Jinhong City. Additionally, there are a few corpses of the blood-clad individuals, though in scant numbers. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yueyue, Chu Zhetian, and Zhang Daily all shifted to blood-clad individuals. Could it be that someone acted against the dark forces of the Night Palace before us? Yueyue frowned. Chu Zhetian and Zhang Daily's expressions tightened as well. This was not necessarily a good sign. The enemy of my enemy is not always my friend. Who were these blood-clad individuals? And what were their intentions? Their presence complicated matters significantly. Boom! Just then, Chu Zhetian vaguely heard a thunderous roar emanating from the direction of Jinhong City. Following that, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. Yueyue and Zhang Daily clearly heard it as well. For a moment, the three exchanged glances that there a battle occurring within the city. Daily, you stay here and maintain order. Do not act recklessly. Zhetian, let us advance into the city to investigate. Yueyue deliberated for a few seconds before swiftly deciding. Inside the city, what once was a bustling small city with a population of 600,000 now appeared desolate. Corpses littered the streets and alleys, with an overwhelming stench of blood, death, and resentment enveloping the entire city. In the city center, on a stone square, a group of blood-clad individuals was engaged in combat with the dark forces of the Night Palace. Each of these blood-clad individuals was slender and agile, occasionally letting out crisp battle cries during the fight. It was evident that they were all women. Yet, their strength was formidable, and they left a trail of Night Palace practitioners in their wake. In the fiercest battle, a blood-clad woman was single-handedly facing off against 4 formidable practitioners of the Night Palace. This blood-clad woman was strikingly beautiful and alluring, her moves sharp and ruthless. Dark magical aura enveloped her entire being. With each strike, she displayed incredible strength, overpowering the 4 practitioners of the Night Palace with relentless assaults. Night Cold Charm, you wretched traitor! Today, this Jinhong City shall be your grave. One of the long-haired men among the 4 powerful practitioners bellowed furiously. However, just as his words fell, one of the innate-level experts beside him was decapitated by the blood-clad woman. The one dying shall be you. You vile dogs of the evil ancestors. I am the true inheritor of the night demon, the blood-clad woman declared with cold disdain. With another flurry of attacks, the last 2 innate-level subordinates of the long-haired man fell victim to her blade. The long-haired man, a guardian of the Night Palace with a mixed element cultivation, was grievously injured. The blood-clad woman's might was astonishing. 3 great witches. What are you waiting for? If you do not assist me soon, this demoness shall escape once I perish. The long-haired man cried out in a panic. This moment, Chu Zhetian and Yueyue, who had infiltrated the city, observed this scene from a distance. Watching that stunning yet enchanting figure, Chu Zhetian instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze revealing a complex mix of emotions. Night cold charm. It is you. Chapter 47. Where is that foolish woman running off to? At this moment, Chu Zhetian had already entered the city. Surrounding him were numerous essences of flesh and blood, continuously being absorbed by the Sharingan. His physical strength was escalating at an unprecedented rate. However, his thoughts could not dwell on this. All his attention was fixated on the woman in blood-stained garments. He never anticipated encountering Yueyue here, and in such a manner. Within the city, in a dilapidated tavern, 3 powerful sorcerers from the Night Palace lay in ambush. Originally poised to act, their expressions were now grim. What is that fool with long hair babbling about? One of the slender, monkey-like figures in black robes exclaimed irritably. What shall we do now? Our target is not Yueyue. With that idiot's shout. Have we not revealed ourselves? Another, a towering figure like an iron tower, inquired of the man in the center. This individual appeared exceedingly aged, with skin lined with wrinkles resembling tree bark. Encountering him at midnight was akin to facing a malevolent spirit. Chang'e, the elder sorcerer leading them, pondered for a moment before speaking coldly. For now, our only option is to strike swiftly and decisively. The forces of the Taixu Sect are stationed 20 miles outside the city. However, their intended target has likely not yet entered. Thus, our sole choice is to eliminate Yueyue before she appears. With a low command, the 3 sprang from the tavern, charging towards Yueyue. Boom! Along the way, the Iron Tower figure wielded a colossal hammer, shattering a blood-clad Dark Knight Saintess. The slender black-robed man's claws effortlessly crushed the head of another woman in blood-stained attire, as the 3 sorcerers advanced rapidly. Yueyue, who had initially held an overwhelming advantage, suddenly sensed danger. Turning her head, her pupils constricted in alarm. A smug, sinister smile appeared on the face of the long-haired guardian. What a relief! Yueyue, your time of demise has come. With a surge of murderous intent, Yueyue gathered her spiritual power and swung her sword towards the long-haired man, evidently employing a certain martial technique to eliminate him before the 3 sorcerers arrived. However, in that fleeting moment, a pitch-black poison dart shot towards her throat. Yueyue's expression hardened as she cast a resentful glance at the long-haired guardian, only to redirect her attack. Clang! She deflected the poison dart, but let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps as her sword hand tingled with numbness. Sensing the peril, she attempted to flee, only to find a small, swift figure sealing off her escape route. The elder sorcerer, Poison Monkey, was at the first level of the nascent soul stage. From another direction emerged the towering figure, Black Mountain, also at the first level of the nascent soul stage, and charging towards her was none other than the elder sorcerer, Chang'e, at the second level of the nascent soul stage. Damn it! How could 3 nascent soul sorcerers appear in this insignificant Jinhong city? Did the Night Palace anticipate my revenge? That shouldn't be the case. Yueyue cursed inwardly. In the next moment, a fierce and frenzied expression surfaced on her enchanting visage. Buzz! A terrifying aura emanated from her, as the swirling black mist around her surged violently, intensifying in density. Her eyes transformed into a mesmerizing shade of purple. In an instant, her strength surged from the 9th level of the primordial chaos to the 1st level of the nascent soul. Clearly, in the face of crisis, Yueyue had invoked some forbidden technique, causing her power to skyrocket. Shadow of the demon god. Chang'e's pupils narrowed at the sight, soon replaced by a look of disdain. This changes nothing. Dark Knight Saintess, you traitor, prepare to die. With a fierce cry, Chang'e launched an assault. Poison Monkey and Black Mountain followed suit without hesitation. The 3 nascent soul experts simultaneously attacked Yueyue. Boom! Black Mountain's hammer swung down, barely missing Yueyue. The impact created a massive crater in the ground. shaking the entire street. As Chang'e's sword slashed toward her, Yueyue parried with her sword, but the residual force of their attacks collapsed a nearby low building. The ferocity of the battle between nascent soul experts was evident. Poison Monkey seized the opportunity, his claws sinking into Yueyue's back. Flesh tore and blood gushed forth. Keek, Dark Knight Saintus, how does it feel? Poison Monkey gloated. Confronted by the three nascent soul sorcerers, Yueyue found herself at a disadvantage and was grievously wounded. The situation was dire. Observing this scene from a distance, Chu Zhetian and Yueyue exchanged uncertain glances. The Night Palace has laid an ambush of three nascent soul sorcerers in Jinhong City. Yueyue exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Zhetian narrowed his eyes. Sensing an underlying conspiracy, he discerned that the three sorcerers had not intended to act initially. Even when the long-haired man faced peril, they remained inactive. Clearly, they had no intention of revealing themselves. This implied their target was not Yueyue. But what could they be after? In the next moment, a realization struck him, and his gaze sharpened. Could it be aimed at me? If that were the case, then I shall fulfill your wishes. Seeing Yueyue in jeopardy, Chu Zhetian could no longer delay. Master, you confront that primordial chaos expert. I will assist that woman, Chu Zhetian declared to Yueyue. The long-haired man was already gravely injured and merely at the third level of primordial chaos. Yueyue should be more than capable of handling him without danger. No, those are three nascent soul experts. How can you? Yueyue hastily protested. Buzz! Yet before she could finish, a powerful aura surged from Chu Zhetian. The pinnacle of the 9th level of primordial chaos? That won't suffice. Yueyue's eyes widened in shock. Chu Zhetian's advancement in power had once again exceeded her comprehension. In just a few days, you've progressed from the 2nd level of primordial chaos to the pinnacle of the 9th. But even with this strength, it remains insufficient against nascent soul experts. Rest assured, Master, though I am merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of primordial chaos, my true combat prowess is comparable to that of a nascent soul expert. I am going to save her. Even if I cannot defeat them, I can certainly protect myself. Chu Zhetian's voice was confident and steady. Having said that, he dashed towards the battlefield between Yueyue and the three sorcerers. At this moment, Yueyue, realizing her imminent demise, abandoned the thought of combat. Bracing herself against Black Mountain's hammer, she used the force to escape the encirclement of the three. Then, she fled at full speed towards the west of the city. However, this only served to increase the distance between her and Chu Zhetian. Foolish woman, where do you think you're going? Chu Zhetian's heart raced at the sight. Before he could catch up, Yueyue might already perish. Hurry! Chapter 48. The Enchantress, unaware of her fate, Yueyue, injured and fleeing, was relentlessly pursued by the three figures behind her. A figure 1,000 meters away was rapidly closing in on the four. This figure's speed was astonishingly quick. As they pursued, Chu Zhetian observed the streets of Jinhong City, littered with corpses. Among them were residents of Jinhong City, disciples of the Taixu Sect who had originally defended the area, and also the fallen minions of the Night Palace. These corpses had not been dead for more than 3 days. Their bodies had not decayed, and their essence remained. Streams of blood and flesh essence were continuously absorbed by the Sharingan. If calculated by the force of a single punch, when he had just reformed his body, his punch's power was approximately 100,000 pounds. After killing Murong Ling by Yifei and Zhongwan Lin, his punch power had reached 180,000 pounds. Since entering Jinhong City, his physique had been increasing at an astonishing rate. 190,000 pounds, 200,000 pounds, 240,000 pounds. Faster, even faster, observing the three nascent soul sorcerers drawing ever closer to Yueyue. Chu Zhetian felt a growing urgency. The speed of nascent soul experts was akin to the swift winds and flashing lightning that in just a matter of breaths, Yueyue and the three sorcerers had reached the western outskirts of Jinhong City. At last, under the strain of high consumption and her injuries, Yueyue began to falter. Her speed slowed, as her strength waned. The three sorcerers quickly closed the G8P in the blink of an eye. They had entered her attack range. Chang'e snorted coldly and unleashed a palm strike from afar. The shadow of his palm surged forth, striking Yi Longmei's back with tremendous force. Bang! In the next instant, she spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Because of the forbidden technique she had employed, her heightened state began to diminish, leaving her aura weak and feeble. After landing a successful strike, a cruel smile crept across Chang'e's face. With a few leaps, he reached Yi Longmei's side, followed closely by Poison Monkey and Black Mountain. Their gazes upon Yi Longmei resembled that of a corpse. Yi Longmei, after betraying the Night Palace, you fled far and wide, yet you still dared to launch surprise attacks in retaliation. Truly, you chose the path of heaven when there was none, and barged into hell where there were no doors. A sinister smile spread across Chang'e's bark-like visage. What a stroke of bad luck for me. However, the three great sorcerers of the Dark Night Palace are sneaking about in such a small town. One wonders what their intentions might be. Yi Longmei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and inquired with a cold smirk. The dead do not need to know so much. Chang'e replied ominously. In the next moment, he prepared to thrust his sword into Yi Longmei's heart. They needed to swiftly eliminate her so they could continue to conceal themselves and wait for their true target to stumble into their trap. Suddenly, a beam of sword light appeared, slicing towards Chang'e. The spiritual power contained within this sword light wasn't overwhelmingly terrifying, yet its overall might was comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. It was evident that the individual who unleashed this sword light possessed formidable physical strength that could not be underestimated. Chang'e, not daring to be careless, quickly raised his sword to parry the incoming attack. Boom! The sword light dissipated, but the residual force of the attack caused the three of them to stagger backward. Just then, a figure dashed forward in the blink of an eye, landing squarely in front of Yi Longmei. Three old fools, is it not rather inappropriate to bully a frail woman? Chu Zhetian spoke in a low voice, casting a cold gaze at the three great sorcerers of the Dark Night Palace. He then turned to Yi Longmei, and upon confirming her survival, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, she was ultimately the mother of Yueyue. Chu Zhetian could not bear to stand idly by as she faced death. "It's you?" Yi Longmei exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the distinctly defined features of his face. She then chuckled softly, shaking her head as she said, "What? The waste I toyed with back then wishes to play the hero today? I fear you are even less capable than I, a mere weak woman. Begone, I need no rescue from you." It was evident that Yi Longmei held Chu Zhetian in contempt 7 years prior. She had imprisoned him, manipulating and tormenting him for 3 days and nights. His strength was nowhere near hers. However, it seemed he had made some progress, though against 3 nascent soul cultivators, it would likely not suffice. Chu Zhetian remained unfazed by her words. Standing resolutely before her, sword in hand, he declared, "There are plenty who look down on you. What makes you think you are so special, Yi Longmei? Though you are no saint yourself, you are still the mother of a child. The humiliation you brought upon me 7 years ago will be settled in due time. For now, I will ensure you do not perish, that I will hold them off while you escape." Yi Longmei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that the man intended to sacrifice himself for her. "What is this? Are you putting your life on the line to save me? Have you developed feelings for the saintess after being tormented by me back then?" She scoffed, though her gaze became somewhat complex. "I command you to flee." Chu Zhetian, angered, rebuked her sharply. Just then, a claw-like shadow struck. Chu Zhetian, no longer wasting words with Yi Longmei, focused intently on the incoming threat. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as the sword of the void sword met the claw of the poison monkey. To his astonishment, the poison monkey, a first-level nascent soul beast, was actually pushed back a step. Surprise flickered across the beast's face. Despite Chu Zhetian's aura clearly reflecting only the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Hunyuan realm, his physical prowess was staggering, and combined with the superior quality of his spiritual power, he managed to match the first-level nascent soul beast in strength. Could it be he truly possesses some strength? Yi Longmei's eyes glimmered with astonishment. "Then you hold your ground. I'm leaving." She quickly rose and made her escape. Clearly having no intention of expressing gratitude or solidarity with Chu Zhetian, she seized the opportunity to flee. Chang'e, and his companions merely exchanged glances, refraining from pursuing her. Their lethal intent was now entirely focused on Chu Zhetian. Chu Zhetian, Chang'e's face broke into a mocking smile as he inquired with sinister delight. The poison monkey and Heishan's gazes also turned filled with amusement. Hee, it seems the fish has swum into the net without effort. Sensing their predatory stares, Chu Zhetian's heart raced. Are you targeting me? Chang'e's sinister smile widened. Kid, why ask so many questions? Regardless, you are destined to die. Chu Zhetian raised an eyebrow, his mind racing at a trio of nascent soul cultivators lying in ambush in Jinhong City. All for the purpose of hunting him down? Could the Dark Knight Palace's attack on Jinhong City be a trap set for him? He began piecing the events together, quickly grasping the situation. However, Chu Zhetian did not expect to extract any information from them. He was merely stalling for time. For even now, his blood wheel, I was voraciously absorbing the essence of flesh and blood nearby. With each passing moment, Chu Zhetian's physical prowess was steadily increasing. He even sensed a hint of a breakthrough approaching. Chapter 49. The Breakthrough of the Physical Body. Yet the three nascent soul sorcerers of the Dark Knight Palace showed no intention of granting Chu Zhetian any reprieve. In the next moment, Chang'e launched his attack. The poison monkey and Heishan followed suit, charging directly at Chu Zhetian. Cursing inwardly, Chu Zhetian had no choice but to confront them with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons filled the air, the overwhelming aftermath of the battle leaving the ground barren for 100 meters around. From the outset of the conflict, Chu Zhetian found himself at a disadvantage. Even with the formidable power of the swallowing sky sacred body and the divine techniques he had cultivated, he was still at a significant disadvantage against the three of them, separated by a vast realm of strength. Relying solely on his robust physical abilities and the combat experience honed through countless life and death encounters in his previous life, he was barely managing to hold his ground. Truly, the first genius of the Taixu Sect. To withstand our onslaught for so long at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Hunyuan realm, Heishan's deep voice carried a note of surprise. Withstand? I could very well turn the tide on you at any moment. Do you believe otherwise? Despite appearing strained, the fire of battle burned fiercely in Chu Zhetian's eyes, even igniting a sense of exhilaration. This battle invigorated him, fueling his spirit to fight ever harder. The continuous influx of blood and flesh essence filled him with immense confidence. Though seemingly on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the three nascent soul cultivators, he had managed to hold them at bay. This kid is unusual. Go all out and kill him quickly. After 30 exchanges, Chang'e suddenly sensed something amiss and shouted urgently. He then unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy into his sword, evidently preparing a killing blow. This fellow's strength seems to be slowly rising. The poison monkey's expression hardened as its claws glowed ominously, growing stronger in battle. Heishan exclaimed in shock, promptly channeling his energy into his twin hammers. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A brilliant crimson light erupted from Chu Zhetian's body, the manifestation of his blood reaching its peak, overflowing uncontrollably. Simultaneously, his skin began to shimmer with a metallic sheen, appearing as smooth as jade, yet possessing unparalleled resilience. In that instant, Chu Zhetian's eyes sparkled with fervor and elation. My instincts were indeed correct. The realm of physical cultivation has truly broken through. In this world, true physical cultivators are a rarity, and thus many lack a concrete understanding of the realm. However, having traversed various perilous zones and forbidden territories in both his lives, Chu Zhetian had some understanding. Just as with spiritual cultivation, physical cultivation is divided into 14 major realms, from lowest to highest. They are horizontal training, subduing the tiger, 10,000 tons, golden body, shattering mountains, shaking earth, shocking the void, ascending to heaven, 10,000 forms, subduing demons, capturing demons, sealing immortals, annihilating worlds, and falling stars. The overflow of blood energy and the golden sheen on his skin clearly indicated a breakthrough into the golden body realm. So this swallowing sky sacred body had reached the 10,000 tons realm upon its formation. Previously, I lacked a specific understanding of this. The 10,000 tons realm in physical cultivation corresponds with the postnatal realm in spiritual cultivation. Under the same realm, Physical cultivators can overpower spiritual cultivators. It's no wonder I was able to utterly dominate Murong Ling, who was at the 8th level of the postnatal realm, purely through my physical prowess. Chu Zhetian mused. The breakthrough in physical cultivation brought with it a sensation akin to a leap in the essence of life, an exhilarating and fulfilling feeling. Every drop of blood within him felt as if it was boiling. Every cell was undergoing a metamorphosis. Every muscle contained the strength of a dragon. It is said that once a physical cultivator reaches the golden body realm, they can unleash a force of millions of pounds with a mere gesture. Their skin is as tough as metal, capable of withstanding swords and blades. Weapons below the celestial grade struggle to pierce their defenses. Chu Zhetian thought to himself, in the next second. That notion was validated. After a brief accumulation of power, the 3 great sorcerers of the Dark Night Palace unleashed their attacks on Chu Zhetian. This fellow is exhibiting unusual phenomena, even if the 3 of us are not well-versed in physical cultivation. We all recognize that something is off with him. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Clang. The Chang'e executed a formidable earth-level sword technique, the Dark Night without light, mercilessly striking at Chu Zhetian's neck. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of Chu Zhetian's head being severed did not materialize. Instead, the sword merely left a crimson mark upon his throat. Astonishingly, the blade's impact against flesh produced a resounding clang, akin to the clash of metal. Clang, clang. The toxic monkey's clawed blade also raked across Chu Zhetian's back, yet it too failed to breach his defenses. It was only the colossal strike from Heishan that sent Chu Zhetian hurtling through the air. Thud! Upon landing, Chu Zhetian created a substantial crater in the ground. Nevertheless, he immediately sprang to his feet. He gingerly touched his neck, a wave of trepidation washing over him. His internal energy surged turbulently, although the blades had failed to penetrate his defenses. The immense force had nonetheless caused a certain degree of turmoil within his organs. Glurk, at that moment, Heishan instinctively swallowed hard, gazing at Chu Zhetian as though he were some malevolent creature. What sorcery is this? How can a mortal body remain unscathed? The toxic monkey's expression was equally one of horror. As a practitioner of dark arts, he found himself questioning the use of such foul magic by another. Could this young man possibly be the fabled body cultivator? No wonder he could contend against the 3 of us at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Hunyuan, that he must be eliminated. This individual cannot be allowed to live. The gravity in Chang'e's gaze intensified. Subsequently, the 3 formidable nascent soul cultivators lunged once more at Chu Zhetian, their murderous intent palpable. In turn, Chu Zhetian regarded them with eyes ablaze with determination. Previously, he had harbored thoughts of entangling them to buy time for Yi Longmei to escape. He had not prepared for a fight to the death, nor had he considered that with his current power, he could vanquish 3 nascent soul cultivators. Hence, he had yet to unleash his full strength. For instance, he had not yet revealed his sword techniques that had reached the realm of insight. The formidable martial skills he had mastered in his previous life remained unutilized. But now, you 3 shall find your graves here today. Chu Zhetian sneered coldly and boldly charged forward. Clang, clang, clang. This time, after merely exchanging a few blows, Chang'e and his companion's expressions shifted dramatically. Such overwhelming power. This child is not human. They could not breach his defenses at all. How could they possibly win this battle? What realm of swordsmanship is this? I cannot defend against it, nor can I see through it. Is this a transcendent, offensive technique? No. We must flee. The 3 nascent soul cultivators, initially intent on surrounding and slaying him, found their morale crumbling upon their renewed encounter. Flee? Chu Zhetian's expression turned steely. His murderous intent palpable. The explosive strength of his physical form allowed him to leap 100 meters effortlessly. Whoosh! In less than 10 breaths, the head of the Heishan Grand, which was mercilessly severed by the Yulong sword. His robust body crashed to the ground like a mountain of gold or a pillar of jade. Boom! Similarly, Chang'e the Elder was sent flying by a single punch from Chu Zhetian. His internal organs shattered to pieces. Only the fastest, the toxic monkey, managed to flee at great speed back toward the city. Chu Zhetian had no intention of letting any of them escape. After collecting the corpses of the 2 He pursued with an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Hiss! The once plaything of this holy maiden now possesses such terrifying power. If I could control him with dark poison and even refine him into a puppet of the night, then Yueyue had not truly departed, but was instead lurking in the shadows. Witnessing the previous scene, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. Subsequently, she stealthily followed, observing her own exquisite and bewitching visage. An ominous smile crept across her face. This enchantress clearly harbored ill intentions. Chapter 50. Yueyue falls into a trap outside the western suburbs. After pursuing for 2 miles, Chu Zhetian caught up with the toxic monkey. After exchanging blows, he swiftly dispatched it beneath his blade. Instantly, a surge of warmth flooded his body. Slaying 3 nascent soul cultivators further enhanced his physical prowess, building upon the foundation of 100,000 gene of strength. It surged up by an additional 10,000 gene, slaughter, strengthening. At this moment, Chu Zhetian's eyes took on a faint crimson hue. The inner urge for bloodshed surged forth with renewed vigor. It seemed that the swallowing heaven's sacred body's strength through slaughter carried a downside. If this continued, would it affect my disposition? No. I must exercise restraint. Those who seek death must naturally be killed, but one must not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Otherwise, one might find themselves transformed into a murderer. Chu Zhetian became acutely aware of this. A sense of caution and gravity swelling within him, he fought desperately to maintain clarity of mind, suppressing the bloodthirst that threatened to overwhelm him. Just then, a figure of unparalleled grace leapt down from the city walls. Like a butterfly flitting among flowers, she approached swiftly. It was Yueyue. Having dealt with the long-haired guardian, she sensed the energy fluctuations in this direction and hurriedly made her way over. Zhetian, are you all right? Upon landing, Yueyue asked anxiously. However, the next moment, upon seeing Chu Zhetian standing unharmed, her gaze fell upon a small, shrouded figure draped in a black robe, and her expression immediately relaxed. Yet, it was not long before shock washed over her features. The Grand Witch of the Night Palace, the toxic monkey? Hiss! Yueyue gasped, disbelief flooding her voice. Zhetian, did you kill this? Chu Zhetian nodded. What else could it be? You killed a nascent soul cultivator. Yueyue asked incredulously. Not just one. 3 of them. All were slain by my hand. Chu Zhetian replied with a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, appearing utterly harmless. He then casually stowed the toxic monkey's corpse into his dimensional bag. As if merely discarding refuse, Yueyue's eyelids twitched violently. The way she looked at Chu Zhetian was akin to gazing at a monster. 3 Grand Witches, all slain by Zhetian. This was no trivial matter. These were 3 nascent soul cultivators. Master, what a Hunyuan cultivator. Are you all right? At that moment, Chu Zhetian shifted the topic, scrutinizing Yueyue with concern. And I'm fine. The opponent's realm was already lower than mine, and he was severely injured, so I dispatched him with little effort. Yueyue steadied her emotions and shook her head with a smile. Being appraised by Chu Zhetian, she inexplicably felt a wave of heat wash over her. Ever since their flirtation the previous day, their feelings had shifted, making it impossible to return to their former ease. What is that smell? Just then, Chu Zhetian twitched his nose. Faintly, he caught a whiff of a sweet, cloying fragrance. This scent felt somewhat familiar. What's wrong? Yueyue inquired, taking a couple of deep sniffs. Then, with a soft exclamation, she remarked, It seems there is a pleasant aroma, quite delightful like tea that moment. The surroundings of Jinhong City were saturated with the stench of death and decay. The emergence of a fragrant scent was decidedly out of place. Not inhale. Hold your breath. Chu Zhetian's expression changed dramatically as he urgently shouted at Yueyue. He could sense that the swallowing heaven's sacred body was automatically transforming the toxins. He finally recalled what that sweet, cloying scent was. 7 years prior, he had fallen victim to this very seductive poison, known as the sinking fragrance, and had been toyed with by Yueyue as if he were a fish on a chopping board. He quickly warned Yueyue. However, it was already too late. In the next instant, Yueyue swayed, collapsing into Chu Zhetian's embrace without any resistance. Even through the fabric of their clothing, Chu Zhetian could feel the searing heat emanating from her delicate form. Her stunning face reddened in an instant, and a certain yearning glimmered in her beautiful eyes. With a swift motion, Chu Zhetian turned his gaze toward a certain direction, where a blood-red figure emerged. Yueyue, you wicked enchantress, how dare you repay kindness with malice? Chu Zhetian seethed with rage, an overwhelming aura of terror radiating from him. As if he were about to charge at her, Yueyue's expression shifted, revealing a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. You're not affected at all? Impressive, indeed. However, it seems this stunning beauty before you is on the verge of succumbing, that if you do not engage in the duality of yin and yang within a moment, she shall perish. You might want to assist her quickly. Hee. Enjoy yourselves. No need to thank me. With a mocking laugh, Yueyue quickly turned to flee. The terrifying aura emanating from Chu Zhetian indicated that he was unaffected by the sinking fragrance. This left Yueyue feeling a twinge of regret, and she dared not linger any longer. Leaving behind a trail of derisive laughter, she sped away. Chu Zhetian cast a glance in her direction, but ultimately chose not to pursue. Yueyue's condition was far too perilous. Zhetian, the opponent, had entwined herself around Chu Zhetian like an octopus, her limbs clinging to him. Soft moans escaped her lips, releasing heated breaths and an intoxicating fragrance that seemed capable of melting any man. I am sorry. Chu Zhetian hesitated for 3 seconds in place, and finally gritted his teeth, lifting Yueyue as he hurried towards Jinhong City, that a man born between heaven and earth should not be overly pedantic or pretentious. With the situation reaching this point, there was no turning back. In Jinhong City, at an inn. Inside the room, with a rip, as soon as she entered, Yueyue tore open her garments. At this moment, her eyes were glazed over. Clearly completely overtaken by instinct, the allure of fragrance was exceedingly treacherous. Gulp! Chu Zhetian could not help but swallow hard, as her clothes disintegrated. An alluring figure was suddenly laid bare before his eyes. Those 2 peaks would make countless men dream of scaling them, yet they remained tantalizingly out of reach. Her long, slender legs were smooth and rosy, capable of severing a man's vitality in half. Zhetian, I beg you, help me. Yueyue's voice trembled with a hint of pleading. Her beautiful eyes seemed to stretch infinitely. Chu Zhetian took a deep breath, finally pouncing upon her like a fierce tiger. Boom! In the next moment, his entire being shook violently. He felt a torrent of feminine energy intertwining with his masculine power, merging into the purest essence of life, nourishing both himself and Yueyue. Yueyue initially frowned, but soon her exquisite face relaxed, revealing an expression of sheer ecstasy. Then, she became even more frenzied than Chu Zhetian. Chapter 51. Pretending to disappear. Yueyue, outwardly reckless and unrestrained, was in truth utterly innocent. As a powerful female cultivator of the mixed origin realm, she had accumulated over 60 years of primal yin within her, reaching an unparalleled level of purity and potency. All of this today had benefited Chu Zhetian. Boom! Almost instantaneously, a certain bottleneck within him shattered. When the spiritual energy in his dantian reached a certain level of density, it began to solidify and gradually liquefy. Eventually, it transformed into a liquid dantian. The total amount of liquid spiritual energy surpassed that of his entire spiritual energy when he was at the mixed origin realm. At last, Chu Zhetian transcended from the peak of the mixed origin 9th layer to the first layer of the golden elixir realm. Above the innate realm, each breakthrough into a major realm results in a qualitative transformation of power. Among these, the golden elixir realm signifies a metamorphosis in sustained combat capability below the golden elixir. Without a liquid dantian, even a mixed origin expert would exhaust their spiritual energy after just one moment of battle. This meant that even against the weak, there was a possibility of being overwhelmed and killed. However, above the golden elixir, one could at least sustain intense combat for an hour. Keep killing. Annihilate them. The number of enemies would become meaningless. Yet, even after Chu Zhetian broke through to the golden elixir, it was far from over. His and Yueyue's movements did not cease, and their realms continued to ascend. Golden elixir, 2nd layer, 3rd layer, 4th layer. Not only Chu Zhetian, but Yueyue also greatly benefited from this process. After a tempestuous storm, her figure trembled as well. Having been at the mixed origin 7th layer, she, a moment behind Chu Zhetian, also entered the golden elixir realm. For so many years, she had remained stagnant in the mixed origin realm. Even breaking through a single layer was exceedingly difficult. Yet today, it was as if she had ascended to the heavens in one step. Zhetian, Yueyue bit her lip, her beautiful eyes misty as she clung tightly to Chu Zhetian's neck. Time passed without her noticing. Chu Zhetian let out a low growl. Buzz! An eruption of energy surged through him. The robust spiritual power radiated from him. The pinnacle of the golden elixir 9th layer? This close-quarters battle had actually elevated his strength by an entire major realm, leaping from the peak of the mixed origin 9th layer to the pinnacle of the golden elixir 9th layer. Just a step away from transcending to the golden elixir, in Chu Zhetian's starry eyes, satisfaction and excitement filled him. Internally, he could see that his liquid dantian had solidified to its utmost limit. From the droplets upon breaking through to the golden elixir, it had transformed once more into a semi-solid state resembling mercury, just one step away from forming a true golden elixir. Xiaoyueyue, at this moment. Chu Zhetian embraced the beauty in his arms, gently kissing the beads of sweat on her forehead. Compared to the reverence he had shown to his master before, he now expressed more tenderness and affection. As Yueyue lay upon Chu Zhetian's robust arm, her jade hand caressed the chiseled lines of his muscles, playfully rolling her eyes at him. What? Not calling you master anymore? With a mischievous smile. Chu Zhetian replied, I haven't truly apprenticed under you, so how can we speak of master and disciple? The shift in address symbolized the transformation in their relationship. Chu Zhetian was inherently a decisive person. Now that what was meant to happen had occurred, he would no longer feign restraint, as long as he did not betray Yueyue in the future. That was enough, Zhetian. What is your current strength? My realm has actually reached the golden elixir 3rd layer. You little rascal, you're truly my treasure, Yueyue asked joyfully, her tone laced with a hint of pride. The former alluring peak master now appeared like a little girl in front of this man. After their intimate union, Yueyue's realm also surged. Although she did not gain as much as Chu Zhetian, if she were to cultivate normally, it would likely take her 20 years to reach her current level. Half a step to the golden elixir, Chu Zhetian teased, pinching Yueyue's chin. This is all thanks to you. What? Half a step to the golden elixir, Yueyue exclaimed, her expression one of shock, seeing her captivating reaction. Chu Zhetian's vanity felt a sense of fulfillment. How about it? Do you now believe I can resolve your crisis within 20 days? Upon hearing this, Yueyue's gaze turned complex, a mixture of emotions, sighs. Relief, gratitude, and anticipation swirled within her. She softly nodded. I trust you. I, Yueyue, have already become yours. Even if I am to be a concubine, I will only be yours. The next moment, she alluringly brushed her hair, seemingly recalling the matter at hand, and with a hint of embarrassment, said, By the way, Daler and the others are still waiting outside the city, that we have already delayed quite a bit of time. We should hurry back and reunite with the army. However, upon hearing this, Chu Zhetian shook his head. His expression turned exceedingly grave and serious. You can return on your own. Remember, as of now, I am already missing, after I pursued the 3 great witches of the Night Palace. You have never seen me again. Yueyue was momentarily taken aback, but soon her intelligent mind began to ponder. The intelligence received by the Taixu Sect indicated that on the surface, there was only one mixed origin expert from the Night Palace. Yet it was unexpected that such a small city, Jinhong, had concealed 3 golden elixir witches. There was a whiff of conspiracy lurking within, connecting this with the details proposed during the sect meeting by the acting White Tiger Peak Master. By Punkuin, to send Chu Zhetian to Jinhong City, she inquired, Zhetian, do you suspect this conspiracy is aimed at you? Chu Zhetian nodded gravely. The wood that stands out is bound to be blown down by the wind. My recent performance may have alarmed certain individuals. As he spoke, he solemnly instructed, Xiaoyueyue, after you return to the sect, be cautious of the Grand Elders and the 4th Elder. Just keep this to yourself. Do not stir up trouble. Moreover, you must act as if I have perished, as long as they believe I am dead. They should refrain from taking action for a while. Yu Chaolu's expression shifted between various emotions. All right, I understand. What about you? Do you have any plans? Will you remain hidden indefinitely? A glimmer of icy determination flickered in Chu Zhetian's eyes that I will break through to the Yuaning as soon as possible. When I am confident in resolving all the crises before me, that will be the day I return to the sect. Rest assured, it won't take too long. During this time, take care of Iya. Yu Chaolu's beautiful eyes contained a complex sentiment. All right, I will wait for you. That little girl, I've always been fond of, and now I will regard her as my own daughter. Saying this, she reached out and playfully tugged at Chu Zhetian's ear, her enticing red lips once again leaning in closer. Chu Zhetian's face twitched a few times. He deeply felt what it meant to be as fierce as a wolf and a tiger. Yu Chaolu was far wilder than that little girl, Su Ruyan. Thankfully, his physique was robust. Otherwise, he might truly have perished at the hands of this enchanting creature. Chapter 52. Whose sword is sharper? After finally parting ways with Chu Zhetian, Yu Chaolu adjusted her emotions. When she reached a point 20 miles outside Jinhong City to reunite with Zhang Daler, she appeared dazed, filled with worry and anxiety. Master, what is the situation inside the city? What has happened to you? Where's Chu Zhetian? The earnest Zhang Daler immediately inquired upon seeing her state. Yu Chaolu took a deep breath, her tone heavy. Daler, let us charge into Jinhong City and eliminate the remnants of the Night Palace. At the same time, send 1,000 men to encircle the area within 100 miles of Jinhong City to search for Chu Zhetian's whereabouts. What? Searching for Chu Zhetian's whereabouts? Master, what is the matter? Upon hearing this, Zhang Daler immediately inquired with a look of uncertainty. Within the city of Jinhong, 3 formidable sorcerers from the Dark Night Palace lay in ambush. Your junior disciple, Chu Zhetian, pursued them out of Jinhong and has not returned since. The voice of Yu Chaolu seemed to be imbued with deep concern and anxiety. Meanwhile, at that moment, Chu Zhetian was sitting cross-legged atop a tall tower in Jinhong. In various corners of the city, battles still occasionally erupted. A vast amount of flesh and blood essence permeated the atmosphere, continuously being absorbed by the blood wheel. Having just broken through to the golden body realm, his physical prowess had now surged by a full 50%, adding an immense strength of 500,000 pounds. The devastation wrought upon Jinhong by the Dark Night Palace had resulted in an overwhelming loss of life. Truly a scene of human suffering. Yet, Chu Zhetian, in a roundabout manner, benefited from this calamity. Not only did he absorb the flesh and blood essence, but a large quantity of death energy, resentment, energy, and malevolent energy was also transformed into spiritual energy by his devouring heaven sacred body, further expanding his meridians and solidifying his dantian. However, condensing a golden dan was no simple task. That it was unclear how long had passed. Chu Zhetian's dantian had now further solidified, transforming from a liquid state into a mud-like form. Nevertheless, his realm remained at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Dan formation. It appeared that he must enter the Golden Cicada secret realm to directly break through to the Golden Dan. Perhaps even leap into the nascent soul realm. This time away from the sect, aside from exterminating the Dark Night Palace's evil cultivators in Jinhong. Chu Zhetian's most significant objective was to pursue that Golden Cicada secret realm. This secret realm lay within the Jinhong mountain range, a mere 100 miles from Jinhong. In his previous life, it seemed that this opportunity had been seized by the talented Mo Qingfei of the Mou sect during this very period. The other party had directly broken through to the nascent soul realm. As a result, in this lifetime, I shall claim that opportunity for myself, not only for my own ascension to the nascent soul realm, but also for Should I encounter anyone from the Mou sect, we shall rely on our respective abilities that in due course. We shall see whose sword is sharper. Chu Zhetian mused inwardly, feeling that he had absorbed nearly all the flesh and blood essence within the city. He finally rose to leave, aiming for the Jinhong mountain range 100 miles away. On that day at noon, a spiritual dove bearing news arrived at the Taixu Sect from Jinhong. The intelligence contained 3 main points. First, within Jinhong, an unidentified group of blood-robed women clashed with the dark cultivators of the Dark Night Palace, resulting in heavy casualties for the latter. The blood-robed women were suspected to be led by the treacherous knight Cold Charm. The Holy Maiden of the Dark Night Palace. Second, the Holy Maiden's guard has retreated, and Yu Chaolu has slain the Dark Night Palace's protector, leading the Zhuge army into Jinhong to cleanse the evil cultivators and their followers. The situation appears to be in their favor. Third, previously, 3 powerful sorcerers of the Dan Formation realm had been concealed within Jinhong and engaged in battle with their traitor, Night Cold Charm. Chu Zhetian pursued the 4 out of Jinhong, after which his whereabouts became unknown and his life status remains uncertain. Within the Sect Master's mansion, 3 Dan Formation experts lay in ambush within Jinhong. Chu Zhetian encountered them and subsequently vanished. Moon Shuhan's expression changed dramatically as he gazed at the report. The north-looking courtyard. The second Grand Elder, Su Buwang, trembled with both hands. His emotions turned exceedingly violent. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Zhetian cannot encounter any trouble. He must not come to harm. If the Zhuge army cannot find Zhetian, this Grand Elder shall go personally. With a sudden roar, the second Grand Elder dashed out of his residence. Without even a word of farewell, directly heading toward Jinhong. If Zhetian truly faced a crisis, I can only hope that I find him in time. Su Buwang thought to himself, filled with worry and urgency. Meanwhile, in the Chang'e courtyard, Bai Changqing and Ji Yinlian looked at the intelligence, a sinister smile creeping across the latter's face. The plan has succeeded. Chu Zhetian's status is unknown, and it is highly probable that he was slain by the 3 sorcerers. Ji Yinlian remarked with a smile. Bai Changqing nodded noncommittally. If nothing unexpected occurs, it should be. However, I have also received news from the Dark Night Palace. The soul tokens of the 3 Chang'e have shattered. This means that those 3 sorcerers have also perished. What? Those are 3 Dan Formation experts. Now, that Chu Zhetian is missing, could it be that they all perished together? Or perhaps, did Chu Zhetian manage to counterattack and injure the 3? Subsequently hiding away, Ji Yinlian inquired with astonishment. Bai Changqing shook his head. How could that be? No matter how extraordinary Chu Zhetian is at this stage, he cannot possibly contend with Dan Formation experts, let alone 3 of them. The demise of the Chang'e should not be related to him. The most likely scenario is that the 3 Chang'e killed Chu Zhetian, only to encounter something afterward. Perhaps it has to do with that traitor Night Cold Charm of the Dark Night Palace. Hearing this, Ji Yinlian nodded in agreement. I also believe it improbable that Chu Zhetian killed the 3 sorcerers. Bai Changqing replied with an affirmative sound, then shifted his tone. Chu Zhetian is likely beyond salvation, but just to be safe, we should make some preparations that I shall recommend to Moon Shuhan that he summon Yu Chaolu and Zhang Dalai back to the sect. We must inquire about the situation in person. Furthermore, we need to keep that little demonic seed under our control. Thus, even if Chu Zhetian truly survives, or if he encounters some miraculous fortune, we can still manipulate him at will. It must be said, this Grand Elder truly leaves no stone unturned, preparing for any eventuality. He's calculated all possible outcomes and devised countermeasures. That little demonic seed? Jillian's gaze sharpened. An hour later, along a necessary route from the Sect Master's mansion to Zhuge Peak. Having just taken a nap, Yueyue was drowsily pulled out by Xiaoyueyue. Little Master Uncle, where are you taking me? Yueyue, still half asleep, yawned and asked your Sect Master's residence, where there's no one to play with you. Didn't your father say? You should sleep there at night and follow me during the day, Xiaoyueyue said while chewing on some dried meat. Yueyue nodded happily at this, for there truly was no one to play with her at the Sect Master's residence, making her feel quite bored. She could only practice the 36 body techniques to pass the time, not knowing when her father would return. Isn't this the waste of Zhuge Peak? And that damned little demonic seed? What a narrow path for enemies. Just then, a vicious voice rang out. Following the sound, a group of people approached. Leading them was none other than Bai Tianming. Chapter 53. The little demonic seed commits murder. This 15 or 16-year-old youth bore a distinctly unfriendly expression, especially when looking at Yueyue. His eyes were filled with hatred and malice. It was this little brat's father who had killed his father, Bai Yifei, as well as his grandmother, Zhong Wanlin. He also attributed the death of his grandfather, Bai Pengjiu, to Chu Zhetian. Bai Tianming, what do you want? Xiaoyueyue's expression tightened, quickly shielding Yueyue behind her. warily observing them. She instinctively tucked away the dried meat in her mouth. Bai Tianming let out a cold laugh. Nothing. I merely wish to spar with the beauty of Zhuge Peak. Master Uncle Miao, that I hope you will be generous in your guidance. In truth, Miao Yumeng was merely an 18-year-old girl, not much older than Bai Tianming. However, by seniority, she was a direct disciple of Yu Chaolu, so it was fitting for Bai Tianming to address her as Master Uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, an imposing aura surged from Bai Tianming. He was evidently a third-layer expert of the acquired realm. It must be noted that his aptitude was also exceptional. As the eldest grandson of the White Tiger Peak's master, he had enjoyed various resources and personal guidance from Bai Pengju, Zhong Wanlin, and others since childhood, making his strength formidable. In contrast, Miao Yumeng only ascended the mountain after turning 10, coupled with Yu Chaolu's lack of proficiency in teaching disciples and the overall lethargic atmosphere of Zhuge Peak. Her strength was merely at the first layer of the acquired realm, 2 layers inferior to Bai Tianming. This moment, faced with Bai Tianming's challenge for guidance, Miao Yumeng felt a twinge of insecurity. However, having grown accustomed to the laid-back lifestyle, she was not new to provocations from the White Tiger Peak, so her mentality remained relatively stable. Miao Yumeng waved her hand dismissively. There's nothing to guide you on. You should find someone of your own peer to spar with. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. With that, she returned the dried meat to her mouth and attempted to pull Yueyue away. Zhuge Peak's waist. Where can you run to? Take this. Bai Tianming, however, was unwilling to let them go, and with a cold shout, he directly attacked Miao Yumeng. Ew. Miao Yumeng was incensed, seeing that there was no way to evade. She could only turn to confront him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed incessantly. Little Master Uncle, go for it. Yueyue clenched her fists, her little face filled with tension, desperately cheering for Miao Yumeng. However, after 30 exchanges, Bai Tianming delivered a kick to Miao Yumeng's abdomen, causing her to grunt softly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Following this, he relentlessly pressed his advantage, continuing to assault Miao Yumeng. Within 10 breaths, Miao Yumeng was heavily injured and spat blood. She was even humiliated, trampled underfoot by him. Little Master Uncle. Yueyue cried out in alarm, her large eyes filled with both fury and concern. There lay Miao Yumeng, her usually playful doll-like face now marred by a grimace. Yueyue, is the little master embarrassed? You speak the truth. The little master has been far too lazy. If only she were as diligent as you. She wouldn't have ended up like this. Hurry back to the sect master's residence. Forget about the little master. Yueyue shook her little head defiantly. You won't leave? What a useless bunch. Zhuge Peak is filled with good-for-nothings. You little bastard, do you intend to help your little master by staying? Oh my, you look quite fierce. Come on, hit me. Bai Tianming laughed arrogantly, continuously stomping on Miao Yumeng's face, provoking a 6-year-old girl. The crowd from Bai Hufeng erupted in laughter. Scoundrels, let go of my little master. I will fight you all. Upon witnessing Miao Yumeng's humiliation, Yueye's little face flushed with rage. In the next moment, she clenched her tiny fists and charged at Bai Tianming. Akin to a little leopard, forcefully colliding with him. That small body contained an astonishing strength, managing to send Bai Tianming staggering back. You dare to hit me, you little bastard? Seeking death, your father died outside. I'll send you to meet him. Bai Tianming, caught off guard by the 6-year-old's impact, was immediately filled with indignation. With a swift kick, he sent Yueyue flying. Yueyue, Bai Tianming, you beast! How dare you lay hands on a child? Scoundrel! Miao Yumeng, in a panic, struggled to rise despite her injuries and lunged at Bai Tianming. Yet the throng surrounding him swiftly brought her down again. The good-for-nothings of Zhuge Peak can't even protect themselves, let alone this little demon spawn. Those older than Tianming are no match for him. It would be better to kill you. Living is just a waste of resources. Were you not so formidable just a few days ago? Were you not blocking us? Let us see if the sect master and the second elder can aid you now. Kill her. In an instant, fists and feet rained down upon the girl. Meanwhile, having been kicked away, rose from the ground once more. You scoundrel! You speak nonsense. How can my father die outside? A dark aura began to emanate from her, her once distinct black and white eyes turning entirely pitch black. In the next moment, Her small figure surged forward with incredible momentum toward by Tianming, possessing the Lingxi immortal body. YTSK, TSK, TSK, what a contemptible sect this is. Mo Qingchun, and merely the 7th-ranked 3rd-generation disciple of our Mou sect. After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Beichun, spat disdainfully, and remarked, "Such a waste dares to provoke me? How laughable! How laughable!" Upon hearing this, Zhang Beichun, consumed by anger, spat out another mouthful of blood. He had thought that having broken through to the innate stage, he would be unparalleled among the younger generation. Yet, to his dismay, not only did he fail to display his might before his master and the junior sister, Ruyan, but he was also subjected to such humiliation. Meanwhile, Su Hongtu scoffed coldly. "Youngster, cease your insolence. Do you think that merely being at the 3rd level of Hunyuan allows you to act with impunity? This is the territory of our Taixu Sect. No matter how powerful a Mou sect may be, it is not your place to seize control here, nor to harm the disciples of Taixu Sect. Today I, Su Hongtu, shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of Mou sect." Buzz! As his voice fell, Su Hongtu radiated a formidable aura. The oppressive force of the 7th level of Hunyuan enveloped Mo Qingchun, the effeminate youth, that he was the master of Qinglong Peak and the commander of the tens of thousands of Qinglong army behind him. With the outpost occupied, the station personnel captured, and his direct disciple injured, Su Hongtu was determined to reclaim his honor. Otherwise, would he not lose face entirely? "So, it is the master of the Qinglong Peak from Taixu Sect. I have long heard of your reputation. It is a pity, however, that you are unworthy to educate the disciple of Mo Laodao." Just then, a voice laced with disdain rang out, and even more powerful aura pervaded the scene. The 7th level of Jidan, the Blade Elder of Mou sect? Su Hongtu gasped, his intended attack stifled. His expression turned one of horror and panic. Su Ruyan and the members of the Qinglong army also changed countenance. Spit! Zhang Beichun, too, was cowed by the terrifying aura of the Jidan realm. Spewing another mouthful of blood. This time, the amount was equivalent to what many women would lose in an entire year. What an honor! As a mere elder of Mou sect at the Jidan stage, I am called by the master of one of Taixu Sect's peaks. M. O Laodao, the tall and slender middle-aged man, spoke with a mocking tone that I am unworthy. Su Hongtu's face turned a myriad of colors from the sarcasm. Yet he had no choice but to temper his aura, clasping his hands together and asking, "May I inquire what brings the Blade Elder to occupy the outpost of our Taixu Sect? Taixu Sect and Mou sect have always maintained a peaceful coexistence, have we not?" Mo Laodao chuckled lightly, his tone indifferent. "It is nothing much. Our sect's holy maiden, Mo Qingfei, accidentally lost a jade hairpin while frolicking in the Jinhong Mountains a couple of days ago. Therefore, we of Mou sect must temporarily seal this area to search for the hairpin." He then pressed Su Hongtu aggressively. "What, does Peak Master Su have any objections?" This explanation, rather than clarifying, felt more like an insult. It was as if he were pointing at Su Hongtu's nose and declaring, "Mou sect is indeed formidable. We can use any pretext to act at will on your Taixu Sect's territory. What will you do about it?" Upon hearing these words, Su Hongtu's expression darkened considerably. His hands trembled slightly with rage. At this moment, Su Hongtu found himself in a predicament. It was as if he were being roasted over an open flame. Advance? He was no match for Mo Laodao. Once battle commenced, he would surely be utterly defeated, perhaps even dying on the spot. The opponent was a Jidan master, while he at the 7th level of Hunyuan was utterly insufficient. Even if the tens of thousands of Qinglong army surrounded the opponent, they would ultimately be annihilated. That a powerful being above the Jidan realm possesses astonishing sustained combat capability. Without sufficient strength, numbers become meaningless. Retreat. As the master of Qinglong Peak, he would lose face entirely. It would be as if he were letting others defecate on his head without daring to utter a word, turning him into a laughingstock. Fortunately, Su Ruyan, noticing her father's predicament, flickered her eyes before stepping forward. With a tone imbued with a hint of consolation, she addressed Su Hongtu. "Father, what are you doing? The outpost here is merely a temporary borrowing by the friends of Mou sect. How can we be so unreasonable, like those outer disciples stationed here? Mou Sect and Taixu Sect share the same county and should be branches of the same tree, mutually assisting one another. Would it not be embarrassing for us to be so petty over such a trivial matter? It would be better to let it go, don't you think? Her words were nothing short of eloquent. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu let out a non-committal cold snort. Meanwhile, a hint of disdain crept across Mo Laodao's face, his attitude remaining aggressive. Let it go. Do I need to? However, before he could finish, the effeminate youth, Mo Qingqian, interrupted. Master, since this junior sister of Taixu Sect is so reasonable, it would not be impossible to shake hands and make peace, as long as the friends of Taixu Sect do not hinder our actions. It is acceptable, is it not? He fixed his gaze on Su Ruyan's face, not shifting his gaze for a long while. Setting aside her character, Su Ruyan's beauty was indeed extraordinary. Very well. Mo Laodao glanced at his disciple and nodded lightly. Upon seeing this, Su Ruyan's heart leaped with joy. Su Hongtu also breathed a sigh of relief, casting a look of appreciation at his daughter, feeling as though she had extricated him from a predicament. Yet, some members of the Qinglong army behind them wore expressions of fury. No matter how beautifully Su Ruyan spoke or how much she flattered, it could not change the fact that they were capitulating to the other side. However, the woman seemed entirely oblivious, smiling charmingly at Mo Laodao and Mo Qingqian. If that is the case, then may I ask the senior and this senior brother to oblige us? We can temporarily cede this outpost for your sect's use. But our Qinglong army is eager to head to Gaian City. This place is an essential thoroughfare. You see, granting you passage, would that be acceptable? It can be done, but we require our people to lead you. You must not wander about in the Jinhong Mountains at Laodao nodded, but then proposed an exceedingly unreasonable condition. Mo Qingqian let his gaze drift from Su Ruyan's face down to her exquisitely proportioned figure, brazenly roaming over her form. Then he added, Moreover, junior sister, such a delicate beauty as yourself must be exhausted from the long journey with the army. You are so cultured and reasonable. I feel a strong affinity with you. Why not let the others go ahead, and you stay behind to share a few drinks with me, and we can become friends? Afterward, I will personally escort you to Gaian City. How about that? Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu's face turned ashen. The Taixu Sect side erupted in a chorus of indignation. Zhang Beichun was especially incensed. How dare he covet junior sister Ruyan? Damn it, junior sister Ruyan is mine. He endured the pain from his internal injuries and stood up, pulling Su Ruyan behind him, glaring at Mo Qingqian with gritted teeth. Scoundrel, you are utterly delusional. How can my junior sister Ruyan slap? However, before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Su Ruyan had slapped Zhang Beichun across the face. Silence. Brother Beichun, how can you be so inconsiderate? If the Qinglong army cannot arrive at Gaian City in a timely manner, can you bear the responsibility? Moreover, if a brother from Mo Sect wishes to befriend me, it is a recognition of my worth. How can you speak so hurtfully? She thought of the strength of Mo Sect and the extraordinary prowess of Mo Qingqian. And certain thoughts began accompanied by a torrent of furious curses and roars. A robust figure burst forth. His strong build and rugged features exuded an air of anger and resolve from his fierce eyes. Following closely behind him were 100 men. With a clang, Su Yinhu arrived 20 meters away from Mo Laodao and Mo Qingqian, drawing his sword and pointing it directly at them. Leave the Golden Rainbow mountain range. Otherwise, we shall fight to the death. The 100 steadfast men behind him likewise drew their swords, chorusing in a furious roar, Leave, or we shall fight to the death. Among them, Su Yinhu and his comrades from the Qinglong army possessed strength no greater than the 9th level of the acquired realm. Yet, the indomitable spirit they exuded, one that preferred to shatter like jade rather than remain whole like mere tiles, soared to the heavens that moment. Su Hongtu, their leader, felt neither pride nor sympathy. Instead, his expression darkened to an extreme. This act undoubtedly rendered him, the master of Qinglong Peak, particularly weak and incompetent. Su Yinhu, do not act recklessly. Su Hongtu admonished angrily. Mo Laodao and Mo Qingqian were similarly stirred by this display, but they quickly revealed their disdain. Fight to the death? You think you are worthy? Mo Laodao sneered that if you seek death, then I shall oblige. The terrifying aura of a 7th-level core formation expert emanated once more. The elder of the Mou sect. Step by step, approached Xiaoyueyue and the others, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A group of Qinglong army soldiers, with strength no greater than the acquired realm, faced a 7th-level core formation powerhouse. And the outcome was already evident. They were destined to perish on the spot. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The birdman of a Mou sect acts so arrogantly on others' turf. I too wish to pass through this checkpoint. Dare you try to stop me? Chapter 56. A bloodbath unleashed. A tall figure strode along the main road, walking steadily as if merely a passerby borrowing the path. This man was none other than Chu Zhetian. At this moment, he had undergone a transformation. His once resolute and handsome face had become unremarkable and plain. He had been secretly observing everything that transpired here. Previously, when Su Hongtu and Zhang Beiqian were humiliated and Su Ruyan was belittled, Chu Zhetian had watched with a detached gaze, even finding amusement in their petty squabbles. But now, he had made his appearance. He recognized Xiaoyueyue. The latter was a captain in the Qinglong army, with strength at the 9th level of the acquired realm. During the campaign to annihilate the Yao mountain manor, Xiaoyueyue had been his deputy. Although Xiaoyueyue was over 20 years older than Chu Zhetian, he admired Chu Zhetian's talent and strength, willingly serving as his right-hand man. Their relationship was not only that of fellow disciples, but also of comrades who could trust each other with their lives on the battlefield. The 100 Qinglong soldiers following him were likewise men of unyielding spirit. Chu Zhetian harbored a disdain for Su Hongtu and his daughter, as well as Zhang Beiqian, being a member of the Taixu Sect. He could not bear to watch his fellow disciples, who were willing to die for the honor of their sect, be butchered by the Mou sect. Young brother, do you wish to pass through as well? Xiaoyueyue turned to Chu Zhetian, hesitating before saying, you should take another route. We fight with the resolve to die in order to uphold the dignity of the Taixu Sect. You need not wade into these murky waters. Chu Zhetian, however, smiled nonchalantly, as if he had not heard Xiaoyueyue's warning, and continued to walk forward. As he strode, he boldly declared, finally, there are a few with backbone on Qinglong Peak. They are not all spineless and mercenary women. You wish to charge ahead? Then count me in. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu's complexion shifted between shades of green and red. Su Ruyan, Zhang Beiqian, and the other Qinglong soldiers also displayed expressions of indignation and shame. You scoundrel, what did you say? Just moments ago, the reasonable Su Ruyan had directed her sword at Chu Zhetian in a fit of furious indignation. Su Hongtu and Zhang Beiqian glared furiously at the unassuming youth. Chu Zhetian scoffed disdainfully. The esteemed master of Taixu Sect's first peak is tyrannical within and weakly conciliatory without. You can endure your own sect's stronghold being overrun. What else can you be but spineless? And you, degrading yourself, using your beauty to pave the way, even staying behind to serve drinks. Are you not a mere courtesan? Perhaps you might even end up sharing a bed. At these words, Su Hongtu's face turned a deep shade of crimson. You insolent brat! You court death! Su Ruyan trembled with rage, pointing her sword at Chu Zhetian and gritting her teeth. Today, I shall cut out your tongue. What was a courtesan if not a seller? How could anyone dare insult her so? Zhang Beiqian similarly roared. Who is this dog barking here without understanding the situation? You dare insult my master and junior sister. I will battle you to the death. Observing the trio's fervent posturing, Chu Zhetian's face was a mask of derision and disdain. When faced with the experts of the Mou sect, they compromised and swallowed their anger. Yet now, they sought to confront him? Did they believe him weak and easy to bully? Just then, another voice filled with murderous intent echoed, you need not concern yourselves with killing him. Anyone who dares disrespect my Mou sect shall be torn to pieces. As the words fell, the effeminate youth Mo Qingshun drew his soft sword from his waist and charged at Chu Zhetian. The earlier remark about the birdman of Mou sect had clearly enraged him. The Mou sect had stood at the pinnacle of the 3 sects and 2 schools in Qinglu County for centuries. Who dared to show disrespect? Those who disrespected them would be killed. Watch out! Xiaoyueyue quickly warned Chu Zhetian while preparing to aid him. However, in the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. Facing the thrust of Mo Qingqian's sword, Chu Zhetian extended his right hand, with a single fleshly palm. He grasped the soft sword with ease. Contrary to expectations of blood and severed flesh, Mo Qingqian's weapon was wrenched from his grasp and crumpled like discarded iron before being flung aside. In that moment, Mo Qingqian's pupils contracted, and his hair stood on end. "You pathetic fool, your sword is as limp as your spirit. Hurry and die, lest you soil my eyes," with a resounding thud before the words were fully uttered. Chu Zhetian launched a punch. A staggering force of 150,000 pounds erupted instantly. His fist collided with Mo Qingqian's chest with the force of cannonball. The once proud prodigy of the Xiaoyueyue sect was sent flying, spewing blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Upon hitting the ground, he convulsed a few times before falling silent. His heart burst, his life extinguished. Witnessing this, everyone was struck with horror. Ruyan was equally astonished. She had not even had the chance to cling to Mo Qingqian's leg before he was gone. Realizing her earlier offense against this unassuming youth, she instinctively retreated a few steps, hiding behind her father Su Hongtu. Chang'e. Once he regained his senses, Mo Laodao let out a heart-wrenching roar. He then glared at Chu Zhetian with bloodshot eyes. "You dare kill my disciple? Come and pay with your life." Chu Zhetian snorted coldly, his tone frigid. "Stop your wailing. I shall send you to join him." With a buzz, in the next moment, Chu Zhetian's aura surged dramatically. A terrifying pressure emanated forth. What? The pinnacle of the 9th level of core formation? You! The once furious Mo Laodao suddenly felt as though he had fallen into an ice cavern. The rage that had clouded his judgment seemed to clear in an instant. His grief transformed into sheer horror. He immediately turned to flee. Not only he, but several other experts of the Xiaoyueyue sect nearby also scattered in panic. Chu Zhetian let out a cold snort and leaped 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Mo Laodao. His right leg swung like a battle axe, carrying an overwhelming force aimed at his opponent. The physical strength of the Golden Body Realm, combined with the explosive power of the pinnacle of core formation, made Mo Laodao feel as though death itself loomed over him. Thud, crack. A dull thud echoed, accompanied by the sound of a neck breaking. The dignified elder of the Xiaoyueyue sect, at the 7th level of core formation, found his neck shattered by a single kick from Chu Zhetian. The astonishing force even turned his brain into mush. The blood wheel absorbed the essence of his flesh and blood, sending another surge of warmth into Chu Zhetian's body. Without pausing, he continued his pursuit of the remaining Xiaoyueyue sect experts. His leap of 100 meters left those who had been so arrogant moments ago feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. After dispatching these few, Chu Zhetian charged directly towards the checkpoint. Moments later, amidst a chorus of gasps and screams, he returned, carrying the aftermath of his slaughter. At this point, every single member of the Xiaoyueyue sect that had occupied the checkpoint was now a lifeless corpse. Following this wave of carnage, Chu Zhetian's physical strength surged by an additional 300,000 pounds. By the way, who just said I was courting death? Who threatened to cut out my tongue? And who was it that wanted to battle me to the death? Upon his return, Chu Zhetian suddenly recalled something. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. Chapter 57. The Shameless Countenance. At this moment, everyone was struck with terror. No one had anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable passerby was, in fact, a formidable individual at the pinnacle of the 9th level of core formation. Su Yanher gazed upon the lifeless forms of Mo Laodao, Mo Qingqian, and the others, a flicker of satisfaction illuminating his countenance. "Might I inquire, esteemed young hero, what is your revered name and which sect do you hail from? We are profoundly grateful for your assistance in vanquishing the scoundrels of the Xiaoyueyue sect." Su Yanher's tone was laden with admiration, gratitude, and reverence that in that moment, Chu Zhetian felt a stirring within. The demise of so many from the Xiaoyueyue sect within the territory of the Taixu Sect could pose a significant problem for the sect. Should they fail to identify the true culprit behind this, it was likely that the Xiaoyueyue sect would seek retribution against the sect itself. Thus, it was imperative to ensure that grievances were directed towards the rightful parties. With this in mind, Chu Zhetian casually fabricated, "You may call me Nyepan. I hail from the Frost Wolf sect in the northern cold region, and I have journeyed here for training. The elimination of these avian miscreants was merely a consequence of their unlawful occupation of the pass. Obstructing my path. There is no need for gratitude. Ah, so you are a young hero from the Frost Wolf Sect. Su Yanher clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. The northern cold region, part of the vast Song dynasty in the Baiyun prefecture, was adjacent to the Qinglu prefecture. That it was unexpected that such a formidable and ancient youth originated from there. Su Hongtu, Su Ruyan, and Zhang Beichan exchanged furtive glances, each perceiving the flicker of alarm in the other's eyes. The memory of their previous bravado towards Niepan made their hearts tremble with trepidation. Thank you, young hero Niepan. Your efforts in ridding us of these lunatics from the Mou sect have indeed brought great relief, Su Hongtu said, thick-skinned, as he bowed towards Chu Zhetian, his tones seemingly brimming with appreciation. Zhang Beichan's eyes flickered, a look of guilt twisting his features as he forced a smile of ingratiation. Brother Niepan, it was merely a misunderstanding earlier, he stammered. How could one engage in a life-and-death struggle with someone of such caliber? Given 100 chances, he wouldn't dare. Meanwhile, Su Ruyan's gaze shimmered with an air of fragility as she said, I, too, was coerced by Mo Qingshun earlier and had to feign compliance for the greater good. I am grateful to you, Brother Niepan, for dispatching them. Otherwise, I shudder to think what that scoundrel might have done to me. I am Su Ruyan, and I shall certainly seek an opportunity to express my gratitude at the Frost Wolf Sect. Of course, if Brother Niepan is interested, you may accompany us to Guyan City. I shall ensure you are well entertained. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a hint of allure. Witnessing the trio's behavior, Chu Zhetian felt a wave of disdain wash over him. In his past life, those he revered as his mentors, those he considered brothers, and the lofty goddess he admired all bore such duplicitous faces. Vanity, shamelessness, and the oppression of the weak defined them. He could scarcely fathom how the Taixu Sect had produced individuals of such caliber. Were he to take the helm of the Taixu Sect, he would unceremoniously expel them. With no intention of being courteous to the trio, Chu Zhetian pointed an accusatory finger at them, his voice dripping with contempt. Without lingering further, he exchanged brief pleasantries with Su Yanher before departing. The Mou Sect's members were indeed appearing at this juncture in the Golden Rainbow Mountains. It seemed imperative to swiftly locate the Golden Cicada secret realm. He could not allow a repeat of his previous life. Where that Mo Qingfei seized this opportunity, that a sense of urgency surged within him. As he departed, the expressions of Su Hongtu and the others fluctuated between uncertainty and dismay. This turn of events had left them utterly humiliated. Reflecting on their actions, they felt akin to jesters. Su Ruyan's expression was a blend of indignation and unwillingness. Niepan from the Frost Wolf Sect, is it? He appears to be under 30, yet possesses such terrifying strength. Slaying those at the 7th level of the Golden Core is as effortless as slaughtering chickens or dogs. His talent far surpasses that incompetent Chu Zhetian. If he were to become my subordinate, what reason would there be for Chu Zhetian, that wretched man, not to kneel before me in repentance? 2 hours later, the sky had darkened. Within the Golden Rainbow Mountains, a solitary figure paused in a certain valley. Where could the Golden Cicada secret realm be? And to this moment, I have yet to uncover the whereabouts of that Mo Qingfei. If only I could follow her discreetly, I might locate the secret realm. At this time, Chu Zhetian was beset by a wave of impatience. In his previous life, he was aware that this prodigy from the Mou sect had discovered the Golden Cicada secret realm within these mountains. Yet, he was oblivious to its precise location. From the afternoon until now, he had scoured a 100-mile radius without success. This secret realm not only determined his potential to break through to the nascent soul stage in a short span, but also impacted his ability to connect his fate with Yueyue. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Taixu Sect, in the Chang'e courtyard, a diminutive figure was confined within a certain chamber. This chamber, originally utilized by Chang'e for cultivation, had now transformed into a makeshift prison for a demonic seed. In the reception hall of Chang'e courtyard, Yueyue bore a grim expression as he engaged in negotiations with Chang'e. Great Elder, although is a demonic seed, she is ultimately just a child. Is it truly necessary to imprison her? Chang'e scoffed, why would it not be necessary? Just this afternoon, a disciple from a Baihu peak was slain by her hand. Is the sect leader unaware of this? Upon hearing this, Yu Shuhen's expression flickered momentarily. I am fully aware of the circumstances. Had it not been for Bai Tianming and others provoking her and severely injuring Miao Yeoman, Yueyue would not have lost her composure. This child is not inherently wicked. With a tone of authority, he continued, Great Elder, do not forget that I am the sect leader. Even if action is to be taken against you, you cannot act independently without my consent. Place her under my supervision, and I shall ensure she does not leave the sect leader's residence. Bai Changqing, upon hearing this, retorted with a cold laugh. Sect leader, your concern for this demonic seed stems from your attachment to Chu Zhetian. Does it not? Now that he is gone, why persist? Yu Shuhen's expression darkened. Chu Zhetian is not necessarily dead. Feigning sympathy, Bai Changqing responded, I too hope he is alive to one day lead the sect to greatness. But against 3 golden core great witches, is that feasible? Thus, sect leader, why trouble yourself over his daughter? He continued, furthermore, do not forget that we elders possess the authority to supervise or even impeach the sect leader, as well as the obligation to safeguard the entire sect. This little demonic seed may still have ties to the Night Palace, and could even attract the attention of that nascent soul-level evil ancestor. At that point, I might still manage to contend with the situation, but you, sect leader, may find it exceedingly difficult to cope. Hence, it is far more prudent to keep this demonic seed confined here. Sect leader, please depart. By the end, the great elder's tone bore an undeniable finality, clearly resolved not to relinquish her. In the chamber, a small figure curled up in a corner. Daddy, Yueyue misses you so much. Where are you? They all say you cannot return, but Yueyue does not believe it. Daddy, can you hear me speaking? At that moment, Yueyue retrieved a jade pendant that hung around her neck. Then, with determination, she pricked her fingertip with a hairpin, allowing her blood to drip onto the jade pendant. Leaning closer, she murmured, Can you hear me? Daddy? Hundreds of miles away. Just as Chu Zhetian was at his wit's end, he suddenly felt a pulse emanate from his chest. Yeah, his expression sharpened, and he hastily retrieved the jade pendant that hung around his neck. This was a communication jade pendant, a functional treasure he had exchanged for in the treasure vault before leaving the sect. Costing him thousands in sect contributions, that it was a pair, worn by both himself and Yueyue, allowing for communication over vast distances, albeit only usable once. In that moment, as he listened to his daughter's voice emanating from the pendant, a wave of longing and heartache surged within him. He nearly succumbed to impulse and responded. However, just as he opened his mouth, he stifled himself. No, I cannot respond. Chapter 58. Truly Daddy's little blessing. Chu Zhetian refrained from replying to Yueyue. He could not ascertain whether there were others around her. If Xiaoyueyue were to report to the sect that he was missing, yet he was secretly communicating with Yueyue, wouldn't that expose him? His carefully woven plans to deceive the Great Elder and the Fourth Elder would unravel. The events surrounding Jinhong City seemed to be a conspiracy directed at him. This realization filled Chu Zhetian with a sense of urgency. His displayed talents and rapid cultivation had left some feeling unsettled. Thus, he could not be certain what actions they might take should he be presumed dead. Colluding with the Night Palace to launch a full-scale attack on the Taixu Sect was not beyond the realm of possibility. Consequently, Chu Zhetian resolved to maintain his facade of disappearance to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, he currently lacked the strength to confront them. Endure. A small sacrifice today may yield great rewards tomorrow. Once I find the Golden Cicada secret realm and break through to the nascent soul stage, I will make it up to my daughter. Precious one, I am sorry, Chu Zhetian thought to himself. Just then he heard Yueye's voice once more from the jade pendant. Daddy, are you listening? Are you busy with important matters? Hence neglecting Yueyue. It must be so. Daddy will certainly return safely to accompany Yueyue. Nothing will happen to you. Listening to his daughter's voice, Chu Zhetian's heart quivered with emotion. I could see this moment. The little one, with a hint of affectionate longing in her tone, murmured, Daddy, Yueyue misses you so much. Do you miss Yueyue? Of course. Daddy certainly thinks of you, Chu Zhetian silently replied to his heart. Then, the little one continued. Grandma once said that everyone is a star in the sky. She also mentioned that the star representing Yueyue is in the eastern sky. If you miss Yueyue too, take a look towards the east. The star that represents Yueyue must be twinkling at you. Daddy, which star represents you? Forget it. I'll wait until you come back to tell Yueyue. Anyway, right now, Yueyue can't see that I'm so sleepy. Yueyue wants Daddy I in my dreams. I can see Daddy I in the dim, enclosed chamber. Yueyue curled up in the corner, speaking to her father. The little one was uncertain if her father could hear her, but she refrained from mentioning her captivity by the elder. She understood that her father had gone out to battle against the evildoers. She did not wish for him to be distracted by worry for her. Eventually, her large, expressive eyes slowly closed. It seemed that after speaking to her father, her anxious and helpless emotions gradually settled. A sweet smile even graced her innocent and lovely face. She must have truly seen her father in her dreams. Yeah, wait for Daddy to come back. Chu Zhetian choked on his words, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. He longed to dash back and hold his daughter tightly, showering her with affection. Yet reason told him that he must first possess strength to ensure his beloved's safety for a lifetime. With a tender expression, he listened to the faint sound of a gentle snoring emanating from the jade pendant. It was only when the transmission time of the pendant had elapsed that Chu Zhetian reluctantly put it away. During this time, he felt as though he were listening to the most enchanting celestial music in the world, momentarily forgetting about his quest for the secret realm. In the next moment, he turned to gaze at the night sky in the east. Fixating on the brightest star, my dear, is that star you? Chu Zhetian murmured to himself. After a prolonged gaze, just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly spotted a glimmer of light in the eastern direction. Chu Zhetian's eyes narrowed, quickly replaced by a look of surprise. According to what the former Mo Qingfei had revealed, the entrance to the golden cicada's secret realm was a smooth stone wall within a cave, which would flicker with golden light at irregular intervals. Only by chance could one capture the light from the outside, thus discovering the golden cicada secret realm. Chu Zhetian never anticipated that his longing for Yueyue would lead him to follow the little one's advice to gaze at the stars in the eastern sky, resulting in the discovery of the golden cicada's secret realm. My dear, you truly are Daddy's little blessing. Chu Zhetian took out the jade pendant once more and kissed it fervently. The next second, he hurriedly rushed toward the direction of the light. Here, in a grand underground tomb, a group of 15 individuals had just appeared at the entrance of the tomb. Before them lay a tomb passage that was 3 meters high and over 5 meters wide. To one's astonishment, the walls of this passage were constructed from exquisite spirit stones. Upon entering this underground tomb, there was no foul odor of decay, as one might have imagined. Instead, it invigorated the senses. Taking a deep breath, one could feel the overwhelming richness of spiritual energy. Among this group, 3 individuals led the way, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and graceful, with exquisitely beautiful features radiating a sweet charm. Her eyes were exceptionally clear, exuding an indescribable spiritual aura. She was none other than Mo Qingfei, the most talented disciple of the 3rd generation of the Taixu Sect. At the age of 24, she had already reached the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm, truly a prodigy. The 2 men were an elder and a youth. The elder was stocky, wielding twin hammers. Emanating a sense of stability akin to a mountain, he was the protective elder of Mo Qingfei, Mo Xiong, a formidable presence at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. The other youth appeared handsome and refined, with eyes that occasionally sparkled with brilliance. Mo Qingzhou was the 2nd most talented individual of the younger generation of the Taixu Sect, only 2nd to Mo Qingfei, at the age of 35. He had attained the 1st level of the Golden Core realm. In this world of cultivators, anyone under 50 was considered young. Mo Qingzhou's talent was undoubtedly rare. Is this truly the Golden Cicada's secret realm? Mo Qingfei's voice broke the silence. Be careful, junior sister, Mo Qingzhou warned, stepping forward to shield her. His movement was swifter than that of the protective elder, Mo Xiong, and his demeanor was filled with concern. Indeed, Mo Qingfei nodded lightly, seemingly accustomed to her senior brother's behavior. The richness of the spiritual energy in this place was such that even if they did not obtain the Corpse King's nascent soul, or the twin-life golden cicada goo. It could still be considered a sacred ground for cultivation to at this moment. Mo Xiong exclaimed in astonishment. The Corpse King's nascent soul is a heavenly treasure that can enable one to break through to the nascent soul realm in one fell swoop. As for the twin-life golden cicada goo, there's no need to elaborate. Moreover, both treasures were a pair. Let us go. Whether I can swiftly break through to the nascent soul realm hinges on this opportunity. I hope Elder Mo Xiong and Senior Brother will assist me. Mo Qingfei spoke softly, her voice melodious like a forest stream. Mo Xiong and Mo Qingzhou readily agreed and led the way forward, with Mo Qingfei following closely behind. The 12 Mo guards, all at the primordial realm, subtly surrounded Mo Qingfei, the proud daughter of heaven, for protection. However, just then, a disturbance arose from the entrance of the secret realm behind them. In the next moment, another figure appeared out of thin air. Mo Qingfei and the others turned around, their expressions shifting dramatically. Meanwhile, Chu Zhetian, who had just entered, felt his pupils constrict. This is troublesome. It seems I've run into trouble. Chapter 59. Beautiful and kind-hearted Mo Qingfei. As they gazed at the unexpected intruder, Chu Zhetian, the expressions of the Yueyue sect members turned unfriendly. Who are you? How did you get in here? Mo Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, his voice cold and laced with a hint of murderous intent. The Golden Cicada secret realm was a place the Yueyue sect had discovered through the remnants of the Great Jin dynasty. Their party had come here to enjoy the secrets of the realm alone. Now, with an uninvited guest appearing, Mo Qingzhou's instinctive thought was to eliminate him. The glances exchanged among Mo Xiong and the Yueyue guards also turned dangerous as they regarded Chu Zhetian. I'm not sure how I got in at my name is Yueyue, a hunter from a nearby village who got lost in the Jinhong Mountains. That I encountered a pack of wolves and, in my panic, stumbled into a cave. Inside, there was a mirror-like stone wall, and as I approached, I just came through, Chu Zhetian said with an innocent and bewildered expression, complimented by his rustic appearance, resembling a simple, honest villager. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yueyue sect exchanged glances. They had learned from the remnants of the Great Jin that the entrance to the Golden Cicada secret realm would remain open for a period after being activated. During this time, others could indeed come and go freely. However, the cave outside was inconspicuous, and the Jinhong Mountains were vast and desolate, further secured by the likes of Mo Lao Dao and Mo Qingchen. Thus, it was generally improbable for anyone to stumble in. But who would have thought that such an unobservant rural villager would accidentally enter? The next moment, Mo Qingzhou coldly stated, "That's your misfortune. You've come to the wrong place. Lao Ba, take him home," he casually ordered, pointing to one of the Yueyue guards. The guard named Lao Ba prepared to strike down the villager, seeing that his act of feigning ignorance was futile. Chu Zhetian braced himself for a confrontation. But just then, a calm and melodious voice interrupted. "Enough. He's merely an ignorant villager. He won't hinder us." The speaker was none other than Mo Qingfei. She scrutinized Chu Zhetian for a moment before continuing, "Yueyue, is it? Since you've entered, you may as well follow us. This is an ancient tomb, and there may be dangers ahead." Upon hearing this, Mo Qingzhou let out a snort. "Only my junior sister Qingfei is kind-hearted. You're lucky." Chu Zhetian quickly expressed his gratitude to Mo Qingfei. "Thank you, young lady. Not only are you as beautiful as a celestial being, but your heart is also as kind as a bodhisattva." Mo Qingfei chuckled softly at his words. "You, simple villager, have quite the way with words." With that, she smiled, a beauty that could topple kingdoms, even with Chu Zhetian's steadfast resolve. He was momentarily entranced by her stunning visage. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Mo Qingfei's laughter directed at Chu Zhetian, a flicker of malice surged within Mo Qingzhou's eyes. The eldest disciple of the Yueyue sect had long been pursuing Mo Qingfei, and his nature was one of spitefulness, narrow-mindedness, and intense possessiveness. In his heart, Mo Qingfei was unequivocally his woman. Once, due to a certain junior brother who had engaged in a private discussion with Mo Qingfei regarding cultivation insights, he harbored a deep-seated resentment. Seizing an opportunity during a sect competition, he obliterated his opponent with a single strike that if he could treat his fellow disciples in such a manner, one could only imagine how he would regard a mere country bumpkin. Upon witnessing Chu Zhetian daring to converse with Mo Qingfei, earning a smile from her, Mo Qingzhou once again felt the stirrings of murderous intent within him. Thus, in the next moment, as Chu Zhetian attempted to follow, Mo Qingzhou positioned himself directly in front of him. "Lowly peasant, halt," he declared. "Though my junior sister possesses a benevolent heart, this ancient tomb is fraught with peril, and we bear no obligation to carry you. A burden. Here is the deal. If you wish to accompany us, you may." With a mocking smile, Mo Qingzhou produced a collar from his spatial treasure. "Come, wear this collar, and then prostrate yourself on the ground like a dog. I shall consider you my spiritual hound." As his words fell, the MOU guards erupted into laughter. "Qingzhou, you truly know how to amuse. This country bumpkin is worthy to be your spiritual dog? A spiritual hound could at least scout ahead. What can he possibly do?" They jeered. "Hey, peasant, why don't you hurry and put it on? To be the dog of our esteemed senior brother is a fortune you could only hope for in 8 lifetimes. Ha ha ha! At that moment, fury surged within Chu Zhetian, his eyes glinting with cold light. In the next instant, he cast a cautious glance at the 6th-level Golden Core expert, Mo Xiong, and silently vowed, "Let you all prance about for a while. Once you have triggered the traps for me, I shall make you aware of the nature of the being you are provoking." What kind of gaze is that from you, lowly peasant? Feeling Chu Zhetian's scrutiny, Mo Qingzhou's expression darkened. Approaching, he thrust the dog collar before him, coldly threatening, "I commanded you to wear it. Did you not hear me? Now, you have 2 choices. First, prostrate yourself and pretend to be a dog, and I may graciously lead you along. Second, I can end your life right now." At this moment, Mo Qingfei interjected, "Senior brother, cease this foolishness that it is beneath your dignity to stoop to the level of this country bumpkin." She knitted her brows, seemingly displeased and speechless at her brother's antics. Upon hearing her words, Mo Qingzhou let out a cold snort and relented. However, his gaze towards Chu Zhetian remained laden with malevolence. "Lowly creature, you would do well to be wise." After delivering his warning, Mo Qingzhou finally turned and walked away. Chu Zhetian feigned a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Thank you, Miss," he expressed his gratitude towards Mo Qingfei. "Once more, it's nothing," she replied, with a faint nod. Subsequently, Chu Zhetian adopted a demeanor of utmost sincerity, following the MOU sect members deeper into the tomb. Yet, from behind, his eyes occasionally flickered with a fierce glint. This place, though an ancient tomb, was suffused with rich spiritual energy that invigorated the spirit. Along the path, the walls of the tomb were adorned with luminous pearls and glowing jade, illuminating the surroundings with brilliance. As far as I know, there are certain dangers within this palace. Even Golden Core experts can easily perish here. In her past life, Mo Qingfei faced perilous trials. Chu Zhetian mused inwardly. In this life, I initially intended to lead all members of the MOU sect, including her, to their doom, and seize the opportunities for myself. However, now, the fortunes must remain mine, and I shall spare Mo Qingfei's life. He resolved silently. Just then, the anticipated crisis arrived. Chapter 60. Using him to lure the corpses. A chilling and eerie sound emerged as the group traversed the initial tomb passage and entered an expansive area. They were suddenly beset by multiple figures rushing forth from the tomb chambers on either side. Armed with heavy swords and clad in battle armor from the Great Jin dynasty, they bore skin that was an ashen hue. Their flesh withered and their eyes glowing crimson. They were corpse demons. Moreover, they were green zombies that be cautious, Mo Xiong exclaimed, immediately sounding a warning. "These mere green zombies, allow me to handle them." Mo Qingzhou scoffed, drawing his sword and charging forward. Mo Xiong and the 12 MOU guards swiftly joined the fray. Corpse demons are a type of malevolent entity, formed from the bodies of human cultivators or other races that have absorbed spiritual or yin energy. They are commonly found in ancient tombs or areas of great danger. The moment they transform into corpse demons, they possess immense strength. Even the lowest tier purple zombies possess power comparable to that of acquired realm cultivators. The green zombies before them, however, are formidable enough to make even Hunyuan experts retreat in fear. Nevertheless, the weakest among the Taixu Sect members were golden core cultivators, so they were not intimidated by the green zombies. Clang, clang, clang. The desiccated flesh of the corpse demons was as hard as steel. When weapons struck them, they produced the sound of metal clashing. Yet, within moments, over 20 corpse demons were effortlessly dispatched beneath their blades. Regrettably, these corpse demons, being devoid of flesh and blood, did not release any essence upon their demise, leaving Chu Zhetian with nothing to absorb. At this moment, both Mo Qingzhou and Mo Xiong, along with the Mo guards, appeared relaxed, while Mo Qingfei was even too indifferent to engage. The only one trembling in fear was Chu Zhetian, who huddled close to Mo Qingfei. What manner of creatures are these? Are they truly dead? He gulped nervously, his voice trembling with palpable fear. Observing his reaction, Mo Qingfei could not help but smile. Fear not, they are all dead and cannot harm you. Mo Qingzhou shot back with derision. Pathetic. A few corpse demons have you quaking your boots? This time he felt no anger towards Chu Zhetian for moving closer to Mo Qingfei. Rather, the fear he displayed was simply amusing and contemptible. Corpse demons, Chu Zhetian exclaimed in alarm, shaking his head vehemently. No, I must leave this place. The ghostly creatures within here are far more terrifying than the wolves outside. With that, he feigned turning to flee. Now you wish to escape? Too late. A stick of incense is passed, and the entrance to this secret realm is already closed. What a fool! Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Chu Zhetian trembled. How could this be? I must leave. How can I get out? Mo Qingfei regarded him with a look of exasperation. In the next moment, she shook her head and replied gently, You need not fear. As long as you stick with us, the corpse demons cannot harm you. Are there more ghostly entities like these behind? He protested. In no way. I refuse to follow. He continued, Since all the corpse demons here are dead, I will remain here. When you leave, please come back to bring me with you, will you? Fear and desperation filled his gaze. His behavior drew a round of mockery from Mo Qingzhou and the others. Mo Qingfei furrowed her brow, seemingly growing impatient. Finally, she nodded. If that is your wish, then you may stay here for now. Following this, the Taixu Sect members tidied themselves up a bit and proceeded to search the tomb chambers on either side. Afterward, they continued their deeper exploration. Meanwhile, Chu Zhetian remained behind, paralyzed by fear. Once the others had distanced themselves, he retreated to the earlier tomb passage that I must break through swiftly. Golden Core experts are not to be underestimated. Even with my physical strength, I cannot guarantee victory against these Taixu Sect elites. However, once I attain the Golden Core stage, no one in the secret realm should pose a threat to me, including that 6th level Golden Core Mo Xiong and those 2 Corpse Kings in the next moment. He focused his mind and activated the Extreme Path True Book. Instantly, streams of spiritual energy surged into his being like rivers flowing into the sea. The surrounding dense spiritual energy was rapidly depleted. Even the high-grade spirit stones embedded in the walls of the tomb visibly transformed to a grayish-white hue. Time ticked by second. Chu Zhetian's dantian continued to solidify and compress, gradually morphing into the Golden Core. After more than half an hour, a resonant hum erupted. A violent wave of spiritual energy surged from Chu Zhetian's body. His dantian. Golden light radiated brilliantly. A solid gold core, resembling a solid metal orb, spun rapidly within his dantian. This was a core formed entirely from the extreme compression of spiritual power. Golden Core Realm. Success! Now I can finally utilize some of the abilities from my memories that I have acquired a few genuine trump cards. A confident smile graced Chu Zhetian's face, embodying a sense of assuredness. The divine abilities differ from ordinary martial arts or techniques. The prerequisite for mastering supernatural powers lies in a certain comprehension of the principles governing heaven and earth. Moreover, once these powers are invoked, they often demand an enormous expenditure of energy or necessitate some special means and sacrifices. in his previous life, Chu Zhetian, who was on the verge of shattering the void, naturally possessed profound insights into various celestial doctrines, particularly in the sword path, where he reached the realm of insight. However, in this life, prior to reaching the golden core stage, he remains unable to wield the supernatural powers that once came to him as effortlessly as an extension of his own limbs. Even if he were to exhaust all his spiritual energy in one go, it would still fall short of sustaining a single display of such powers. Nonetheless, he finds that manifesting 2 or 3 supernatural abilities in quick succession is not beyond his capabilities. Not every golden core practitioner can employ supernatural powers. Even as a newly initiated member of the golden core realm, his true combat strength is unparalleled among his peers. How reassuring! A confident smile graced the corner of Chu Zhetian's lips. Old comrades, I can finally let you shine once more. At this moment, having broken through to the golden core realm, some of the hidden trump cards from his past life are beginning to reveal their brilliance. The once mighty war sovereign will gradually return. Meanwhile, within half an hour, the members of the Taixu Sect have traversed several areas within the underground palace, dispatching no fewer than 100 corpse demons along the way, including 2 formidable zombie demons comparable to golden core practitioners. Now, after delving several hundred meters into a region shrouded in corpse mist, they find themselves in a grand hall. At the end of the hall stand imposing closed doors, each adorned with a dragon and a phoenix. However, a massive coffin blocks the entrance to these majestic doors. All eyes are drawn to the enormous coffin, brimming with caution and gravity, as if something extraordinarily terrifying lies within. Beyond these doors lies the true main tomb chamber. Mo Xiong intoned solemnly. Mo Qingfei's gaze remained fixed on the coffin, a serious expression overtaking her exquisite features. The greatest threat now before us is indeed this. They had learned from the remnants of the Great Gene that this golden cicada secret realm was, in fact, the burial site of a feudal lord and his Dao companion from the era of the Great Gene dynasty. Within this tomb, the most significant opportunity and simultaneous threat is embodied in the 2 corpses that have transformed into Corpse Kings. Each of these Corpse Kings harbors a Corpse King's primordial infant and a life-sharing golden cicada goo within them. The male Corpse King, transformed from the feudal lord, resides in the coffin outside the main tomb chamber. According to the remnants of the Great Gene, his strength during his lifetime reached the ethereal realm above the primordial infant stage. After death, he became a Corpse King formidable enough to rival the peak of the Golden Core 9th level. The female Corpse King in the main tomb chamber, who had reached the 8th level of the primordial infant stage in life, now possesses strength estimated to be between the 4th and 6th levels of the Golden Core. Those remnants of the Great Gene are truly insidious. They have deliberately withheld information from us. Initially, our plan was to ignore the male Corpse King and directly enter the main tomb chamber. After joining forces to eliminate the female Corpse King, I would then harness the Corpse King's primordial infant to break through to the primordial infant stage before returning to deal with the male Corpse King. However, it is now inevitable that entering the main tomb chamber will alert the male Corpse King, who poses a considerable challenge at the peak of the Golden Core 9th level. The IT can be managed. Mo Qingfei interjected. While the Corpse King's power is not to be underestimated, his intelligence must be exceedingly low. We can simply lure him away. This moment, Mo Qingzhou's expression shifted as he squinted and said, "Who will do the luring?" Mo Xiong replied gravely, "Is there not a useless fellow among us? Although he is an ordinary person, with a soul-exploding pill, he can still run swiftly enough. Luring a Corpse King with low intelligence should suffice." A cruel smile crept across Mo Qingzhou's face. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiong and the other members of the MOU Guard nodded in agreement. They held the life of a rural villager in no regard. Only Mo Qingfei furrowed her brow, pondering whether this was excessively cruel. The soul-exploding pill is a forbidden drug that can temporarily exhaust one's life potential and even the power of the soul. After the effects wear off, the user's internal organs will collapse, leaving them as nothing more than a dried corpse. The most insidious aspect is that the soul will be consumed by the soul-exploding pill, resulting in utter obliteration of existence. It must be said that although Mo Chang'e possesses exceptional strength. As the pride of the Mou sect, she has been well protected and remains somewhat naive about the world. Thus, she retains a certain purity. Upon hearing her senior brother's suggestion, she felt an immediate sense of resistance. Cruelty. Without us, that villager would also meet a gruesome end at the hands of the corpse demons. The notion proposed by Chang'e was rather delightful. How about fastening a dog collar around his neck and leading him away? Upon hearing these words, Chang'e burst into hearty laughter. Splendid idea. It's settled then. As he spoke, he retrieved the dog collar from his spatial treasure and pointed it at Chu Zhetian's nose, commanding, "Come now. Lowly wretch, put it on yourself. Otherwise, we shan't take you out. If we leave you here, you will surely perish. The corpse demons here will rip out your heart and shred you to pieces. If you wish to survive, you should comply without delay." The two Mou guards laughed mockingly, treating Chu Zhetian like a fool. They were not only intent on using this mighty figure as bait for the corpses, but also sought to humiliate and toy with him before his demise. Nothing could be more malicious than this. Chu Zhetian narrowed his eyes as he regarded them. Confirming that only these three had returned, he had already devised their fate in his mind. The sight of them prancing about before him only intensified the murderous intent brewing within him. At that moment, Chang'e stepped forward and poked Chu Zhetian's shoulder with a finger. "What is the matter, lowly wretch?" Still defiant. "Now that my junior sister Chang'e is absent, no one is here to protect you. Comply, or I will make you wish for death," he continued. "For a despicable insect like you, we cultivators are akin to gods from the heavens. You understand. You have no right to resist. Bow your head. It is the wisest choice." Following these words, the imposing figure of Neo defiantly nodded in response. "All right, I shall bow to you." Chang'e and the two Mou guards immediately wore expressions of smug amusement. Having such a lowly wretch to entertain them within this ancient tomb seemed quite enjoyable. Bang! Bang! However, before their smiles could fully blossom, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Accompanied by two thunderous collisions, two figures were sent flying out. It was the two Mou guards. Upon landing, their chests were astonishingly caved in, ribs shattered piece by piece. After spewing forth large amounts of blood mixed with internal organs, they convulsed a few times before falling silent. Remarkably, they had been killed by a single punch from Chu Zhetian. Following this, streams of flesh and blood essence were automatically absorbed by the Sharingan, granting Chu Zhetian a slight enhancement in his physical prowess. Chang'e's expression changed dramatically. After glancing at the gruesome sight of his comrade's demise, he fixed an incredulous and furious gaze upon Chu Zhetian. The look in his eyes, which had previously regarded Chu Zhetian as a mere insect, was now tinged with gravity. This moment, even he, despite his foolishness, realized that Nyoda was not merely a simple mountain dweller, but rather a cunning predator in disguise. "You treacherous scoundrel! So you were concealing your strength?" Chang'e ground his teeth in anger. Chu Zhetian let out a cold laugh. "Foolish wretch, so you finally comprehend? Unfortunately, it is too late. Die." As his words fell, Chu Zhetian swiftly hurled a punch at him. To remain cautious and conceal his true identity, he refrained from employing the sky-rending sword. The main reason was that, with the first level of the Golden Core realm combined with his formidable physical prowess, he was absolutely confident in overwhelming Chang'e. Chang'e's expression hardened, and he hastily raised his sword to block. The 3-foot green blade in his hand, named Zhanxiong, was a rare Earth-grade treasure. Clang! Chu Zhetian's fist collided with the Earth-grade weapon. In the next moment, their clash produced a resounding metallic sound. The tremendous recoil made Chang'e's hands tingle, and he involuntarily took a step back. The vicious and arrogant expression on his face was now replaced by disbelief. Clearly, the spiritual energy radiating from Nyoda was also that of the first level of the Golden Core realm. Yet the power behind his punch far surpassed that of his own. After just one exchange, Chang'e understood that he was no match for Chu Zhetian. In that instant, all pride as the senior brother of the Mou sect vanished, and he turned to flee. "Weren't you eager for me to bow down? Why are you running?" Seeing this, Chu Zhetian stomped his foot, unleashing his terrifying physical strength, propelling him forward over 100 meters. After a mere 20 breaths, boom, the walls of the tomb corridor, already turned gray and white, were pulverized into dust by the impact of the fleeing Mo Chingzhou. I could see that moment. The esteemed senior brother of the Mo sect fell to the ground like a broken sack. He spewed blood wildly. His face was as pale as paper. The majority of his bones lay shattered. His internal organs were also ruptured and displaced. It was only due to the tenacious vitality of a golden core expert that he clung to life. Half dead, the Zhanxiong sword had long since slipped from his grasp. The next second, he looked up at Chu Zhetian, who approached like a harbinger of death, his eyes filled with terror. With a thud, Mo Qingzhou, unable to stand any longer, fell to his knees. A forced, servile smile contorted his face. "Please, do not kill me. We can discuss this," suppressing the hatred within him. Mo Qingzhou kneeled and pleaded for mercy from Chu Zhetian. At such a young age, not yet 50, he had already reached the first level of the Golden Core realm. If only he could survive, his future would be boundless. He was truly unwilling to meet his end. Observing the humiliating sight of his kneeling form, a cold smile crept on Chu Zhetian's face. He approached Mo Qingzhou, looking down upon him, and said, "Did you not wish for me to bow? Now I have bowed. However, you must kneel." Mo Qingzhou nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, I was blind to your greatness. Spare my life, and I will serve you faithfully. Just do not kill me, and I shall be your loyal hound." Woof, woof, in a desperate bid to save his life. The once arrogant Mo Qingzhou now knelt before Chu Zhetian, mimicking a dog-esque bark. Yet in the very next moment, Chu Zhetian reached down and retrieved the Zhanxiong sword that had fallen to the ground. With a swift motion accompanied by the sound of a blade piercing flesh, a head was sent soaring. "I have no need for a dog like you." Chu Zhetian's voice was icy. Buzz. Immediately, an unprecedented wave of searing heat surged into his body, refining and nurturing his physical form. Thus, having just broken through to the golden body realm, his physical strength surged by an astounding 500,000 pounds. To think that slaying a golden core expert could enhance my physical prowess to such an extent. Delightful. Chu Zhetian felt invigorated, and the figure of Mo Xiong flashed in his mind. As for Mo Qingfei, he held no intention of killing her. Subsequently, after searching through Mo Qingzhou's corpse and collecting his spatial treasures, Chu Zhetian departed from the scene. Within the Guardian Hall, Mo Qingfei and Mo Xiong, along with others, waited 100 meters away from the colossal coffin. Qingfei, once that Nyota diverts the attention of the corpse king inside the coffin. "You must use the dragon and phoenix blood pearl to open the hall door. Once our people have entered the main burial chamber, you must close the door as swiftly as possible. We shall have more than enough strength to deal with the female corpse king inside. That time. Consume the breaking realm pill within the main chamber, and you will swiftly reach the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, allowing you to refine the corpse king's nascent soul and break through to the nascent soul realm. When that time comes, dealing with the male corpse king will be a piece of cake." While waiting for Mo Qingzhou's return, Mo Xiong laid out the following arrangements for Mo Qingfei. "Understood, Uncle Xiong." Mo Qingfei nodded. After Mo Xiong's guidance, she had already adjusted her emotions and no longer felt conflicted over sacrificing Yoda. At this moment, her beautiful eyes glimmered with excitement and anticipation as she looked forward to soon stepping into the nascent soul realm. Creak, creak. However, just then, an unforeseen change occurred, accompanied by a deafening screech. The lid of the enormous coffin began to move. Everyone turned to look, feeling a chill run down their spines. In the depths of the shadows, a pair of eyes revealed a hint of uncertainty. Is the corpse king about to emerge? Chu Zhetian thought to himself, "Why this time?" He had already arrived, hidden near the entrance of the Guardian Hall, within a segment of the tomb corridor. He fixed his gaze upon the colossal coffin, and for some reason, his forehead began to throb violently. The spot was precisely where the Sharingan resided. The Sharingan is reacting to this coffin. Boom! Another tremendous roar echoed, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy. The immensely heavy lid of the coffin was forcefully flung aside by an overwhelming force. Following this, an extremely dense black mist surged forth from the coffin like an explosion. Accompanying it was a shadowy figure. Clad in an exquisitely luxurious jean python robe, the figure leaped out of the coffin. Waves of substantial corpse energy rolled off him. As the Corpse King, his flesh was remarkably plump. Even his face retained the handsome features from his living days. However, his skin was as dark as ink, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. In an instant, the entire Guardian Hall was enveloped in a suffocating malevolence. Damn it! Why has this Corpse King emerged on its own? Mo Xiong's expression changed dramatically. Filled with shock and anger, Qingfei fixed her gaze upon the Corpse King, her exquisite face etched with a deep sense of gravity. The Yueyue guards, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure emanating from the opponent, were consumed by a palpable anxiety. Meanwhile, Chu Zhetian, who was secretly observing from the shadows, revealed a flicker of inexplicable excitement in his eyes. The performance has begun. Chapter 63. Save you. You think too highly of yourself. To the members of Mo Zone, it was presumed that as long as they maintained a safe distance and did not provoke the entity within the coffin, the Corpse King would remain in a dormant state, unwilling to emerge. However, reality exceeded their expectations. In an instant, the Guardian Hall was filled with a ferocious aura, and the air was thick with the stench of death. Uncle Xiong, what do we do now? Not only were the weaker Mo guards anxious, but even Mo Qingfei's beautiful face paled. Despite possessing the strength of the second layer of golden core, she had never faced true combat. What loomed before her was not a mere cultivator, but a terrifying Corpse King. This reality instilled a sense of panic within her. There's no other choice. I will lure it away. You take the others and quickly open the hall door to enter the main tomb. Simultaneously, relay a message to Chang'e, urging him to return at once. Don't worry about that bull-headed creature. Mo Xiong's countenance was equally grave. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and charged toward the serpentine-robed Corpse King. Mo Qingfei nodded, moving closer to the hall entrance while retrieving a communication jade talisman. Yet there was no response from Mo Qingzhou's side. What could be happening? Could it be that something has gone awry with my senior brother as well? Mo Qingfei's expression tightened, an ominous premonition rising within her. At that moment, Chu Zhetian, hidden in the shadows, smirked coldly. Still hoping to summon Mo Qingzhou back. Qingzhou has traversed through mountains upon mountains. He cannot return. Buzz! At this juncture, the spiritual energies surge around Mo Xiong's twin hammers, striking furiously at the Corpse King. The might of the sixth layer of golden core was unmistakable. Demon, take this! Roar! The Corpse King opened its maw, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Its fist, enveloped in a thick miasma of death, collided with Mo Xiong's hammers. The formidable corpse body was comparable to divine weaponry. Mo Xiong grunted, staggering backward. His eyes widened in horror. Such a vicious creature! In just one encounter, he felt the overwhelming terror of the serpentine-robed Corpse King. Once a corpse demon takes form, it becomes impervious to blades and arrows, possessing immense strength. Upon reaching the level of a Corpse King, its physical prowess is even more alarming. The serpentine-robed Corpse King before him not only possessed immense physical strength, but also harbored a miasma of death within. For the Corpse King, the miasma is akin to spiritual energy for human cultivators, and it is far more sinister and fearsome. With the enhancement of the miasma, the power of the Corpse King before him surpassed that of an ordinary ninth-layer golden core, nearly equating to a half-step into the nascent soul realm. At this moment, Mo Qingfei and the 10 Mo guards, witnessing Elder Mo Xiong being repelled after just one encounter with the Corpse King, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Roar! In the next instant, enveloped in dense mists of death, the Corpse King charged once more toward Mo Xiong. Uncle Xiong, be careful. Mo Qingfei warned anxiously. I'm fine. I'll lure it away. I want to engage directly. You all hurry and enter the main tomb. Mo Xiong responded, turning to flee. Clearly intent on avoiding a direct confrontation with the Corpse King, he intended to exploit the creature's low intelligence, leading it in circles. However, a shocking scene unfolded. After pursuing Mo Xiong for a few meters, the serpentine-robed Corpse King surprisingly altered its course, charging towards Mo Qingfei and the Mo guards instead. Its eyes glowed with a chilling green light, unmistakably flashing with a hint of human-like mockery and cruelty. Damn it! This beast, T following me. Mo Xiong's eyelids twitched, a mix of shock and fury washing over him. Its intelligence seems to be far from low. Mo Qingfei's expression also shifted dramatically. Feeling the brutal yet playful glint in the Corpse King's eyes, a chill ran down her spine. From the moment it was entombed in this mausoleum, thousands of years had passed. Over the long years, it had not only evolved into a supreme beast at the level of a Corpse King, but also developed intelligence not inferior to that of humans. The IT was nothing like they had previously anticipated, merely instinctive with no discernible intelligence. Faced with the oncoming Corpse King, Mo Qingfei bit her lip and swiftly drew her sword to confront it. Clang! After a single exchange with the Corpse King, her delicate body was also sent reeling backward. Roar! Upon realizing Mo Qingfei's formidable strength, the beast let out a roar and redirected its target, charging directly at the 10 MOU guards. Puff! The serpentine-robed Corpse King's fist pierced through the heart of one MOU guard. Crack! In the next moment, its massive hand unleashed a force of 1,000,000 pounds, snapping another guard's neck with a single twist. In the blink of an eye, 2 MOU guards were slain. Witnessing this scene, Chu Zhetian frowned slightly. He discovered that the people killed by the Corpse King yielded no vital essence for him to absorb. The corpses had been tainted by the miasma of death, swiftly transforming into corpse demons, thus obstructing the dispersion of their vital essence. In his plan, aside from sparing Mo Qingfei's life, all other members of Mo Yuzong were intended to be nourishment for the devouring celestial body. This is simply robbing me of my feast, Chu Zhetian mused inwardly, his expression darkening. Qingfei, quickly! Use the dragon and phoenix blood pearl to open the hall door. We must enter the main tomb and trap it outside. Seizing the opportunity as the Corpse King slaughtered the MOU guards, Mo Xiong rushed over to grab Mo Qingfei, racing towards the grand door at the end of the hall. Creak! Creak! Accompanied by a jarring sound of friction. Mo Xiong and Mo Qingfei strained to move the enormous coffin. The groove embedded with the dragon and phoenix blood pearl was firmly blocked by the coffin. They had to move it aside to open the hall door. Yet, the material of the coffin was unknown, not only exuding a bone-chilling cold, but also weighing millions of pounds. Even a golden core expert, expending all their strength, could only inch it forward at their current pace. It seemed likely that all the MOU guards would perish before they could even shift the massive coffin half a meter. Bang! The serpentine-robed Corpse King delivered another punch, reducing a third MOU guard to mere fragments. Uncle Xiong, what do we do? We can't possibly move this coffin in such a short time. The senior brother has also lost contact. Why don't we just fight this monster? Seeing the MOU guards dying so rapidly, and realizing that even delaying for their own sake was becoming increasingly difficult, Mo Qingfei was thrown into disarray. Mo Xiong's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and anger. You vile creature, I shall fight you. At that moment, another MOU guard, realizing he had become the next target of the Corpse King, roared in defiance, as if embracing madness before death. Boom! However, in the next instant, a thunderous crash resonated, just as the serpentine-robed Corpse King was about to strike the fourth MOU guard. A figure leaped 100 meters, rushing in an instant point. 2 fists collided with a resounding impact. Subsequently, both the figure and the Corpse King staggered back a step, having engaged in a fierce confrontation without yielding. Don T, take them. The remaining heads are mine, Chu Zhetian declared, his eyes glinting with malice as he locked gazes with the Corpse King's eerie green eyes. To his surprise, the extraordinary beast regarded Chu Zhetian with a hint of cautiousness, a sign of human-like wariness. Meanwhile, the MOU guard, who thought he was doomed, stood frozen in astonishment. Upon regaining his senses, he gazed at the figure standing protectively before him, a mixture of gratitude and shock flooding his expression. Thank you for saving my life. As soon as the words left his lips, Chu Zhetian turned to look at him, his seemingly innocent face revealing a devilish smile. Save you? You think too highly of yourself. I merely intend to take your place and kill. Chapter 64. The true face of Nyoda. Upon hearing this, the MOU guard was left utterly bewildered. Bang! But before he could comprehend, an overwhelming force struck his chest. His entire torso collapsed, and his heart burst with a fatal explosion. As consciousness faded before his demise, realization dawned on him. Ah, it turns out he did not intend to save me, but rather to replace me and personally slay me. Yet why? He could never fathom the motives behind Chu Zhetian's actions, even in death, and Chu Zhetian had no need for others to understand. With the death of the Mou guard, a surge of warmth flowed into his body once more. Roar! At this moment, the Corpse King's eerie green eyes fixed on Chu Zhetian, unleashing a furious roar. The intelligence it possessed, rivaling that of human cultivators, sensed a tremendous threat emanating from Chu Zhetian. For a time, it refrained from making any rash moves. Meanwhile, the other Mou guards, including Mo Qingfei and Mo Xiong, looked at Chu Zhetian with expressions of utter shock and anger. This country bumpkin actually killed one of their own with a single punch. Seeing the green corpse demon trembling in fear before him, they realized his strength was indeed formidable. Engaging in a fistfight with the Corpse King, he stood his ground to this moment. They could no longer deny that Yueyue had been merely pretending all along. Yueyue, you scoundrel! Mo Qingfei cast a glance at the lifeless body of the Mou guard, and then shot a furious glare at Chu Zhetian, berating him. In the next moment, her expression shifted sharply as a thought struck her. Could it be that my senior brothers have also fallen victim to your treacherous hand? Chu Zhetian merely regarded her with a cold, detached stare, offering no response. In his hand, a sword materialized out of thin air. With another swift motion, he dispatched another Mou guard, given his current prowess. Eliminating these Hunyuan realm experts was akin to child's play. The warm currents surged through his body. Chu Zhetian mused that the demise of these Mou guards was well-deserved. It is the sword of the sky, severing, wielded by my senior brother. Yueyue, I shall take your life. Mo Qingfei's eyes widened in astonishment as she fixated on the sword in Chu Zhetian's grasp. In her fury, she prepared to charge at him, intent on a desperate struggle. However, at that moment, Mo Xiong raised his arm to restrain her. Qingfei, this is not the time for revenge against Chang'e. We must swiftly move this coffin. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingfei clenched her teeth in frustration. Reason dictated that Uncle Xiong was correct. Creak, creak, accompanied by the grating sound of friction. Mo Xiong and Mo Qingfei exerted all their strength to gradually shift the enormous coffin. Roar! The python-robed Corpse King, witnessing this, let out a furious roar, abandoning Chu Zhetian, its formidable adversary, and charged at the two. It was clear that its madness had intensified, that it seemed unwilling to let anyone trespass into the main tomb. This is bad. The Corpse King is coming. Mo Xiong's expression tightened. Mo Qingfei also readied herself for battle. However, just then Chu Zhetian, having just slain the last Mou guard, leaped forward to block the path of the python-robed Corpse King. You continue. I shall hold this fiend at bay. Chu Zhetian cast a cold glance over his shoulder and spoke with an icy tone. Of course, his motives were not altruistic. He too wished to enter the main tomb, merely wanting Mo Qingfei and Mo Xiong to assist him in opening the door. That we do not need your assistance. You scoundrel! Mo Qingfei, still naive to the world, retorted through gritted teeth. Her exquisitely sweet visage was etched with indignation. Her once vibrant eyes now glared at Chu Zhetian, brimming with hostility and disdain. Qingfei, there is no time for such trivialities. The matter at hand is urgent, Mo Xiong hastily advised her, straining to shift the massive coffin. Bang, 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 boom! At this moment, a fierce melee erupted between Chu Zhetian and the python-robed Corpse King. The former sheathed the sword of the sky, severing, and engaged the Corpse King in hand-to-hand combat. Exchanging blows with fists and feet, each clash resonated with the force of 1,000,000 pounds. The potent blend of spiritual energy and corpse aura rendered their attacks exceedingly terrifying. The bodies of the Mou guards were pulverized into mere flesh, while the spiritual stones embedded in the surrounding walls shattered incessantly. Pillars thick enough to be embraced by several people crumbled with a resounding crash. Delightful! Chu Zhetian grew increasingly exhilarated, his starry eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. This brutal exchange, a clash of fists against fists, seemed to bring him immense joy. Roar, roar. Yet the Python Row Corpse King roared in fury, its corpse aura surging violently. He swept out a leg. He unexpectedly sent the female Corpse King flying. She crashed against the wall of the main tomb chamber, her entire body radiating a surge of corpse energy, as if it might be dissipated by the impact. The area where she had been struck on her chest was visibly caved in. It was evident that this female Corpse King was significantly weaker than the Python Row Corpse King, likely only equivalent to a cultivator at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. In the face of Chu Zhetian at this moment, she seemed rather insufficient. Although Chu Zhetian's Shi refinement strength was merely at the 1st level of the Golden Core stage, his physical body was extraordinarily formidable. The spiritual power refined through the extreme Tao True Book and the swallowing heaven sacred body was far more concentrated and pure than that of an ordinary cultivator, naturally enhancing its might. Coupled with the combat experience from his memories and various powerful martial techniques, Chu Zhetian's prowess could only be described as invincible beneath the nascent soul stage. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, with the clash between one man and two corpses, the entire main tomb chamber trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Finally, after dozens of collisions, he exclaimed, "What a relief!" However, you two monsters are merely at your limits. With that, Chu Zhetian delivered another heavy punch to the head of the female Corpse King, the head being the most critical vulnerability of a corpse demon, shattered with a sound akin to a watermelon bursting. Thus, she fell on the spot. Roar, roar, roar. Upon witnessing this, the Python Row Corpse King let out a series of thunderous roars, filled with profound sorrow and rage, launching an unprecedented frenzied assault against Chu Zhetian. After enduring several direct confrontations, Chu Zhetian finally retrieved the Earth-grade sword, Sky Severing, which he had seized from Mo Qingzhou. You have such deep feelings for your wife, even after becoming a Corpse King? Once I too was as deeply infatuated as you. This technique, Dragon Prison Break, is dedicated to you. It is also a gift to my former self. With that, Chu Zhetian's eyes gleamed with an incredibly sharp light. A radiant golden glow erupted from his lower abdomen, as the newly formed golden core burned like in the blink of an eye. It shrank by a third. Following this, the spiritual energy within Chu Zhetian surged like boiling water, rapidly infusing into the Sky Severing sword in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. Under the frenzied infusion of this spiritual energy, the Earth-grade sword seemed unable to withstand the pressure, with a series of sharp cracks. Fissures appeared along the blade. Simultaneously, a 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the Sky Severing sword. This dragon was formed from the pure and robust spiritual energy within Chu Zhetian, exuding a faint yet undeniable dragon might. It was ensnared by golden chains, as if it were firmly imprisoned. However, the next moment, as Chu Zhetian swung the sword, a dragon's roar echoed, mingled with the sound of chains breaking. The 5-clawed golden dragon broke free, surging forth with terrifying might toward the Python Row Corpse King. Divine technique, Dragon Prison Break, Chu Zhetian silently declared. Boom! The 5-clawed golden dragon collided with the Corpse King, sending him flying through the air. In midair, his head along with his entire upper body was pulverized into dust. Clang, clang, clang. With the loss of spiritual energy reinforcement, the Sky Severing sword in Chu Zhetian's hand could no longer maintain its form, disintegrating into fragments that fell to the ground. The divine technique manifested. The Corpse King was annihilated. Even an Earth-grade sword could not withstand the force and was utterly destroyed. Old buddy, you're still as fierce as ever. Chu Zhetian's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Despite the significant depletion of spiritual energy, his spirit surged with exhilaration. But just then, his expression suddenly sharpened. Buzz! 2 golden maces seemingly materialized from thin air, carrying a deadly intent as they smashed toward Chu Zhetian's head. It was Mo Xiong, hidden in the shadows, launching a surprise attack, seizing the opportunity when Chu Zhetian had just employed his divine technique. He struck with all his might. This blow was the strongest technique Mo Xiong had ever unleashed. He aimed to severely injure, if not kill, Chu Zhetian, knowing full well that this was his only chance. Buzz! In the face of Mo Xiong's lethal strike, Chu Zhetian appeared to have anticipated it, as his golden core once again radiated with brilliant light. That powerful spiritual energy swiftly coalesced into a golden shield. Although the shield was formed from spiritual energy, it gleamed with a metallic luster, exuding an indescribable golden quality. Divine technique. Indestructible golden bell. If the previous dragon prison break was an offensive divine technique, then the indestructible golden bell was a defensive technique mastered by Chu Zhetian. Clang! With a piercing metallic clash, the dual maces struck the indestructible golden bell, warping it slightly, but failing to break through. Bang! Immediately after, a fist resembling a cannonball struck heavily against Mo Xiong's chest. Mo Xiong was sent flying, spewing a cloud of blood mid-flight. Did you think I would forget that you, old dog, were lurking in the shadows? Did you think I would be unprepared for you? Chu Zhetian turned back, his starry eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Divine technique. You managed to master a divine technique at the Golden Core stage. You are certainly not a mere villager. Nyota, who exactly are you? Mo Xiong, after spitting out another mouthful of blood, gazed at Chu Zhetian with a look of terror. Dead men need not know so much, Chu Zhetian replied coldly, his murderous intent palpable as he approached Mo Xiong. Swish! At that moment, the stunning figure of Mo Qingfei emerged from her hidden state, standing protectively in front of Mo Xiong. Nyota, stand down. She pointed her sword at Chu Zhetian. Looking at this wolf in sheep's clothing, she felt a wave of self-mockery and hatred for having previously sheltered him so naively. It turned out that the mountain villager who trembled before the corpse demon and hid behind her was, in fact, an existence comparable to a nascent soul expert. Killing my Yueyue Sect elite was as easy as chopping vegetables. Are you now going to kill me as well? Chu Zhetian's expression shifted slightly as he replied. Miss Mo, you cannot blame me. Besides you, the others from your Yueyue Sect regard my life as nothing more than weeds. The cultivation world is inherently filled with intrigue and bloody slaughter. Today, consider a lesson for you that if this experience can make you wiser, it may just save your life in the future. At this point, Chu Zhetian recalled a piece of information he had come across in his past life. Mo Qingfei, this unparalleled prodigy of the Yueyue Sect, had become a nascent soul expert before the age of 25. Yet, less than 3 years later, she had perished during a routine expedition. The specifics remained unclear to Chu Zhetian, but he feared it was tied to her innocence. Such a brilliant talent fading away was indeed lamentable. In the next moment, Chu Zhetian focused his mind and sternly declared, I do not wish to kill you. Step aside. Mo Qingfei was momentarily taken aback by his words. Meanwhile, Mo Xiong, clutching his chest, urged in a panicked tone, Qingfei, since he spares you, then you must leave. Don't worry about me. However, Mo Qingfei's face was resolute as she lunged at Chu Zhetian with her sword. If you wish to kill my uncle Xiong, you must first step over my dead body. Mo Xiong, as her protective elder, was akin to a mentor to her. She could never disregard his life or death. Seeing this, Mo Xiong gritted his teeth. After swallowing a healing elixir, he disregarded his injuries and joined Mo Qingfei in attacking Chu Zhetian. Clang, clang, clang. After exchanging several blows, Mo Qingfei was sent flying by a punch from Chu Zhetian. She landed on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, clearly gravely injured. As a second-level Golden Core cultivator, she had always been invincible among her peers. Yet today, before Chu Zhetian, she seemed utterly powerless. Chu Zhetian cast a cold glance at her before unleashing his full assault on Mo Xiong. In less than 10 breaths, Mo Xiong's body crumpled to the ground like a broken sack. His internal organs utterly shattered. The esteemed 6th-level Golden Core cultivator had fallen. Following this, the essence of his flesh and blood was automatically absorbed by the blood wheel eye. At that moment, Chu Zhetian felt an incredibly intense heat surge into his body. Spreading throughout him, it nourished his muscles, strengthened his bones, and enriched his internal organs. His already formidable physique saw an enhancement of a full 30%, a staggering increase of 800,000 gene in physical strength. Killing an 8th level Golden Core expert resulted in such a substantial boost. My body refinement realm has just broken through to the golden body stage. I feel that I am not far from the next realm. Shattering Mountain, Chu Zhetian mused inwardly. Uncle Xiong. Just then, a sorrowful cry echoed Mo Qingfei. Despite her injuries, rushed to Mo Xiong's lifeless body. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with deep hatred as she fixed her gaze on Chu Zhetian. Bastard, come. My life is here too. Chu Zhetian remained expressionless. I have no interest in your life, but I will take the opportunities here. You should know how to leave. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingfei's expression shifted dramatically. She longed to fight Chu Zhetian to the death, yet she knew full well that she was no match for him. With Uncle Xiong already dead, her remaining here would serve no purpose. How could she possibly seize the opportunities from Chu Zhetian? At long last, she cast a lingering glance at Chu Zhetian. After retrieving Mo Xiong's lifeless body into her spatial treasure, she made her way towards a corner of the main tomb chamber. There, a smooth stone wall awaited her. This was indeed the exit of the Golden Cicada secret realm. With a swift motion, Mo Qingfei pressed her hand against it, channeling her spiritual energy into the stone. Instantly, the wall shimmered with a hazy radiance, transforming into an ethereal portal. Nyoda, we shall meet again, she declared fiercely. Next time, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces to avenge Uncle Xiong and my elder brother. Before departing, Mo Qingfei shot another glare at Chu Zhetian, her teeth clenched in determination. Chu Zhetian nodded in acknowledgement. Next time, I shall show you no mercy. Mo Qingfei smirked mockingly, then with a swift motion, she stepped into the ethereal circle. Once she had vanished, Chu Zhetian exhaled deeply. Sparing Mo Qingfei's life was a gesture of gratitude for her earlier protection. Yet, now that they were foes and no longer friends, he resolved that next time, he would be prepared to kill that of course. This was contingent upon her recognizing him. For now, he was Nyoda, not Chu Zhetian. Contemplating this, a playful smile graced his lips. In the next moment, he approached the deceased corpse king, clad in a serpent robe. The deathly aura dissipated. The flesh of the corpse king had turned to ash, leaving behind merely a skeletal frame. More precisely, half a skeleton, since its upper body had been obliterated by the prison dragon's shackles. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a golden cicada, no larger than a fingernail, located where its navel once was. Furthermore, nestled in its lower abdomen was the corpse king's nascent soul. Both the companion cicada and the corpse king's nascent soul are now mine. Chu Zhetian's eyes sparkled with delight upon beholding these treasures. The dust had settled. The dangers had subsided. It was finally time to reap the rewards. Chapter 67. A tremendous surprise observing the golden cicada, which lay dormant yet still retained vitality within the corpse king's body. Chu Zhetian felt a wave of comfort wash over him. With this companion cicada, he and Ye could establish a bond of shared fate. As long as neither of them perished simultaneously, they would both survive. The thought of providing such assurance for his daughter's life brought a smile to Chu Zhetian's face. He then turned his gaze to the corpse king's nascent soul. This entity, a product of the corpse king's life force, manifested as a diminutive infant, yet was entirely blackened by the taint of deathly poison. From a distance, one could almost sense a spark of consciousness emanating from this tiny being. It was precisely due to this nascent soul that the ancient tomb's male and female masters could gradually transform into the corpse king over the millennia, acquiring considerable intelligence, purifying the deathly poison and refining it into his own body. He could ascend to the nascent soul realm. The most delightful aspect of the Golden Cicada secret realm was that both the companion cicada and the corpse king's nascent soul were a pair. The companion cicada was undoubtedly intended for himself, and as for the corpse king's nascent soul, he would refine one for himself. The other could be gifted to his great-grandfather, reflecting on the support he had received from the venerable Su Beiwang, as well as the scene from his past life where he was saved at great cost. Chu Zhetian felt a profound sense of gratitude, admiration, and closeness towards this elder. He felt no hesitation in offering a treasure of such worth to his great-grandfather. It was a kind of familial affection he had never experienced as an orphan. Moreover, his great-grandfather's strength had reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, making him the most suitable candidate for a swift breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. In contrast, the sect leader, Yu Shuihan, was only at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, which was somewhat lacking to AS for Yu Xiaolu, who had just broken through to the core formation realm. She was not even worth considering. Next, after securing the 2 companion cicadas and the Corpse King's nascent soul into a spatial pouch, Chu Zhetian's gaze fell upon the colossal coffin within the main tomb chamber. This enormous coffin, like the one outside the protective hall, weighed millions of pounds. Even with Chu Zhetian's current strength, moving it was an arduous task. Lifting it was akin to an impossible feat, despite its size. Its weight was astonishing. Furthermore, it emanated an intensely cold aura, capable of gathering a significant amount of deathly energy. Contemplating this, Chu Zhetian's expression turned serious. His pupils contracting, he noticed that a substantial amount of deathly energy was coalescing around the black coffin. Thick enough to transform into tendrils of black mist, slithering like serpents. Was the material used to forge this coffin the legendary Taixu Devil Gold? The mere thought sent his heart racing. His gaze towards the black coffin shimmered with greed and excitement. Taixu Devil Gold, a mythical celestial grade, or possessed an unfathomable density. A single grain, no larger than a fingernail, weighed over 1,000 pounds and was virtually indestructible. Even a fully powered attack from a terrestrial immortal would fail to shatter it. When refined using special techniques and specific materials, it could create divine weapons or treasures of at least celestial-grade quality. Given that Taixu Devil Gold could absorb deathly energy, it could also harbor spiritual essences or even give rise to its own spirit. Thus, this celestial-grade embryo would eventually evolve into a true celestial artifact or even an artifact of divine status. With Chu Zhetian's current prowess, even the earthly-grade sky-cutting sword was inadequate for his battles. And the sky-rending sword had become utterly useless. It was high time to forge a weapon of celestial grade or above, and this Taixu Devil Gold was the perfect primary material. Moreover, the coffin crafted from Taixu Devil Gold seemed to exhibit an even more exaggerated capacity for gathering deathly energy. Perhaps it could provide a surprise for the Night Palace. Once this notion surfaced, excitement and madness danced in Chu Zhetian's eyes. As far as he knew, the greatest threat posed by the Night Palace did not stem from their nascent, soul-level evil ancestor, but rather from the terrifying object buried beneath the headquarters of the Night Demon Palace. This object had been forged from countless souls, drawing upon the deathly energy of heaven and earth to form an exceedingly formidable heavenly great formation. Any expert at the Dongshu realm trapped within it would meet their demise. Even their souls would be devoured by the overwhelming deathly energy, transforming into nourishment for that dreadful object. In the past, he had harbored immense trepidation towards this object. However, if he were to hurl these 2 coffins into that heavenly great formation, what effect would it yield? Chu Zhetian's thoughts raced, and a smile crept across his lips. In his excitement, he willed to draw the black coffin into his spatial pouch. Yet, the next moment, his expression darkened. He discovered that the spatial pouch could not accommodate this object at all. Subsequently, he attempted to retrieve several other spatial treasures, including the spatial bracelet, the void belt, and the spatial gourd. These spatial artifacts were all spoils of war acquired from previous battles. They belonged to the 3 great witches of the Night Palace, as well as to Mo Laodao, Mo Qingchun, and Mo Qingzhou. However, despite the superior quality of these spatial treasures compared to his own pouch, none could contain the black coffin. It was no wonder that in his past life, he had only heard of Mo Qingfei acquiring the companion cicada and the Corpse King's nascent soul. Without any mention of the black coffin, it appeared that it simply could not be taken out. Did this mean he would enter the treasure mountain and return empty-handed? Chu Zhetian furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, an intense pulsing sensation erupted from his forehead. The blood wheel is reacting again. The first time he encountered the coffin in the outer hall, his blood wheel had pulsed vigorously. Now, it was doing so once more. This sparked a realization within Chu Zhetian. In the next moment, a vertical manifested on his forehead. The crimson eye was strikingly eerie, with a blood-red vortex swirling within its pupil, exuding an aura of both malevolence and mystery. Following this, Chu Zhetian focused his vertical eye upon the black coffin. Just as he had previously drawn the spiritual energy from pills and precious materials, he attempted to absorb the black coffin using the blood wheel, Yueyue. His astonishment. The black coffin lifted off the ground, instantly shrinking to the size of a grain of sand, before being drawn into the blood-red vortex. It truly worked. The blood wheel was indeed a marvel of boundless utility, yet it required him to gradually explore its capabilities. With that, there was little left to say. Chu Zhetian opened the main tomb's door and drew the black coffin from outside into the blood-red vortex. Following that, he concentrated his thoughts, allowing his consciousness to enter the blood-red vortex, which was the burial god blood domain. Now he had become the master of this space. Thus his awareness surveyed and perceived everything from a godlike perspective. He beheld the two black coffins lying next to a colossal corpse of a divine being, appearing remarkably diminutive. The burial god blood domain seemed to form a small world of its own. Yet since he had become the master of this domain, why was he unable to detect the presence of that world-slaughtering deity? Chu Zhetian was engulfed in a haze of confusion, contemplating the remarkable feat of merging the bloodlines of myriad races to forge this devouring sacred body for himself stirred his spirit profoundly. He yearned to engage in discourse with such a formidable entity. However, he remained utterly oblivious to any aura emanating from the other party. Where he pondered, could this god of slaughter be concealed in slumber? Subsequently, he quelled his excitement and sat cross-legged on the ground with a dignified demeanor. When I break through to the Yuaning realm, it shall be the day of my return. Await your father. At that moment, within the god burial blood domain, as Chu Zhetian's consciousness departed from this blood-colored world, an immensely colossal visage materialized in the sky. Those gigantic eyes shimmered with a wicked light. Fixated upon two black coffins. Chapter 68. Is this girl connected to Zhetian? In the Jinhong mountain range, within a secluded valley, Imo Qingfei emerged from the exit of the Golden Cicada's secret realm, having been randomly transported to this location. Upon her arrival, a soft groan escaped her lips, followed by a fresh trickle of vivid crimson from the corner of her mouth. Her exquisitely beautiful visage turned pale, even tinged with a hint of black mist. It must be said that Chu Zhetian truly lacked compassion for the delicate. Previously, when he had acted against Imo Qingfei, he merely surmised that he would not kill her. In fact, to prevent this young lady from hindering his pursuit of Imo Xiong, he had dealt her a devastating blow without hesitation, resulting in her grievous injuries. Moreover, with all her companions perishing within the secret realm, her spirit was now utterly shattered, rendering her both physically and mentally exhausted. Compound her misfortune. She had inhaled a substantial amount of corpse energy while still within the secret realm, in her prime. This quantity of corpse energy would have posed little threat. As long as she employed her spiritual power to shield her organs, she could gradually expel it. Yet in her current condition, Imo Qingfei was utterly incapable of suppressing the spread of the corpse poison within her body. Even if she were to consume a great rejuvenation pill, it would only amplify her sensation of impending unconsciousness. Biting her tongue, she summoned her remaining strength to rise, staggering towards the valley's exit. In my current state, encountering other cultivators is out of the question. Even if I were to cross paths with feral beasts, the outcome would likely be dire. Furthermore, I sense my body gradually succumbing to corpse poison. Am I, Imo Qingfei, destined to transform into a repugnant corpse demon? With a determined bite of her lip, she followed her instincts towards the pass. Unbeknownst to her, Imo Lao Dao and Imo Qingchen had already met their demise. As she still harbored the hope of reuniting with them, yet as fate would have it, accompanied by a low whimper, several pairs of glistening green eyes emerged from the darkness. Indeed, a pack of wolf beasts had materialized. A wave of reluctance and despair washed over Imo Qingfei's pallid face. Is this the will of heaven? It seems I shall not have the chance to shred you to pieces. Nyoda. However, I shall not spare you even in death. In a flurry, the pack of wolves darted left and right, swiftly encircling Mo Qingfei, their emerald eyes fixated upon her, overflowing with murderous intent and a thirst for blood. Poised to strike at any moment. Zhetian, Zhetian, where are you? You scoundrel, come forth. At that moment, a flurry of urgent calls echoed through the valley. Imbued with palpable concern and anxiety, it appeared that the source of the sound was rapidly approaching. Awo! Awo! The wolf pack, alerted by the commotion, turned to face the direction of the voice. In the next instant, a radiant palm imprint shot forth, obliterating one of the wolf beasts into a cloud of blood mist. In that instant, the pack sensed a grave threat and, in fright, scampered away with their tails between their legs. You beasts, seeking death, roared Su Bei Wang, his eyes blazing with fury. The newcomer was none other than the second elder of the Taixu Sect. Upon receiving news of Chu Zhetian's sudden disappearance, the elder had hastily made his way to the vicinity of Jinhong City to personally search for the young man's whereabouts. Alive, I must see him. Dead, I must see his body. With a series of powerful strikes, several wolf beasts were reduced to mere pulp. The thought of Zhetian meeting with any misfortune, perhaps even having his remains devoured by these beasts, filled Su Bei Wang with a surge of rage. In the next moment, his sharp gaze fell upon Mo Qingfei, who was teetering precariously. Who is this young girl? Is she injured? Su Bei Wang mused silently, hastening his steps toward her. Little girl, what brings you to wander alone in these deep mountains at such an hour? Have you seen my great-grandson Zhetian? He scrutinized Mo Qingfei, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes as he inquired. Who is Zhetian? I have not met him. Mo Qingfei shook her head in response. However, before she could finish her sentence, darkness enveloped her vision, and she lost consciousness. Collapsing forward, Su Bei Wang was taken aback and rushed to support her. The moment he made contact with her, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. There is a fluctuation of spiritual energy. This girl is also a cultivator, a golden core practitioner, nonetheless. Yet she is gravely injured, and her spiritual energy is in disarray. Moreover, what is this aura reminiscent of death emanating from her? Upon discerning Mo Qingfei's cultivation level, Su Bei Wang gasped in shock. Suddenly, he seemed to connect the dots and swiftly carried Mo Qingfei towards the past stronghold. This young girl, at such a tender age, has reached the golden core realm. Which family does this prodigy belong to? Most importantly, why is she so grievously injured? Is there a connection to Zhetian's disappearance? Meanwhile, Su Bei Wang had rushed through the night from the Taixu Sect to Jinhong City, but on the other side, Yueyue and Zhang Dali received summons to return to their sect, making their way back through the night. The following day, during the morning hours, after hastily returning to the sect, Yueyue and her companion first arrived at the Zhuke Peak, within the Peak Master's residence. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Master, is it true that junior brother Chu is missing? Xiaoyueyue asked tearfully. Having sustained severe injuries from the White Tiger Peak the previous day, her face was still pale. Zhang Wenxuan and Tang Yitai displayed expressions of disbelief, while Zhang Dali stood silently to the side, his head drooping, his countenance grim. Master, senior brother, what has transpired? Did junior brother truly encounter the great witch of the Night Palace? Moreover, Master, I heard that you were to marry into the Heavenly Sect. Is that true? For the past few days, it had been nothing but calamity after calamity for them and all the disciples of Zhuke Peak. News had spread throughout the Taixu Sect that due to the death of Zhong Wanlin, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sect had come to demand accountability in a bid to quell the Elder's fury and protect her disciple. Chu Zhetian, the Peak Master, Yueyue, was to wed the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sect as a concubine. Now, the first genius of the Taixu Sect, Chu Zhetian, had reportedly encountered 3 golden core great witches in Jinhong City. Presently, his fate remained unknown, with dire consequences anticipated. Thus, even without anyone explicitly informing Xiaoyueyue and the others, the 3 had already grasped the situation. Why the long faces? Worry not. My marriage into the Heavenly Sect is merely a temporary measure. As for your junior brother Chu, I firmly believe he will return. Yueyue scolded her disciples with an exasperated tone. Yet, as she spoke, A hint of sorrow and concern flickered in her expression, as if she were not only comforting her disciples, but also seeking solace for herself. Such a performance. Even though Yu Chaolu understood this was all part of Chu Zhetian's plan and felt a modicum of reassurance. She could not allow that to show. After all, two formidable figures within the sect were constantly watching. Is it truly so, Master? Are you not merely comforting us? Upon hearing this, Miao Yumeng wiped her tears and inquired. Zhang Dali, Zhang Wenxuan, and Tang Yitai all looked expectantly at Yu Chaolu, as if seeking confirmation of something. However, at that moment, a voice emerged, cold and tinged with malice. Your master is, of course, merely comforting you. The Grand Elder of the Heaven Blade Sect is indeed set to marry. As for Chu Zhetian, he is as good as dead. Turning to the source of the voice, they beheld a group striding into the Peak Master's Hall. The forefront stood by Pinkuan, the acting master of the White Tiger Peak. Peak Master Yu, Zhang Dali. Come with me, he commanded. The sect master and several elders wish to speak with you both. Chapter 69, A Transformation into Foolishness in the Taixu Sect, within the Insight Institute. After being brought there, Yu Chaolu and Zhang Dali were separated and taken into two distinct interrogation chambers. In the chamber where Yu Chaolu was held, she faced inquiries from the sect master, Yu Xuan, along with the third and fifth elders, who meticulously questioned her regarding their journey to Jinhong City. Meanwhile, in the room where Zhang Dali was located, the atmosphere was grave as the Grand Elder by Chang'e. Fourth Elder Ji Yinlian and the sixth and seventh elders sat with stern expressions. Their gazes towards Zhang Dali were sharp, as if he were a suspect. Zhang Dali, recount in detail the events of your journey to Jinhong City and everything that transpired. Remember, no detail should be overlooked. After Zhang Dalai entered and paid respects to the esteemed elders, Chang'e spoke with a grave tone. Yes, great elder. Zhang Dalai dared not be negligent and hurriedly recounted the events from beginning to end. After a while, Chang'e coldly inquired, so you did not accompany your master and Chu Zhetian into Jinhong City at that time, but instead were stationed outside with the troops? Indeed, great elder. Zhang Dalai nodded affirmatively. At this moment, the sixth and seventh elders both wore contemplative expressions, while Chang'e exchanged glances with Ji Ying. In other words, when Chu Zhetian encountered the Great Witch of the Dark Night Palace. You were not present? You also do not know how he vanished? Chang'e asked in a low voice. Yes, when I saw my master again, she appeared utterly distraught and instructed me to send someone to search for Chu Shiti's whereabouts. Zhang Dalai, straightforward in nature, nodded and spoke candidly. As words fell, Chang'e signaled Ji Yinlian with a glance. The next moment, she coldly snorted, her tone exceedingly stern. Zhang Dalai, how can you prove that what you say is true? We now suspect you have connections with the Dark Night Palace. We have decided to conduct a soul search on you. Either prove your innocence or expose you as an infiltrator of the Dark Night Palace. Hearing this, Zhang Dalai was rendered speechless. Fourth Elder, what are you saying? How could I possibly be an infiltrator of the Dark Night Palace? I, Zhang Dalai, swear to the heavens that I am unwaveringly loyal to the sect. At that moment, Chang'e spoke frostily. Is that so? If I recall correctly, you had once risked your life to protect that demonic seed, Yueyue. Now that I think about it, you had only just met that child. Why did you act so recklessly? Furthermore, during this expedition to Jinhong City, why did you not accompany your master and Chu Zhetian into the city? Did you perhaps know in advance that 3 great witches lay in ambush within the city? Zhang Dalai's face was filled with innocence. Great elder, it was my master who arranged for me to be stationed outside. How could I have known that there were great witches lying in wait within? If I had known, I would have done everything in my power to stop my master and Chu Shiti. He had not thought much, only striving to prove his innocence. This simple and kind-hearted man felt regret for not having prevented Chu Shiti from entering the city. Your empty words are hardly credible. The Dark Night Palace has laid an ambush of 3 great witches in Jinhong City. They are likely concocting a shocking scheme that could overturn our Taixu Sect. This matter is of grave importance and leaves no room for carelessness. If you are innocent, then accept the soul search openly, Ji Yinlian declared with righteous indignation, in a flash, before Zhang Dalai could react. Ji Yinlian swiftly subdued him. With a chop of her palm, she struck the back of his neck. Zhang Daliai's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. As the chief of Zhuke Peak, his strength was among the strongest of Yu Chaolu's few direct disciples. Yet he was merely at the 8th layer of postnatal. Faced with Ji Yinlian, who was at the 9th layer golden core, he had no power to resist. The next moment, Ji Yinlian's fingers transformed into claws, emanating a wave of soul energy as she grasped Zhang Daliai's crown chakra. Simultaneously, her eyes glimmered with a silvery light, seemingly obscuring his pupils. This fourth elder was indeed proficient in the art of soul-searching. Observing this scene, Bai Changqing remained expressionless, while the 6th and 7th elders sat calmly, showing no intent to intervene. As elders, they did not concern themselves with an ordinary direct disciple, for the sake of caution. The soul search was conducted. Ouch, it hurts so much. As the soul search continued, even in his unconscious state, Zhang Daliai emitted excruciating cries of agony, his honest and simple face contorted in anguish. The method of soul searching was indeed cruel. It inflicted pain that originated directly from the soul. The victim would feel as though their very essence was being slowly peeled away. In that moment, the chamber of inquiry was filled with echoes of his torment. Half an hour later, Yu Chaolu emerged from the chamber of inquiry. "You may return now," Sect Master Yu Shuihan declared. "What about Daliai? Is he not done yet? I shall wait for him to return together." Yu Chaolu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the faces of Yu Shuihan and the 3rd and 5th elders flickered with unease. The decision for Ji Yinlian to conduct a soul search on Zhang Daliai had been tacitly approved by the highest echelons of the sect. After all, the sudden appearance of 3 great witches in Jinhong City was indeed a matter of grave concern. To clarify everything, sacrificing a direct disciple was an inconsequential price to pay. Moreover, it was merely a soul search. As long as Zhang Daliai could endure it, it hardly constituted a sacrifice. Perhaps he had already completed the questioning and returned early. Do not concern yourself with him. You may leave. Yu Shuihan waved his hand dismissively. Yu Chaolu furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. How could Daliai not wait for her, his master? Just then, the door of another inquiry chamber swung open. However, only Bai Changqing and the other 3 elders emerged. It hurts so much. As the door opened, Yu Chaolu distinctly heard various strange sounds emanating from within. The sounds oscillated between foolish laughter, pained groans, and sorrowful wails. Yu Chaolu's expression changed, and she rushed into the chamber in 3 swift steps. Upon witnessing the scene inside, her beautiful eyes instantly turned red. There lay Zhang Daliai on the ground, still in a state of unconsciousness. From his appearance, it seemed he would never regain his awareness. His features and entire body continued to twitch uncontrollably, as if the torment had yet to subside, his mouth frothing with white foam, and beneath him lay a pool of foul-smelling liquid. Daliai, what has happened to you?" Yu Chaolu disregarded the stench and rushed to Zhang Daliai's side, anxiously checking on her beloved disciple's condition. She could scarcely imagine what her pupil had endured within. The next moment, she suddenly turned her head, glaring coldly at Ji Yinlian. "4th elder, did you conduct a soul search on my disciple?" "Indeed, we suspect he has colluded with the Dark Knight Palace. To ascertain the truth, we proceeded with the soul search." Ji Yinlian acknowledged with a nod, her demeanor unfazed. Yu Chaolu scoffed. "So, has the search concluded? Does my disciple have any ties with the Dark Knight Palace?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yinlian did not respond, only growing more indifferent. "The several of us elders are also considering the grand plans of the sect and are under no obligation to explain or account for anything to you. Moreover, do not forget that you are about to marry into the Taixu Sect. I will find a way to restore him. You need not worry." Bai Changqing also maintained a stoic expression. "Peak Master Yu, please withdraw. Focus on preparing for your marriage into the Taixu Sect. Securing several decades of stability for our sect is what you should be contemplating now." Yu Chaolu cast one last glance at the unconscious and seemingly mindless Zhang Daliai, then scanned Bai Changqing and Ji Yinlian with lingering glances that a wave of profound sorrow and hatred surged within her heart. Zhang Daliai was her beloved direct disciple, an orphan who had followed her since childhood. The bond between them, akin to that of mother and son, was irreplaceable. Yet now, he had been tormented to such a state. Yueyue repeatedly asserted that she would find a way to restore him. But the wounds inflicted by a soul search were spiritual in nature. How could they be so easily mended? In that moment, Yueyue recalled Chu Zhetian's warning before their separation, urging her to be wary of the Great Elder and Fourth Elder. Indeed, Zhetian's foresight was not mistaken, considering their identities, strengths, and status, should they harbor ill intentions. They could bring calamity upon the entire Taixu Sect. No, I must endure and not reveal anything. Everything can wait until Zhetian returns. As Yueyue contemplated this, she carefully caressed Zhang Daliai's twitching features, as if trying to soothe her disciple's pain. The next moment, she slowly rose to her feet and gazed at Yueyue with a haunting look. Very well, I shall rely on the Fourth Elder for my disciple's recovery. I kindly ask you to assist him to the best of your ability. The next moment, she turned to Yueyue, her beautiful eyes flashing with mockery and resentment. Sect Master, is Yueyue still in your residence? Shall I go to fetch her myself, or will you return her to Zhuke Peak? Since Zhetian is currently unaccounted for, I will take it upon myself to raise it in response to this inquiry. Yueyue's expression shifted once more as he replied, "Haven't your disciples informed you?" Upon hearing this, Yueyue's heart sank. "What do you mean, Sect Master? I was brought here immediately upon returning to the sect. What have my disciples told me? What has happened to Yueyue?" At this moment, Bai Changqing's icy voice rang out. "Humph! That little demonic seed went mad earlier and harmed a disciple of Baihu Peak. She has now been imprisoned in Chang'e courtyard." Upon hearing this, Yueyue's face paled completely. "What? Yueyue is merely a 6-year-old child. How could you imprison her?" She could never have anticipated that her return to the sect would be met with such a series of upheavals. The eldest disciple has been driven to madness. Even Yueyue has been confined. Bai Changqing, Yueyue, what are your true intentions, you two old scoundrels? A child of 6? Humph! To my mind, she is clearly a considerable threat buried within our sect by the Palace of the Night. It is even possible that she may bring calamity upon the sect or attract the attention of that sinister ancestor from the Palace of the Night. Thus, it is imperative that I personally oversee her. I have not directly slain this demonic seed out of respect for the sect leader. Bai Changqing spoke solemnly, his words cloaked in the guise of concern for the sect. He even laid the groundwork for the plans to come. Their scheme was not to utterly annihilate the Taixu Sect, but rather to orchestrate a significant bloodletting through the hands of the Palace of the Night. At that juncture, they would conspire with external enemies to eliminate the sect leader and other high-ranking officials, clearing out those who opposed him. They had already conspired with the Palace of the Night regarding the distribution of spoils. Those who perish in the process, including the corpses and souls of the sect leader and several elders, would be offered to the sinister ancestor of the Palace of the Night for the purpose of refining demonic artifacts. In this way, Bai Changqing and Yueyue would seize power. No one would be able to obstruct their efforts to refine the sect's spiritual veins, thus allowing them to break through to the nascent soul stage. Therefore, to maintain a firm grip on the sect and to manipulate the hearts of the people, he was currently laying the groundwork. Keeping Yueyue was not only a precaution, but also a means to control Chu Zhetian in due time. They could shift all blame onto this 6-year-old child, claiming that it was this demonic seed that attracted the sinister ancestor of the Palace of the Night and brought great disaster upon the sect. Bai Changqing had even devised a plan. At that time, he would publicly behead this little demon seed, ridding the sect of its menace, as an offering to the spirits of the sect leader and others. At this moment, upon hearing Bai Changqing's righteous explanation, Yueyue nearly lost control and erupted in fury. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself. She could not act impulsively. Otherwise, all that Zhetian had done would be in vain. And it could even endanger you. In the next moment, she took a deep breath and said mockingly, "The Grand Elder truly goes to great lengths for the sake of the sect. Yueyue has an ungracious request. I implore the Elder to show mercy, that I beseech you to confine me alongside Yueyue." She had promised Zhetian to take good care of Yueyue. However, lacking the strength to reclaim the child from the Grand Elder's grasp, she could at least accompany her. Zhetian, You told me it wouldn't be for long. Yeah, and I will wait for your return. That afternoon, at the Golden Rainbow Pass, within a certain room of the stronghold, the bare-skinned Imo Qingfei was submerged in a large wooden tub filled with water made from glutinous rice. In addition, several supreme yang substances had been added. It was evident that the pallor of her previously ashen complexion had returned to normal, indicating that the corpse poison within her had been nearly eradicated. At least, the danger of corpse transformation was no longer present. With a soft moan, Imo Qingfei gradually regained consciousness. The next moment, she was startled awake, instinctively clutching her bare shoulders. Creak. Immediately after, the door to the room swung open. You are awake? A female disciple of the Taixu Sect, stationed at the stronghold, entered upon hearing the noise. She was originally a member of the logistics team of the Azure Dragon Army. Following the rescue of the Outer Sect personnel stationed here by Shui Hongtu and others from the Mou Sect, a portion of the Azure Dragon Army had been left behind. This female disciple was one of them, previously assigned by the second elder to care for the rescued Imo Qingfei. Who are you? Where is this place? Imo Qingfei asked cautiously, shielding her body with one hand and scrutinizing the newcomer. After a lengthy exchange, Imo Qingfei's expression fluctuated between sorrow and rage as she learned of the fates of Imo Laodao and Imo Qingchen. From the words of the Azure Dragon female disciple, she discovered that they too had perished. The perpetrators were a young powerhouse from the Frostwolf sect of the northern cold region, known as Nirvana, based on the disciples' descriptions and the timing of the events. It appeared that this Nirvana was the same person as Nyoda. Consumed by suspicion, she dressed and sketched a primitive, honest-looking face on the ground. Sister, take a look. Is he the one who killed those masters from the Mou sect? The female disciple glanced at the drawing and nodded with certainty. Indeed, this person is Nirvana. You have seen him? The disciple had previously caught a glimpse of Nirvana from a distance, and, apart from Su Yanhua and others, she had been among those ridiculed by him. Furthermore, the sect leader Su Hongtu had previously ordered that the incident involving Nirvana's massacre of the Mou sect's allies be widely disseminated to ensure accountability and avoid implicating the Taixu Sect. Thus, the female disciple had no intention of concealing anything about Nirvana. Whatever Imo Qingfei asked, she answered. With that, Imo Qingfei's lovely face seemed to be shrouded in frost, her beautiful eyes fixated unblinkingly on the face of Nirvana. Nirvana from the Frostwolf sect of the northern cold region? I will find you. Chapter 71. Su gives me Zhetian's descendant at that moment. A robust voice rang out. Humph. I say that the young hero Nirvana has done well, injuring my Taixu Sect disciples and seizing our stronghold. Those from the Mou Sect deserve their fate. As he spoke, Su Beiwang entered with a composed expression. He was already aware of the events that had transpired at the Golden Rainbow Pass. What infuriated him the most was his grandson, Su Hongtu's impotence in the face of the Mou Sect. You may leave. Upon entering, Su Beiwang waved his hand at the female disciple. Senior, you recognize my identity? At this moment, Imo Qingfei stood up and bowed, her expression somewhat unnatural as she inquired, Imo Qingfei, the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the Mou Sect, achieving the golden core second layer at the age of 24, a talent not seen in a millennium. Su Beiwang replied curtly. The Taixu Sect had naturally conducted investigations into the talents among various sects, and a figure such as Imo Qingfei was certainly on their watch list. I am unworthy. Imo Qingfei expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she bowed deeply to Su Beiwang, acknowledging his life-saving grace. Had it not been for this elder, she feared she would have met a tragic end at the jaws of wolves. Enough. If you possess any sense of conscience, when you return, explain the circumstances to your Mou Sect leader, and do not blame our Taixu Sect for the deaths. Furthermore, regarding the occupation of our Golden Rainbow Pass and the injuries to our station personnel, the Mou Sect must provide an explanation to the Taixu Sect. Though your Mou Sect is strong, do not take it too far. If a true conflict arises, it will be detrimental to both sects. Su Beiwang asserted forcefully, and Imo Qingfei's lovely face flushed slightly. The actions of her people within the Taixu Sect's territory were indeed indefensible. The purpose of sealing off the Golden Rainbow Mountain area was to allow her to seize the opportunities within the Golden Cicada secret realm. Yet, In the end, she gained nothing, and the casualties were severe. Was this not retribution? Rest assured, Senior, upon my return to the sect, I will clarify the truth. For every grievance, there's a head. The MOU sect will not blame the Taixu Sect. This incident will also result in compensation for your sect. Chang'e replied with a bitter smile. That is good. Su Beiwang's expression softened slightly. Then his tone turned serious as he eagerly asked, by the way, while you were active nearby, did you happen to see my descendant Zhetian? Zhetian's descendant? I do not know who that is, nor have I seen him. Chang'e shook her head in confusion. What is this Zhetian's descendant? During this time in the Golden Rainbow Mountain Range, I have not encountered any living souls. The only one I saw was Nyoda. Very well. Then take care of yourself, Su Beiwang sighed, a hint of worry and melancholy surfacing on his face as he turned to leave. Senior, just then, Chang'e called out to him and, carefully choosing her words, asked, the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me, I'm unable to repay. What are you about to do? I wonder if there is any way I can assist. Su Beiwang scrutinized her, his expression shifting. You little girl, you are quite charming. Since I cannot repay the life-saving grace, how about offering yourself in return? Chang'e gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. This elder, how could you be so disrespectful? Ha! Su Beiwang laughed heartily. But being so old, it is indeed inappropriate for you to offer yourself to me. How about once I find my Zhetian's descendant? You can offer yourself to that little rascal of mine. As the great-grandfather, Su Beiwang has been contemplating finding a suitable partner for his grandson, Chu Zhetian. Ever since he divorced Su Ruyan, it is akin to how one's ancestors worry about the matrimonial affairs of their descendants. However, after much consideration, Su Beiwang feels that none of his great-granddaughters are worthy of Zhetian. The girl from the MOU sect before him seems like a fitting choice. Not only is she strikingly beautiful and possesses commendable character, but her strength and talent are also evident that if Zhetian were to marry her, it would be a tremendous gain. Not only would he acquire a formidable ally, but with Chang'e's status, the Taixu Sect could also establish matrimonial ties with the foremost sect of the Qinglu County. The MOU sect, fostering mutual support, wouldn't that make the old rascal, Yueyue, grin from ear to ear? This arrangement would be beneficial for both Zhetian and the sect, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Su, your great-grandson? Chang'e's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity. What? Are you unwilling? Did you not say that you owed your life to me and could not repay the debt? It seems this girl is rather insincere, merely speaking without intent. Although Su Beiwang is naturally brash and forthright, he has lived a long life and is not as straightforward as he appears, even if he is not cunningly shrewd. He possesses considerable wisdom. Thus, for Zhetian's sake, he resorted to moral coercion, and to this point he shifted his tone. Or do you believe that my great-grandson Zhetian is unworthy of you? Young lady, do not think that just because you reach the golden core realm in your 20s, it is something extraordinary to my great-grandson will undoubtedly surpass you in the future. He is more than sufficient to be your match. In his heart, he regarded Chu Zhetian as a destined star, one capable of leading the Taixu Sect in this world. No one could possibly be more exceptional than this lad. He would be more than adequate for any girl. Chang'e's delicate face flushed even deeper. And pure-hearted, she found herself at a loss in the face of Su Beiwang's moral pressure. Indeed, the elder had saved her life, and it would not be excessive for her to repay him. But to marry his great-grandson, how could that be? She had not even met him yet. Most importantly, she was still grieving for the tragic fate of her protector and fellow disciples, who had suffered at the hands of the Nirvana. How could she possibly consider such matters in that moment? Chang'e hesitated, pondering how to gently decline. Suddenly, she was struck by an idea. She looked at Su Beiwang, whose gaze was filled with expectation, and devised a way to dissuade him. Elder, it is not that I am ungrateful, nor do I think your great-grandson is beneath me. However, I currently bear a deep-seated grudge. My protector and fellow disciples have perished because of me at the hands of that Nirvana if I do not avenge them. How can I face the world? And from what I know, the Frost Wolf sect of the Norcole Prefecture is immensely powerful, far surpassing our Qinglu County's 3 sects and 2 factions. Thus, this enmity may be one we must endure. But personally, I am sworn to seek revenge. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall confront the nirvana. Therefore, I am not in a position to consider matters of romance. If one day I fall victim to that nirvana, would that not bring trouble to your great-grandson? As she spoke, Imo Qingfei bit her lip, unless, at this point, Su Beiwang's expression shifted several times. Finally, he nodded noncommittally. The Frost Wolf Sect? Huh. Your grudge may indeed be something only my great-grandson Zhetian can assist you with. Rest well. I will take my leave. With that, Su Beiwang rose to depart. Regardless, he must find Zhetian first. Otherwise, all this conversation would be utterly meaningless. Imo Qingfei watched Su Beiwang leave, her expression a whirlwind of emotions. What? Does the elder imply that my only hope for vengeance rests with his great-grandson? The Taixu Sect cannot possibly rival the Mou Sect. They're truly an unparalleled genius among them. Someone even stronger than myself? Chapter 72. The Master Ancestor may not live to see that day. Half a month swiftly passed. Within the Golden Cicada's secret realm, Chu Zhetian was oblivious to the passage of time, tirelessly cultivating day and night. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, after over 10 days of relentless training. Aided by the devouring speed of the sacred body of the devouring heavens and the divine technique, the supreme, true scripture, Chu Zhetian finally ascended from the first to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm. Next, he aimed to refine the Yuan-Ing of the Corpse King, solidifying it into a Yuan-Ing Dantian. Chu Zhetian mused. The transition from Golden Core to Yuan-Ing is a formidable hurdle that has thwarted countless cultivators. It involves more than merely cultivating spiritual power. Typically, a cultivator must also enhance their primordial spirit and strengthen their mental power. Subsequently, they must establish a connection between their mental power and their Dantian, fostering mutual resonance. This process, spanning years, nurtures the Dantian under the influence of mental power until it attains a semblance of spirituality, evolving from a mere golden core into a sentient Yuan-Ing. It is this intricate process that leaves the vast majority of cultivators at a standstill, often trapped at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm for their entire lives. Even if one were to succeed, it would usually require an inordinate amount of time. Besides this conventional approach, there exists a shortcut, seeking various spiritual treasures of the earth and sky, refining them into one's body, and merging them with their Dantian to create a sentient Yuan-Ing. Thus, Chu Zhetian's intent to refine the Yuan-Ing of the Corpse King is precisely this rationale. Bai Chang'e, the Grand Elder, had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core for decades, which led him to harbor nefarious thoughts. The main spiritual vein of the sect had already produced earth spirits. He and Jianlian sought to refine the sect's main spiritual vein into their bodies for their own benefit. However, such actions would undoubtedly face opposition from the sect master and other elders. Hence, they were willing to overturn the sect, causing untold suffering, stepping over the bodies of others to reach the Yuan-Ing realm. In their eyes, once the sect master and other elders fell, no one in the Taixu Sect will be able to impede them. Recalling the tragic scenes of the sect's calamity in his previous life, a cold glint flickered in Chu Zhetian's eyes. In this lifetime, he was determined to prevent such a catastrophe, thwarting the schemes of Bai Chang'e and others before they could unfold. In the next moment, he focused his mind and began the process of refining the Yuan-Ing of the Corpse King. Once he stepped into the Yuan-Ing realm, his power would undergo a revolutionary transformation. As his primordial spirit manifested and his infant core internalized, he would traverse the void, comprehending the essence of the heavens and earth. At that point, his Yuan-Ing Dantian could further merge with his mental power, allowing him to capture the laws of the universe. Even a mere glimpse of the laws could imbue his attacks with overwhelming force, rendering them devastating to cultivators below the Yuan-Ing realm. Chu Zhetian contemplated. Previously, reaching the Golden Core realm allowed him to manifest divine abilities, contingent upon his understanding of certain laws of the universe. However, those abilities lacked the essence of the laws themselves. In truth, the divine abilities he wielded were mere forms without substance. Yet once he entered the Yuan-Ing realm, the power of his techniques would be incomparably enhanced. Even basic moves could contain the essence of the laws. Nevertheless, while his primordial spirit remained insufficiently powerful, the mental energy expended in utilizing such forces would be exorbitant. Hence, he must refrain from recklessly employing it except in critical moments. With a renewed focus on the Yuaning realm, Chu Zhetian devoted himself to the refinement of the Corpse King's Yuaning. Since entering the Golden Cicada's secret realm, he had lost track of how much time had passed. His disappearance should delay by Chang'e and Ji for a while. Yet within this realm, he remained ignorant of external matters. That sensation was truly unsettling. I must break through quickly and return soon. Ye is still waiting for me. And there is Xiaoyueyue. I must return before she heads to the Taixu Sect. In Chang'e courtyard, within the secret chamber, Xiaoyueyue sat cross-legged on the floor, channeling her spiritual energy. This chamber was originally by Chang'e's place of cultivation. Thus, the concentration of spiritual energy was exceptionally dense. It was also directly connected to the sect's spiritual vein, rivaling the exclusive cultivation chambers of Yueyue. Accompanying Ye in confinement, Xiaoyueyue naturally did not squander her time at this moment. She was also practicing the supreme, true scripture. Indeed, during their previous encounter in Jinhong City, after several intimate moments, Chu Zhetian had surprisingly transcribed the techniques from his mind and entrusted them to Xiaoyueyue. Chu Zhetian held an unwavering trust in this beautiful master. No, now he ought to say his confidant. Regardless of the past life or this one, Xiaoyueyue had been entirely selfless towards him and Ye. For his sake, she clashed with Su Hongtu and Xiaoyueyue. In the face of the relentless by Pengju, she fought bravely to protect him. When the Grand Elder of the Taixu Sect came to demand accountability, she took the blame for him, even agreeing to become the Elder's concubine. Each of these instances, every single event, was etched in Chu Zhetian's memory. The seventh layer of the Golden Core. This technique Zhetian gifted me is indeed divine. In the span of merely half a month, I have astonishingly progressed from the first level of foundation establishment to the seventh. This moment, Yueyue felt a ripple of spiritual energy emanating from her body, and she finally opened her beautiful eyes. Yet, her countenance bore no joy from her newfound strength, but rather a hint of concern. Zhetian, are you not back yet? If you do not return soon, I fear it may be too late. In the next instant, she turned her gaze. Upon seeing that diminutive figure, her spirits lifted slightly. While she was cultivating, Ye was also diligently practicing the 36 martial techniques that her father had taught her. The little one had already mastered the movements with remarkable proficiency and precision, yet her innate charm and adorableness remained unmistakable. However, in the stillness of night, she would often curl up and weep in her dreams, missing her father. During those moments, Yueyue would cradle her gently in her arms, soothing her. Master Ancestor, why have you stopped cultivating? At this juncture, Ye blinked her large eyes and inquired of Yueyue. A tender smile crept across Yueyue's face as she replied, Ye, how about you pause your practice for now? There are some important matters I must discuss with you. Okay. Ye nodded her small head and then sat down obediently before Yueyue. Master Ancestor, what do you wish to tell Ye? Is it about father? When will father return? The little one began her daily inquiry, never missing a day in her longing to see her father. Rest assured, your father will be back in a few days. However, Master Ancestor may not be here by then, as I must embark on a journey and cannot accompany you any longer. Thus, it is imperative that you remember what I am about to say and follow my instructions closely. Yueyue's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Observing this, Ye straightened her posture as well. Yes, whatever Master Ancestor says, Ye will certainly remember and obey. Chapter 73. The Journey to Taixu Sect. Ye, do you still recall the items Master Ancestor bestowed upon you during your first visit to Chang'e Peak? Noticing Ye's attentive demeanor, Yueyue gently ruffled her hair. Yes. Ye remembers. Master Ancestor gave me many wonderful things. Ye nodded enthusiastically. During that initial encounter, Yueyue had presented the little one with a mustard seed bag filled with delightful treats, toys, and several practical items. You still remember that escape talisman? Show it to me. Is it still with you? Yueyue inquired. The escape talisman is akin to the concealment talisman used by Mo Qingfei, allowing its user to become invisible. However, the escape talisman is not as powerful. It merely renders the user unseen to the naked eye, but does not mask their aura. Furthermore, it is effective solely for the user. Yet, its duration is sufficiently long. As long as the user does not reveal themselves, the invisibility can last for 2 to 3 days. That it is classified as a high-grade, Earth-level spiritual talisman, truly a rare treasure. This illustrates Yu Chaolu's deep affection for Yueyue. Upon hearing this, Yueyue conjured an escape talisman from thin air and exclaimed, "Here it is, Master Ancestor. Look, very good." Yu Chaolu nodded with satisfaction and then instructed with earnestness. "Today, someone will come to escort Master Ancestor away. When that happens, you must tear this escape talisman and follow closely behind me as we leave this secret chamber. Afterward, you must continue to stealthily follow me. But be sure not to let anyone discover you. Can you do that?" Yeah. She was acutely aware that the Grand Ancestor might harbor ulterior motives, and she could not bear to leave Yueyue behind in such peril. Thus, she preferred that the little one secretly accompany her to Taixu Sect, rather than risk falling into the hands of Bai Chang'e. With her there, as long as she feigned cooperation with the Taixu Sect members, they should not pose any threat to a 6-year-old girl. Yu Chaolu understood that Chu Zhetian would eventually seek out Taixu Sect. Why then? She might already, but she was determined to ensure Yueye's safety until Zhetian arrived to rescue her. "I can do it. Master Ancestor, don't worry. Yueyue is very capable." Yueyue nodded earnestly, promising to comply. Despite her tender age, the little one was quite astute, comprehending everything in her heart. At that moment, her large eyes gazed at Yu Chaolu, filled with an involuntary affection and admiration. She understood that she had been confined and recognized that Master Ancestor had been by her side throughout these days, now instructing her for her own good, seeking to liberate her from the clutches of malevolence. The little one felt that Master Ancestor surpassed even her own mother in kindness. "Good child," Yu Chaolu said, gently pinching Yueye's cheek, that eye in her heart. She mused, "No wonder she's the daughter of Chu Zhetian, so confident and resilient, yet equally extraordinary." Yu Chaolu had unwavering confidence in Yueye's ability to fulfill her instructions. Over the past half-month, she had discovered the little one's remarkable capabilities. Despite her small stature, Yueyue possessed surprising strength. The Lingxi celestial body, combined with the practice of the 36 techniques, had rendered the little girl's physical prowess comparable to that of a postnatal cultivator, even without the activation of the demonic seed within her. Once the demonic seed erupted, she had previously injured by Tianming, who was at the 3rd level of postnatal cultivation. That had been half a month ago. She was likely even more formidable now. In the next moment, Yu Chaolu noticed the little one's sparkling eyes fixed upon her and couldn't help but smile gently. "Yeah, why are you looking at Master Ancestor like that?" Yueyue averted her gaze, lowering her head shyly. While playing with her fingers, she murmured, "Because Yueyue likes Master Ancestor. Yueyue feels that Master Ancestor is even better than Mother. If only Master Ancestor could be Yueye's mother." Upon hearing this, a surge of affection and tenderness surged within Yu Chaolu's heart, akin to a flood. In the next instant, she embraced the little one, planting a kiss on Yueye's cheek. Then, when there are no others around, "You may call me Mother instead of Master Ancestor, all right?" In truth, Yu Chaolu felt a bit bashful to voice this directly. She would much prefer to be Yueye's mother rather than just her ancestor. After all, she had shared everything with her unscrupulous father. "Really?" Yueye's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. "Indeed," Yu Chaolu replied with a doting smile. "Mother? Mother is here." Yueyue now had an even better mother. In that moment, she beamed with joy, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Children may not possess the same cunning as adults, yet their instincts are remarkably accurate. She could sense that Yu Chaolu's kindness toward her was genuine. Thus, she instinctively yearned to be close to her. Just then, Yu Chaolu's expression shifted as she detected a sound. It emanated from the outer door leading to this underground chamber, which was being opened by someone. "Yeah, someone is coming. Quickly, tear the escape talisman now. You must remember everything your mother instructed you." Yu Chaolu released Yueyue and said urgently. She hadn't anticipated that someone would arrive so swiftly. Yi nodded her small head, but remained silent. With a swift motion, she tore the talisman in her hand. In an instant, her little figure began to blur until she vanished completely. Meanwhile, Yu Chaolu hurried to the corner of the chamber and arranged a makeshift scene. She took several miscellaneous items from her spatial treasure and piled them to form the shape of a child. Then, she removed her outer garment and draped it over the pile, with a rumbling sound. Just as she completed her preparations, the stone door of the chamber was pushed open from the outside. Yu Chaolu cast a cold glance in that direction. There stood Bai Pengquan, along with another high-ranking member of the Bai clan. Bai Hengxiu, accompanied by a group of female disciples from the Foreign Affairs Hall. Their attire resembled that of a wedding procession. Yu Chaolu, tomorrow marks the auspicious day you agreed upon with Elder Zhongwanhai of Taixu Sect. As a concubine, it is customary for you to present yourself at their door. Given the long journey from our sect to Taixu Sect, you should prepare yourself and set off today, Bai Hengxiu stated expressionlessly. This individual was Bai Changqing's second son and one of the 4 vice-sect leaders of Taixu Sect. Yu Chaolu scanned the surroundings but did not see the sect leader. Yu Xuan. Yu Xuan. You, as a father, cannot even make the effort to send me off upon your departure. Is that so? Do you not care for your daughter? Or do you, as the sect leader of Taixu, feel ashamed to have me marry into Taixu Sect as a concubine? Yu Chaolu silently mocked within her heart. At this moment, she profoundly felt the sense of powerlessness that stems from a weak sect lacking dignity. If Taixu Sect were as formidable as Mou Sect, boasting several nascent soul experts, would they have been coerced by Taixu Sect over the killing of Zhongwan Lin, the daughter of a dignified sect leader? A peak master should not be reduced to marrying as a concubine. All this humiliation arises from their weakness. Perhaps only Zhetian could alter this fate. Chapter 74. There is still time that morning. Yu Chaolu departed from Taixu Sect, heading toward Taixu Sect. Zhuke Peak, Zhang Wenxuan, Tang Yitai, and Miao Yumeng gathered together. The atmosphere on site was unbearably oppressive. On the faces of the three, a deep-seated sorrow and indignation were evident. Not far away, the unconscious Zhang Dali lay on a bed. Since returning from the Insight Institute, this senior brother had been in a state of coma for half a month. Occasionally, he would let out a silly laugh or a wail of despair. It was feared that even if he were to awaken, he would emerge as nothing more than a complete fool. The 4th elder, Ji Yinlian, had claimed she would find a way to restore him. Yet it seemed that was merely empty words. Perhaps she truly had no means to help. You think Master truly consented to marry that Zhongwanhai as a concubine? At this moment, Zhang Wenxuan took a deep breath and asked in a low, somber tone. Before leaving, Yu Chaolu had returned to Zhuke Peak, stopping several of her close disciples while also giving them some instructions. Most importantly, she had asked them to take Zhang Dali out under the pretext of seeking medical assistance, ensuring they would remain away from the sect for a time. Everything would be discussed once their junior brother Chu returned. In addition, Yu Chaolu had repeatedly stated that she had long admired the grand elder of the Taixu Sect, urging them not to weep and wail, thus disturbing her happiness. Master is deceiving us, Miao Yumeng exclaimed, her eyes reddening. When I was young, Master once mentioned that she wished she could flay that Zhongwanhai alive. She had visited the Taixu Sect to see Elder Chaoxia and witnessed her sister being tormented by that Zhongwanhai to the point of unbearable suffering. Consequently, she has harbored resentment against the sect leader. How could Master possibly admire that man named Zhong? Clang. As her words fell, Tang Yitai unsheathed his sword. His face, usually marked by a mischievous demeanor, now radiated with fury and sorrow. If that is the case, Master S' journey to the Taixu Sect must be fraught with peril, as if she were living through endless torment. As her devoted disciples, how are we any different from our own children? If Master suffers such an egregious humiliation, how can we show our faces in this world if we do nothing? Zhang Wenxuan gritted his teeth in agreement. Indeed, 3rd junior brother speaks wisely. We must take action. Even if it means shattering our own bodies, we cannot allow Master to be humiliated. Miao Yumeng nodded in affirmation. Her youthful face, usually lively, now bore an expression of resolute determination. That bastard Zhong Wanhai will not lay a finger on Master unless we are all dead. In the next moment, the three exchanged glances, each seeing the madness and resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. 2 days later, in the Jinhong mountain range, accompanied by a sudden fluctuation of space, Chu Zhetian's figure appeared out of thin air in a valley. As fate would have it, upon exiting the Jinshan's secret realm, he should have randomly manifested within a 100-mile radius. Yet, remarkably, he found himself in the same location as Mo Qingfei had been earlier. At this moment, he had already broken through to the Yuaning realm, and due to the memories of his past life, Chu Zhetian was now a formidable Yuan-ing expert wielding the power of Tao principles. After orienting himself, he swiftly exited the valley and, upon changing his appearance, arrived at Jinhong City, situated 100 miles away. What? I have been in the Jinshan's secret realm for a full 18 days. Gazing at the water-driven celestial instrument on the city walls that recorded the date and time, Chu Zhetian's expression changed dramatically. He quickly calculated with his fingers, his breath caught in his throat. In his starry eyes, a profound sense of urgency and guilt arose. Today was the so-called auspicious day. It was the very day Yueyue had agreed to marry Zhong Wanhai as a concubine. Damn it! I thought I could break through to Yuaning in about 10 days. I never anticipated it would take this long, considering the days that Yueyue had been waiting for him in vain, and the impending reality of her being forced to wed Zhong Wanhai and even enter the bridal chamber. Chu Zhetian felt his breath become unsteady. He had promised Yueyue he would return in time to prevent all of this. Yet up until today, she had waited in vain for him. How disappointed must she feel? Chu Zhetian felt a sharp pain in his heart. In the next moment, he turned and sprinted toward the Taixu Sect. His powerful physical prowess, combined with an explosive surge of spiritual energy, made it seem as though he was flying just above the ground. His speed was as swift as lightning at this moment. He deeply longed for the days of his previous life, when, having reached the earth immortal realm, he could fly through the skies on his sword, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Faster! I must hurry! There is still time. It is merely 2,000 miles to the Taixu Sect. I can arrive within a day. Xiaoyueyue, wait for me. That night, at the Taixu Sect within the Grand Elder's residence. Wanhai Courtyard. The atmosphere of this estate and the entire Taixu Sect was enveloped in a jubilant ambience. Grand Elder Zhong Wanhai was marrying his 10th concubine. This concubine's identity was none other than the youngest daughter of the Supreme Void Sect's leader, one of the 6 peak masters of the opposing sect. This not only signified Zhong Wanhai's acquisition of a beauty, but also represented a certain victory for the Taixu Sect. In the brightly lit bridal chamber, a stunning figure sat on the bed, draped in a red veil. She wore a phoenix gown and a phoenix crown. In the next moment, the red veil was lifted, revealing the exquisitely beautiful and graceful countenance of Yueyue. Ha! Sister Xiaoyueyue, you look absolutely radiant today. Brother-in-law. Oh no, husband will surely cherish you well tonight. Zhong Wanhai's face glowed with excitement as he gazed at Yueyue, his eyes filled with lewd desire. In the next moment, he tore off his groom's attire and lunged toward the enchanting beauty before him. Yueyue's eyes flashed with hatred and disgust as she raised her hand to block him. Having reached the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, she was not afraid of Zhong Wanhai. However, she could not act recklessly at this moment and could only feign compliance for the time being. Thus, suppressing her urge to retaliate, she smiled seductively at Zhong Wanhai, saying, "Do not be in such a hurry. I have questions for you. Doubt if you do not answer me properly, I shall suffocate you tonight." As she spoke, she playfully poked his forehead with a delicate finger, exuding an alluring charm that was irresistible. "Oh, then go ahead and ask," Zhong Wanhai replied, his face momentarily displaying irritation before adopting a teasing expression. "Why is it that I have not seen my sister from beginning to end today? Can you let me have a glimpse of her?" Yueyue inquired, voicing her most pressing concern, from the moment she entered the Taixu Sect until the conclusion of her wedding with Zhong Wanhai. She had not seen her sister, Yueyue. An unsettling premonition began to creep into her heart. Could it be that you wish to summon your sister over so the two of you can serve your husband together? At her words, Zhong Wanhai grasped Yueyue's chin, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Yueyue forced a charming smile. That could work. However, upon hearing this, Zhong Wanhai was not swayed by her beauty. Instead, he coldly laughed. Sister Xiaolu, do you think I'm unaware that you're stalling for time? What is it? Have you changed your mind? Or do you think someone will come to rescue you? Today, you have fallen into my hands, and there is no escape for you. With that, he let out a heavy snort, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him as he ruthlessly advanced toward Yueyue. It was clear he intended to employ some coercive means. In that instant, Yueyue's eyes narrowed sharply. Boom! 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 But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A series of thunderous explosions sent the entire Wanhai courtyard into chaos. Chapter 75. What are you running for? Did you not wish to play? Outside, 3 figures clad in the attire of Taixu Sect disciples had gathered together. They were none other than the transformed Zhang Wenquan, Tang Yitai, and Miao Yumeng. After leaving the sect with Zhang Dali, the 3 had first settled their senior brother in the Zhang family home in the county city, which belonged to Zhang Wenquan. After preparing for a time, they hastened to the Taixu Sect. What a thrill! Second brother, the explosives you purchased are simply exhilarating. I blew up the spirit beast pens of the Taixu Sect, and now it's complete chaos with beasts running amok. Tang Yitai exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he gesticulated animatedly. Zhang Wenquan, brimming with pride, tossed his head back. Of course, I spent a full 100,000 taels of silver to procure these fine explosives from a centurion in the county's guard. Even a congenital expert would be obliterated if they were careless with these. I blew open the back courtyard of their treasure pavilion as well. What a delight, Tang Yitai remarked, giving a thumbs up to his second brother. This ought to keep those scoundrels at the Taixu Sect busy for a while, right? With such chaos, I doubt Zhong Wanhai will have the leisure to consummate his marriage. Yes, they spoke. The 2 turned to look at Miao Yumeng beside them. However, in the next moment, Zhang Wenquan and Tang Yitai wrinkled their noses, their faces contorting in disgust. Junior sister, where did you blow up? You reek terribly. Tang Yitai covered his nose and inquired. Miao Yumeng's expression appeared somewhat awkward. Her feet were incessantly rubbing against the ground, as if she were desperately trying to cleanse the soles of her shoes. Just then, a group of individuals rushed past in the distance, and a more pungent stench wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, what a sight! These people were covered from head to toe in a viscous yellow substance. Some had a mass atop their heads, while others had their hair matted together, clinging to their faces in disheveled strands. The most unfortunate among them were those who had been severely injured, their limbs grotesquely mangled, and they were howling in agony at this rate. Even if they survived the explosion, they would likely succumb to infection from their wounds. Junior sister, I may have an inkling of where you caused the explosion. Zhang Wenquan's lips twitched. Ming, the location you targeted is quite critical. Tang Yitai wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. The 2 exchanged glances at Miao Yumeng's delicate and adorable doll-like face, unable to suppress a shiver. This junior sister, despite her seemingly harmless demeanor, was far too reckless in her endeavors. As long as she could create chaos for the Taixu Sect, it was all that mattered. Although they were uncertain of their master's specific intentions, it was undoubtedly correct to assist in buying time. Let us hasten to find master. Miao Yumeng giggled, then promptly donned a serious expression. Zhang Wenquan and Tang Yitai's faces became solemn. They could indulge in playfulness, but they must not lose sight of the pressing matters at hand. Meanwhile, within a room, the sudden explosion halted the actions of Zhong Wanhai, who was poised to confront Yueyue. Peering through the window, he beheld the chaos and flames outside, and his face darkened. Wretched woman, are you behind this? Zhong Wanhai glared at Yueyue with malice. Yueyue's expression also reflected surprise, but she quickly began to piece together the situation that it had to be Yumeng and her companions. There was no way it could be by Penghuan and by Hengxiu. As they had left the Taixu Sect immediately after delivering the bride, it couldn't possibly be Zhetian either. Otherwise, the turmoil would have escalated to something far more lethal. That it could only be her few direct disciples. The thought of her students being so disobedient, following her into chaos, and recklessly stirring up trouble at the Taixu Sect filled Yueyue with a tumult of emotions. Worry, tension, gratitude, anger, and helplessness. You little rascals. You dare disregard Master S words. It seems I've been too indulgent with you in the past. You realize how perilous this is if you fall into the hands of the Taixu Sect. Yueyue mused grimly. Her expression taught that moment. Zhong Wanhai shot a cold glance at Yueyue before turning to investigate the situation. Who dares to act recklessly at the Taixu Sect? If I catch them, I shall flay them alive. Yueyue's eyes narrowed, and she launched an attack. With a swift motion, a sword materialized in her hand, aimed directly at Zhong Wanhai's back. Zhong Wanhai's expression shifted as he quickly drew his blade to defend himself. The clash of blade against sword reverberated, sending shockwaves through the room. He staggered back 3 steps, astonishment written across his face. What? 7th stage of Foundation establishment. How can your strength be so formidable? In that brief encounter, Zhong Wanhai was utterly taken aback by Yueyue's true power. He had believed her strength to be at the Hunyuan realm. When had she ascended to the 7th stage of Foundation establishment? He himself was merely at the 3rd stage, a 4-stage disparity, and in this encounter he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Yueyue offered no response, merely letting out a cold laugh. Zhong Wanhai, where do you think you're going? Weren't you eager for a duel? I shall oblige. With that, she launched into another fierce assault. The room was soon filled with flashing blades and the clash of metal. Tables, chairs, and even the bed crafted from spirit beast bones were reduced to splinters under the onslaught of the 2 Foundation establishment powerhouses. Fortunately, Zhong Wanhai's residence had protective formations. Otherwise, the structure would have been reduced to rubble. After a fierce exchange of over a dozen strikes, Yueyue seized an opportunity and thrust her sword into Zhong Wanhai's abdomen. He let out a muffled groan and retreated hastily, pressing his hand against the wound while glaring at Yueyue with a predatory gaze. Zhong Wanhai, speak. What has happened to my sister? Yueyue demanded fiercely. Zhong Wanhai let out a cruel laugh, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. You wish to see your sister? Very well. Once I have dealt with you and toyed with you to my satisfaction, I shall let you go to her. At this, Yueyue's eyes widened in alarm, her brows furrowing in fury. What have you done to my sister? If I do not see her today, I swear I will have your life. Zhong Wanhai clutched his wound but burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! Yueyue, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Your strength at the 7th stage of Foundation establishment is indeed surprising, but that is all there is to it. In the next moment, 2 fingers of his hand revealed a purple pill. You recognize what this is? Zhong Wanhai sneered. Yueyue's pupils constricted, her expression shifting dramatically. Explosive spirit pill? This pill was of the highest quality, capable of causing the user's spiritual energy to erupt like a volcano, significantly amplifying their power for a short duration. If Zhong Wanhai, at the 3rd stage of Foundation establishment, consumed the explosive spirit pill, he would possess combat power equivalent to that of a half-step Golden Core practitioner. Yueyue would be utterly overwhelmed. Indeed, it is the explosive spirit pill. Zhong Wanhai's face gleamed with pride, as if the pain from Yueyue's earlier strike had faded. With this heavenly-grade pill, he was certain he could turn the tables and overpower Yueyue. The effects of this pill were astonishing. With minimal side effects, it would merely drain spiritual energy, leading to temporary weakness, without damaging his foundation. Wretched woman, is the 7th stage of Foundation establishment really that formidable? Soon, I will consume this explosive spirit pill. Then I shall severely injure you. I will cripple your dantian and sever your meridians. With you utterly defenseless, I shall toy with you until your last breath. Ha ha ha! How thrilling does that sound? Zhong Wanhai cackled maniacally. Yueyue's delicate face fluctuated between anger and anxiety. In the next moment, she saw Zhong Wanhai preparing to consume the explosive spirit pill. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A petite figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere. With a graceful leap, like a nimble kitten, she darted in front of Zhong Wanhai. In an instant, the explosive spirit pill he held vanished. He hadn't even registered what had happened before he instinctively reached toward his mouth, only to find it empty, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Master Ancestor, for you, a sweet, melodic voice rang out. The unexpected arrival was none other than the previously concealed The little one remembered to address Xiaoyueyue as master ancestor in front of others while secretly calling her mother in private. Yueyue swiftly approached Xiaoyueyue, extending her small hand, revealing the explosive spirit pill nestled in her palm. Upon witnessing this, Zhong Wanhai stared at his empty hands. Utterly shocked, he could not fathom that there was a child in the room whom he could not see. Not only him, but Xiaoyueyue's expression also froze in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Yueyue would appear at such a critical moment. That tiny girl had snatched the explosive spirit pill from the hands of a third-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. In that instant, Xiaoyueyue's gaze toward Yueyue softened immensely. What is a fortunate child? Could there be a more fitting example than Yueyue? Regaining her composure, Xiaoyueyue quickly stepped forward, shielding Yueyue behind her, and promptly consumed the explosive spirit pill. Her objective was not merely to defeat Zhong Wanhai, but to seize control over him. Ideally, she could use him as a hostage. Only then could she, Yueyue, and her several direct disciples outside create an opportunity to escape unscathed and possibly extract information about her sister, Yu Chaxia's whereabouts, before leaving the Taixu Sect together. While defeating or even killing Zhong Wanhai with her 7th stage of Foundation establishment strength was feasible, capturing him alive was another matter entirely. However, with the explosive spirit pill in hand, the situation had shifted dramatically. As she consumed the explosive spirit pill, Xiaoyueyue's aura surged explosively. Her internal spiritual energy erupted like a volcano, consuming her with flames of power. It even spilled forth uncontrollably, causing her garments to flutter without a breeze, an overwhelming presence, far surpassing the Foundation establishment realm, radiated from her. Damn it! Zhong Wanhai's eyelids twitched violently. Cursing under his breath, he turned to flee. A third-stage Foundation establishment practitioner stood no chance against one at the first stage of Golden Core. What are you still playing at, Elder Wanhai? Don't you enjoy a thrill at this moment? I find immense satisfaction in you. Xiaoyueyue's elegant visage broke into a playful yet alluring smile. Yet her gaze remained chillingly cold. After a mere 20 breaths, a resounding crash echoed as Zhong Wanhai was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a torn sack, crashing against the door and collapsing onto the ground like a lifeless dog, blood pouring from his mouth like a fountain. Thud! Crack! In the next instant, Xiaoyueyue appeared with an air of grace. Her enchanting presence belied the cruelty with which she mercilessly crushed Zhong Wanhai's knee beneath her foot. Crack! 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 She swiftly proceeded to shatter his other leg and both arms with a similar ferocity. Already grievously injured, Zhong Wanhai found himself utterly defenseless, akin to a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of Xiaoyueyue's relentless torment. Is it thrilling? Sister, brother-in-law. Xiaoyueyue smirked, a hint of mockery dancing in her eyes. You vile creature! You and that little wretch shall not escape the Taixu Sect alive today. I will ensure your bodies are torn asunder. Zhong Wanhai, in excruciating pain, twitched in agony, yet his defiance remained unyielding. His eyes, filled with boundless malice, bore into Xiaoyueyue. Speak. Where is my sister? Otherwise, I will make your life a living hell. Xiaoyueyue's expression hardened as she viciously ground her foot into his knee once more. Ah, you wretched fiend! Zhong Wanhai let out a horrific scream. Yet, no one could hear his cries amidst the chaos engulfing the Taixu Sect. Explosions, flames, screams, and curses drowned out Zhong Wanhai's voice. Furthermore, he had specifically ordered that no one was to disturb the wedding chamber. Who in the Taixu Sect did not know of this elder's tyrannical and capricious nature? Who dared to provoke him? Yet, while the people of the Taixu Sect dared not approach, others did. Thud, thud, thud. 3 shadowy figures stealthily scaled the walls and hurried towards the source of the commotion. Master! An excited yet restrained voice rang out. Who else could it be but Miao Yameng and her companions? Upon seeing Xiaoyueyue at the entrance and the accompanying Yueyue, the trio was overwhelmed with joy. Master! Miao Yameng, with tears glistening in her eyes, rushed forward, eager to embrace Xiaoyueyue. Zhang Wenxuan and Tang Yitai followed closely behind. At that moment, they were oblivious to the unconscious Zhong Wanhai on the ground. After exchanging a brief embrace with Xiaoyueyue, Miao Yameng suddenly felt something squishy beneath her feet. As she looked down, she instinctively rubbed her shoe against it. Little Sherbois, you just stepped on a big bad guy's face. What did you get on your shoe? It smells so terrible. At this, Ye pinched her nose and gazed with sympathy at Zhong Wanhai, who lay beneath Miaoyumeng's foot. Chapter 77. The hostage in hand. Oh dear, I am so sorry. Miaoyumeng gasped upon realizing the filthy, grotesque face beneath her foot and quickly jumped back. Ugh. The next moment, Zhong Wanhai, already grievously injured, was assaulted by a foul stench that seemed to invade his very being, causing his stomach to churn violently. He vomited a mouthful of blood, mixed with remnants of food, and then succumbed to unconsciousness from the torment and humiliation. Witnessing this grim spectacle, Zhang Wenxuan and Tang Yitai exchanged horrified glances, while Yueyue recoiled, pinching her nose and retreating a good distance away. Yu Chaolu regarded Miaoyumeng with a hint of admiration. Despite her own relentless torture of Zhong Wanhai, he remained conscious, yet her little apprentice's single step had sent him to the realm of the dead. However, her expression soon turned stern as she looked at her three disciples. Who permitted you to follow me? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Confronted with their master's reproach, Miaoyumeng and her companions appeared sheepish, their eyes darting. Master, we were merely following your instructions to escort the senior brother away from the sect, but somehow we lost our way and ended up at the Taixu Sect without realizing it. Zhang Wenxuan explained awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Yu Chaolu chuckled softly. Oh, and where is your senior brother now? We sent him back to the Zhang family. Zhang Wenxuan shrank back, answering nervously. Upon hearing this, Yu Chaolu laughed lightly. You truly are impressive. You managed to lose your way, yet still delivered your senior brother to the Zhang family before stumbling into the Taixu Sect. How could she not know the true nature of her disciples? They were clearly fabricating tales. He indeed. Master, I assent it miraculous, Miaoyumeng said with a playful grin, attempting to feign innocence. She then turned to Ye and shifted the topic. Hey, Ye, how come you are here too? Yes. Ye, we thought you were being kept under tight watch by the Grand Ancestor all this time. Turns out you little rascals secretly followed Master to the Taixu Sect, causing Sherbois unnecessary worry. Zhang Wenxuan and Tang Yitai joined in, using Ye as a shield. Ye stepped back a couple of paces, looking at Miaoyumeng with disdain. Little Sherbois, you smell awful. Miaoyumeng rolled her eyes in response. You ungrateful little one. At that moment, Yu Chaolu looked at her three disciples and felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, along with a touch of warmth. Enough with the pretense, she said, shooting a playful glance at them. I know very well the nature of each of you to create such a ruckus. You must possess quite the talent. Hearing this, the trio immediately dropped their playful demeanor, their heads hanging low. Master, we acknowledge our mistake. Please don't be angry. By the way, I have 2 items to deliver to you on behalf of the sect leader. Miaoyumeng came forward, grasping Yu Chaolu's arm and shaking it playfully. Before changing her tone, You Shuihan? Humph. Yu Chaolu scoffed upon hearing this, clearly harboring significant resentment toward her father. That moment, Miaoyumeng produced 2 items from her spatial pouch. Point 1 was a pill contained in a porcelain vial, and the other was a palm-sized flying puppet. This pill, known as the 9-Return Vitality Elixir, is a celestial-grade medicine. Even if one were left with but a single breath, it could restore life. In the entire Taixu Sect's treasury. Only 8 such pills exist. Yu Shuihan actually gave one to Miaoyumeng to deliver to Yu Chaolu. The flying puppet was a functional magical artifact, resembling a bird crafted from wooden pieces. Once infused with spiritual energy, it could expand in size and carry a person aloft. For cultivators who had yet to reach a certain level and could not fly, this flying puppet was exceedingly precious. Master, before we descended the mountain, the sect leader sought us out and instructed me to deliver these items to you, Miaoyumeng explained. Yu Chaolu regarded the 9-Return Vitality Elixir and the flying puppet, a complex expression flickering across her beautiful eyes. Her resentment towards Yu Shuihan seemed to diminish slightly. The 9-Return Vitality Elixir was likely prepared for her sister as a precaution, while the flying puppet was intended as a means for their escape should the opportunity arise. Humph, Yu Shuihan, it seems you care for more than just the sect. Yu Chaolu mused inwardly. then took the porcelain vial and addressed her 3 disciples. I shall keep the 9 return vitality elixir, while you will continue to carry the flying puppet. Wen Xuan, Yitai Yameng, I want the 3 of you to take Yueyue and leave the Taixu Sect immediately. The reason for accepting this life-saving elixir is due to my suspicions regarding my sister. With the 9 return vitality elixir, perhaps I can salvage something. Master, what about you? Miao Yuming's expression tightened. Ye also blinked her large eyes at Yu Chaolu. Ancestor, are you not coming with us? Yu Chaolu shook her head. I still have unfinished business. With that, she cast a cold glance at Zhong Wanhai. Rest assured, do you think I lack the ability to protect myself? Besides, with this hostage in hand, I am confident I can retreat unscathed. Upon hearing this, Miao Yuming and her companions exchanged glances, ultimately agreeing with reluctance. They understood their own limitations. Creating a bit of chaos was one thing, but if they truly encountered danger, their strength would be utterly inadequate. Once the Taixu Sect regained its composure and quelled the turmoil, they would likely be discovered swiftly. Taking advantage of the current disorder to escape the Taixu Sect was indeed the best course of action. Remaining behind could very well jeopardize Master. Without further ado, the 3, along with Ya, departed the courtyard quickly despite their lingering reluctance. They could see that moment. Yu Chaolu turned her gaze back to Zhong Wanhai, who lay unconscious on the ground. Her beautiful eyes glinting with a chilling light once more. Crack! She brought her foot down upon his shattered knee. Brother-in-law. It's time to awaken. I have questions I wish to pose to you. Speak. What has become of my sister? In a secluded forest 200 miles from the Taixu Sect, a fleeting shadow darted swiftly through the trees. Just 200 more miles. I shall soon arrive. Mused Chu Zhetian silently. Having already transcended to the nascent soul realm, coupled with the formidable physique of the golden body realm, his speed, when bolstered by all his might, surpassed that of many fierce beasts and flying magical artifacts. At this very moment, the distance to the Taixu Sect was rapidly diminishing. Chapter 78. The person beneath the bed a moment later, unable to endure the torment any longer, Zhong Wanhai finally relented. Within the room, there was a concealed underground chamber. Yu Chaoxiao was confined within. Zhong Wanhai's voice was low and wearied. He had become utterly like a lifeless dog, dragged along by Yu Chaolu. With a heart filled with trepidation, anxiety, and anticipation, Yu Chaolu pushed open the door to the underground chamber. Upon entering, a look of surprise crossed her face. The chamber before her was not the prison she had envisioned. Instead, it was lavishly adorned and exuded an air of sultry opulence. A carpet made from the pelts of white, demonic beasts, pink drapes, and a grand bed crafted from exquisite spirit wood. Scattered atop the bed were some of a woman's intimate garments. This underground chamber, it seemed, was more akin to a bridal chamber than the room above. Where is my sister? After scanning the surroundings without spotting her sister, Yu Chaolu glared at Zhong Wanhai, demanding in a sharp tone. Zhong Wanhai's eyes flickered before he gestured towards the bed, saying, "Your sister is beneath that bed." "What?" Yu Chaolu's expression shifted dramatically as she threw Zhong Wanhai to the ground and hastened towards the bed. After searching beneath the bed, she discovered a mechanism. With a slight exertion, she pulled out a wooden compartment resembling a large drawer from beneath. This wooden box measured nearly 2 meters in length and about 1.2 meters in width. It resembled a coffin more than a simple compartment. Upon seeing the person lying inside, Yu Chaolu's eyes widened in shock, nearly bursting from their sockets. Her delicate form trembled uncontrollably from a mixture of rage and sorrow. The individual within bore a striking resemblance to Yu Chaolu. Indeed, it was her sister, Yu Chaoxia. She was entirely unclothed, a sight too harrowing to behold. Her body was marred with lash marks, cuts, and contusions from blunt instruments. Her limbs were cruelly pinned down by black nails, rendering her immobile. Upon noticing Yu Chaolu, the once near-lifeless woman widened her eyes in an expression of complex emotions, joy, fury, and a silent plea. Yet, she could utter no words. Only muffled sounds emerged from her lips, for her tongue had been severed. "Sister," Yu Chaolu cried out in anguish. She then shattered the wooden compartment and extricated the black nails from her sister's body. With trembling hands, she gently caressed Yu Chaoxiao's face, overwhelmed by tears. Their mother had passed away when they were young. Their father, Yueyue, was consumed by the affairs of the sect, leaving no time for her. It was her elder sister, 10 years her senior, who had cared for her and accompanied her. While Yu Chaolu had little concept of their mother, her bond with Yu Chaoxia was profound and irreplaceable. To her dismay, upon their reunion, her sister had been reduced to this wretched state, a mere shadow of her former self. "Sister, it's all right now. I am here to save you," Yu Chaolu exclaimed, her previous nonchalance replaced by fervent determination. She hastily pried open Yu Chaoxia's mouth and placed within it the precious 9-revolution life-saving elixir. Observing this scene, Zhong Wanhai's face twisted into a grotesque smile, suffused with a sense of vindictive pleasure. "Oh, still alive, are we? Quite resilient indeed. Yu Chaolu, how do you find my design? I rendered your sister limbless, severed her tongue, and confined her here, allowing her to hear my nightly revelries with other women." "Ha!" Yu Chaolu suddenly turned around, her gaze piercing Zhong Wanhai with a hatred that seemed to cut through the very air. "Why? Why have you done this to my sister? Just because Zhong Wanlin died at the Taixu Sect? You resort to such inhumane acts against my sister." Hearing this, a venomous expression crept across Zhong Wanhai's face. "I am not merely seeking revenge for Wanlin. Do you know what your sister has done to me over the decades? Since she became pregnant, she has been secretly mixing absolute offspring powder into my meals. I have a multitude of wives and concubines, yet for all these years, she alone bore me a son. I never understood why, even suspecting there was something wrong with my body. It turns out, it was that wretched woman's doing. This harlot has condemned me to no heirs, and I shall make her suffer beyond comprehension." "Ha ha!" Yu Chaolu glared at Zhong Wanhai with gritted teeth, her voice dripping with contempt. "I guess it not, because you have never regarded my sister as a human being? This is your just retribution." Yu Chaolu had previously learned of Yu Chaoxia's secret actions against Zhong Wanhai during her visits to the Taixu Sect. From the day Yu Chaoxia married Zhong Wanhai, she had endured relentless torment. Zhong Wanhai, taking advantage of the Taixu Sect's superiority over the Taixu Sect and his own overwhelming power, subjected her to brutality. To satisfy his twisted desires, he humiliated and abused her. Yu Chaoxia lived in fear, convinced that she would eventually perish at Zhong Wanhai's hands. To secure a future for her son, she ensured that Zhong Wanhai would only have one child, hoping that this way, her son would receive love and attention from the Zhong lineage, and not suffer the same fate of mistreatment that befell her. Retribution. Then her current plight is indeed of her own making. "And you wretched man, you both are wretches. You shall not leave the Taixu Sect alive today. If you dare, kill me now." Zhong Wanhai, feeling the intense pain coursing through him, cursed Yu Chaolu with venomous hatred. "Sister, I will take you home." Taking a deep breath, Yu Chaolu suppressed the urge to dismantle Zhong Wanhai and attempted to lift her sister. Yet at that moment, a cold, authoritative voice pierced through the air. "Yu Chaolu, I know you are in there. Come out." The voice, even through the underground chamber, resonated with clarity unmistakably belonging to a formidable expert. "Sister, wait here for me." Yu Chaolu's complexion changed dramatically. After instructing her sister, she hoisted Zhong Wanhai, stepping into the courtyard outside. There she discovered that the area had been encircled by members of the Taixu Sect. Leading them was a towering man, the current master of the Taixu Sect. Zhong Guangxiao, his eyes, resembling brass bells, narrowed sharply upon seeing his son in such a deplorable state. A palpable aura of rage emanated from him. "Yu Chaolu, how dare you? Release my son." Chapter 79. No tears until the coffin is seen. Boom. In a certain part of the Taixu Sect, another explosion erupted, sending flames billowing into the sky. Alongside it, a ghastly stench permeated the air. From above, some unknown viscous substance began to rain down. "Ah, help! Pull me out!" A chorus of screams and cries for help erupted. 4 figures, 3 adults and 1 child, stood at a distance, observing the chaos with varied expressions. "Little junior sister, are you addicted to blowing things up?" Tang Yitai remarked, exasperated. "Indeed, we should make haste and leave the Taixu Sect. If we get caught, we cannot burden our master," Zhang Wenxuan added, fanning his face, drenched in sweat. "What do you know? while I am unsure of what our master still has to do. Letting the Taixu Sect remain in turmoil for a while longer is certainly advantageous, and we still have gunpowder, don't we? Let's blow up a few more places, Xiaoyueyue exclaimed, reveling in the chaos. Clattering footsteps echoed as a group of disheveled individuals emerged from the direction of the recent explosion, each drenched and sticky, looking utterly miserable. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyueyue's eyes lit up, and she drew her sword. Charging forward, she even handed a short sword to Yueyue, a blade gifted to her by their master during her early training. "Yeah, let us go, follow your little uncle, and take them down." Xiaoyueyue knew that Yueye's combat prowess surpassed even her own. So she urged the child to join her. "Oh, little uncle is amazing." Yueyue nodded eagerly, tailing Xiaoyueyue with fervor. Yet her small stature made her appearance somewhat comical as she dashed about. Midway, Xiaoyueyue paused, dipping her sword into a nearby pile of debris from the explosion. Yueyue, seeing this, imitated her. Moments later, puff, puff, puff. Xiaoyueyue and Yueyue unleashed a frenzy of destruction, each swing of their sword accompanied by magical attacks, wreaking havoc upon their foes, as if their blades had been dipped in the essence of chaos, striking down all who dared to stand in their way. Zhang Wenxuan and Tang Yitai could not help but twitch their faces at the sight before them. "Third junior brother, it would be wise to avoid provoking our little junior sister from now on," the former coughed, his expression darkening as he offered a reminder. "And Yueyue, be kinder to this little one. She follows our junior sister daily, and I fear she may surpass her in talent," Tang Yitai added, a glimmer of excitement flickering across his face. "Let us go. We shall also engage him in a fierce battle." Yet at that moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. They sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching them. "This is not good. An expert from the Taixu Sect is coming. A Hunyuan master. Little junior sister, cease your fighting and activate the flying puppet at once. We must flee." Meanwhile, Yueyue found herself surrounded by the formidable Taixu Sect leader, Zhong Quangxiao, along with a throng of powerful allies. "Release your son?" "Zhong Sect leader, do you take me for a fool? If you let him go, how would I escape?" Yueyue sneered mockingly while gripping Zhongwan at that moment. Zhongwan, upon seeing his father arrive with reinforcements, displayed a twisted expression of resentment. "You wretched woman. Do you think you can escape today? Father, do not concern yourself with me. Kill her! Kill her!" After being tormented by Yueyue to this extent, Zhong Wanhai's hatred for her was palpable. Witnessing his son in such a broken state, Zhong Ku continuing, he casually tossed Yueyue to the ground and waved at the elder who had brought them, saying, "Elder Ma, go, deliver them to her, and then bring Wanhai over." "Yes." Elder Ma responded with a respectful gesture. Subsequently, he dragged the four, including Xiaoyueyue and Yueyue, before Yueyue. "Miss you, please release your hold." Elder Ma indicated to Yueyue. Taking a deep breath, Yueyue fixed her gaze on Zhong Quangxiao and said, "Master Zhong, you are the leader of the Heavenly Blade Sect, and so many are watching. I hope that after I release them, you will keep your word." "Naturally," Zhong Quangxiao replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Good." Yueyue nodded, and finally, she loosened her grip on Zhong Wanhai. Elder Ma quickly approached and lifted the ladder onto his back, hastening back to Zhong Quangxiao's side at that moment. Both Yueyue and the trio of Xiaoyueyue were on high alert, their nerves taut as they intently observed Zhong Quangxiao's next reaction. The exchange of hostages was complete, and they hoped he would truly honor his word. "Father!" At that moment, Zhong Wanhai, like a limp rag, lay on Elder Ma's back, hoarsely calling out to Zhong Quangxiao, "Don't let them go." "Enough. Focus on recovering. I know what to do." Zhong Quangxiao's eyes glinted with an icy fury as he regarded his eldest son in such a pitiful state. Turning his gaze toward Yueyue and the others, the murderous intent in his eyes was no longer after the five individuals had entered. Chu Zhetian's mind stirred, and the coffin lid closed once more. It was as if the interior of the coffin and the outside world had been segregated into two distinct realms. Within the coffin, there was an aura of tranquility. Meanwhile, outside, a tempest of blood and carnage was about to unfold. "Ha ha ha!"